When Song Shao woke up, his hand was crammed full of plain, glaring propaganda flyers, and before his eyes was an unbelievable scene. His body had somehow crossed over into a world where humans and beast companions coexisted. It was Friday night at 8 o'clock on the scorching stage of Kaidya, where the fantasy pet Shiko was putting on a fiery performance that ignited the entire crowd, while the muscular long-lost beast drew even more attention. The fatigue of work and resentment toward his boss were all drowned beneath this carnival of dreams, and the promise of the bathhouse, a place offering the ultimate relaxation to rejuvenate one's soul, beckoned invitingly. Beast performances? Bathhouse. Song Shao had just awakened, mind swirling with confusion, but only one thought occupied him: had to see this for himself. Over the next 2 hours, Song Shao watched a show that surpassed all his previous understanding and imagination of what was possible. Sitting on a roadside flowerbed rubbing his eyes, he had thought it might be some kind of hallucination or dream, yet it was all vividly real. The world he found himself in was an interstellar age where humans and companion beasts lived symbiotically. 3,000 years ago, humanity was weak, locked in a desperate war for survival against the insectoid races. Through awakening their spiritual powers and forging soul contracts with beast companions, they formed a profound empathic bond that allowed both sides to evolve and push back the enemy, opening the dawn of victory. Over the millennia, the insectoid threat faded into history, replaced by increasingly deep cooperation. Yet not everyone received a contract so easily. Every 12-year-old citizen underwent a spiritual awakening test, with only about 45 passing to qualify to bond with a beast. Song Shao was lucky enough to be in that 45, but he had yet to sign a contract with any beast. The reason was simple and frustrating: poverty. Borrowed was this 16-year-old body, thin and pale, malnourished through puberty, with slender arms, under 1.8 meters tall, distinctive phoenix-shaped eyes, and dull skin. It bore roughly a 70% resemblance to his former self, the faint image of his former youth lingering. As the innocently provocative bathhouse flyer slipped from his hand onto the corner of the street, he brushed back his tangled black hair, and through the crowd spotted weirdly shaped companion beasts strolling the streets. Anxiety tightened his chest as his phone buzzed a reminder for his third job. With a shabby black backpack slung over his shoulder, Song Shao boarded the bus heading toward the landfill. Who would have guessed a high schooler would be juggling 3 jobs on the weekend? And today's was his third, picking through the endless mountains of trash. The vast dump was dotted with various co-workers and their companion beasts. Donned in grimy protective gear, he meticulously checked to ensure no skin was exposed, wrapping himself up layer by layer. Today's mission was to handle hazardous waste mixed with radiation. Any slip-up could mean immediate danger. His partner was a gray, scruffy creature called a last, about 1.5 meters long, with an anteater-like head and a body resembling an immature triceratops, crowned by a 20-centimeter-wide circular breathing hole on its neck. It loved the stench of decay but purified fouled air and could resist radiation. His black wristband flickered, automatically translating prompts. Don't slack off. Song Shao skillfully operated the hazardous waste detector, sorting dangerous materials from normal and recyclable trash. Last cooperated, helping neutralize harmful substances. The landfill was suffocating with a foul stench and stifling heat. Encased in an airtight suit, he felt nearly breathless. Taking a deep breath, determined to endure, he mechanically repeated the sorting motions, his thoughts drifting far into the interstellar alliance of the cosmos. In this world that revered beast handlers, citizens were ranked into 6 tiers. Song Shao's current identity was the 4th tier spiritual power awakener who had yet to form a contract with a companion beast. Signing a contract with at least a clever beast would promote him to the 3rd tier. After spiritual awakening, contracts depended on genetic matching with beasts from the companion pool. Poor matches could damage or degrade spiritual power, while good matches accelerated spiritual growth and allowed bonding with multiple beasts. Legendary geniuses in interstellar history, like the Human Legion leader by Fiyuan, had astonishingly contracted 8 beasts at once. But Song Shao was no prodigy. His matching pool contained hundreds of possible companion beasts, but excluding rare, forbidden, or expensive types, the one he selected was a clever beast called Huimu Ban. Huimu Ban cost a staggering 800,000 credits, forcing Song Shao to carry an enormous beast debt from a young age. Who would have thought that while others' crossings started as mighty heroes gathering acclaimed companions and honor galore, Song Shao's beginning was piling on 800,000 credits of debt. The grade spot was a beast with lightning attributes, resembling a snow wolf. Its fur was mottled gray and white, with deep, crystal-like gray eyes and a slightly long tail. It was less than a meter long in its initial growth stage. People awakened to spiritual power naturally had stronger physiques than ordinary individuals, but Song Shao still pushed himself to the limit to quickly save the 50,000 star coins needed as a down payment to buy a grade spot. He squeezed every hour out of his day, attending classes by day, working at night, and even nonstop on weekends, juggling 3 jobs in a row. It had only been 2 hours since his work shift began. The narrow garbage sorting workshop was filled with a pungent stench, and the harsh bright lights burned his eyes. Song Shao suddenly felt a sharp headache tightening his scalp, making his breathing quicken. He pressed against the wall and slowly squatted down, trying to steady his dizziness with deep breaths. Lala, next to him, last stopped what he was doing and lowered his head to look at him. The short call was a question: did he want to rest? Song Shao swallowed down the nausea rising in his throat and nodded weakly. But Last did not stay still. Instead, he stretched out his long limbs and approached him. His sharp snout opened and closed slightly, sending out an invisible sound wave that stirred the stale air like swirling water. Then a fresh breeze blew out from an opening on his back, driving away the acrid odor. The cool air poured into Song Shao's lungs and flooded his mind, instantly clearing his thoughts and easing the stabbing pain. He lifted his head and saw the soft blue light patterns glowing on Last's chest as he focused on purifying the surrounding air. Thank you. He pulled out a few small candies handed out by the milk tea shop, a little something he had stashed during his morning shift. The candy wrappers glimmered faintly under the harsh light. Lala. Last's tail whipped back and forth excitedly as he gently took the candies, so light it was as if afraid to crush a treasure. After a brief rest, Song Shao went back to work. The headache struck twice more in the latter half of the shift, but each time Last quickly came close, repeating the same comforting ritual and buying him precious moments of relief. Of course, the few snacks that remained in his pocket were all gone by the end. At 8:30 p.m., his shift finally ended. Before leaving, he found the overseer, a tamer of Last, and frankly requested a transfer away from the hazardous waste disposal section. Although the pay was triple that of ordinary jobs, he suspected that he wouldn't survive long enough in that toxic environment to save enough money. Exiting the garbage plant, his neural interface pinged a payment notification. 3 jobs done today, a total of 1,000 star coins paid daily. He stared at the number and tightened the straps on his backpack. The subway carried him back to the old district. After getting off, he cut into a rundown open-air parking lot and dragged out his battered old bicycle. Night air stirred neon reflections while the smell of cooking oil swirled above. He turned left at a street corner, then right, slipping into a dimly lit narrow alley with peeling walls, the glory of the interstellar era here reduced to dust and rust. Stopping in front of the third small eatery, he hit the brakes. At the doorway stood a thin girl with a ponytail, clearing tables. Used chopsticks clinked between her fingers. Her eyes brightened the moment she saw him. "Brother, you're back." Her name was Song Jingjing, 14 years old. Her small, lean face was flushed from work, her dull hair tied neatly into a ponytail, and her faded red apron hanging down to her knees. Song Shao propped up his bike, rolled up his sleeves, and walked over to take the grease-stained chopsticks from her hands, nodding at her. "Go wash your hands. They'll handle this here." The incandescent light outside the restaurant was glaring. 2 tables of customers chatted loudly as they drank. From the open door of the neighboring barbershop came the sharp scent of cheap shampoo. The young man's slender frame bent slightly as he swiftly swept the leftover dishes into the trash bin. The light flickered over his slightly long hair, casting a faint blue shadow. "Tomorrow is school again. You and Jingjing should head home first. Y'all need energy for class if you're not too exhausted." Song Qin carried the pot with one hand, expertly scooping all the food onto plates with the ladle. Then, he quickly filled the pot with water and began washing it, his movements smooth and graceful. The muscles on his arm tensed and curved with a pleasing definition. Steam swirled in the dim yellow light, while droplets of oil slid down the pot's edge and plopped into the sink. Song Shao caught sight of the muscle lines traced by sweat, then glanced down at his own thin arms. Silently, he carried several plates to the dining table. "Let Jingjing go back to sleep. Big brother and I will clean up," he said as he neatly arranged the bowls and plates. Then he added, "I'm not tired." In truth, his head throbbed with exhaustion, but he knew Song Qin was even more worn out. If Song Qin had to clean alone, it would take until midnight at least, and their brother had to head to the early market by 4 or 5 in the morning. Song Qin was only 22, younger than Song Shao had been in his past life, but already shouldering the burden of supporting the family. Thinking of this, Song Shao looked down and dried the pot, his knuckles whitening. "Don't push yourself too hard, Shao Shao. You've already done really well." "Brother, why say that?" Song Shao grinned, voice hoarse. "In our family, the toughest on themselves is always you. When mom and dad were gone, I was 10, Jingjing 8, and you only 16. You were the one who held this family up back then. Now I'm 16, but still relying on you. There's no comparison." Song Qin smiled and shook his head, breathing a little harder. "Nonsense. You're way stronger than me. You're a beast master, and you bond with a companion pet. You'll become a third-class citizen and get into a good university. That's real skill." The aroma of the meal eased the ache in Song Shao's mind. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Definitely. He'll be amazing for sure." Monday morning, Song Shao slid into his classroom seat and looked down at his textbook. It wasn't math, English, or history, nor physics, chemistry, or biology. Instead, It was a book on the origins and evolution of extraordinary creatures. Flipping through, another was an illustrated guide to extraordinary items, then the historical evolution of extraordinary beings. The former top student now felt like a novice, but curiosity bubbled up. This was a completely different world. Extraordinary creatures were the formal term for companion pets. Song Shao read about their transformations from larvae to mature forms like he was following a fantasy adventure. The history book focused mainly on General Bai Fiyuan from 1,000 years ago, a legendary figure who led humans and pets to defeat the insectoid races, transforming a singular evolutionary path into four distinct ones. Song Shao was engrossed until the school bell snapped him back to reality. His phone buzzed. Part-time job time. Slinging his worn black backpack over his shoulder, he rose and headed to the door. On the way out, he brushed past a girl who wanted to speak but hesitated. His mind was still tangled in images of pet evolution. The blue and white uniforms fluttered in the evening breeze as Song Shao made his way to the parking lot. Suddenly, a glob of sticky green slime surprisingly landed on his pant leg. Cold and slimy. He stiffened slightly and looked up. A mushroom-like creature about 50 centimeters tall was shaking its round head. Behind it stood a boy with acne-covered skin and a short, thin frame. His plain features twisted into a deliberately mischievous smirk. "Sorry, Song Shao," the boy said with a half-hearted apology, but the boastful glint in his eyes betrayed him. "My pimpin' mushroom acts like this around people it doesn't like." Sure enough, the boy followed up with a mocking jab. "Oh right, I forgot you don't have a companion pet anymore. Don't know how weird they all can be. Once someone awakens their spiritual power and becomes a beast tamer, most choose to bond with a pet whose compatibility rate exceeds 80. It was extremely rare to find a beast tamer like Song Shao, who came from a poor background and still had no bonded pet. There were only a handful like him in the entire academy. Moreover, Song Shao looked quite decent. Even without a pet, he secretly attracted the attention of many girls, which in turn earned him a fair share of resentment from others. At that moment, Song Shao didn't respond right away. Instead, he picked up the plastic bag he had initially wanted to throw away and expressionlessly gathered the sticky green snot together, carefully cleaning it up. Only after finishing did he look up at the other boy calmly and say, "It's nothing. I honestly don't know much about these pets' temperaments. But just now, were you actually apologizing to me?" The boy sneered with disdain in his voice. "Yeah, that's right. So Song Shao, I guess you won't hold it against the spitting mushroom then." Song Shao nodded faintly. The next second, he slammed the plastic bag into the boy's face, forcing the green slime straight into his open mouth. At the same time, Song Shao's other hand quickly clamped onto his throat, forcing him to swallow. The boy screamed and struggled, but within 2 or 3 seconds, the viscous mucus was forced down his throat. Song Shao released him coldly, returning things to their rightful owner. No need for an apology. Seeing its tamer humiliated, the spitting mushroom suddenly swelled up, its skin quickly turning from blue-green to a furious crimson as it shouted angrily, "Spit! Spit!" spraying a highly corrosive liquid. Song Shao's eyes flickered coldly. The beginner-level spitting mushroom was less than half a meter tall. He could easily dodge the attack, or even kick it down without effort if he chose not to evade. Just as the mushroom was about to spray the corrosive fluid, a sharp voice rang out behind Song Shao. "What are you doing? No pet fights allowed on campus. Which class do you guys belong to?" A security guard rushed over. The mushroom slowly returned to its blue-green color and looked at Song Shao with a wronged expression, unhappily protesting with "Spit! Spit!" The boy was furious but had to suppress his anger. After all, if a pet attacks another person, the owner is fully responsible and would suffer consequences, especially since Song Shao had no pet to retaliate with. If the security guard punished him, he'd definitely lose points. He could only grin awkwardly and say, "No problem, we're from the same class, just playing around." The guard eyed them suspiciously but said no more, merely warning with a stern face, "Go home right away. If I see a fight like this again, I'll report it to your homeroom teacher." After the guard left, the boy mocked Song Shao. "For years, and you still can't afford a pet. A low-class nobody is always a low-class nobody. Even if you awaken, you're still trash." Song Shao glanced at him expressionlessly and replied calmly, "Maybe I'm a bit poor, but at least I have a top-notch monitor. Unlike you, ugly inside and out." With that, he turned and walked away. The earlier incident didn't ripple his heart. His adolescence had long since moved beyond those immature emotions. Song Shao sat on the subway, heading toward the landfill. The screen inside the train was broadcasting a live match of the Interstellar Beast Challenge. With memories from his past, Song Shao could barely recognize the competitors. On the blue side was a mature, intelligent woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. As she formed hand seals, 6 differently colored beast rings appeared around her, spinning rapidly to form an impenetrable barrier that radiated power and danger, firmly anchoring her at the center. On the screen's right side, the red team's contender was a man with red hair and brown eyes, similarly surrounded by 6 multicolored beast rings. At nearly the same moment, their commands activated and 2 beasts emerged in the arena center, each rings reducing from 6 to 5. The blue woman summoned a golden-scaled, 10-meter-long blazing dragon of beast god rank. The red man's battle pet was a black-scaled, unicorn-horned beast god level black cypress serpent. Beast ranks ranged from beginner up to 7th tier, followed by awakening, evolution, transcendent, beast king, beast emperor, and beast god, with the highest being the super god level. Historically, only 5 beast tamers ever possessed a super god level beast. None had appeared in nearly 5 centuries, so the beast god rank was considered the current peak. The camera zoomed in. The blue woman seemed wreathed in fierce flames, her gaze hot as molten lava, locked unyieldingly on her opponent. Meanwhile, black scales crept over the red man's cheek. His pupils contracted into vertical slits and fangs barred a chilling sign of momentary mutation after high-frequency resonance, showing total spiritual unity between tamer and beast. The black cypress serpent struck first with dark swamp, instantly turning the training ground into a toxic, mist-filled bog that forced the blazing dragon to take flight. In the next instant, the serpent flashed behind the dragon, lunging with venomous fangs and poison. The dragon reacted swiftly, using spatial lock to freeze the serpent midair, then unleashed a white flame impact to slam it to the ground, followed by magma hell, flooding the scene with scorching magma and black toxic fog. The black cypress serpent let out a low roar as its scales shattered and scattered. The broadcast cut to close-ups of the fighters. The red man's black scales deepened and his fangs sharpened. The blue woman's eyes blazed brightly as her 6 beast rings whirred almost audibly. The two figures collided at high speed in a swirl of black and red, their skills unfolding like a series of epic special effects. Song Shao tried to discern the moves, but only caught glimpses of a gulf between top-tier beast tamers and ordinary people as vast as an ocean. A beep signaled the train arriving at a station. Song Shao stood and left the car. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw on the screen the black cypress serpent had lost half its scales while the blazing dragon was shrouded in dark toxic mist. The intensity of that short clash still quickened his heartbeat. It was his 3rd day in this world. He had learned the general origins and history, but nothing compared to witnessing it himself. This was humanity's highest fighting strength available now. Song Shao took a deep breath, his dark phoenix-like eyes lifting to the sky. The blue above, so familiar from his past life, now seemed remarkably strange. A sudden sharp pain flickered through his mind. He closed his eyes briefly before calmly heading to the landfill. Having arranged a job transfer earlier, he was now responsible for sorting recyclable waste that day. After changing into a white protective suit, he and his colleagues stood in front of a large garbage heap. Song Shao arrived at this landfill site alongside his co-workers. This time, the colleague was not a beast companion but a man in his 40s. He was short, scruffy with a stubbly beard, and his eyes carried the weary numbness of someone crushed by life. His only request to Song Shao was simple: just don't slow me down. So Song Shao started sorting the garbage according to those instructions. About an hour later, a man emerged from the trash pile and went to find his colleague. They made plans to grab some drinks after work. After sealing the deal, they chatted briefly while Song Shao bent over and focused on continuing to sort the rubbish. Suddenly, the man beside him let out a piercing scream, as if utterly terrified. Song Shao turned his head and what he saw made his pupils constrict sharply, his body tremble. On top of the towering mountain of trash, a huge monster appeared at least 20 meters long, resembling a giant bamboo caterpillar. It had 3 pairs of compound eyes on its head and sharp, serrated forelimbs mercilessly cleaving a man in half. Blood splattered everywhere, guts and innards spilled in a gruesome mess on the ground. It was an insectoid. Shrieks erupted all around. Humans and beast companions alike fled in all directions. Song Shao froze for a moment, then suddenly recalled the warning sign he had seen upon entering the landfill: beware of insectoids. Most people had dismissed it as an old, worn-out relic. After all, the site had been quiet for more than 20 years. Most of the beasts handling the garbage were rough creatures that just ate trash and purified the air, totally non-aggressive. But now, more and more bodies lay severed on the ground. The stench of blood mixed with rotting garbage assaulted Song Shao's senses, pounding a headache through his skull. His vision blurred, and his consciousness wavered when he vaguely saw a blood-covered cleaver suddenly lunge toward him. Instinctively driven by a desperate will to survive, Song Shao swiftly turned and fled, tumbling to the ground and rolling away from that lethal strike. The raging insectoid whipped its tail, causing the entire trash mountain to overturn like a collapsing dune. Song Shao looked up just in time to see the gray, dust-filled sky disappear, his entire body buried beneath heaps of debris. A rusted mint-green oven crashed onto his head. Pain and dizziness overwhelmed him as he struggled and fell into unconsciousness. He had imagined countless ways he might die, but never thought it would be from a giant insectoid smashing a rusty oven over his head. A bizarre and surreal death that filled him with absurd disbelief. Summoning his last ounce of strength, Song Shao pushed the oven off his face. Blood ran down his forehead and stained his left eye. tinting half his vision a gruesome red. Around him, screams grew louder and then quieter, his face contorted with pain and his breathing difficult. With bloodshot eyes fixed in the direction of the insectoid's roar, he vaguely saw through the rubbish the outline of its massive 20-meter-long body. Name mutated compound-eyed centipede. Attribute silent. Rank C-class. Skills scythe harvest, destructive venom. Strengths massive size, tough shell, explosive power, panoramic vision. Weaknesses the third pair of compound eyes is an illusion. Song Shao had the unsettling feeling that what he was seeing shouldn't even exist. In a daze, Song Shao suddenly heard gunfire and explosions. He turned toward the noise and saw a 5-meter-long white bird, on whose back stood a tall man dressed in black combat gear. 3 differently colored beast rings circled the man's body. Suddenly, a blue beast ring detached from him and transformed midair into a battle mantis. The mantis flashed toward a mutated compound-eye centipede. Though only 2 meters long, the mantis was the only creature the centipede considered a worthy opponent. Undeterred, the mantis' sharp raptorial limbs slashed like blades. Blades clashed like crescent moons, repeatedly slicing and sparking bright flashes. The centipede's thick legs were severed one by one, the severed limbs hitting the barren ground with sharp cracks as the creature writhed and struggled. It let out a hoarse shriek, rolling its massive body through the air to track the lightning-fast green mantis. Then, suddenly, the mantis vanished into thin air. No shadow. Only a faint swirl of displaced air remained. The man on the white bird remained expressionless and said softly, "By you attack." The giant white bird spread its wings in response. Its snow-white feathers instantly stretched into razor-sharp blades, each reflecting a dazzling, icy glare under the sun. With a piercing whistle, it shot like lightning toward the target, wings sweeping and slashing diagonally across the centipede's layered dark brown shell. The shell didn't shatter outright, but was split open with a long gash, releasing a stream of black, putrid fluid, the foul stench drifting on the wind. Enraged by the pain, the mutated centipede suddenly raised its several-meter-long front half and sprayed dark green venom at the white bird. Its remaining legs whipped wildly like steel whips. The man's tone remained calm. "Continue." Bayou dived again, the feather blades precisely cutting into the previous wound. After several continuous strikes, the tear finally opened into a half-human hate gash, exposing churning innards and spraying black blood in raindrop patterns. "Dodo, attack the compound eyes." At the command, the hidden battle mantis instantly reappeared and then, like a phantom, flickered to the centipede's head. Its 2 raptorial limbs turned into sharp blades, stabbing fiercely into the compound eyes. Shattered eyes splattered foul liquid. The huge insect's body writhed violently midair, twitching, its tail striking the ground with a dull crash. "Finish it." The man's voice was apathetic. The giant white bird flapped its wings, raising its bloodied crimson claws, then suddenly unleashed a tear attack with a crisp crack. The already split torso was forcibly ripped in two, black blood pouring out and splattering the surrounding rubble with a dark sheen. Song Shao's last conscious image was the cold, downward glance cast by the man in combat gear. When Song Shao opened his eyes again, he was lying in a hospital bed, the bright white ceiling painfully glaring down. His elder brother, Song Qin, wearing the faded apron from their shop, was dozing beside the bed. Song Shao tried to move and realized his left eye was wrapped tightly in gauze, his vision half lost to darkness. The intermittent stinging pain he'd felt for days had now lessened somewhat. He lifted his left hand and lightly touched the gauze, then quietly summoned his spirit power to probe his mind. The brain domain was still a pure white mist, empty but stable. Beast tamers start with an empty domain before signing a contract with their pet beasts. Upon successful bonding, the mist condenses into a beast ring matching the beast's attributes. Confirming the mist remained intact, Song Shao breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Damage to spirit power often leads to backlash from their pets, a danger he feared most. Song Qin was startled awake by the movement and quickly stood. "Xiao Xiao, don't touch it. The doctor said the waste site contamination is severe, but your eye is only infected. The gauze should come off in a few days." Worried his brother might overthink it, he spoke quickly. "You've been unconscious for 2 days. Yesterday, the waste site manager came by the hospital. He heard you're a beast tamer and said he'd pay compensation." Song Shao's first thought was, "Damn, this 300,000 yuan pet loan is about to sink me." Anyway, this was still good news. Song Shao finally had a pet beast of his own. Compared to Song Shao, who was still bedridden, his older brother Song Qin was much more excited. The moment Song Shao awakened his spiritual power, it completely changed Song Qin's plans for the future. No one in their family had ever awakened before. The siblings and their parents had all been 5th-class citizens, the lowest tier. But when his younger brother broke through this barrier, 16-year-old Song Qin made an immediate decision. He dropped out of school and took over their parents' rundown little restaurant, keeping it running through daily hard work and cooking fumes just to support Song Shao and their sister's education. Now, Song Shao had successfully bonded with a crank pet beast, the gray-spotted eye. When it came time to apply for college, he could choose between becoming a police officer or an inspector, both respectable, official career paths that would instantly lift him out of poverty. At least his brother wouldn't be stuck in this barren, chaotic slum with no hope in sight like he had been. At noon, their sister Song Jingjing arrived carrying a food thermos. When she pushed open the door, a doctor and an inspector followed closely behind. Song Shao immediately recognized the uniform that was the same unit that had ridden white-feathered giant birds and instantly wiped out the multi-eyed centipedes. But the young inspector in front of him was clearly lower in rank. Song Shao recalled the scene. The man had 3 beast rings floating at his waist, and the white bird beneath him counted as the 4th ring, symbol of a 4th-tier beastmaster. Blue Star, where they lived, was divided into 13 large districts, each governing a dozen or so cities. They were in District 10, Jingang City, located in the lower 3 zones, a melting pot of all kinds of people. Less than 20% of the population there had awakened powers, and most beastmasters on the street were only 1st or 2nd tier. 4th-tier experts were considered exceptional talents even in middle or upper districts. The doctor came over to the bed and removed the bandages, noticing that Song Shao's forehead wound was more than half healed. He sighed. Beastmaster physiques really do heal well, but recovering this quickly without a bonded pet is rare. He then checked the fluctuations in Song Shao's spiritual power. No major issues, just some slight mental disturbances. After you finish your discharge paperwork this afternoon, rest at home for a couple of days. Then he left the room. At that moment, the inspector in his 20s activated his body camera and bowed politely. Hello, student Song Shao. We need to take a statement. He introduced himself as Eugene Yuan and asked several detailed questions about Song Shao's colleague and the first man who had been cut in half. So, Lu Song was the one who took the initiative to find your coworker? Song Shao nodded in confirmation. After several other clarifying questions, the statement was complete. Eugene Yuan turned off the recorder and said earnestly, "This concludes the inquiry. Thank you for your cooperation." "You're welcome," Song Shao replied politely. Song Qin stood and escorted the inspector to the door. Suddenly, the hospital room was left with just the 2 siblings. Song Shao gave his always silent sister an apologetic blink. "Jingjing, I'm hungry." She glanced at him, her chopsticks pausing on a mushroom before picking up the single piece of meat and handing it to him. Her voice was calm, but carried a hint of reproach. "Big brother, didn't you tell me your part-time job was safe?" What could Song Shao do? He looked at Song Jingjing, trying to figure out how to calm his sister's anger. Before he could organize his words, Song Jingjing's shoulders sagged, and she lowered her head with a muffled voice. "Brother, I'm just glad you're okay." Song Shao felt a sudden jolt in his chest. As an only child in his previous life, he had never experienced the feeling of being cared for by someone else. Yet at this moment, he didn't resist it. Instead, he felt a strange tenderness. A flash of memories came to him. When their parents had died unexpectedly, he was sick at home while his elder brother was still at school, and it was only 80-year-old Song Jingjing who witnessed the entire tragedy firsthand. He reached out to ruffle his sister's slightly tousled short hair and smiled gently, reassuring her, "I'm a beast tamer, and one day I'll be the strongest there is. Nothing will happen to me." At the doorframe, Song Qin leaned against it, watching the interaction between his younger siblings and breaking into a soft smile. After being discharged in the afternoon, Song Shao immediately contacted the landfill manager to confirm the compensation payment. When the notification pinged to signal the funds had arrived, he froze for a moment before an overwhelming joy surged up inside him. Wasn't even this happy when had secured tens of millions in research funding in his past life, and the thought made him chuckle quietly to himself. "Brother, the compensation has been deposited." Song Qin, who was tidying up Song Shao's clothes, spun around with eyes shining as if they could glow. "We can finally buy the gray-striped sparrow." "Yeah," Song Shao nodded. Song Qin was even more excited than him, struggling to keep a straight face. "We have to tell Jingjing as soon as she gets back from school. I've arranged 3 days off for you at school. Once the compensation's in our hands, we're heading straight to the beast care base." The money came in that morning. That afternoon, Song Jingjing took time off on purpose, changing into her favorite pale blue dress. Song Qin had his hair flawlessly styled, looking every bit the cheerful college student. Only Song Shao was still dressed in his blue and white school uniform, carrying an old black backpack, one eye covered by a white eye patch. The eye patch hid half his face, but somehow added to his fragile, yet fierce aura. "Today, we're flying out, let's splurge a little," Song Qin said, tapping on a phone app. Seconds later, the sky echoed with the rushing sound of wings as a gray eagle circled down. Its curved beak gleamed like sharpened metal. When it landed, it uttered 2 crisp mechanical-sounding syllables, "Bye-bye." Song Shao recognized the bird. It was a white-headed sea eagle, an awakened beast renowned for long-distance flight, with razor-sharp talons and a beak tempered like steel. This one had obviously formed a contract and had a gentle temperament. It was likely a fellow beast tamer's contracted bird sent out to earn some money. In this era, the status and earning power of beast tamers far surpassed that of ordinary people. He settled on the bird's broad back covered in gray-white feathers, outwardly calm, but his mind in a whirlwind. He was really riding a bird. A cold high-altitude breeze tousled his hair, revealing his narrow, phoenix-shaped eyes. The white-headed sea eagle was famous for its speed, favoring gliding close to the clouds, soaring and diving like an aerial roller coaster, even showing off by spiraling in a speed contest with a western saker falcon. Even when the talons touched down, Song Shao still felt as if the wind was holding him up, his feet light and floating, as if he was still suspended in the sky. When they reached the beast care base, he stepped on the ground with a lingering sense of dizzy weightlessness. The pet beast breeding base was undoubtedly the most bustling and important place in the region, laid out in a circular pattern resembling a beast ring. The three siblings, having already completed their registration and reserved a purchase of a grade spotted beast on their phones, walked into the lobby and verified their information at the front desk. A minute later, a woman staff member in her 30s appeared, dressed neatly in a gray uniform. Beside her waddled a chubby little white duck about a meter tall. The duck swayed as it made its way over to Song Shao and his group. The woman quickly tapped on her tablet, offering a professional smile. "May I ask who is Mr. Song Shao?" "That's me." Song Shao stepped forward. Her gaze briefly lingered on the eye veil covering his face, but her expression remained unchanged. "You have an appointment to purchase a grade spotted beast at 3 o'clock. Please follow me." The little white duck shook its round backside, its soft yellow forehead feather bobbing as it quacked twice. The beast language translator hanging from its neck immediately chimed. "Welcome, welcome." Song Shao glanced at the staff member and nodded in response to the duck. "Thank you for your help." They took the elevator. The staff pressed button 13, and once the doors closed, she gave a brief introduction. The grade spotted beast is a thunder-type pet with an initial rank of C. Its skills include thunder roar, electric shock, and electromagnetic paralysis. It evolves through learning. They tend to have cold personalities and need a lot of care from their tamers, but they don't like to be overly meddled with. Song Shao muttered under his breath. "They really are tricky to handle. You have to be mindful and affectionate, but not push too far." Quack, quack, quack. The little white duck suddenly chirped happily, flapping its wings and pointing toward an ecological garden ahead. The staff smiled and said, "He says he's friends with quite a few grade spotted beasts. If you have a preference for personality, he can help introduce you." Quack, quack. The duck nodded seriously, its round eyes sparkling as it looked at Song Shao. They walked down the corridor, and beyond a transparent glass wall was the grade spotted beast ecological garden. Song Shao looked through the glass at a dozen or so awakened grade spotted beasts, some lying down, others standing. They measured about 80 centimeters long, their gray and white fur shimmering with fine electric patterns under the light. Their gray eyes were deep and crystal clear, their bodies resembling snow wolves, but with longer tails and sharper ears. The black lightning-shaped markings running from their eyelids to the base of their ears on each side of the snout stood out boldly. The little white duck pushed open the door and spun in place with wings spread wide, loudly calling, "Quack, quack, quack, quack." Immediately, every grade spotted beast raised its head simultaneously, their gem-like gray eyes narrowing as they looked coldly and disdainfully at Song Shao through the glass. As thunder-type crank beasts, they were already exceptionally strong. To form a contract, their approval had to be earned first. Song Qin gently patted his younger brother's shoulder and whispered, "Go ahead, Shao." He understood that once his brother stepped inside, he would be entering a completely different world. Song Jingjing clenched her fists, her eyes full of encouragement. "Brother, you've got this." The staff noticed Song Qin and Song Jingjing's nervousness and offered reassurance. Beast tamers and their beasts choose each other mutually. The grade spotted beast is naturally proud and rarely agrees to form a contract easily. Many have tried and failed before, but that doesn't mean they're not exceptional, it just means they weren't the right match. I've reviewed Mr. Song's profile. There are several beasts in the base with over 80 compatibility with him. She was giving a heads up. She had seen many tamers fail to bond with grade spotted beasts. Song Qin lowered his head in thought, then looked up and asked, "Are there a lot of tamers trying to contract with grade spotted beasts?" The staff nodded. "Yes, after all, it's one of the strongest beasts at the level." Song Jingjing stared at her brother Song Shao's back with determination in her voice. "Brother will definitely succeed." The ecological park gates opened, and a gentle breeze brushed his face. Song Shao stepped onto the grass. His slightly long black hair swept past his clear, elegant eyebrows, and his slender figure, bathed in sunlight, looked like a swaying green bamboo shadow. 3 steps forward, he entered the grade spotted beasts territory. Instantly, a dozen of the beasts became alert. Their tails, usually trailing on the ground, snapped upright, their gray vertical pupils narrowed, all striking aggressive postures, a palpable pressure bearing down. Song Shao stopped. One of his eyes was covered by a white cloth, seemingly restricting his vision, yet his gaze was exceptionally clear. He raised his hand and swept it once. 2 milky white virtual rings suddenly appeared, swirling around him. The sunlight shone on his blue and white school uniform, casting a warm glow over the boy. The handsome young tamer with his eye bound in white spoke slowly within the slowly spinning beast rings. Who among you is willing to contract with me? The staff at the gate, who had held a professional smile until now, instantly forgot to maintain her composure. 2 beast rings? Without contracting with any beasts, how could a second beast ring appear? Normally, after awakening, a tamer's beast ring shows as a milky white virtual ring. Only after forming a contract does it change to the beast's attribute color. As the beast advances and feeds back spiritual power to the tamer, reaching a threshold allows the second ring to open. She had never seen a tamer awaken a second ring before contracting. It was so unprecedented, she wondered if she was dreaming. Though not a tamer, Song Qin had done his homework because of his brother. Seeing the 2 rings, he hesitated. How does my brother have 2 beast rings? Every other tamer on the video only had 1. Could there be something wrong with him? His first worry was if his brother's brain injury had left some lingering effect. The staff was silent for a moment before forcing out, I don't know either. She had never seen this and had no explanation. Inside the area, the dozen grayed spotted beasts all simultaneously stepped forward, competing eagerly as they let out low growls. Ban ban. After translation by the beast language device, it meant, I want to. Song Shao was slightly surprised. According to the information, grayed spotted beasts were naturally aloof and didn't care much for people, but this reaction seemed unusually enthusiastic. Song Shao addressed the dozen or so eager grayed spots vying for the position. I have 2 requirements: good temperament and strong abilities. A contracted beast is a lifelong partner, often accompanying you longer than family or lovers. To ensure smooth coexistence in the future, he had to choose one with a gentle disposition and exceptional strength. Since he planned to select a combat type, both qualities were indispensable. Spot, spot, spot. Behind the soundproof glass wall, over a dozen grayed spots shouted in unison, their eagerness blazing. Outside, Song Qin heard them clearly through the beast language translator and remarked to the staff member, they're quite enthusiastic, nothing like the aloofness people describe online. The staff member was equally surprised. In all their years of work, this was the first time they'd seen grayed spots so excited. In the arena, the grayed spots assumed battle stances, raising their tails as lightning crackled through their black and white fur. The rules were simple and brutal. Only the final victor could form a contract with Song Shao. The battle erupted instantly. All at the awakening level, they knew only 2 basic skills, thunder roar and electromagnetic paralysis. Yet it was enough to fill the arena with thunderous rumbling. Their thick tails flashed with blue-white arcs, wrapping around opponents to deliver paralyzing shocks, the air thick with the smell of burning. The first to fall was a grayed spot with lighter-colored fur. Song Shao had already researched. When grayed spots evolved into black lightning spots, their fur turned completely jet black, so during the awakening period, darker fur indicated greater strength. This pale gray one was clearly the weakest of the weak. Yet it only lay dazed for a few brief seconds before suddenly flipping upright and charging back into the chaotic melee. Fangs gleaming coldly, it unleashed an ear-splitting thunder roar to drive back an opponent, then coiled its long tail around them, releasing a torrent of electricity that actually knocked down one of its kind first. However, it was immediately struck hard by another and tumbled to the ground. It stood up once more. Its metallic claws were bloodied, yet its gray eyes still shone like fragments of silver. The battle circle gradually contracted until only it and a much larger, glossier dark-furred grayed spot remained facing each other. The former was covered in wounds, its pale gray fur matted into clumps by blood, its limbs trembling slightly from residual paralysis. The latter was unscathed, its eyes radiating cold menace. The dark gray grayed spot bared its fangs with a low warning. Spot, declaring victory. The wounded opponent raised its head and responded hoarsely. Spot. Though trembling, it didn't retreat a single step. The provocation enraged the stronger beast. A growl, a leap, razor-sharp claws slicing through the air slash. 3 bloody gashes tore through the pale gray fur, even splitting open the black lightning mark on its forehead. It crashed heavily to the ground, dust billowing up. The dark gray grayed spot retracted its claws, casually scraping them against the ground, its eyes full of contempt. Song Jingjing, watching from the sidelines, instinctively clutched Song Qin's sleeve, as if the outcome were already sealed. Everyone's gaze fell on the robust dark gray beast, except for Song Shao, whose ink-black eyes remained fixed on the fallen pale grayed spot. Suddenly, those still brilliant gray eyes stubbornly met his, blood streaming down its face, yet unable to conceal the defiant light burning within. Stand up. Song Shao's voice wasn't loud, but it was clear and firm. The dark-furred grayed spot paused mid-scrape and growled with displeasure. Spot. It was questioning why Song Shao was paying attention to this weakling when it was clearly the strongest. Collapsed on the ground, covered in wounds, the pale gray spotted creature struggled to lift itself when it heard Song Shao's words. It pushed its limbs to support its body, slowly rising again. Song Jingjing couldn't help but exclaim nervously. The staff were equally stunned. This little pale gray one was only 2 months old, the youngest in the enclosure. Because of its lighter fur, it was often bullied by the others. The pale gray spotted beast lowered its head. A drop of blood fell from its snout. It let out a hoarse low growl, bon bon. In the next instant, the two spotted creatures charged at each other again. Just as the dark gray one was about to unleash its thunderous roar, the pale gray one's long, fluffy tail whipped around its opponent's mouth, forcibly blocking the roar before it could escape. Exhausted and out of electromagnetic paralysis energy, the pale gray beast could only leap up and sink its fangs mercilessly into the dark gray one's neck. The other thrashed in fury, but the pale gray one clung on without letting go. Only when the dark gray creature trembled and whimpered in pain did it finally submit. Finally releasing its grip, the pale gray beast collapsed from exhaustion. Only then did everyone clearly see the numerous claw marks covering its belly and sides. The off-white fur stained a deep red from the blood. Despite everything, it had never loosened its grip during the fight. Song Jingjing's eyes reddened slightly as she whispered softly, "Big brother, will you bond with this spotted beast?" Song Qin stayed silent, only gazing at the dying little creature. Song Shao stepped forward and knelt beside the pale spotted beast, extending his hand. "Bond with me." The beast raised its head, catching a pleasant scent from him, and instinctively moved closer. The light above fell softly like gentle rain washing over its wounds. It gave a low, responsive sound, bon bon. The bloodstained paw touched Song Shao's distinct knuckles. Suddenly, a milky white beast ring spun rapidly before transforming into a pure white flash like lightning. The halo lifted from Song Shao's body and swiftly encircled the spotted beast. Its visible wounds healed quickly, and the withered fur regained a silky shine. Slowly, a black lightning pattern appeared on its forehead. The bond was complete. The spotted beast lowered its head, inspecting its restored body and feeling the power surging through its limbs. Its tail wagged uncontrollably as it moved to Song Shao's feet and affectionately called out, "Bon bon." At the same time, a line of information appeared before Song Shao's eyes. Name, Gray-Spotted Bon. Attribute, Lightning. Category, Fighting Type. Rank, Sea-Level Pet Beast. Awakened Skills, Thunder Roar Basic Apprentice, Electromagnetic Paralysis Basic Apprentice, Electric Shock Basic Apprentice, Electric Kiss Intermediate Apprentice. Evolution Paths, Learned Evolution, Bloodline Evolution. Secondary Attribute, not recorded yet. Now assured he was not hallucinating, Song Shao realized that this injured eye truly allowed him to see the pet beast and insect tribe's attribute panels. He recalled glimpsing the data on the mutated compound-eyed centipede in the junkyard before he lost consciousness, wondering if he could still see after his eye healed. He bent down and picked up the spotted beast. The little one stiffened at first, then wagged its tail even more happily. The human smelled so good, and actually held it. The other defeated gray-spotted beasts growled resentfully in jealousy. Song Shao carried the spotted beast out of the enclosure and instructed the staff, "The injured gray-spotted beasts need treatment." The staff quickly nodded with a smile. Well-arranged specialized care. Fighting-type pet beasts often get into scrapes. It's nothing unusual. Song Shao confirmed, "And we don't have to pay for that, right?" The staff replied, "No, you don't." Song Shao finally exhaled in relief. All the family's remaining savings had been spent on buying the gray-spotted, so there was no room for mistakes now. Song Jingjing reached out her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she wanted to pet the gray-spotted. The gray-spotted sniffed her and recognized the scent of its own beast master, so it courteously lowered its head. Jingjing immediately lit up with joy, gently stroking its soft, furry coat with her delicate paws. Then she turned to her older brother and said, "Big brother, it's so well-behaved, nothing like the cold and distant stories I read online." Song Qin nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it's incredibly obedient." Once the payment was settled, Song Shao received all the gray-spotted's information. ID number C-1075, birthday March 7th, currently 2 months and 10 days old. After confirming everything, he carried the gray-spotted and left the beast breeding base together with his older brother and sister. The three of them, along with their new companion, were in high spirits and had already started discussing names for the new pet. "How about calling it Song Hui?" Jingjing suggested. Song Qin shook his head. "No, it's male, so it should be Song Hui." "Song Hui? Song Gray? That sounds terrible," Jingjing frowned. A staff member standing nearby watched their backs and immediately picked up the phone to report, "Manager, we just encountered a beast master who already has 2 beast rings without even signing a contract for their pet." After some back and forth among the 3 siblings, Song Shao finally made a decision. "We'll call him Song Xing, nickname Xingxing. From now on, you're Xingxing." The gray-spotted happily waved its paws and gave a joyful ban. "Spot." Song Qin's eyes held a fond smile. "Looks like the Song family just got a new member. We should celebrate. Tomorrow we'll register Xingxing officially at the Beast Bureau, and he'll become the youngest brother in our family." The gray-spotted seemed to understand, looking up at Song Qin happily and even gently resting its tail on his hand. inviting him to pet it. Song Qin was surprised to remember that online sources said gray spotteds hated having their tails touched, and that touching it meant declaring war. Feeling the warm tail now, he silently thought, online rumors can't always be trusted. Just as they stepped outside, the gray spotted curiously looked around. When it saw flying-type pets soaring in the sky, it couldn't help but excitedly cheer, Ban Ban. Noticing its special interest in flying pets, Song Qin generously beckoned a Chuchui Oriole over. The bird, with a wingspan of 4 to 5 meters, landed before them. Its forehead was decorated with 3 bright red feathers that stood out against the rest of its pure white plumage. The gray spotted leapt onto the bird's back, but suddenly turned aloof, raising its chin with a cold, indifferent expression. Only Song Shao noticed its tail twitching occasionally, betraying the excitement it was trying to hide. Finding this amusing, Song Shao understood the gray spotted was just putting on a cool act, unwilling to reveal its childishness and inexperience to other pets. It was already aware of image management at just over 2 months old. When the Chuchui Oriole landed at the pet shopping center downtown, it politely nodded to them before taking off again, softly chewing. The beast language translator promptly translated, "Trip complete. Thank you for riding." It sounded quite courteous. The gray spotted watched the bird and mimicked its raised chin, straightening up with a bit more pride. Song Shao couldn't help laughing as he rubbed the gray spotted's head, transforming its cold pose into an adorably clumsy one. The gray spotted showed no rejection towards its family's beast master and happily nuzzled his palm. Ban Ban. Happy. The sharp call immediately caught the attention of passersby nearby. People stopped in their tracks to see the grayed band eagerly rubbing against Song Shao's legs. Known for its extremely difficult contract and aloof temperament, Ben usually seemed to silently warn with an invisible sign on its forehead saying, "Don't touch me." Yet now, clinging affectionately to its owner's feet, the stark contrast made the onlookers glance twice. As more eyes fixed on it, the little creature suddenly stiffened. Glancing back with its silver-gray pupils narrowed, tiny sharp baby fangs barely visible, it let out a low growl full of impatience. Anyone who kept staring would get a claw swipe. The crowd quietly averted their gaze, secretly thinking, "Yes, this is the familiar spirit we know." Once the attention faded, Ban softened again and burrowed into Song Shao's arms, calling in a childish voice. Ban Ban. Song Shao smiled and ruffled its head. "So you really do have 2 sides after all." Handing the little one over to his sister Song Jingjing, he pulled out the pet beast care guide from the nurture base, reading the exclusive feeding notes for awakened level grade Ban. 1. Favorite ingredients: Dian Dian fruit, lantern ball. 2. Preferred seasonings: 3 drops of pitcher plant sap or peach blossom honey soaked for over 12 hours. 3. Feeding style: since it's still a young beast, all food needs to be shaped into bit-sized buns for easy feeding. Song Qin pointed toward a prominent sign ahead. That should be the Combat Pet Food Center. At the shop entrance, Song Jingjing cradled Ban, whom she named Xingxing, entered first. The clerk greeted them with a professional smile, eyes scanning Xingxing and the siblings. "Hello, here to buy food for your pet beast?" Jingjing nodded, while Xingxing lifted its chin haughtily and uttered a single word, "Ban Ban." The clerk seemed unfazed by the grayed Ban's aloof attitude and continued, "Please present your pet beast ID. Second-tier beast masters get 10 off, third-tier get 20 off." Jingjing glanced back at Song Shao and whispered, "No discounts for first-tier beast masters?" The clerk explained politely, "Correct. First tier doesn't get a discount. However, followers of our shop's official account enjoy 5 off on pet discount days, every 15th of the month." Song Shao stepped forward, thinking briefly. 2 beast rings that qualifies as second-tier beast master, right? The clerk blinked in surprise. Wasn't that basic knowledge? She answered seriously, "Yes, 2 beast rings indicate a second-tier beast master." Song Shao nodded knowingly. "Then I am a second tier, though I only have 1 pet contracted so far." The clerk studied the handsome high school boy with an eye injury. Usually, a second-tier beast master would have over 5 or 6 years of experience, meaning the contracted beast should be adult-sized. Yet the grayed Ban in his arms was clearly a cub. Was he lying about the discount eligibility? Setting down her doubts, she maintained a polite tone, but with cautious undertones. "May I see your beast rings, please?" Nothing unexpected from Song Shao. He formed a seal with his hand to recall the star, then waved his hand as 2 beast rings appeared around him, one a solid pure white ring, the other a milky white, translucent ring indicating an uncontracted pet beast. The clerk stepped forward to carefully verify. Indeed, it was 1 solid and 1 hollow beast ring, finally, letting out a sigh of relief. But when Song Shao immediately summoned Hui Mubin, the clerk was stunned. A second-tier beast tamer with only 1 young beast. She had never seen anything like it. While the clerk kept pondering, Song Qin couldn't hold back his curiosity and cautiously asked, "Shao Shao, I wanted to ask this back at the pet beast breeding base. How do you have 2 beast rings?" Song Shao thought for a moment and replied calmly, "Probably because I'm a bit stronger." Song Qin opened his mouth, then after a long pause said, "Seems like that's actually true." Song Jingjing, hugging Xingxing, eyes widening instantly, said, "Brother, you just contracted your pet beast today, and you're already a second-tier beast tamer." The clerk furrowed her brows tightly. Contracted today, and already second-tier? What kind of joke is this? She had never heard of such a thing. Not only was she confused, but Song Qin and Song Jingjing were equally stunned. Both were native experts with far more knowledge about pet beasts than Song Shao. Having two beast rings before even contracting a pet beast was unheard of and baffling to them. Seeing his siblings' expressions, Song Shao hesitated and asked, "Is this very rare?" The clerk stared at his handsome yet frail face, double-checking that he wasn't pretending. "Rare? This has never been heard of," she silently ranted. How high must one's spiritual power be to bypass pet beasts and directly open a second beast ring? But despite her logic, she chose to believe him emotionally so good-looking. Even if he's showing off, so what? Song Qin's thoughts were a mess, but excitement took over. He grabbed his brother's shoulder, as if uncovering a world-shaking secret. "Shao Shao, you have to be a genius." Song Shao looked up calmly and replied, "Yeah, I know." Song Qin was stunned. "Huh? That's not how I imagined it. You're a genius. Why aren't you excited at all?" Labeled a genius and top student since childhood, Song Shao was used to it by now. Xingxing happily spun in Song Jingjing's arms, shouting, "Ban Ban! Ban Ban! Of course their beast tamer is a genius. They snatched the contract chance from so many others means they're basically a genius." Song Shao gave Xingxing a sidelong glance, holding back the words, "You still have a long way to go." The genius Song Shao's attention was quickly grabbed by the price list behind the counter, his expression darkening instantly. Electric fruit, 500 star coins each. Lantern ball, 399 star coins each. Pitcher plant nectar, 1999 star coins per 10 milliliters. Peach blossom honey, 599 star coins per 10 milliliters. Well, why is this so expensive? He only earned 100 star coins working part-time at the milk tea shop and 800 star coins for hazardous waste disposal at the junkyard. Song Shao looked at the sparkling gray eyes and felt a pang in his heart as he placed the electric fruit and lantern balls into the shopping basket. The electric fruits on the shelf were golden and plump, while the lantern ball's shells shimmered with a translucent glow. He grabbed 6 of each in one go. Along with 5 milliliters of carnivorous tree sap and 10 milliliters of peach blossom brew later, half of the energy meal would be mixed with the tree sap, and the other half soaked in the peach blossom brew. It was enough to feed Xingxing for about 20 days. Song Shao also picked out several rations of general combat feed for young beasts. The basket quickly creaked under the weight. The cashier's screen flashed, 8,093 star coins. After a 10 discount, 7,283 star coins. Once indifferent to money, treating wealth like grass, Song Shao's chest tightened sharply. This was the first time he had felt such a desperate craving for money. His senior brother's words rang in his ears. "Junior brother, you'll understand the value of money once you get married and have kids." Now, although still unmarried, he personally felt the pressure of raising children. His family was never wealthy, and now things had gotten worse. Passing his card to pay, he muttered complaints about his poverty, not noticing the cashier's fleeting strange expression. Stepping out of the store, he suddenly stopped and looked seriously at Xingxing. "I will give you a better life." "Ban." Xingxing tilted his head, confusion written plainly in his gray eyes. Like many responsible fathers, Song Shao silently resolved to work relentlessly to provide a more comfortable future for his children, especially since the number of contracted kids would only grow. Not far off, Song Qin exchanged a glance with their sister and couldn't help laughing. Becoming a genius hadn't moved Song Shao, but having no money made him fidget nervously. Taking the shopping bags, Song Qin ruffled his brother's hair like when they were kids. "Brother's still here. Our family will get better. Beast tamers don't lack money, especially genius beast tamers. It's just that," he lowered his voice, "we don't have the funds to buy a second pet beast right now. We have to wait." Song Shao had 2 beast rings, meaning he could theoretically contract 2 beasts at the same time. He shook his head. "Brother, no rush for now. I just contracted with Xingxing today, so training has to catch up. I need to think carefully about a second pet beast. The most important thing is funds aren't enough. In short, no money, and in debt besides." Song Qin nodded. "Very accurate summary. Next time, don't summarize anymore." For now, they pushed poverty to the back of their minds and happily went home to celebrate. The family's top chef, Song Qin, served 8 hot dishes, glistening with aromatic oil, the perfect blend of color, smell, and taste. Before digging in, as head of the household, Song Qin raised a toast to their late parents. This 16-year-old man, who had dropped out of school to run a small restaurant alone and raise his siblings, had tears instantly filling his eyes as he lifted his glass. "Shao Shao, toast to Mom and Dad." Song Shao took the cup and whispered, "Mom, Dad, I'm Shao Shao." His chest burned with warmth, an emotion hard to describe. In his past life, his parents divorced when he was 7 and remarried separately. He drifted between 2 homes like a boarder, eventually living at school during middle school and remaining emotionally detached from family. Yet now, a powerful sense of belonging choked his words. The meal for the 3 humans and 1 beast was lively. The only adult, Song Qin, drank until his cheeks flushed red. His handsome face momentarily lost its usual maturity, revealing the wide-eyed innocence of a big kid. Song Shao stood to help him wash up, but was held down firmly by a muscular arm sculpted from years of stirring walk so strong, compared to Song Shao's own lean frame. Resigned, Song Shao sat back on the sofa and silently ordered a set of dumbbells on his phone. Bam Bam. Star placed his front paw on Song Shao's leg, his bright eyes happily looking up at him, then turned his head to one side, signaling Song Shao to look that way. Following Star's gaze, Song Shao spotted a packet of pet beast chips the clerk had given as a gift, the dazzling golden packaging shimmering enticingly under the light. Want some? He asked softly. Star nodded vigorously, his snowy white whiskers twitching. Song Shao tore open the pack, and a faint scent of vanilla mixed with a subtle salty aroma wafted in his nostrils. He didn't feed Star right away, but instead pulled up the pet beast interface. Thunder roar, electromagnetic paralysis, electric shock, electric kiss. The four skills were clearly listed. The first two he had seen before at the pet training base, but the last two were completely unfamiliar. You earn chips by learning new skills, Song Shao explained, shaking the open bag. Bam Bam. Star tilted his head, clearly unsure what new skills meant. Song Shao took out his phone and accessed the grade band database, which contained many basic skill demonstration videos. He tapped on the electric shock tutorial. On the screen, a timid hold grade band crouched slightly, narrowing its eyes and issuing a low, threatening roar. Black lightning patterns flickered across its forehead, tiny electric arcs crackled. The next second, a bolt of electricity struck a fist-sized rock precisely, shattering it into pieces instantly. Star watched intently, then reached a paw up to his forehead, copying the pose from the video. He gave a fierce look and growled low in his throat, but nothing happened. 10 minutes later, still puzzled, he scratched his head. Ban? Why no electricity? Though the initial practice failed, Star became deeply fascinated with all kinds of new skills. Taking advantage of this, Song Shao pulled up numerous short clips of beginner and intermediate Thunder-type skills. One called Thunderstrike caught Star's attention the most. In the video, Thunderstrike summoned a thick bolt of lightning from thin air, striking the target pet beast and leaving it charred on the outside but tender inside. Song Shao chuckled in disbelief, perfect for barbecues. Even more ridiculous, it was an upgradable skill, the advanced form being Thundering Might. Song Shao set the demo to loop, letting Star learn on his own. After finishing these tasks, he flipped to Star's evolution path section and his finger froze. The panel clearly showed Learning Evolution, Bloodline Evolution. Though Song Shao only had a partial understanding of pet beasts, he distinctly remembered from books he'd skimmed days ago that 1,000 years ago, the 7th-tier beast tamer by Fei Yuan identified 4 evolution paths: Learning Evolution, Item Evolution, Bond Evolution, and Bloodline Evolution. Grade Ban had always only followed the Learning Evolution route. How could there be Bloodline Evolution as well? Growing increasingly suspicious, he immediately searched for more information. Bloodline evolution, extremely rare, appearing only in pet beasts carrying the divine king gene within their bodies. Such beasts have a minimum upper limit at the beast god level and may even break through to transcendent god level. According to Galactic Union historical records, over 70% of transcendent god level pet beasts originate from bloodline evolution. A final note emphasized. Bai Fei Yuan is known to have 2 transcendent god level pet beasts that underwent bloodline evolution. Beasts with bloodline evolution are without exception extremely rare, and their appearance always causes huge uproar. The champion of the last Interstellar Alliance challenge had a dragon-type pet, whose bloodline had evolved to the beast god level. Song Shao instinctively connected this fact to the grade spotted beast at his feet. Xing. Could it be that this small creature, who still struggles to unleash even a decent electric shock, was actually a super amazingly powerful pet carrying the gene of a god king? In the cramped living room, a dim bulb cast a yellowish glow, revealing peeling corners and the scent of old wood from worn furniture. The boy sat on a faded sofa, his skin nearly translucent pale, a lock of black hair falling over a gauze covering one cheek. His fingers lightly traced the edge of the gauze, his dark eyes gleaming as he studied the data scrolling on the floating screen, growing more puzzled by the moment. It can't even maintain an electric current, Song Shao said, looking at Xing. The little beast lay on the floor, its pale gray fur shimmering faintly with blue and purple hues. Occasionally, tiny sparks flickered at its forehead, then timidly faded away. This ridiculous appearance made it hard to believe it held the words God King gene. Song Shao took a deep breath and quickly discarded the idea. 1. Xing came from an official pet breeding base, tested for genes and potential from birth. 2. Its price was only 800,000 Alliance credits, comparable to an ordinary grade spotted beast. 3. If it truly had the God King gene, any breeding base would immediately send it to the main star auction, never letting it enter the market. Since the test data confirmed it was only a level C grade spotted beast, why did it have access to bloodline evolution? Song Shao searched the keywords grade spotted beast bloodline evolution, but the results were no grade spotted beast in interstellar alliance history had ever taken this path. The records showed. The grade spotted beast belongs to the electric element, with a species cap at level 5 beast emperor rank. If it acquired the God King gene and entered bloodline evolution, it might break species limits and reach level 6 beast god rank, or even the legendary super god level. Pets of the super god level had disappeared from alliance history for 500 years. Can't hurt to try, he muttered to himself. The cold light from the phone screen illuminated the boy's profile, lending a new layer of resolve to his delicate features. He turned to Xingxing's gray shadow was trying hard to gather electricity, and at last a faint blue arc glowed across its forehead, weak but unmistakable. A small smile curled the boy's lips. After deciding, Song Shao immediately pulled up more records. But cases of bloodline evolution were as rare as morning stars. He scoured public archives and found only a dozen successful cases, none providing clear common traits. The only confirmed factor was, all of these pets had eccentric, extreme personalities. The two super god level pets of Bai Fiyuan were among them usually indifferent and hard to communicate with, yet capable of falling asleep mid-battle. Song Shao dug deeper into the God King pet history. Over 3,000 years ago, the Alliance had 16 God King pets, each representing a different attribute. The God King of the electric type, to which the grade spotted beast belonged, was called Ujaxiso, briefly described as pure white with 9 winged tails, a single eye, and a pair of blue-black horns on its forehead. No matter how you looked at it, this bore no resemblance to the grade spotted beast's evolved form. With no more information available, Song Shao rubbed his forehead and looked back at Xingxing. Further comparison revealed another common trait among bloodline evolved pets, an almost instinctive hatred for the insect species. Bai Fiyuan's two pets, usually lethargic, instantly turned ferocious when fighting insects, even completing rank evolutions mid-battle. Historical records also noted, the enmity between pets and the insect species predates humans. Pure but stubborn beasts have deep-rooted hatred for insects in their very bones. Thus, a new hypothesis formed in Song Shao's mind. Could Xingxing's bloodline evolution require frequent battles against insects? This little bit isn't enough for the Zerg to devour in one bite. Song Shao recalled the mutated centipede with dozens of meters in size and compound eyes, also rated clever. That thought only strengthened his conviction that this path was at least worth trying. Blue Star still harbored remnants of the Zergomans, and their bonded beasts had been locked in fierce battles for survival over thousands of years. At their lowest point, they managed to hold on to a single flagship planet, Lenluosi. On the brink of extinction, humans and their beasts formed their first formal alliance. 1,000 years ago, after defeating the Zerg, they began a prolonged reclamation campaign, gradually expanding from that main planet. Today, including Blue Star, they possessed 7 habitable worlds. Blue Star had once been occupied by the Zerg, and even after its recapture, vast swaths of Zerg nests remained. Those uninhabited areas were designated as danger zones. Song Shao wasn't foolish enough to send Xingxing straight into those death traps. Instead, he planned to awaken the Divine King gene inside Xingxing step by step through gradual combat, and see if it would trigger a bloodline evolution. At 5:30 the next morning, Song Shao got up to find his brother, Song Qin, still snoring away from last night's drinking. He quietly took Xingxing outside for a morning run. The original body was weak. He didn't want Song Qin pinning him down with one arm again. Raised in a pet basis ecological park, Xingxing was curious about the outside world. When no one was around, it grabbed handfuls of roadside flowers. But as soon as someone passed by, it immediately put on a cold, aloof attitude. An hour later, the two turned back. Song Shao decided to take a gradual, steady approach. Fitness training only showed results with consistent effort. On the way back, they stopped to buy breakfast. When the steamer lid lifted, hot steam billowed out, revealing a circle of plump, white buns. Xingxing suddenly tugged on Song Shao's pant leg, its gray eyes shining brightly, voice crisp. Ban ban. These are human food. You can only eat a little, Song Shao warned as he paid. If you eat too much, you won't want your main meal. The bun seller lady looked at Xingxing in awe. Young man, are you a beast tamer? That pet is really handsome. Praising Xingxing made it raise its chin lightly, eyes lazily narrowing in a noble mere mortals may admire expression. Song Shao weighed one bun and pointed to a fist-sized stone nearby. See that rock? Try a lightning strike. Xingxing stopped playing around, lowered its head, and suddenly the black lightning mark on its forehead flared brightly. A sphere of electric light rapidly expanded and struck the rock with a thunderous crack. Stones scattered cleanly, the movement decisive and efficient. Nice, Song Shao said, popping a small steamed bun into Xingxing's mouth. Ban ban. Xingxing happily bit into the bun, juice spilling out, and its fluffy tail suddenly puffed up like a firework. 3 seconds later, its gray eyes gleamed like stars, fixed intently on the remaining buns in Song Shao's hand. But Song Shao remained unfazed and turned away, walking quickly. No way. Kids who eat too many snacks won't want their real meals. Seeing Song Shao's indifferent attitude, Xingxing's raised tail drooped, and his babyish, pitiful face looked up at Banban, wanting and hoping for a taste. Song Shao bent down and gently petted his soft head, still maintaining a cool demeanor. Brother Songqin is a chef. He can make way better food than this. Once you learn some new skills, I'll have him cook something for you to try. Food that's even better than this. The disappointment in Xingxing's eyes vanished in an instant. His gray eyes lit up like two little bulbs, and he nodded vigorously. Banban, let's start learning right now. Song Shao chuckled and patted his back. No need to rush so much. Banban, Banban. No, I really have to learn. Xingxing persisted relentlessly, his tail almost tied in knots from how eagerly he wagged, as if he was utterly frustrated with his own beastmaster's slow pace. Song Shao simply scooped up the chubby little ball into his arms and started jogging home, weighted by the 3 or 4 dozen pounds resting against his chest. His shoulders sagged under the load, but it also made his steps steadier. Xingxing nestled obediently in his arms, clutching his collar as the wind rushed past them. When they got home, Song Jingjing barely managed to shovel down a couple bites of breakfast before grabbing her backpack and rushing out the door. She attended one of the top public middle schools, about to enter 9th grade, where the workload was so intense even getting a leave of absence the day before was a huge hassle. Today, they had to take Xingxing's household registration properly, so only the eldest brother Songqin was free. Songqin and Song Shao quickly finished their meal, made sure Xingxing devoured his energy supplement. Then the two brothers and the beast hurried toward the pet governance center. Their household was now extremely poor, so riding in a flying car was out of the question. The brothers decided to save money by cycling shared bikes to the subway station. Frugality was the top priority. The 3 travelers shared one bike. Song Shao pedaled, with Xingxing seated on the back, tightly gripping the hem of his black sports jacket. Today the boy wore a black hooded jacket and white sports pants, his dark hair tousled slightly by the morning breeze, making him look calm and composed. Xingxing squatted on the seat, his gray eyes cool, an expression mirroring his owner perfectly. Truly, the animal resembles its master. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the subway entrance. Song Shao had one rule: no mobile ticket purchases, no matter how convenient. As he bent down to get single-ride tickets from the machine, Xingxing lifted his chubby front paw to rest on his arm. Banban, hug. He easily scooped the beast into his arms. Behind him, the taller Songqin watched the scene with a gentle, amused look. At that moment, a passing girl quietly snapped a photo capturing the boy and his beast, then smiled softly at the image on her phone. Inside the subway car, there were many kinds of pets, but no other grade ban. Seeing this, Song Shao thought to himself, sure enough, the grade ban contract isn't easy to come by. Hello, can I take a photo with your grade ban? A boy around 12 or 13 eager approached. Song Shao tapped Xingxing's head with his finger. You have to ask him, can I take a photo? The boy immediately turned to Xingxing. Faced with a stranger, Xingxing instantly switched into a cold, aloof mode. His gray eyes frostily sized up the boy for a solid 3 seconds before lifting his chin and giving an arrogant nod. The boy's eyes shone with delight. This grade ban is so well behaved. I have to show my cousin. Xingxing remembered the aristocratic attitude of a certain Zai Ying and struck a graceful pose, tail gathered, head slightly raised in a commanding gaze toward the camera. The boy pressed the shutter eagerly, wanting to take another shot. At that moment, Song Shao reached out to ruffle the grade ban's fluffy head, instantly breaking the cold aura. The round little head was squished and tilted this way and that. Banban Xingxing tilted his head at him helplessly. His gray eyes said clearly, you're impossible. You like being petted so much. I guess I can pamper you a little longer. Song Shao whispered with a chuckle. Then Xingxing nuzzled against his palm again. The boy had recorded a video of the moment, the look of surprise on his face, and then asked with a tone of curiosity, Big brother, how do you usually train your Huim Yubin? It has such a great personality and behaves so well. You know, my cousin also contracted a Huim Yubin, but is indifferent to him, only responding when it's in a good mood. Song Shaogang lowered his hand that had been hanging in midair and calmly explained, I only contracted it yesterday, haven't had time to train it yet. It's naturally friendly towards people. A Huim Yubin naturally friendly, that's what the official records say. If the boy hadn't seen his cousin's Huim Yubin's arrogant attitude with his own eyes, he might have almost believed Song Shao. Banban. Xingxing lifted his chin with obvious pride in his voice. That's right, I'm both powerful and well-behaved, so I earned the right to contract a pet beast from the family's own beastmaster. The 2 young boys and the beast got off the subway and walked about 10 minutes to the Pet Beast Administration Center. As the doors opened, a pobby beast hopped over enthusiastically. Its whole body was raspberry pink, its long ears nearly dragging on the ground. Its face resembled a fox, but it had only a short, stubby tail. Its belly carried a pouch like a kangaroo's. An auxiliary pet beast. The pobby beast has an embedded electromagnetic link module. When its ears stand up, it can strengthen network signals. Pobby pet beast translator. Hello? What service do you need today? Song Qin replied succinctly. We're here to register a pet beast residence. Pobby. Alright, do you have all the required documents? If so, I can make an appointment for you. All complete, Song Qin nodded. Confident in the document's completeness, the pobby beast puffed out its pouch. Song Shao's eyes widened as he saw Song Qin slip his hand into the soft pouch. A faint glow flashed, and when he pulled his hand out, he held a numbered ticket in his palm. Pobby, appointment successful. Estimated wait time, 15 to 20 minutes. Song Shao held Xingxing in his arms and sat down in the waiting area with Song Qin. This world was completely different from the one he came from in its energy system and material system. All the knowledge Song Shao had accumulated before was now useless. He thought to himself, the plan to make money needs to be completely reworked. The hall was quite busy with people registering their pet beasts. Most of the children lining up were around 12 or 13 years old. There were barely any of Song Shao's age. After awakening spiritual power at 12, it was best to contract a pet beast as early as possible. 4 years was enough time for a gifted pet beast to transform from awakening grade to evolution grade. Compared to them, Song Shao was already 4 years behind at the starting line. Song Qin looked at his younger brother and sighed deeply. Fortunately, Song Shao was a genius. Next, number 021, Song Shao. Song Shao took the registration documents Song Qin handed him, stepped to the counter, and sat down, passing the papers to the clerk. The clerk first verified the residency information, confirmed the proof of spiritual power awakening, then checked Xingxing's birth certificate, formal document issued by the pet beast nurturing base. Song Shao, 16 years old, contracted pet beast Hui Mubin, name Song Xing, first level beast master. Okay, the documents are in order. Please proceed to the photo area. Song Shao spoke up, correcting them. No, it's not first level. It's second level. The clerk looked confused. No, that can't be. This Hui Mubin is your first pet beast, and you just contracted it recently, so you must be a first level beast master. Song Shao didn't explain right away. Instead, he gathered the star spirit into the beast ring and formed a seal. 2 beast rings appeared around him, 1 solid white ring and 1 milky translucent ring. I'm a Tier 2 beast tamer, he said, then reminded the staff again. Tier 2 beast tamers get a 10% discount on pet supplies, so please make sure the process is correct. The young employee behind the counter stared blankly at the 2 rings, mouth slightly open. Although the second ring was still semi-transparent, it was definitely real. You really just bonded with your pet yesterday? How could your spirit power rise so fast? With years of experience, this was the first time had seen such a thing, bonding one day and advancing the next. Song Shao kindly added, actually, I already had 2 spirit rings before bonding. The staff looked even more confused. 2 rings before bonding? Song Shao nodded, thinking it was just due to a higher spirit power level. The body was 16 years old, plus the extra soul strength of a traveler, so having 2 rings was normal. He had checked records last night. Famous prodigies in the star system often reach Tier 2 at 14 or 15. The top figure by Fiyuan awakened spirit power at 10 and was a Tier 3 by 15. Compared to them, he didn't find himself unusual. Please update my file to Tier 2 Beast Tamer, Song Shao politely requested. Okay, the staff mechanically updated the system, but kept pondering 2 rings before bonding. After Song Shao left, he snapped back to reality and hurriedly made a call. On the other side of the counter, Song Shao held Xingxing and went to the photo area to take ID photos, 1 solo shot of grade spot for the household register, and then a joint photo with Song Shao for the Beast Tamer certificate to prove ownership. Though pet trafficking was rare, every year some rare young beasts were still kidnapped and illegally forcefully bonded. Official procedures had to be thorough. The new household register was handed to Song Shao. Xingxing was formally registered as a legal member of the Song family. Then, at the government terminal, Song Shao's citizen rank was upgraded from 4th to 3rd class. Song Qin stared at the words 3rd class citizen on the screen. Tears welling up. The Song family had been 5th class citizens for generations and never imagined having a 3rd class member. On this planet, citizen ranks were strict. Common criminals were 6th class. Ordinary citizens defaulted to 5th. Paying huge taxes or making great contributions could upgrade 1 to 4th. Awakening spirit power automatically granted 4th class. Bonding a strong pet or reaching Tier 2 easily pushed a citizen into 3rd class. 3rd class citizens enjoyed invisible benefits in policy and daily life. After finishing his errands, there was still some time before noon. So Song Shao took Xingxing and Song Qin on a quick trip to the hospital to have the eye bandage removed and check if the eye infection had healed. This follow-up visit had another purposito confirm whether the unusual ability he had gained to read information about pet beasts and insect clans would disappear as his wound healed. The doctor carefully examined the back of his eye under a microscope and nodded confidently. You don't need to cover it anymore. The sclera is still a bit bloodshot. Use the eye drops 3 times a day on schedule, and it should fully heal in 3 to 5 days. After picking up the prescription, Song Shao bought the eye drops at the pharmacy. Once the bandage was removed, his vision felt perfectly normal. In the waiting hall, a pink cat-like pet beast was nimbly jumping around, and immediately, light blue lines of information appeared before his eyes. Scientific name, Nanmo's beast. Attribute, wood element. Category, special type. Rank, B. Evolution stage. Skills, healing light, bountiful harvest, sweet dream, song of hope. Traits, likes healthy, energetic people and beasts, shows high affinity toward them. Dislikes red, hates being told its singing sounds bad. So it really had activated some kind of skill. What was this? An all-seeing eye? A humanoid CT scan? Whatever it was, every detail of the insect clans or pet beasts, their stats, skills, preferences, weaknesses was crystal clear to him at a glance. Though he had no idea where this power came from, it was undeniably a huge advantage. At the very least, Xingxing's chances of winning battles would improve greatly. Let's go eat, Song Qin said, patting his shoulder. Song Shao hugged Xingxing tightly and nodded in agreement. They casually found a noodle shop and each devoured a steaming bowl, rapidly seasoning and slurping. Xingxing nibbled on several small energy bites roughly the size of Wangzai steamed buns. After filling their stomachs, they turned toward home but ran into a man in a suit. He wore a casual smirk at the corners of his mouth, but the formal attire made him look stiff and a bit comical, as if trapped in an ill-fitting shell. The man first glanced at the grayed, spotted pet in Song Shao's arms, then at Song Shao himself, before stepping forward. Hello, my name is Ing Nanfeng. Song Shao's cold, phoenix-shaped eyes dropped to the pet at his feet, a grayed, spotted beast with an aloof expression and a lifted chin, sharing the same arrogance as its owner. Hello, Song Shao nodded slightly. Xingxing also fixed its gaze on that grayed, spotted beast, its gray pupils flashing faint disdain, mirroring Song Shao's nod exactly. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Ing Nanfeng hurriedly waved his hand to clarify. Hey, classmate, don't get me wrong. I just noticed you've also contracted a grayed, spotted beast, and it lets you hold it without resistance. I wanted to ask, how do you raise it? Any tips? Standing nearby, Song Qin clearly observed Ing Nanfeng's own arrogant grayed, spotted beast, and silently thought, definitely a different beast from our Xingxing. Song Shao stroked Xingxing's soft fur calmly. No tricks. I just recently contracted it. It's naturally gentle and affectionate. Hearing this, Ing Nanfeng's eyes reddened instantly. Though dressed in a suit, he looked like a big kid sulking, and spoke rapidly in frustration. I don't believe it. How could there be such a well-behaved grayed beast? Mine dislikes me for not being handsome enough, criticizes my clothes, and only smiles if I wear a suit. Most days it ignores me even when I'm right there. It can ignore me for a whole day if I pass gas in the bathroom. Song Shao and Song Qin exchanged a glance. Brother, we're strangers. No need to share such personal matters. Ing Nanfeng realized he had talked too much, his face growing even more worn, and the disdain on his gray-speckled face became more obvious. Song Qin glanced back and forth between Ing Nanfeng and her younger brother, then spoke seriously. Brother, do you think maybe my brother is genuinely good-looking? Ing Nanfeng. He wanted to argue, but when he met Song Shao's naturally sharp and aloof handsome face, the words caught in his throat. This guy's looks were definitely more than just handsome. They were exquisitely refined, as if carefully sculpted. Just then, the gray-spotted beast at Ing Nanfeng's feet quietly called twice. Ban ban, ban ban. The pet beast translator lit up. I really like your beastmaster. Can we trade? Xingxing's reaction exploded instantly. It arched its back, fur bristling, and let out a low, fierce growl as lightning crackled across its forehead. Ban ban, dream on. Song Shao reached into his pocket and gently patted Xingxing's head to soothe it. You're Song Xing, part of our family. Nobody can take you away. Hearing this, Xingxing relaxed its guard and curled obediently into Song Shao's arms. But its eyes kept glancing at the gray-spotted beast, clearly flaunting the fact it had backing. Song Shao looked up at Ing Nanfeng and, after a moment's thought, offered some advice. Gray-spotted beasts are battle types and naturally admire strong opponents. If it's not close to you, maybe it thinks you're not strong enough yet. Improve your spiritual power. When your spiritual power is high, you'll dominate the mental connection, and it will submit naturally. Song Qin nodded in agreement. Right, pet beasts all admire strength. Xingxing earned the right to contract with my brother by defeating all the gray-spotted beasts. Ing Nanfeng, who had just decided to work hard, was stunned. Turns out they conquered beasts by strength, while he had spent a whole month currying favor behind Banban's back to get the contract. Though it hurt his pride, he still sincerely thanked Song Shao and asked to add him as a friend, saying he had several friends with gray-spotted contracts too and wanted to exchange experiences sometime. Song Shao happily agreed. Then carrying Xingxing, he returned home with Song Qin. As night fell, Song Qin still needed to work the evening shift at the store. With the weekend coming, Song Shao, having no school, eagerly helped prepare ingredients. He sent Xingxing to the backyard to practice electric shock. Its recent power was noticeably weaker than in the videos, so he brought out a pile of fist-sized stones and jokingly promised, break them all, and I'll cook you a good meal. Excited and motivated, Xingxing raised a paw and unleashed a burst of blue-purple electricity that instantly filled the backyard with the smell of scorched air. Banban! Banban! It roared, crackling lightning flying non-stop. In the front yard, Song Shao rolled up his sleeves and briskly picked and washed vegetables. water splashing into the stainless steel basin by the stove. Neighbors, hearing he contracted a pet beast, peeked over now and then. Seeing Xing Xing's thunderous display, they couldn't help but shower compliments to ordinary people. Beastmasters were genuinely high-status citizens. After finishing the prep, Song Shao had just taken off his apron when his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID read Milk Tea Shop Manager. Manager? He answered. Shao Shao, can you work an extra shift tonight? The mall's holding a promotion, and we need employees with a good image to attract more customers. They'll pay you double wages. Tight on money. Song Shao agreed immediately and casually asked, Manager, can employees bring pet beasts to work? There was a 2-second pause on the other end. Then a confused voice said, Shao Shao, you're a beastmaster? Yeah. The manager took a deep breath, clearly shocked. Why didn't you say before? Do you know how much more beastmasters get paid compared to regular employees? Song Shao was stunned. There's such a thing. The shop manager sighed helplessly and said, beast tamers get paid more. If you come over to work overtime tonight, they'll triple your usual wage. We can discuss the rest when we meet. After hanging up, Song Shao remained silent for a moment. It was normal for beast tamers to earn higher salaries, but his original self's memory never mentioned that. Tracing back, he finally recalled the reason the original self, though a beast tamer, never had a contracted pet beast. Afraid of being ridiculed, he never revealed his identity during job hunting. Since he didn't carry any pet beasts, others naturally assumed he was just an ordinary person. Having cleared that up, Song Shao no longer dwelled on it. He briefly instructed Song Qin, changed his clothes, and headed to the mall with Xingxing. The mall was a large, integrated complex, brightly lit and bustling with people. Song Shao went up to the second floor and stopped in front of a milk tea shop. At the counter inside, several teenagers were lined up to order. The shop manager spotted Song Shao first, their gaze quickly falling on Xingxing by his feet. Xingxing's distinctive ash-gray short fur and amber eyes stood out vividly. Though Song Shao appeared ordinary, just like most people, the manager was drawn to pet beasts without resistance and immediately recognized this rare breed. Song Shao picked up Xingxing and walked to the counter. Both man and beast wore indifferent, aloof expressions, yet shared similarly refined features. The manager, who had originally planned to assign Song Shao to the cash register, suddenly changed her mind, handing him a black uniform and a stack of flyers. Put the Ash-Eye cat on your shoulder and hand out flyers by the entrance. You'll definitely attract a lot of customers. Xingxing glanced sideways at the manager and blinked disdainfully. The manager hurriedly added, pet beasts get paid too. Song Shao carefully placed Xingxing on his shoulder. It's willing. Meow? Xingxing softly questioned, when did it agree to this? Song Shao smiled. They'll get you a cup of milk tea, the one with that amazing aroma. Meow? Deal sealed. Before starting work, Song Shao smoothed out the wrinkles on his uniform and tidied the fur on Xingxing's forehead. The black work clothes made the young man's figure look slender, while the Ash-Eye cat on his shoulder maintained a cool, dignified air. Standing at the glass door together, they instantly became the brightest sight in the corridor. Soon, most of the flyers were handed out and the milk tea shop's foot traffic rose sharply. At that moment, a group of high school students just arriving on the second floor noticed the commotion. One exclaimed, that Ash-Eye cat is handing out flyers with a beast tamer. Xingxing looked like a tiny boss, stuffing a flyer into a girl's hand while slightly raising its head with a soft meow. The girl immediately melted, pulling out her phone to take a photo. A boy in the group sneered, such a pale color. Must be low quality, probably only pretty to look at. Then he turned to the teen in the middle and said, by the way, Ing, aren't you supposed to have a contract with Haikalu? When are you going to show us the legendary god of 10,000 eagles? Haikaluan, a rank combat-type pet beast, famed for flying as fast as lightning. Ing Sibo's brows flickered with annoyance, but he calmly replied, we'll show you after the contract. Listening to his companions hype it up, his irritation lessened slightly. His gaze casually swept over Song Shao's soothing Xingxing, and a sneer played at the corner of his lips. Just a crank pet beast, after all. Grade Ban is a pet beast that doesn't like being close to people. For it to cooperate with Song Shao handing out flyers this long was already draining its patience. Sensing Star's restlessness, Song Shao turned back into the shop, grabbed a cup of pet-friendly milk tea, and placed it on a nearby table, entrusting Star to the shop manager for a moment. Drink slowly. Once you finish, we can go home, he said, gently rubbing Star's head before picking up another stack of flyers and stepping back outside. As soon as the milk tea's aroma reached Star's nose, it eagerly took the cup with its paws and took a sip. Its gray eyes immediately sparkled. Bamban! It called out joyfully. The shop manager quickly raised their phone to snap several photos, smiling broadly like a blooming flower. After a few sips, the little creature stared through the glass at Song Shao outside. Song Shao wasn't usually very expressive, but today he wore a faint smile, slightly bending to hand flyers to every passerby. Some accepted politely, others flicked them into trash bins. He silently bent down to pick them back up. Star twisted on the sofa. A wave of restless frustration rising within it. Was too young to understand what worry meant and just wanted to be by its beast master's side immediately. Taking a deep gulp of milk tea, Star whispered low to the shop manager, Ban Ban. The manager paused and looked at the pet translator device. You want me to watch the shop for you? Star nodded eagerly, jumped off the sofa, dashed out, and grabbed Song Shao's pant leg. Stooping down, Song Shao picked him up. I thought you said you were tired? Why not rest? Star climbed onto his shoulder, lunging for the flyers with its teeth. Ban Ban, I want to be with you. Song Shao wanted to say something, but ended up helplessly shifting Star to his other shoulder. A dozen or so pounds wasn't heavy, but carrying him all day was still a strain. He secretly worried he might develop shoulder issues at such a young age. When work ended that night, Song Shao received his part-time paycheck, triple pay plus Star's wages, totaling 1,000 Star coins. On the subway, rubbing his aching shoulder, he made up his mind needed to strengthen his body. If the Beastmaster was strong, the pet would benefit too. Back at the small restaurant, Song Shao had Star practice electric shock as usual while taking the cleaning cloth from his sister Song Jingjing to wipe tables. After seeing off the last customers, Star dashed back in like the wind. Ban Ban, already broke so fast? Song Shao raised an eyebrow at the two stones larger than basketballs lying nearby. Praised, the little fellow spun excitedly in place. Song Shao laughed, nice job. Extra meal tomorrow. Having no experience raising kids, he looked up to his older brother Song Qin as a role model, and learning was always his forte. To prove its skills, Star showed off on the spot. A fist-sized ball of lightning quickly gathered on its forehead and bang. It struck the old table that had been in the shop for over a decade. Crash. Wood chips flew everywhere as the tabletop instantly turned to dust. It was completely smashed to bits. Song Shao? Xingxing's gray eyes sparkled as she looked at Song Shao. Ban Fan, see how awesome I am. Song Shao raised a hand to his temple, still pretending to praise her, though it was half-hearted. Really impressive. The little one's long tail flicked proudly like a small flag fluttering in the wind upon hearing the compliment. Song Shao tidied up the table that Xingxing had smashed, crouched down to sweep the wood chips into a trash bag, then bent over to lift Xingxing onto the back seat of his bike. Braving the night breeze, he pedaled home. By the corner near the apartment door sat a gray delivery box it with the dumbbells he had ordered online. Once inside, Xingxing almost collapsed into Song Shao's bed, curling up exhausted and soon breathing evenly. Song Shao took a hot shower, wrapped himself in a towel, then sat at his desk and opened his notebook to plan out 3 goals. 1. Make money. 2. Improve Xingxing's strength. 3. Make himself stronger. In this world dominated by beast masters, making money and boosting your beast's power were basically the same thing, so the first 2 goals were essentially one. He quickly browsed job listings on a recruitment site. The high-paying ones required a minimum rank of 2nd or 3rd stage beastmaster, and the pets had to be at least evolved. His eyes landed at the bottom of the page garbage dump hiring. Since the last bug infestation there caused casualties, most senior workers had fled, leaving only a few last beasts keeping watch. The pay had risen from 800 to 1,500 star coins per 5 hours. Without hesitation, Song Shao clicked apply. He wasn't courting death in fact. After the last incident, he had awakened a kind of human scanner ability. This dangerous job was also a chance. Besides, he bet the inspection bureau wouldn't have a second bug outbreak anytime soon. Saturday morning, he started with his part-time job at a milk tea shop. Behind the counter, his 3-maternal co-worker Abishu bent down and waved, Abi. Song Shao held Xingxing close and replied, Ban. In the afternoon, he headed as planned to the training ground. He found the manager Abishus beast master and got straight to the point. I want Xingxing to apply as a sparring partner at awakening level. Xingxing could already skillfully use electric shocks, thunder roars, and electromagnetic paralysis, fully meeting the standards. Most importantly, this plan would save money and even make some. The manager pushed up his glasses and said, we'll need to test her ability first. He sized up Xingxing. Grade spots were rare, but she was clearly still a cub, while many awakened beasts training here were fully grown adults. After a moment's thought, the manager pulled out his phone and sent a message. A minute later, a bouncing jumper rat hopped into the training area. Song Shao recognized if this was the manager's second beast. Tiao Tiao? He glanced at the info panel. Scientific name, jumper rat. Attribute, fighting. Type, combat. Rank, Clevel awakening. Skills, jump punch, teleport, iron tail, cannon charge. Traits, likes to bury its tail in sand. If stepped on, instantly enraged with 50 battle power, dislikes dampness. The jumper rat stood about 1.2 meters tall, muscular hind legs flexing as it suddenly leapt onto the training platform. Song Shao stepped onto the field as well. With one hand, he formed a sign, and 2 pale silver beast rings rapidly spun at his sides. As he swung his right arm, Xingxing jumped out from the rings, landing steadily. The manager, who had looked relaxed moments ago, suddenly straightened and stared in disbelief at the silver rings. Since when did Xiao Xiao become a second-stage beastmaster? Song Shao didn't give the manager much time to think before issuing a command. Electric shock. Xingxing abruptly lowered his head, a low growl rumbling from deep in his throat. A fist-sized bolt of lightning burst from the black markings on his forehead, striking directly at the bouncing mouse. Only then did the manager snap back to attention, shouting urgently, "Dodge!" The bouncing mouse, originally mid-hop, instantly teleported about a meter away, narrowly avoiding the thunder strike. Cannonball smash. Before the manager finished speaking, the bouncing mouse instinctively condensed a cannonball attack and countered toward Xingxing. Jump jump. Song Shao's gaze fixed on the bouncing mouse's landing spot, quickly calculating. A newly awakened beast usually has only 3 teleports, but this fully grown one might have 4. He immediately ordered, "Left, pursue." Xingxing darted sideways, but his tail was grazed by the cannonball, scorching the fur. He growled deeply but kept moving, even accelerating to follow the order. Despite the bouncing mouse's strong legs, it couldn't match Gray Spotted's explosive speed. Xingxing closed in like a wolf on snow, moved to its right side. Punch. The manager aimed at Xingxing's injured tail, decisively commanding the bouncing mouse to teleport and launch a surprise attack. Thunder roar. Song Shao's voice was calm. Xingxing opened his mouth and unleashed a thunderous roar, momentarily freezing the bouncing mouse's actions. Though the opponent's higher level weakened the intimidation, that split second was enough for Xingxing to dodge most punches, yet he still took 2 heavy hits and fell heavily to the ground, gasping in pain. He weakly called, "Ban fan." Electric shock. Song Shao continued. Xingxing flipped back up, firing a second bolt of electricity at the bouncing mouse. The manager's expression relaxed slightly, responding coolly, "Dodge." The bouncing mouse teleported for the 3rd time, easily evading the electric attack. Then the manager added, "Teleport over, Iron Tail." Song Shao's eyes narrowed. Now, paralyzed with intimidation, then electric kiss. After the 4th teleport, the bouncing mouse was right in front of Xingxing, its iron tail raised high. Xingxing roared, his long tail coiling around the bouncing mouse as electromagnetic paralysis surged out 2 seconds. Just enough. Suddenly leaping, Xingxing bit hard into the back of the bouncing mouse's neck, electricity flowing along his teeth piercing the tough skin. The black electric patterns rapidly spread across the mouse's body. Pain ignited Xingxing's fury. He bit down tight and violently tossed the bouncing mouse, nearly twice his size, to the ground. Jump jump. The mouse let out a faint, pitiful squeak. Xingxing panted heavily, his gray eyes watching from above, blood and faint electricity mingling around his teeth. "Ban fan." The manager froze in disbelief. After countless battles alongside the bouncing mouse, he had rarely failed. To lose by just 1 iron tail strike, reversed in an instant, unthinkable. The match was decided. Xingxing leapt off the training field, rushing into Song Shao's arms and quietly sobbing, "Ban fan. Ban fan, it hurts so much. Only chips and milk tea can make it better." Song Shao gently held him close. He placed both the bouncing mouse and Xingxing inside the healing pod. Normally, a Seymour beast in the training arena would handle injury recovery, but coincidentally, its beast tamer was off today, so they had to rely on the healing pod instead. The transparent lid closed, and pale blue healing fluid quickly spread over the tiny creature's paws. Through the pod's walls, Song Shao watched them, his mind still savoring the recent Batley one moment. His grade band had unleashed the intermediate skill electric kiss, which made even the manager watching from the sidelines shake his head in admiration. The manager sighed. "I didn't expect your grade band to have an intermediate skill, especially since it's still a cub. Quite a talent." Song Shao smiled quietly, choosing not to brag. Electric kiss, as the name suggests, is a burst of electricity that runs through the whole body, leaving black lightning patterns on the skin's surface, like being kissed by electricity. He recited the skill description in his mind. This instinctive ability awakened suddenly during Xingxing's fierce fight with the last grade band before the contract was formed. The opponent's fur was all gray and patternless, and only later did he confirm through research that it was indeed electric kiss. Besides that, he had prepared a combo skill for Xingxing called Shocking Paralysis, which combined Thunder Roar with electric paralysis. A cub would surely lose in a heated clash with an adult awakened beast, but that extra second or so of control gave Xingxing the perfect window to follow up with an electric shock or another electric kiss. In fact, this tactic helped them secure a stunning victory. While Xingxing rested in the healing fluid to recover, Song Shao and the manager signed a contract at the counter. Following the manager's instructions, he downloaded the official app, typed the training arena's name into the search bar, and soon the task posting interface appeared. From now on, customers looking for training partners will place orders here, the manager explained as he demonstrated. Awaken level partners are charged hourly, starting at 500 star coins. If there are special requests, the customer pays extra. Song Shao returned to the main page and noticed many other locations listed. "Can I take tasks from those places too?" "Those are postings from other regions." The manager shook his head. "You have to be physically present at the store to accept orders. But since we're a regional chain, if you move to a different city, you can still take orders from branches of the same brand." The manager suddenly remembered something and added, "Your pets are strong, but you're still in high school, right? You can leave Xingxing here during classes. Lots of beast tamers leave their pets with us for training support." Song Shao looked down, thinking. He knew that leaving pets to train autonomously for too long could cause them to act against their tamer's commands in battle. Besides, he only had Xingxing contracted now, so he wasn't overwhelmed. I use that sometimes, he nodded, but I mainly prefer to be present during training. Half an hour later, Xingxing was the first to leap out of the healing pod, its fur clean and smooth, fully refreshed. The more seriously injured bouncing mouse still needed another half hour. Song Shao seized the moment to open the app. Because the manager had queued Xingxing ahead of the mouse, he quickly snagged the first booking, the 17th training field reserved successfully. Looking up at the time, he cradled Xingxing in his arms and headed straight for field 17. Little one, time to train. Ban. Where are we going? Xingxing tilted its round head, blinking with its gray-blue eyes. Song Shao smiled and repeated, to train. Xingxing cocked its head again. Ban. Song Shao reached out and gently patted Huamu Ban's head, his tone calm, yet encouraging. Yes, just like before, defeat the opponent. Do you like that, Xingxing? Xingxing thought back to the clash with the bouncing mouse. Though it had been painfully knocked around, at the last moment it swung its opponent high and slammed it hard onto the ground. The full force of its anger erupted, and a brief thrill of victory surged through it. It immediately nodded excitedly. Bannon, it like that. The number 17 training ground was empty at this moment. Song Shao set Xingxing down on the field and pulled out his terminal to check the order. The client's requests were a bit unusual. Has to be good-looking, handsome, and skillful too. He examined his Huamu Ban. Its pale fur might not be favored among its kind, but by human standards it was definitely attractive. If the client isn't satisfied, they'll change the order, he muttered quietly, though this one pays 800 star coins. Before he finished speaking, the training grounds gate opened. A girl in a school uniform skirt, about Song Jingjing's age, walked over holding a pink butterfly-shaped pet. Catching Song Shao's eye, she paused briefly before smiling and approaching. Hello, you must be Song Shao? That's me. He nodded and casually asked, are you the young director Wig Ripper? The girl's expression froze. Being called out by her online name in public was basically social death. She awkwardly cleared her throat. Just call me Yang Shao. All right, Yang Shao. Yang Shao's gaze fell on Xingxing. Huamu Ban, definitely handsome. Can you show me some skills? Song Shao turned and snapped his fingers. Xingxing, electric shock. Bannon. Bang, the electric arc exploded, sparks flying. Xingxing stood still, its gray eyes cold, radiating innate disdain. Yang Shao's eyes lit up immediately, but the most excited was the pink butterfly in her arms. The pink-dotted dream butterfly broke free and fluttered its wings. Dian Dian, Dian Dian. Yang Shao translated. Dian Dian really likes your pet. Let's start training. She stepped onto the field with the dream butterfly. Dian Dian's main skill is charm, but she's picky. She only wants to charm pets that look handsome. If she doesn't find them attractive, she won't even bother using her skill, so her proficiency never improves. If your Huamu Ban can keep her charming, they'll consider long-term orders. No problem. Song Shao agreed. Yang Shao glanced at him. The beast master himself played the looks card pretty well too. In the center, the pink-dotted dream butterfly circled Xingxing. Its long antennae and wing patterns gleamed simultaneously. Dian Dian. Xingxing's gray eyes instantly took on a faint pink hue, sparkling like gemstones refracting light, brilliant, but mysterious. 2 seconds later, the color rippled away like water. It tilted its head, calling out confusedly. Bannon? Clearly unaware of what had just happened. The dream butterfly joyfully shook off glittering pollen, hovering around Xingxing and repeatedly releasing its charm skill. After the second successful charm, it stretched out its slender antennae, gently touching the black lightning-shaped mark on Xingxing's forehead. Seeing this, Yang Shao's expression suddenly changed. She glanced sideways at Song Shao and relaxed only when she saw his calm demeanor. She knew full well, the pink-dotted dream butterfly was famous for its dazzling appearance and charm. Once its skill hit a target successfully, that target briefly entered a dazed state. And when the butterfly touched the target's forehead with its antennae, that meant it was taking liberties. In simpler terms, Xingxing was being teased. Focus on your training. No messing around with distractions. Yang Shao muttered to herself, pinching the bridge of her nose in frustration. Just moments ago, the little pink dream butterfly had been completely stunned by Xingxing's electric shock. When it came to, it couldn't even remember what had just happened. Tilting its head in the air, it gave its beast master a soft, puzzled call. Ban Ban? Before Yang Shao could respond, the tiny creature instinctively fluttered its wings, sprinkling faint sparkling pink dust as its charm ability quietly activated. And so the scene looped like a broken record. Xingxing tilted its head. Ban Ban? Pink dream butterfly softly. 2 seconds later. Xingxing again. Ban Ban? Back and forth, 7 or 8 times in total. The butterfly's energy quickly drained, while Xingxing gradually came to, then clumsily collapsed into Yang Shao's arms, its little head heavy and drowsy. 15 minutes later, Song Shao watched as Yang Shao pulled out a pale green nutrient solution, gently dropping it into Dot's mouth. Within minutes, the butterfly regained its vitality, its wings once again shimmering with a gentle glow. To successfully charm, A must lock eyes with its opponent, Yang Xiao explained as she set the pink dream butterfly back onto the training field. From now on, please make sure your pet tries to avoid eye contact with Dot. I want to train Dot's ability to respond to battles in the arena. Song Shao nodded and crouched down to instruct Xingxing. Try to avoid Dot's gaze, but don't close your eyes. Xingxing perked up, swishing its tail against the ground and raising its head in acknowledgement. Ban ban. The training began. Yang Xiao waved her hand. Dot. Use illusory breeze. The pink dream butterfly fluttered its wings delicately, flying closer to Xingxing as fine powdery dust scattered from its feathers. A faint breeze carrying floral fragrance quietly spread through the air. Thunder roar. Song Shao ordered in a low voice. Xingxing lifted its head, gathering thunder inside its throat. A flash of bright blue electricity instantly struck at the circling Dot, but the spreading flower scent continued to drift into its nostrils. Yang Xiao noticed the pet's movements were noticeably slowed. Electric shock. Yang Xiao immediately countered, butterfly fragrance illusion. Xingxing's vision blurred as Dot suddenly split into two identical pink butterflies, darting and weaving, making it difficult to tell which was the real one. Electricity crackled, striking the empty air. Charm. Stun paralysis. Song Shao reacted swiftly. Xingxing curled its long tail, snaring one butterfly's antennae firmly. A surge of tiny electric currents crawled through, paralyzing it. As Dot twitched, trying to break free, a heavy thunder roar struck, freezing the pink wings midair, motionless. Since it was just training, Song Shao held back from using the finishing move Electric Kiss, an intermediate skill that would have rendered Dot unable to continue fighting. Seeing Dot fail again, Yang Xiao felt a tinge of discouragement. But she quickly reminded herself that wasn't built for heat-in offense. Losing was understandable. Song Shao approached with Xingxing, who looked tired but triumphant. After a moment's thought, he sincerely suggested, if Dot can use butterfly fragrance illusion to first draw Xingxing's attention with the illusions, then quickly strike with charm from its true form, it'll be harder for Xingxing to fully avoid it. You might want to train that angle. Yang Xiao hesitated, then asked, like how you link electromagnetic paralysis and thunder roar together. Similar idea, but not exactly the same. Butterfly fragrance illusion depends on the opponent inhaling the scent from illusory breeze first to trigger hallucinations. That can't control exactly where the illusions appear, so the key is to shorten the gap, right? Yang Xiao caught on immediately. Song Shao nodded, his gaze resting on the still confused Xingxing. Right. At the instant the illusion appears, Xingxing hesitates. If Dot seizes that moment and swiftly unleashes charm, that would work too, Yang Xiao agreed. If all else fails, create multiple illusions so the bonded beast can't tell which is real. Or better yet, have the illusions appear as if they're casting the charm skill, so the true form blends in seamlessly among 9 fakes, 1 real, 9 illusions, making the attack more unexpected. Song Shao carefully explained this idea to Yang Xiao. The girl was silent for a long time, her brow furrowed deeply as she quickly ran through the feasibility in her mind. 5 minutes later, she looked up and nodded firmly. Let's give it a try. The training dragged from afternoon into evening. For a full hour, countless butterfly shadows swirled through the room as light and color layered illusion upon illusion, making even Song Shao struggle to discern reality from trickery. When Yang Xiao ended the session, the speckled dream butterfly's wings were resting almost motionless by her side, refusing to flutter despite her coaxing. Yet Song Shao was in high spirits. The payment for the extended training had already arrived, and a smile played across his face. As they wrapped up, Yang Xiao formally booked a training slot for the same time next week, becoming Song Shao's first regular client. After seeing Yang Xiao off, night had fallen. Glancing at his watch, Song Shao realized there was less than an hour before his part-time shift at the landfill. He checked in with the manager at the front desk and left Star alone in charge of the store. If a customer asks for personal training, take it. If not, practice on your own. The electric shock skill is still at the trainee stage. Put in some extra effort tonight and try to reach the advanced level. Rest if you get tired. Star shook its fur and looked up at his feet, mewing softly. Ban ban. All right. Song Shao petted its head and added, I'll bring you some potato chips when I get back. Star waved its paw. Ban ban, hurry back. At 5:30 p.m., Song Shao arrived at Jinhai City landfill by subway. The evening wind carried a sharp, sour stench. Under the dull yellow light, he quickly donned a black protective suit, checking carefully for any gaps to be sure no skin was exposed. Only then did he grab his toolbox and step inside. His longtime partner, Lastera Pet Beast specialized in air purification, was already waiting at the designated spot. Its tail wagged, nose twitching as it emitted a low, friendly rumble. La la. Hello, Song Shao nodded, fitting his helmet. Having worked together before, they coordinated with smooth efficiency. An hour passed. The sky darkened completely, and the overhead floodlights began to flicker. Song Shao turned on the lamp atop his helmet, sweeping its beam across the piles of trash, casting shadows of worn-out Pet Beast gear. He bent down to pick up a glowing fragment with special pliers when he noticed tiny black dust particles swirling in his sightline. They moved like plankton, writhing slightly, as if alive. Suspicious, Song Shao flicked his hand through the dust, which rippled like water and instantly vanished as if it had never existed. Lala, noticing his pause, Laster assumed radiation had affected him and moved closer to exhale a puff of fresh green mist, quickly purifying the air around them. Song Shao cleared his head and thanked it before asking, where did all this trash come from? They were standing in the poorest corner of Jinhai City. Less than 20 of beast tamers lived here, and over 80 of the hazardous waste beneath their feet was pet beast-related mini parts so advanced Song Shao had never seen before. At the local consumption level, few could afford such items. La, most of this came from the Central 4th District, Laster answered through a mental wave, its round eyes flickering. The Blue Star contained 12 districts, Upper 4th, Central 4th, and Lower 4th and 3rds. Between an Upper 4th District and a Lower 4th like the 10th lay an unbridgeable chasm of class division. It was said that in Upper 4th Districts, beast tamers made up 70 of the population, and ordinary people barely had a foothold there. For the nobles of these high-tier zones, the Lower 4th was nothing but a cheap natural landfill. Even the zones harboring infected bugs or designated as dangerous restricted areas tended to be located there. Song Shao's heart sank a little at the truth, but then he felt a sudden clarity. The social gulf was deeper than had imagined. Considering a place that could forcibly divide people into 6 social classes, no wonder the lives of ordinary citizens were seen as insignificant as ants. In the training ground, Xingxing faced the even more arrogant bird before him, adopting a defensive stance and growling low from his throat. The eagle's eyes, as blue and clear as ice crystals, locked onto Xingxing. The imposing aura of Hikaru, a high-level pet beast, instantly filled the entire area. Xingxing's tail whipped sharply against the ground, kicking up dust, his spine stiffened straight, muscles tensing inch by inch, ready to pounce at any moment. Hikaru keenly sensed this challenge. His normally casual, disdainful posture gradually tightened, his gaze growing colder. Outside the training ground, Sibo spoke quietly into his phone in anger. Even if I can't contract it, I won't let Hikaru go. I'd rather cripple it myself. The man on the other end replied with respectful but unyielding tone, Young Master Ing, the March deadline is just 1 month away. If you still can't contract Hikaru by then, the association will reclaim it. If you really cripple Hikaru, it will be extremely difficult for you to contract any high-level pet beasts in the future. Sibo's face darkened, ruining his otherwise delicate appearance. He asked in a heavy voice, Are you threatening me? Young Master Ing, I am simply reporting the facts. The voice remained calm. There's still a month left. I will definitely contract Hikaru. He clenched his teeth to suppress his anger. Then we will await your good news, Young Master Ing. After hanging up, Sibo suddenly kicked the nearby water dispenser. Bang! The metal casing dented. He kicked it several more times until the machine collapsed, water gushing everywhere, and only then did he manage to calm down. High above, Hikaru flew to the edge of the training ground, shooting him one cold, dismissive glance before swooping back in, as if humans were beneath notice. The manager outside the hall heard the noise. He wanted to come ask what was going on but feared angering the young master, so he only peeked through the narrow glass of the door. Seeing Hikaru, his heart still surged. This was Hikaru, a top-tier rank battle-type pet beast, and extremely rare. Without immense power or influence, no one qualified to sign a contract with it. Hikaru bore the title God of 10,000 Eagles. Following the evolutionary path of a tool beast, it could eventually ascend to beast god status. Its personality was reclusive and aloof. To make it submit, a beast tamer had to show top-tier mastery in a process known as enduring the eagle, a near life-or-death ordeal. As a result, only very few tamers could truly contract Hikaru. On top of that, Hikaru was also called the Lone King, rarely emotionally attached to its own kind, making reproduction difficult and its numbers ever scarcer. After venting, Sibo returned to the training ground and put on a gentle smile, waving at Hikaru. You were bored fighting Shogun all along. This time I brought you to the training ground to have some real fun. Your opponent is just a crank Grace Potejo all out. His casual contempt infuriated Xingxing. He whipped his head around and bared fangs crackling with arcs of electricity at Sibo. Sibo recognized him, the same gray-spotted that had handed out flyers before, now once again assigned as sparring partner. Just a crank pet beast abandoned by its tamer on the training ground. Sibo sneered harshly. Despite trying to sound conciliatory, Spina couldn't crack Hikaru's expression. The latter's gaze stayed fixed on the crank pet gray-eyed spot at its side, which was struggling to hold under pressure. Completely ignored, Spina clenched his anger. He knew Hikaru's stubborn nature well, had spent the last 2 months tirelessly training it without rest. Yet no matter how close to death Hikaru was pushed, it refused to submit, let alone sign a contract. Hikaru abruptly stared at Xingxing and said coldly, Kulu, your beastmaster doesn't want you anymore. The words cut like a sharp blade, instantly wounding Xingxing's pride. It leapt up suddenly, electricity crackling all over its fur in jagged arcs, and angrily charged toward Hikaru. Bamfan! Hikaru moved with light agility, springing into the air and effortlessly dodging the electric strikes. From a height out of Xing Xing's reach, Hikaru sneered, Kulu, Kulu. You're useless, that's why your Beastmaster doesn't want you. If they signed a contract with you, it just proves your Beastmaster's an idiot too. Xing Xing roared, baring its fangs with the fierce determination to punish this insulting creature. Thunder exploded, shaking the training ground with violent reverberations. But facing this thunderous pressure, Hikaru only trembled briefly, remaining composed. That momentary hesitation was Xing Xing's chance. The black lightning pattern on its forehead blazed to life, electricity growing into sharp claws that lunged straight for Hikaru midair. Hikaru spread its wings to dodge the fierce lightning, spinning gracefully with a mocking look. But in the next instant, Xing Xing lunged upward with barely a meter to spare. Its long, fluffy tail whipped fiercely, stirring electromagnetic waves that twisted the air. Hikaru's deep blue eyes narrowed seriously, sensing the threat, and it quickly turned aside in urgent evasion. Hovering above, clearly holding the advantage and almost invincible, it elegantly avoided the attack. Suddenly, a pair of furious gray eyes shot into view. Sharp fangs glowed with pale blue electricity and intensity that made one forget this was still a juvenile, gray-eyed spot. Bamfan. Xing Xing unleashed a mid-level skill called Electric Kiss, biting hard into Hikaru's wing. Spina shouted and immediately summoned his first pet, Magusho, intending to teach this insolent gray-eyed spot a lesson. But as Magusho appeared, Xing Xing was violently slammed to the ground, sliding several meters on the rubber training floor from the impact. Spina stared up at Hikaru just now. It had used the mid-level skill Electric Kiss. Yet Hikaru's deep ocean-colored eyes slowly appeared beneath its white wings. The bitten wing was completely unharmed. Instead, it shimmered with a translucent, ceramic-like sheen that was the mid-level defense skill solidification. Gritting its teeth, Xing Xing painfully got back up. It stared at the soaring Hikaru, anger mixed with helplessness nearly bursting out. Its claws dug deep into the rubber, its entire body brimming with desperate determination. It wanted to prove it wasn't useless, and that its Beastmaster was not a fool. In that moment, the young gray-eyed spot's heart surged with resolve, as if transported back to the instant it first met its Beastmaster. The fierce conviction to defeat all other gray-eyed spots once and for all reignited with full force. But it can fly, so none of its skills could affect the opponent. If only it couldn't fly. If only it could bring down that infuriating bird. Song Shao, who was bent over working among the piles of trash, suddenly straightened up. His left eye, battered from old injuries, felt as if it were burning in flames, blistering hot and suffocating. Agonizing pain quickly darkened his vision, leaving only a brilliant white glow in the distance maintaining clarity. He gasped for breath, sweat instantly soaking through his black protective suit, straining to make out the shape of the glowing figure, the grayish-white fur, the fluffy long tail, and the black lightning-shaped streak across its face. It's Xing Xing. Xing Xing? Song Shao managed to say with difficulty. The little beast, nearly overwhelmed by anger, snapped back to alertness and scanned the surroundings sharply. Ban Ban? Beast Tamer? It's me, Song Shao said, covering his eye and sinking down into the trash pile. What happened? Ban Ban. The fierce flames churned in Xing Xing's gray eyes as it looked up, staring directly into midair. That hateful bird must be defeated. Song Shao lifted his head and finally made out the enemy floating in the air, a creature covered in pure white feathers edged with faint black, graceful and deadly. Scientific name, Hikalu. Type, flying. Category, fighting. Rank, A-class awakening. Skills, Featherblade beginner, air/beginner, dark ambush beginner, solidify intermediate. Traits, proud and cold, lacking emotion, despises weakness, often provokes disliked targets. Once tamed, extremely loyal and fights alongside its master. An A-class pet beast. With a splitting headache, Song Shao struggled to analyze the situation. Hikalu can fly, while Xing Xing has almost no ranged attacks and lacks defensive skills, only able to endure hits. He took a deep breath, hiding his unease from Xing Xing, and whispered a command, taunt it. Xing Xing's learning ability was sharp. It immediately mimicked Hikalu's contemptuous expression perfectly. Ban Ban, Ban Ban. A pet beast without a beast tamer is useless, worthless. Hikalu looked down coldly, spreading its snowy wings like delicate porcelain. With a gentle flap, hundreds of sharp feather blades shot out like a cross-shaped storm towards Xing Xing on the ground. Dodge! Song Shao barked. Xing Xing rolled left and right, covering over 10 meters, but still its forearm was slashed, blood dripping from several wounds. Before it could catch its breath, an invisible but razor-sharp air slash swung horizontally, striking its chest and abdomen hard. Boom! Xing Xing was tossed onto the ground, a gruesome cross-shaped gash splitting its chest, blood instantly soaking its gray-white fur. No, this is too passive. Song Shao searched frantically for counter skills against flying type's electric skills. At this moment, both he and Xing Xing recalled the electric skill they had practiced many times but never mastered thunder. Xingxing, do you remember thunder? Song Shao panted, forcing out the words. Since it can fly, then you bring it down. Last did not know what was wrong with Song Shao. He saw him trembling all over, slumped in the garbage heap, and assumed he was still suffering. So he focused on purifying the air for him. The heavy mask narrowed his vision into a dim tunnel, but it could not stop the transformation unfolding. Song Shao's left eye had quietly turned into a deep gray, like the starry gaze of Xingxing, akin to a newly ignited star in the night sky. When a beast tamer's spirit deeply resonates with their pet, their body often takes on the pet's traits. Unfortunately, Song Shao was completely unaware of this change. His attention was consumed by pain and the battle. Thunder, Song Shao whispered the command. Xingxing dragged its battered body upright again. Raising its head, it roared. Its chest thundered out a rolling, muffled thunderclap that exploded above the training ground, but the lightning failed to strike. Kulu, the airborne haiku, called out with a mocking cry. Outside the arena, the on-looking Ing Sibo finally relaxed. So what if it was an intermediate skill? Haiku was naturally a flying type and had mastered the intermediate defense skill Solidify. That grade spotted beast was no match. Thinking this, Ing Sibo's determination to contract with Haiku only grew stronger. At his feet, his wood gecko's pupils dilated, staring fixedly at the airborne prey before nonchalantly withdrawing its gaze. Perhaps bored, Haiku suddenly launched a shadow strike. It was already swift as the wind, but now moved like a shadow, vanishing in an instant. The next second, its dark blue claws plunged into Xingxing's back, violently wrenching it into the air before hurling it down to the ground. Xingxing. Song Shao clenched his emotions, but his voice trembled uncontrollably. Dust flew as Xingxing struggled repeatedly to rise, but collapsed again, its chest, forearms, and back dripping blood. Its injuries were far worse than when it was at the pet-raising base. Song Shao's heart ached fiercely. Just as he was about to give up, Xingxing stood up again. Its long tail slammed heavily against the ground, sending stones flying. Its gray eyes burned with fury. Babin. It would never admit defeat, never bow to that stinky bird. Song Shao fell silent for a moment, then released his hand from his left eye. A searing pain felt as if his eyeball was being gouged out, yet a faint smile appeared on his pale face. After a contract is formed, a pet can nourish the beast tamer, and conversely, the tamer's spirit can also awaken latent life potential. How to wield this power was unknown to the original owner, and Song Shao had no clue either. Yet at this moment, sensing Xingxing's overwhelming rage and thirst for power, he unhesitatingly poured all his perception into it. In the corner of his left eye, Xingxing's figure shone ever brighter, like a full moon amidst the pitch-black sky, dazzling and piercing. Haiku spread its wings, each feather gleaming coldly, and launched feather blades again. Hundreds of sharp, white feathers shot downward simultaneously, roaring through the air. Song Shao's heartbeat nearly synced with Xingxing's as he shouted fiercely, "Thunder! This is the last chance." This time, Xingxing didn't dodge awkwardly to the left or right. Instead, it bore through a barrage of feather blades, charging straight toward Haiku Lu and closing the distance between them. At the same moment, Xingxing threw back its head and let out a long howl, as thunder roared to life overhead. The feather blades tore into its fur, splattering blood into the air, but Xingxing's steps only grew faster and more fierce. Haiku Lu and Ing Sibai both thought it was about to fail again, but in the next instant, a forearm-thick bolt of pale blue lightning suddenly formed above the training ground, crashing down toward Haiku Lu with a deafening roar. Haiku Lu's expression shifted abruptly. White Feather instantly went into defense mode, but several feather blades remained deeply embedded in Xingxing's body, unable to be withdrawn in time. The solidified barrier absorbed most of the lightning, but the remaining force surged wildly along the blades still lodged in Xingxing. The violent electric light blasted Haiku Lu out of midair, slamming it hard enough to carve a 1-meter-wide crater, its first forced landing in battle. Arcs of electricity flickered between Haiku Lu's wings. White smoke still rose from the crater's bottom when a blood-soaked, grey-spotted beast Xingxing dragged its broken body forward, its gray eyes sparkling like shattered starlight. Blue electric currents snaked around its fangs as it bit fiercely into Haiku Lu's wing. The ripping pain made Haiku Lu roar, and anger finally flared in its blue eyes. Kulu. On the other side, Song Shao was torn by sharp pain and lost his balance, collapsing to the ground. The piercing ache scattered through his mind, even overshadowing the burning sensation in his left eyeball. Hearing the thunderous sound, the training ground manager rushed over in a hurry. The scene before him made him gasp. A clever grade-spotted beast had pinned down and a level Haiku Lu into the dirt. Yet both creatures were pushed to their limits. Xingxing bled from its mouth and nose, but refused to let go, while Haiku Lu's talons dug deep into Xingxing's old wounds. Ing Sibai shouted angrily and roughly pulled the two beasts apart, raising his hand to punish Xingxing. The manager hurriedly intervened. "Young Master Ing, training ground matches aren't a matter of life and death. There's no need to be so harsh." He called over several beast companions to shield Xingxing behind them. Though barely alive, Xingxing's bloodied eyes still locked onto Haiku Lu. Haiku Lu was numb and motionless, its deep blue eyes equally fixed on its opponent. Song Shao gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse but resolute. Xingxing, you didn't lose. Go get treated first. As he finished speaking, darkness swept over his vision and he lost consciousness completely. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 9 p.m., half an hour past quitting time. Supporting his throbbing head, Song Shao sat up and found himself in the trash yard manager's office. Before he could speak, the door opened and the manager entered, wearing a grim expression. Awake? The old man was thin, but his gaze was sharp. Behind him, Lazite waved to Song Shao Lala. The manager cut in quickly. First things first, you fainted on your own. This trash yard isn't responsible. We warned you about hazardous waste risks. Don't try to scam us. You only worked 1 hour, so we'll pay you at most 300 star coins. Song Shao pressed his aching temple and hoarsely replied, I just wanted to thank Lazite. No need to thank me, Lazite answered softly. The manager snorted coldly and motioned for Song Shao to leave now that he was awake. Song Shao didn't linger, only noticing that the manager seemed especially irritable today. Though his attitude was never great before, this felt more obvious than usual. Song Shao, worried about Xingxing, hurriedly left the junkyard. On his way to the subway station, he noticed a 24-hour pet supply store still open and quickly went inside. The shelves were brightly lit, with colorful packages: Pet Beast chips, 99 star coins per bag; Pet Beast cheese sticks, 99 star coins each, or 169 for 2. Song Shao swiftly picked 2 bags of chips and 4 cheese sticks, put them on the counter, swiped his card, and paid. While the plastic bag still jingled between his fingers, he slipped into the subway car through the night. When he arrived at the training ground, the treatment pod cover was still closed, with Xingxing lying quietly in the pale blue nutrient solution. The manager was watching the monitor on the big screen, eyes glued to every frame. Xiao Xiao's back. That grade bien isn't ordinary. The manager greeted him with a smile and a wave. On the screen, every moment of the fight was slowed down. At the start, Haikalu easily dominated Xingxing with speed. After taking several hits, Xingxing's fighting spirit was completely ignited, managing to unleash a second intermediate skill, the Thunderstrike. That ended the battle decisively. I've run this training ground for years, and it's my first time seeing an Awakened level pet beast able to use 2 intermediate moves, the manager mumbled, shaking his head. Though grade bien is only rank C, its potential is no less than Haikalu's. But the elemental matchup is tough. Flying types really counter yours hard. Song Shao took this in, noting the weakness in his mind and quietly thinking about the next training steps. Half an hour later, the treatment pod slid open and Xingxing stepped out, staggering slightly. Unlike usual, it didn't immediately leap into Song Shao's arms, but hung its head low and dropped its tail feathers. It knew it was more badly injured this time. If the fight went on, it wouldn't stand a chance. Its beast tamer was strong, but it wasn't strong enough yet. Song Shao stepped forward, scooped Xingxing up, and gently rubbed the 2 tufts of gray and white mixed fur on its ears. Remember what I promised you when I left? He said, shaking the bag in his hand. Inside the plastic bag, 2 bags of chips and 4 cheese sticks clinked softly. Because you did great, these are all your rewards. Xingxing's ears perked up instantly, golden eyes shining bright like bulbs. Bien bien? It called softly, as if confirming. Song Shao tore open a cheese stick and placed it in its paw. Of course I mean it. You kept fighting till the very end. That really surprised and made me happy. Winning or losing happens often, but never giving up, that's the hardest part. After calming Xingxing's mood, Song Shao remembered another question inside him. Manager, what does bonding with a pet beast feel like? The manager took this as a newbie's curiosity, tidying the terminal as he explained. The body partly takes on animal traits. You can sense the pet's emotions and pain, even communicate telepathically. Sometimes, with deep bonding, you can actually see what your pet sees, even if you're not physically together? Song Shao asked. The manager frowned thoughtfully. Maybe only in deep bonding. I remember last term's Interstellar Pet Beast Challenge champion, Lance. After bonding, his skin scaled over, and he could share his beast's injuries. That requires a rank 4 beast tamer level. You're only rank 1. Don't expect to skip steps. Your mind can't handle it, or it will backfire. Got it. Just curious, Song Shao smiled, putting the question aside for now. The night breeze smelled faintly of machine oil as he carried Xingxing out of the training ground. A sharp burning pain like fire scorched his left eye again, bringing back the memory clearly, the intense feeling of having witnessed every collision between Xingxing and Haikalu during the fight, as if he had truly been there himself. On the subway, he pulled out his phone and searched beast tamer bonding. The info was clear. During bonding, a tamer's body shows features of their pet beast. Their skin scales, canine teeth sharpen into fangs, their fingers become claws. Deep bonding lets them share pain and even vision. Seems like back then, being able to see through Xingxing's eyes meant he had entered bonding with it. Could the severe burning in his his eyeball, was partially transforming into beast form at that moment? Star, how did you hear my voice back when you were fighting Haikalu? Grade Ban, nicknamed Star, was deeply engrossed in nibbling on a cheese stick, crumbs stuck all around its mouth. Hearing its owner's question, it lifted its head, eyes wide with confusion. Ban Ban? Ban Ban. It didn't really know, it was just a sudden feeling, like the beast master was right there beside it. Song Shao looked at the creature's adorable, innocent expression and sighed quietly to himself. He then wiped the crumbs from its mouth and made a mental note. Go back to the school library and check if there was any record of something similar. Now that Star's hunger was satisfied, its previous gloom vanished, and it even seemed a bit overly excited. Song Shao placed it on the bike's rear seat, mounted the pedals, and rode along the early summer's cool street. You said you want to find that Haikalu and defeat it? He turned his head to confirm. Star nodded vigorously. Seeing his gaze fixed ahead, it hurried to say, Ban Ban. Yes, I want to defeat it. Song Shao knew clearly that Grey-Eye Ban was only a crank pet beast with an evolutionary limit of Beast Emperor at stage 5, while Haikalu was in a rank, with potential reaching stage 6 Beast God. By conventional standards, the odds were nearly impossible. Anyone else would have probably urged the pet beast to give up, or verbally agreed, but secretly lost hope. But Song Shao had always been the kind of person who turns impossible into possible. All right, he agreed decisively. But the original training plan has to be completely scrapped and redone. And I myself need to get stronger, I can't hold you back. When the pet beast grows stronger, the beast master receives greater support in return. The wind swept past his ears. Under the ruffled strands of his hair, his indifferent eyes held warmth and certainty. Because Haikalu doesn't have a beast master, you have to fight it alone? Song Shao confirmed once more. Ban Ban, I want to win fair and square. Star nodded firmly. Sunday arrived, and Song Shao worked tirelessly the entire day. Only at nightfall did he reach the training ground, clutching a freshly prepared new training plan. Opening the surveillance footage, he reviewed the battle with Haikalu frame by frame while analyzing. First, Star's attacks were hard to inflict fatal damage on a flying type, especially one with innate swift attribute like Haikalu. Second, Star's speed was comparatively slow. If it had been just a little faster, many injuries could have been avoided. Third, it was too easily swayed by emotion. That thunder attack hitting was because the opponent was careless. Song Shao pointed at the screen. In a real fight, Haikalu's speed rivals lightning. Next time it will definitely dodge. He crouched down, gently tapped Star's forehead. You need to imagine yourself as a bolt of lightning. Its speed is like lightning, but you can be the one lightning bolt it can't escape. A new round of obstacle training began immediately. Song Shao added multi-level rising and falling pillars, rotating rings, and high-speed target projectiles to the field, forcing Star to accelerate continuously, change direction, and evade. Sweat quickly soaked his back, yet he kept eyes on the timer, doing strength and reaction exercises himself because weaknesses of the Beast Master could become shackles as well. While studying materials, he found a high-level thunder skill called Heavenly Thunder Armor Break that could shatter nearly all defenses, including Haikalu's hardened shields. Unfortunately, learning it required advanced evolution stages Star hadn't reached yet. So Song Shao focused on a mid-tier skill Swift Thunder Shadow, transforming into a flash of electric light midair, with moderate attack power but exceptional at evasion and surprise attacks. If you show a thunderclap on the surface but strike secretly with Swift Thunder Shadow. He sketched plans in his notebook, then suddenly chuckled softly, voice low but excited. It's a bit underhanded, but all's fair in war. Song Shao played the video of Lightning Thunderbolt on a loop for Xingxing, encouraging it to imagine itself as a bolt of lightning. But speed had always been Xingxing's weak spot, and after an entire afternoon, there was still no progress. I'm heading out for a bit. As evening approached, Song Shao slung his backpack on and crouched down to pat Xingxing's forehead. Stay here and behave. If pink-spotted dream butterfly shows up, practice speed with it. If Haikaru comes, don't pay attention. And if it provokes you again, tell it me orders, no engaging. After saying this, he turned and left the training ground. At the junkyard, Lass was already waiting by the entrance. Song Shao didn't change into his protective gear first. Instead, he pulled out a cheese stick from his bag and handed it over. Thanks for helping me yesterday. Lala. Lass cheered, spinning around happily as it took the cheese stick and bounced on the spot. I wish you could always be my partner. Song Shao knew he was only passing through the junkyard temporarily and didn't respond beyond smiling. That night, he wasn't pulled into the shared sensory experience again, and his left eye felt no pain. Xingxing had obeyed the rules and stayed in the training ground without causing trouble. Inside the training field, Xingxing focused as it weaved through the obstacles, seemingly alone in the world. It completely shut out Haikaru, who was desperate for attention. Kuru, let's fight. Come on. Haikaru growled and raised its claws. Xingxing ignored it and jumped right over its head. The Beast Master had said not to respond. Kuru? Haikaru blinked and flapped its wings to catch up. Did your Beast Master abandon you again? Though tired, Xingxing kept up its indifferent facade. Its gray eyes flicked briefly over Haikaru before finally speaking. Ban Ban. You should leave. My beastmaster told me not to play with you. Banban, you unwanted wild pet. Hikaru was furious, its wings flared. Kuru. I only want a contract with beastmasters ranked from District 10 to District 1. I don't want junk like you. Xingxing secretly found Hikaru's flustered reaction amusing, but kept its cool expression. Ban. Oh, Banban. No matter how many want a contract with you, my beastmaster isn't one of them, only wants me. After saying this, it flattened its ears again, using them like earplugs, closed its eyes, and meditated. I am lightning, so fast even the wind can't catch me. After work, Song Shao came to pick up Xingxing and found it in a good mood. Thinking the training had paid off, he didn't ask many questions. Little did he know, Hikaru had been nursing a bruised ego all night because of that cold dismissal. On Monday, Song Shao brought Xingxing into school for the first time. A sharp-eyed, silver-gray Banmu Ban landing on the shoulders of a similarly handsome but aloof-looking teenage boy caused a small stir. That's a Banmu Ban. I heard those Banmu Bans are hard to get close to, and contracts are difficult. Not gonna lie, looks cool. When I reach tier 2, can I get one? Why does this Banmu Ban look kind of familiar? Mocking voices followed. One boy with a sprout shroom sneered, puffed. It's just a tire Banmu Ban. Big deal, haven't seen the world yet. From the back row, another boy spoke up for Song Shao. Linyu, you're just a tire sprout shroom yourself. Who do you think you're fooling? He was holding a deep blue, slime-like liquid pet. Lin Yu's face darkened, and he took a step forward to teach them a lesson. Xingxing looked up, its sharp fangs gleaming in the sunlight. Lin Yu hesitated, then grumbled and retreated to his seat. In Song Shao's memory, the boy who stood up for him was his only friend mainly because they were the last two in the entire school, both aged 26, without contracted pets. Hey, the boy sat down next to Song Shao, holding his pet casually. Tang Jianan, remember? This is Nidwa. Xingxing glanced down and replied softly, Ban. This is Nidam, Tang Jianan said with a smile. This was a pet Song Shao had never seen before. You got a bonded spirit beast too? What's its name? Song Shao asked as he gently lifted the star-shaped creature from his shoulder and placed it on the table. Tang Jianan held the beast's tiny paw warmly and smiled brightly, launching into a detailed introduction. It's a Nidam with a special crank attribute. It can store things, and if it eats contaminated soil, it purifies it. Hard-working and adorable. The Nidam, praised by its tamer, blushed a deeper blue and softly called out, Nido. As soon as the culture lesson ended, the battle class began. Meanwhile, Song Shao and Tang Jianan headed to the academic office to register the new bonded spirit beast for official records. Just as the registrar sat down at the computer to begin the registration, he suddenly looked up upon hearing the name Song Shao, his eyes lighting up with a puzzled but excited recognition. You're Song Shao? The registrar asked with familiarity. Your bonded beast is gray-mottled, right? That's you, isn't it? Song Shao was taken aback. Registrar, you remember me? He asked, surprised. The registrar smiled. Of course. The student always at the bottom of the year tends to stick in teachers' minds. I heard you've already reached a rank 2 beast tamer? He looked him up and down appreciatively. Song Shao nodded. Tang Jianan shot a surprised glance, but held back from asking questions with the registrar present. The registrar's mouse swiftly moved as he opened a web page. Good. You're just in time to sign up, he said while working. Song Shao furrowed his brow. Sign up? For what? Can you explain it to me first? Tang Jianan leaned over quietly. The registrar means the District 10 High School Spirit Beast League. Without looking away, the registrar replied as if it were obvious. What else? None of the first years here reached rank 2 last year. I was going to skip signing up. But yesterday the principal called, saying, hey, there's actually a rank 2 tamer like you here, why aren't you signing up? Even a first-round knockout earns points, better than not signing up at all. In Jingang City, where Song Shao's school is located, there are 6 Spirit Beast High schools. His Yaming Spirit Beast High ranks 5th, tied for last place with the nearby Chiming Spirit Beast High. Last year, Yaming's first year had a rank 2 tamer who, though knocked out early, still earned a base point, keeping Yaming tied with Chiming at 8 total points for years. This year, Chiming already has a rank 2 tamer registered, but Yaming's first years have none. If this continues, Yaming risks falling below 5th place to dead last. The principal was delighted to learn from a friend that the school actually has a rank 2 tamer like Song Shao, even if only a first-round participant, since any points count. Hearing the registrar's words, Song Shao quietly realized the harsh truth in this economically modest District 10. His school couldn't even rank above the bottom. He asked hesitantly, Registrar, my beast is only awakened level now. Are there any restrictions on spirit beast level for competing? The registrar waved off his concern. No restrictions for first years. Only seniors need beasts at evolved level. Song Shao nodded, feeling both pressure and a glimmer of hope. The door to the competition had finally been opened for him. I've already explained the situation to your practical training instructor. He'll be focusing on training you intensively from now on. Our school has only one official coach, and he's busy handling the juniors and seniors, so he can't pay much attention to you. The director patted Song Shao on the shoulder and slowed his tone. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. The school only expects you to show up to the competition and secure that basic 1 point. After saying this, he couldn't hide his surprise. This kid had just bonded with his contracted beast, yet he had already stepped into the second-tier beast master level. But considering the beast was still in its juvenile form and probably still awkward with its skills, he lowered his expectations. Once the office door closed, the hallway immediately quieted down. Tang Jiannan felt like he was walking on clouds and only realized he was following behind Song Shao. Oh my god, the former bottom of the class poor nobodies is actually representing the school in a competition. And you're the only one from the freshman class. He grabbed Song Shao's arm excitedly, unable to hold back his enthusiasm. Xiao Xiao, you're amazing. But when did you become a second-tier beastmaster? And how does the director know? Song Shao pulled his arm back, replying calmly, I realized I broke through on the day I bonded. As for the director, probably from the Beast Raising Center or the Beast Management Bureau, they would have it on record. Bro, never forget your roots when you get rich. Tang Jiannan shouted with conviction. Song Shao remained composed and casually responded, of course. Dad won't forget you. All right then, it's decided, Godfather. Tang Jiannan joked with a big grin, genuine warmth written all over his face. Song Shao was amused and could only raise a hand to gently push his head away. The practical training class began on schedule that afternoon. The training area beside the playground was terribly worn out. The cement ground was riddled with potholes of all sizes, like a bomb site from years ago. Standing before the students was a man in his 40s or 50s with a flat-top haircut and black sunglasses. Beastmasters often look younger thanks to the vitality their beasts return to them. Song Shao estimated that this instructor was probably over 50 in reality. Next, as I taught before, find your training targets on your own. He gave the brief order and blew his whistle. Song Shao, step out. The other students immediately scattered. Song Shao called for his nocturnal beast Xing to follow and walked with the teacher around the field. All around, there wasn't a proper guardrail by the shabby track, only some chalk lines roughly marking boundaries. Mr. Ling's steps were casual, and behind those sunglasses, it was hard to read his expression. After familiarizing Song Shao with each training spot, he casually added some notes. Don't step on that section. It's hollow underneath. The iron frame is too rusty. Don't pull on it. There are only 3 stake targets left. Take turns. Then he pulled out a handheld terminal to record data, looking both scruffy and laid back. The setting sun dyed the playground a deep golden color, casting long shadows from the potholes across the damaged ground. Song Shao reached out to stroke Xing's head, but a fire was kindling inside him. No matter how bad the environment, as long as he could train, he would get stronger. The practical instructor's surname was Ling. He had a somewhat unkempt appearance and wore black sunglasses. If Song Shao met him outside, he might have guessed he was some kind of underworld debt collector. Teacher Ling formed hand seals, and 3 purple-white-blue beast rings swirled around him. With a wave of his hand, an evolved level Dream Devour vine appeared in the training ground. The Dream Devour vine had purple leaves, a milky white gelatinous stem covered with purple veins, and a small purple flower on its head that was half open. As the Dream Devour vine touched the ground, its supple vines gently swayed, releasing a faint, sweet floral fragrance in the air. Teacher Ling nodded, confirming the environment was safe before lowering his hands and turning to Song Shao. How many skills does your grade spot currently know? He asked while pulling out a thick black leather-bound notebook and clicking open his pen, ready to take notes. Although he had never officially served as a coach, Teacher Ling had often observed the only coach at Yaming Beast-Taming High School and was very familiar with the training routines of the upperclassmen. Song Shao closed his left eye briefly and then opened it again. A flash of lightning lit up his gray eye. The data for Xingyi's grade spot appeared on his retina. Name, grade spot. Attribute, lightning. Type, fighting. Level, crank, beast awakening stage. Skills. 1. Thunder Roar Basic Novice. 2. Electromagnetic Paralysis Basic Novice. 3. Electric Shock Basic Novice. 4. Electric Kiss Intermediate Novice. 5. Thunderclap Intermediate Novice. Evolution Path. Learning Evolution, Bloodline Evolution. Secondary Attribute. Not yet recorded. Song Shao recited from memory: Thunder Roar, Electromagnetic Paralysis, Electric Shock, Electric Kiss, and Thunderclap. That's all 5. In his mind, he calculated. I need to get Xing to master Swift Thunder Shadow Sun Haddle, give me a better chance against flying-type beasts, and be effective against other attributes too. Teacher Ling quickly jotted down the first 3 skills. His expression calm. They were standard skills for an awakened grade spot. When he heard Electric Kiss, his eyebrows rose slightly. That intermediate skill indicated good talent. But when Thunderclap was mentioned, his pen abruptly paused. Thunderclap? Teacher Ling double-checked. Song Shao added, the proficiency is only novice. For an awakened level grade spot, less than 3 months old, to already know a growable intermediate skill, like Thunderclap, was impressive. This skill could evolve into the advanced Thundermight, which was far more powerful than typical intermediate abilities. Seeing Song Shao's calm face, even dismissing the low proficiency, Teacher Ling was stunned. Not even senior students evolved beasts had mastered this skill. Clearing his throat to steady himself, he said, "Keep training on your own first." Then he quickly walked to a corner of the training ground and quietly dialed his phone. "Director, it's me, Little Ling." "Teacher Ling, what's up?" "Director, I think our freshman team can score way higher than just 1 point in the competition. Sounds like Song's doing well. Tell him to keep it up. If he does get good results, he'll petition the principal for a scholarship." The director was flipping through Song Shao's file and saw that his family situation wasn't easy. Talented students in difficult circumstances had always been a priority for school support. Teacher Ling's eyes flicked. He whispered, "Director, since you mentioned scholarships, maybe it's time my salary gets a bump too?" Clears throat. "Little Ling, you know the school's finances are tight. That's all for now, I have a meeting." After Teacher Ling hung up the phone, his gaze shifted to Song Shao, and he said bluntly, "Let Huamu Ban fight Meng Shirvine first. I want to see its strength." As a coach who had come into this field halfway through, Teacher Ling's methods were rough and somewhat crude, but since Song Shao had never undergone proper systematic training before, the two of them formed an impromptu team and stubbornly went ahead with the practice. Mengshir. At Teacher Ling's command, Mengshir vines sprang into action. Its more than a dozen wrist-thick vines were covered in sharp thorns, each tipped with venom, and they instantly shot towards Xingxing. Xingxing dodged quickly, finding footholds while weaving left and right to avoid the swinging vines, silently closing the distance to Mengshir vine. When less than 2 meters apart, Xingxing suddenly leapt up and opened its mouth wide to unleash the thunder roar attack. The vine was covered with paralyzing poisonous thorns that hindered the electromagnetic paralysis effect of Xingxing's attack, so Xingxing had to rely on timing and close range to intimidate the opponent with the thunder roar. The only weakness of Mengshir vine was the flower bud on top of its head that was free of thorns. Xingxing's fangs crackled with pale blue electricity as it fiercely bit into the flower bud. Mengshir vine emitted a sharp roar, and Teacher Ling calmly ordered, "Electric kiss, release." But Song Shao shouted nervously, "Watch out. Dodge." Before they could react, the half-closed purple flowers suddenly bloomed, releasing a wisp of pale violet gas that instantly enveloped Xingxing's head. Xingxing failed to dodge, its body going limp as it collapsed, peacefully entering a sleep state. Mengshir vine retracted its blossomed flower, then lightly flicked Xingxing with a vine barely any force at all. Song Shao quickly stepped forward and scooped up the unconscious Xingxing. Teacher Ling also brought Mengshir vine over. One of its roughly only and a half meter long vines extended a branch with a purple leaf that condensed a crystal-clear drop of dew, which dripped onto the tip of Xingxing's nose. Xingxing's eyelids twitched as it stretched lazily in Song Shao's arms and slowly woke up. "Ban Ban, how did I fall asleep?" Xingxing asked in a daze. Teacher Ling, holding his notebook, glanced with satisfaction at Huamu Ban. "Not bad. Its sensitivity, speed, and adaptability rank among the top awakened class beasts. Next, focus on training 2 skills, one for intimidation and one for attack." Recalling how Xingxing had suddenly collapsed asleep, Song Shao asked, "Teacher, how can we effectively resist that skill of Mengshir vines from before?" Teacher Ling opened his mouth to answer, but was interrupted by a dissatisfied voice. "Teacher, it's unfair to show favoritism like this. We're your students too, so why only train Song Shao individually?" Lin Yu entered the training ground with Pin Pin Mushroom and several boys, jealousy barely concealed in his eyes. Spurred on by Lin Yu, the students who normally looked down on Song Shao began to jeer louder. "Yeah, we all contracted our beasts at 12. Song Shao only just got his beast. How can he compare to us?" "Teacher, even if you care about your students, you should pay more attention to the truly outstanding ones. A pariah who bought a pet with his meager wage, shouldn't he be showing off more?" Their words echoed across the training ground, instantly thickening the tense atmosphere. Lin Yu's laughter grew louder and more brazen, full of mockery and malice. The lighter the gray-spotted coat, the worse the talent. How come Song Shao can't even buy a decent bonded beast? His tone was sharp and cutting, deliberately stirring up the crowd's emotions. The creature in Song Shao's arms, named Xingxing, furrowed its gray eyes slightly. Those eyes were sharp and fierce, as if warning the others. A low growl rumbled in its throat, its fur bristling with a powerful aura of menace, fully poised to strike. Seeing Lin Yu's ugly smirk, Tang Jiannan's anger flared. He hurried up to Song Shao and started to curse. "You damn," but before he could finish, Song Shao calmly placed a hand on his shoulder, firmly holding him back. At that moment, a sharp whistle cut through the training ground, and everyone froze instantly. Instructor Ling remained calm, scanning the students with a composed gaze. "Finished your arguments?" he asked lightly. After the dispute ceased, Instructor Ling continued, "Since everyone's spoken, he'll now officially announce the school's decision. Song Shao from Class 6, Grade 1, will represent Yaming Beast-Taming High at the freshman-level Beast-Taming League." He paused for gravity's sake. "My special training with Song Shao just now was on the school's orders." At these words, Lin Yu's face instantly darkened, his grin collapsing like a smashed purple yam. his already unpleasant features twisted into an even uglier scowl of pure gloom. No way. Song Shao just bonded his beast recently. Teacher, the school can't seriously be stupid enough to let a rookie with a new beast compete, right? If Song Shao can do it, then so can I. Lin Yu gritted his teeth in fury. Amid the surprised murmurs, a girl standing behind them widened her eyes, staring at Song Shao in disbelief, her face full of confusion. Instructor Ling blew the whistle again, his gaze grave. Because Song Shao is the only grade 1 second stage beast tamer here. If any of you were also second stage, I wouldn't stop you from representing the school. He swept his eyes across the students. But do you really have that kind of strength? Silence fell over the training ground. The students who had just ridiculed Song Shao looked at each other, eyes wide in shock, disbelief, and doubt. Instructor Ling's voice was cold. If not, then you're dismissed. He motioned for everyone to leave. Lin Yu glared at Song Shao with burning resentment and jealousy, refusing to believe he was truly a second-stage beast tamer. He must have deceived the school. A worthless lowlife. Not worthy. A fraud. He roared, stepping closer. How could you be second stage? You just bonded your beast less than a month ago, and he's only just starting. Didn't the news say recently second stage imposters have been pretending to be fourth stage, deceiving everyone? Song Shao, you're not lying too, are you? Just to compete? Someone else joined in the accusations. The torrent of noisy accusations crashed over Song Shao like waves, absurd even to the onlookers. The girl couldn't hold back anymore and stepped forward. But just as she moved, Song Shao's expression remained unchanged as he gave a cold wave of his hand. A faint halo appeared around Hema virtual ring, a special mark indicating the lack of a bonded beast. This virtual ring slowly revolved around him, silencing the whole area to the point where heartbeats could be heard. The doubts and mockery from before felt like a slap in the face, and every person's expression was stunned to the extreme. Then Song Shao revealed a second virtual ring. Teacher, training may continue. Instructor Ling shook his head as he looked at the students, taking Song Shao back to the training ground with an unreadable expression. At that moment, Lin Yu's rage boiled over completely. Having seen the girl run over and his own public humiliation, all his reason shattered. Song Shao's just a lowlife who can't even afford a proper beast. Who does he think he is? He shouted bitterly. Beside him, the spray mushroom beast suddenly roared, spewing a thick, bluish-black toxic goo straight at Song Shao. Xing Xing's fur bristled fiercely, emitting a deep growl, then instantly transformed into a streak of lightning. Carrying Song Shao with it, they vanished from the spot in a flash, slashing through the air and leaving a swift afterimage lightning shadow strike. Instructor Ling stared at that blinding streak of lightning, stunned, his mouth almost failing to close. Before Song Shao could even react to the sudden change of scene, Xingxing had already mastered the lightning shadow technique. He glanced down at the highly corrosive poison pool on the ground, his face cold and expressionless. Then suddenly a sharp, fierce look flashed across his eyes. He turned toward Lin Yu and said coldly, "Thunder." Xingxing abruptly looked up, mouth agape. Under the blazing sun, thunder roared as a thick, pale blue lightning bolt struck the spray mushroom with a crack. The electric burst also hit Lin Yu standing nearby. The spray mushroom collapsed instantly without even a scream, while Lin Yu's body was scorched black in patches, frozen in pain and terror. Several boys close to Lin Yu caught the scent of burning hair as their own strands were singed to charcoal. The air suddenly tightened, silence spreading like a heavy fog. All eyes turned to Song Shao, watching as he casually used a single simple move to knock out both Lin Yu and his pet instantly. Those who had been loudly boasting moments ago went silent, their faces pale, afraid to meet Song Shao's gaze. Song Shao looked toward Teacher Ling with seriousness in his voice. "Teacher, this is self-defense." Teacher Ling froze for a moment. So, no compensation is needed?" Song Shao nodded firmly. Ling's mind spun wildly. He quickly fished out his phone and dialed the medical office in a hurry. Cradling Lin Yu, Dreamvine scornfully held the charged spray mushroom, and the two rushed toward the infirmary. The others exchanged glances nervously, then quietly slipped away on tiptoe. Tang Jianan only now closed his mouth and couldn't help but loudly applaud Song Shao. "Song Shao, you're amazing. So impressive." Tang Jianan was still thrilled by Lin Yu being fried into a burned lump. A girl who had been quietly watching Song Shao approached, her eyes slightly moist, glancing nervously at him, cheeks faintly flushed. "Song Shao, congratulations. You'll definitely win in the competition." Her voice trembled a little. The sunlight suddenly felt scorching hot. Song Shao looked at her and softly said, "Thank you." Then, with Xingxing, he turned and headed toward the training field. The girl watched his retreating figure, harboring no resentment. After a long moment, a faint smile curved at her lips before she turned and walked away. Tang Jianan looked at her, puzzled, then quickly came up to Song Shao, excitedly saying, "I never expected this, Song Shao. You're so incredible. You've been secretly in love with Jiang Liyun for 2 years, and just now when she spoke to you, you stayed so calm." Song Shao stiffened slightly, then slowly turned his head. "Me? Secretly in love with Jiang Liyun? No, there's no such thing in my memory. He was momentarily stunned, trying to recall any details. Tang Jiannan pressed on relentlessly. Why else do you think Lin Yu keeps picking on you? It's because he likes Jiang Liyun, but she's been ignoring him. Song Shao came back to himself. Shouldn't it be Jiang Liyun who likes me then? Why does it sound like I'm the one who's secretly in love with her? He repeated the question, but found no trace of any crush in his mind. His knowledge of Jiang Liyun was limited to her being class president, top 3 in the grade, good-looking, from a wealthy family, gentle in personality, and treating even underachievers without pets like him no differently. Tang Jiannan stared at him in shock, eyes full of both mockery and disbelief. You must be dreaming. Don't you dare deny there's nothing shameful about having a crush on Jiang Liyun. Plenty of people like her. Song Shao. I swear I didn't. Tang Jiannan stared at Song Shao with a look that said a stubborn duck refusing to admit it, and pressed on without mercy. Then why do you keep showing up at that overpriced milk tea shop that Jiang Liyun frequents? Don't tell me you just like their taste. Song Shao replied calmly. Is there a chance that I'm working there part-time? This answer caught Tang Jiannan off guard. He kept pushing, and a few months ago, I saw you multiple times outside Jiang Lan's villa. How do you explain that? Song Shao thought for a moment. I was delivering food there part-time. Tang Jiannan's attacks continued. Then why did you go to that beast training arena she often goes to? You didn't even have a bonded beast back then. Song Shao pulled out his phone and showed the training arena app. Because I work there part-time too. Tang Jiannan staggered backwards, his tone now suspicious. You're just working all these jobs because you have a crush on Jiang Liyun, right? Song Shao's face remained expressionless as he quietly denied with a faint sigh. I'm working for TSIT costs 800,000. 800,000. Tang Jiannan's mind buzzed, nearly reconstructing his worldview. Could it be Jiang Liyun who secretly liked Song Shao? No, that was impossible. She was a wealthy girl, top of her class, strikingly beautiful. He was a failing student who couldn't even afford a bonded beast. By all logic, if anyone was harboring secret feelings, it should be Song Shao. His low self-esteem was probably why. He gazed blankly at Song Shao. The golden sunlight slanted in, tracing the boy's profile so clearly. His phoenix-shaped eyes and neat eyebrows, the still youthful but gentle facial features lacked any cold aloofness like fresh bamboo shoots, noble and pure. Suddenly, Tang Jiannan understood. But Song Shao himself didn't take this interrogation seriously. He wasn't the same Song Shao as before. Now, he only cared about taking good care of his brother and sister. Everything else was beneath his concern. Back at the training arena, he let Star perform Swift Thunderstrike again. Star stood docilely in place. 5 minutes passed, then 10, but it didn't move. It looked puzzled and asked, Banji, why can't I use the move? Song Shao pulled up Star's profile. The skill list clearly showed Swift Thunderstrike Intermediate Basic. Obviously, Star did know the skill. It had unleashed it in a moment of urgency before, but now, lacking that pressure, it was normal to fail temporarily. Star, are you tired of training? Let's play a game, Song Shao suddenly suggested. Banji, no, I'm not tired. Let's keep training. No, you are tired. Banji, I'm not. Song Shao's expression was firm. Star tilted its head, thought for a moment, then reluctantly nodded, conceding, fine, you decide. Let's play hide and seek. Cover your eyes with your paws and count to 10, then look for me. If you find me, you win, Song Shao explained simply. Star perked up excitedly and covered its eyes. Banji, I'm starting to count. While Star counted, Song Shao quietly slipped away on light steps, even letting Nidam block off his scent temporarily. By 10, Star opened its eyes and looked around. It didn't see its master or catch his familiar scent, so it started searching the arena. For the first 5 minutes, it was enthusiastic. After 10, slightly anxious. By 15, visibly agitated. Banji, Banji, it called out anxiously. At the 20th minute, Song Shao suddenly appeared, voice urgent. Star, help me. Star's head shot up. It transformed into a dazzling streak of lightning, and in the blink of an eye pounced before Song Shao. Eyes fierce, showing fangs crackling with electricity as it stared ahead. Nidam, trembling under the pressure of Star, timidly whispered, Nido. Star retracted its fangs, tilted its head, scratched its ear tip in confusion, and replied, Ban Ban? Song Shao raised his hand to gently pat Nidam, signaling it to step aside. Then he turned to Star and said, just now, you used Swift Thundershadow. Only then did Star suddenly realize that it had indeed transformed into a bolt of lightning to appear before its master in an instant. This was part of the training. Recall how you felt just now, and try again. Song Shao's voice was calm. Star obediently closed its eyes. It recalled the intense urge of wanting to rush to the Beast Master's side and protect him, urgent and desperate, with no other thoughts. After a moment, Star suddenly opened its eyes. Its aura shifted dramatically. It slightly crouched in the center of the training ground, then leapt up the next second, transforming into a faint blue arc of electricity that landed some 10 meters away with a crack. Bam Bam! Nidam pounded its chest, cheering for its companion. Star had succeeded. In the following training, Star managed to perform Swift Thunder Shadow successfully about 5 or 6 times out of 10 attempts. Song Shao was quite satisfied. Since the skill had just been learned, some awkwardness was normal. Any skill requires extensive practice to build proficiency. The higher the mastery, the greater the power. The school bell rang, and teacher Ling rushed into the training ground, panting. Ling Yu is out of immediate danger, but will need to stay hospitalized for another half-month. His peen mushroom has left psychological scars, and he's emotionally unstable. The school will handle this. Video footage proves Lin Yu was the aggressor, so you don't need to worry. Song Shao lowered his gaze, a slight smile playing on his lips. Worry? Teacher, you're overthinking. Seeing the teacher's regretful expression, as if thinking the response should have been more forceful, Teacher Ling could only shake his head and sigh. Truly a handful. If Lin Yu's family had real background, they wouldn't have only contracted a single peen mushroom. Yaming and Chiming Beastmaster High Schools have open admissions with no thresholds even if parents are only 5th or 6th-tier citizens. Any awakened spiritual power grants entry. In contrast, top-ranked Yuanming Beastmaster High requires at least one parent to be a 2nd-tier Beastmaster, and entry to advanced classes demands detailed background and asset checks. The Galactic Alliance follows bloodline doctrines. High-tier Beastmasters from established families appear far more often than ordinary people, much like pure-blood wizards in the magical world look down on Muggleborns. If Lin Yu really had talent, why would he give up Yuanming? With some downtime still left on the training ground, Song Shao asked teacher Ling for permission to continue training. This is the key. I have to pick up my daughter from school and take her to art class, so I can't stay with you, teacher Ling said, placing the key beside Song Shao. Song Shao studied the weary, weathered face of the teacher in his 40s or 50s. Art class. Mentioning his daughter, teacher Ling's eyes softened immediately, wiping away any hint of his usual gang enforcer demeanor. Yes, she's only 6, at that curious age. She's enrolled in several extracurricular classes just out of interest. After finishing the theory class on beast control, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow. The teacher still wore his signature black sunglasses. When Song Shao asked, "Teacher, how old are you?" He took off his glasses and hung them on his collar, a smug smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I'm already 32. You can't tell at all, right?" "Yes, no way to tell." Song Shao nodded seriously. Sitting on his shoulder was his little pet beast, Xing, whose mottled gray and white fur made the sudden wide-eyed expression and open mouth all the more comical as it blurted out without filter, "Ban. The teacher looks like a grandpa." The words barely left its mouth before Song Shao quickly covered Xing's muzzle. Thankfully, the teacher hadn't brought a beast translator, so he only heard indistinct animal noises. He tilted his head, puzzled. "What did Huemu Ban say?" With a perfectly straight face, Song Shao replied, "It said you look very young, teacher." Hearing his master alter its meaning, Xing pawed at Song Shao's hand, trying to clarify. Not wanting to linger, Song Shao hurriedly said goodbye to the teacher and ran back to the training ground, cradling Xing. Officially, the high school Beast League competition was still 2 weeks away, but in reality, it was less. To prepare, Song Shao had quit his part-time job at the milk tea shop. The head teacher made an exception and allowed him to attend only morning academic classes while dedicating afternoons to training. Since the Lin Yu incident, classmates who used to bully Song Shao hardly showed up around him anymore. Meanwhile, those who weren't involved began to reach out. During practical lessons, Song Shao invited fellow students who had flying-type contracted beasts to spar with Xing in turn, but these pets were no match for the imposing presence Xing's awakened-level Hikaru once projected. Ban. Xing nodded heavily in agreement. It wanted to face Hikaru again. Song Shao glanced toward the other side of the training field with a sigh. Too bad we haven't seen Hikaru around lately. To find better sparring partners for Xing, Song Shao applied to the teacher for permission to train off-campus after 3 p.m. The teacher paused thoughtfully. "All right, he'll talk to the director about moving you up to train with the 2nd and 3rd year groups." He knew that at the freshman level, few beasts could threaten Huemu Ban. Continuing here wouldn't bring much progress. Xing already had dreamed of our Vine's skills down pat. The teacher dialed the director's number, letting it ring over a dozen times before someone picked up. "Teacher Ling, is this urgent?" The director asked, her voice busy. "It's about Song Shao. I'd like to request he train with the upperclassmen now that the first-year training intensity isn't enough." Before he finished, she interrupted brusquely. "Please discuss this with Coach Meng. I'm tied up here. Goodbye." And the call ended abruptly. Teacher Ling got Meng's private number through some contacts, cleared his throat, and called. "Hello, I'm the teacher responsible for Song Shao." A woman's voice around her early 30s answered, clear but cool. "Yes, what can I do for you?" Teacher Ling explained again. "I want Song Shao to practice with the 2nd and 3rd year groups because the freshman training level is insufficient." The line cut him off once more, Meng's tone calm but sharp with impatience. "Sorry, the training schedule is set. With only 8 days to the competition, even if the student tries hard, results will be limited. Sudden additions will disrupt others' progress. If there's nothing else, goodbye." The line went dead. Teacher Ling stared at the disconnected call, anger rising in his chest. Word had it the principal paid a fortune to recruit Coach Ming from Yuanming High, known to be proud, but this was beyond pride. It was sheer arrogance. Just as he was thinking about how to explain, Song Shao stood a few feet away without looking up. Teacher, I heard it all. It's normal. Coach Ming doesn't want me to mess up her plans. I know where Xingxing belongs. Coach Ming hung up the phone and glanced at it with a sneer. I tell you, Yaming High School's hopeless. The competition is just 8 days away, and they're trying to cram a freshman into the team. When have freshmen ever made it past the first round? What's the point of training someone like that? The senior homeroom teacher stood nearby, bowing ingratiatingly with a forced smile. I don't know what the principal and director are thinking. I heard this student beat up another kid a few days ago, and badly at that. Coach Ming, it makes sense you don't want such a troublemaker on the team. Better to keep the bad apples away. This year, we're really counting on the other kids to score well. Ming coach shot him a sidelong glance and chuckled softly. You're the sensible one, teacher. Don't worry, Su Winnie will place in the top 50, no problem. By the time of the Beast Master Autonomous Recruitment exam, his points will be enough to get into an entire university without any trouble. Shortly after 3 in the afternoon, Song Shao arrived at the Beast Training Center, accompanied by the electrical-type fox, Xingxing. The lobby's ceiling lights reflected off the alloy floor with a cold gleam. This time, Song Shao didn't take any external sparring orders. He went straight for internal practice sessions offered at a 30 discount. The back-end displayed. Early Evolution Stage Mighty Ape, 800 hour. Song Shao confirmed the booking, arranging resilience training specifically for Xingxing. In the first round, the ape's double fists slammed down. Xingxing took 1 or 2 hits before being pinned and dragged across the floor. Half an hour later, the little fox used its agile form to keep distance and lasted a full 5 minutes. Finally, it slipped behind the ape. Its tail crackled with electric light, striking to paralyze Electric Kiss. The mighty ape collapsed to its knees, losing all ability to strike back. Song Shao scooped up the battered little fox, gently running his fingers through its soft fur, then placed it into the healing pod. The alloy door shut, green light swirling inside. After confirming the treatment was successful, he headed to the next room, the physical training arena. Waiting there was a coffee-colored jumping mouse. The manager held a teacup, warning, its striking force starts at 200 pounds, with bursts over 400. If your little body can't handle it, you'll be the one in the healing pod with your beast. Are you sure you want to go all in? Song Shao nodded. As Xingxing grew, his own body was evolving too. Faster reflexes, stronger strength. Dumbbells that once strained him now felt like nothing. Hearing the jumping mouse could train both physical strength and impact resistance for Beastmasters, he immediately booked it. Jumping. The jumping mouse darted before him, its crimson eyes flashing red light. Suddenly, an uncontrollable rage surged in Song Shao's chest like a powder keg ignited, and he threw a punch. The little beast swiftly sidestepped and countered with a back fist. The wind from the strike whipped past with the force of a pro boxer. Song Shao would have run away in the past. Now, with blood pumping, he felt exhilarated, eager to knock down this punching bag and prove himself. By the sidelines, the manager sipped tea and glanced over, wincing at the brutal beating Song Shao was taking. The jumping mouse's punches and kicks came like lightning, combos relentless and precise. Song Shao's chest, abdomen, shoulders, and back took blow after blow, but miraculously he didn't feel agonizing pain. Instead, he sensed his whole body's energy channels forcibly opened up. A strange thought crossed his mind. This is even better than traditional Chinese massage? Finally, the jumping mouse flowed through a smooth combo, finishing with a perfect flying kick. Landing firmly, it tapped its paws together with a works done expression. Jump, jump. Song Shao collapsed in the center of the training field, gasping with sweat-drenched breath. The sudden wave of pain swept through him, yet he couldn't help but grin. That sharp ache was tinged with a strange, tingling pleasure like receiving a deluxe, full-body therapeutic massage. Fortunately, beast tamers have bodies far tougher than ordinary people. A normal person would have had several bones broken after a beating like that. Determined to improve quickly, Song Shao endured the punishment without even pausing to catch his breath. Just then, a Seymour beast stepped forward briskly. It gave a low call, Seymour, and pressed its 2 soft paws steadily against Song Shao's abdomen. The warm energy seeped through his body like a fresh spring, instantly washing away the tearing pain. Truly, the healing pet's innate talent made it a walking medical kit. Seymour, all done. The Seymour beast retracted its front paws. Right after, the jump mouse yanked Song Shao up, throwing another punch straight at him. Meanwhile, Xingxing crawled out of the healing chamber but didn't see Song Shao, so it decided to stroll around the training hall. Ban-fan, ban-fan, ban, creak. When it reached the equipment room door, a faint sound came from inside. Xingxing perked up its ears, quietly peeking in. Ban-fan, who's there? No answer. As it was about to leave, another noise suddenly forced it to whip its head around, claw tips scraping the floor, before slowly pushing the door open. The dim equipment room was deathly silent, as if nothing had happened. Xingxing scanned the room and suddenly caught sight of a pair of deep ocean blue eyes. Banfan, what are you doing here? Hikaru poked half its body out from behind the messy equipment, chin raised, wearing an arrogant look as if nobody was worth its attention. Just Thangramblite's stomach gave an untimely growl. Xingxing stared in disbelief at this self-proclaimed elite pet. Hikaru froze, then abruptly turned its head away as if denying something could erase what just happened. Now, its once pristine white wings were covered in dust, one wing smeared with dried blood, no longer the proud, unbothered beast it used to be. After a long silence, Hikaru glanced sideways at the door. The half-closed entrance was empty. Xingxing had indeed disappeared. It pulled back behind the equipment pile, gazing at the narrow space thick with dust, its azure eyes dimming somewhat. Knock, knock, knock. Rapid footsteps drew closer, the breathing clear and audible. Hikaru peeked out and locked eyes with Xingxing's bright gray ones. Banfan. Xingxing gently set the pet cheese stick from its mouth in front of Hikaru, tilting its head softly to call. Seeing no response, it raised a paw to lightly nudge. Kuru, I don't want it. Hikaru took a step back, keeping its face turned away. Xingxing grew anxious. If Hikaru wouldn't eat, how could it have the strength to fight? Banfan, Banfan. It put the cheese stick back in front of Hikaru. Eat. You must be starving. This is something my tamer specially bought for me. It's really delicious. At that, Hikaru's expression abruptly changed, its fierce gaze locking on Xingxing. Its wounded wing whipped out suddenly, slapping Xingxing hard across the face, sending the cheese stick flying. Kuru. Kuru. Tamers are no good. I hate them the most. Only a fool like you would like such cheap stuff. Kindness was met with a slap, and Xingxing's fur bristled in anger. A lightning ball the size of a palm gathered on its forehead. But catching sight of Hikaru's battered wing, the electric glow instantly dissipated. Xingxing silently picked up the cheese stick, muttering in frustration as it turned to leave. Stinky bird. When Song Shao, dragging his nearly broken body, found Xingxing, he saw it sitting on the ground, huffing angrily with a cheese stick in its mouth. As soon as it saw Song Shao, it started complaining, Banban. Banban. Hikaru is injured and hiding. Xingxing complained indignantly. Song Shao reached out to gently stroke its fluffed-up little head, soothing it quietly. Since their last battle, he had looked up some information. Hikaru was a rare A-rank combat-type pet, starting price at 30 million yuan. If it had better appearance or talent, its value could quickly climb to a small fortune. Song Shao had originally hoped to make Hikaru his second contracted beast, but now he wouldn't even dare to imagine it could grit his teeth and manage a 300,000 pet loan, but 30 million was out of the question. Getting a little something, even a small advantage, was better than nothing. He pulled out 2 different flavored cheese sticks, offered them in front of Xingxing, signaling it to take them to Hikaru, give it some incentives, and try to arrange another fight. Xingxing shook like a rattle drum. Banban. It won't agree. Song Shao squinted and gave advice. Then ask if it's scared. If it's not, make it call you big brother right in front of you, and this'll be over. If not satisfied, then fight. Big brother? Xingxing's eyes lit up instantly, imagining how cool that would be to be called big brother by Hikaru. With the cheese stick clenched in its mouth, it trotted off toward the equipment room. A few seconds later, bang. A muffled thud echoed, and Xingxing was blasted out, rolling 3 times on the floor before stopping. From inside the equipment room came Hikaru's explosive roar, Kuru Kuru, which even without a pet translator, Song Shao could tell was full of nasty insults. The 2 young beasts were now locked in a back-and-forth scuffle in the hallway, neither giving way. After a few exchanges, they agreed to settle things with a match at the training ground. Song Shao trusted Xingxing's insistence on fairness. Since Hikaru had no master present, Xingxing felt it didn't need his help either, so he happily let them be. The training ground's lights shone bright, red and white zones clearly marked. Hikaru's wing was bandaged, but still agile enough to fly. At the whistle, Hikaru flapped up and claimed the high ground, then dived like a falcon, claws aimed straight for Xingxing. But Xingxing was no longer a novice, its electric patterns pulsed beneath its fur. With a flash of lightning, it activated its swift thunder shadow, narrowly dodging the strike by a hair. Hikaru hovered briefly, clearly surprised that Xingxing had learned to counter flight-type maneuvers. From the monitoring room, Song Shao watched the 2 beasts get increasingly fierce, abandoning tactics for pure, thrilling combat. Despite their intense brawling, Hikaru clearly held the advantage. After the 3rd hard hit sent Xingxing tumbling to the ground with a painful whimper, Song Shao raised his hand, covering his left eye as if trying to catch that mysterious bond. A burning sensation spread instantly, and reflected in the monitor's glow, he clearly saw his left eye gradually turn into the same shimmering gray as Xingxing's. Success, the bond had been established. Through this invisible connection, he quickly calculated that Hikaru's energy could only sustain 1 more solidify move, while Xingxing had enough power for 1 more swift thunder shadow, plus an intermediate skill. He then transmitted his plan. First, use swift thunder shadow to strike Hikaru's back, feigning an electric kiss to force Hikaru to prematurely use solidify. then seized the chance to pin it to the ground and finish the fight with Thunderstrike. Song Shao used empathic projection to send his thoughts to Xingxing. Xingxing lifted its head from the pit inside the training ground. It wasn't the first time for their empathic link, so Xingxing showed no surprise and immediately began to follow the orders from its master beast handler strictly. Pale blue electric sparks burst through its fur as Xingxing transformed in the blink of an eye into a 1-meter-long streak of lightning, about as thick as a wrist. Its form vanished and suddenly reappeared on Hikaru's back. Hikaru groaned in pain and violently flapped its injured wing, trying to shake Xingxing off. But Xingxing had already bitten hard on the old wound. Hikaru's wing was already damaged, so it instantly activated its solidification skill. A silvery gray hardened shell spread from the feathers to the bones at its current level. The shell could only last just under 3 seconds. Just over 2 seconds passed before the solidification shattered like cracked glass with a sharp crack. Xingxing didn't use an electric bite this time, which made Hikaru's heart ease. But before it could flap again, thunder crashed down from above. Lightning exploded, white feathers instantly charred black with sparks flying everywhere. Hikaru howled and collapsed to the ground. Xingxing, still numb from the aftershocks, unhurriedly jumped down from its back, flicked its tail, and mocked the unconscious opponent by raising its head to declare, "Ban, from now on, I'm your older brother." Hikaru was completely unconscious. Xingxing had defeated an opponent face-to-face for the first time and was so excited it ignored the scorch marks on its own body. Upon seeing Song Shao, it leapt straight into his arms. Song Shao quickly summoned the Zimo beast to tend to Xingxing's external injuries. As for Hikaru, its wounds were more serious and it had to be placed in a medical pod. Since Hikaru had snuck into the training ground without an appointment and wasn't a staff-owned beast, using the pod required a fee. Song Shao swiped his staff card to get a 20% discount. The internal price was 3,000 star coins per hour. "I didn't earn a dime today. This is pure loss," he comforted himself, though Xingxing had clearly improved a lot. As he bent down to pick up Hikaru, he noticed the blood on the injured wing was dark red, almost black like the work of a venomous beast's claw. After putting Hikaru in the pod, he thoughtfully left a cheese stick outside for it. The manager was delighted to hear that the runaway Hikaru had been hiding in his training ground. Showing his back molars, he said, "The one who wants to contract it is a rich young master. Hikaru ran off a few days ago. He even posted a bounty at the association 100,000 star coins for finding Hikaru. Let's split it 50-50. Song Shao nodded and quietly wrote down profit in his heart. The next day, the manager transferred 50,000 star coins to Song Shao's account. Song Shao first repaid a beast loan and then bought essential supplies for Xingxing, so the 50,000 quickly shrank to less than 10,000. Meanwhile, Song Qin and Song Jingjing also got the news. Song Shao would represent Yaming Beast Handler High School as a freshman in the District 10 High School Beast League, and he was the school's only freshman player. The siblings were excited for a long time. Song Qin even ordered him a brand new school uniform, reasoning that the old one had stains from a small eatery and would affect his fortune. At the same time, Sibo returned Hikaru from the training ground to the mansion. "Young master, Hikaru has been refusing to eat for 2 days," the beast feeder reported cautiously. Since returning home, Hikaru seemed soulless. It drank only water at first, and now it wouldn't even touch water. The feeder also warned, "The association people will come soon to take Hikaru back. If it stays like this, it'll be hard to explain." Sibo lifted his gaze, cold as ice chips, saying, "Finding out why it's refusing food is your responsibility. Are you neglecting your duties?" Sweat beaded on the feeder's forehead. No matter how high the salary, this pressure was unbearable. He hurriedly summoned a ding-ding flower. It resembled a sunflower with 2 golden bells on its forehead, whose ringing sound had a calming effect on the mind. With the ding-ding flower's persistent soothing, Hikaru finally spoke. It said it was so angry it didn't want to live a dignified class battle beast, defeated by a mere class Grey Eyes ban. That was an immense humiliation. The beast feeder muttered inwardly, "This is seriously just pointless nonsense." The beast trainer truthfully reported everything to Sibo. Hearing that Hikaru had been beaten by Hui Mobin once again, Sibo furrowed his brow tightly. Hikaru was an A-grade combat-type beast, yet it had lost 3 matches in a row. He suspected that the association's elders had deliberately assigned him a low-talent Hikaru to embarrass him. Such things had happened before. Someone in the 4th district had once passed off a hybrid fire-type egg as a rare mixed-blood fire egg, selling it for a fortune. The buyer only realized they had been swindled after signing the contract. Hybrid beasts were unpredictable and low in talent, wasting precious beast ring slots. Hikaru might be hard to train, but no one had ever heard of it breaking contracts before. Now that it was so unstable, the association still dared to ask for a price of 100 million star coins. Mushwoj lizard quietly crouched at Sibo's feet, its orange-yellow slit pupils coldly sweeping toward the Hikaru's room. It flicked its tongue, revealing blue-black barbs. "Young master, the High School Beast League is about to begin, and you haven't contracted a second beast yet. You'll be at a disadvantage in the arena." the beast trainer quietly reminded him. Sibo's face darkened. Then contract the firearm fox. Firearm fox was also a great attack type beast with power comparable to Hycorus, but much more volatile and far less loyal after taming. Because of its temper, it had always been the backup choice. But with the competition looming and him a junior high sophomore aiming for first place and a return to the 4th district, he had no choice but to use it. The trainer cautiously asked, "What about Hikaru? Should we contact the association to recall it?" Sibo's fingers brushed Mushwoja's tail, his tone cold. "Hasn't Hikaru already run away? What does it have to do with me?" As Sibo's first contracted beast, Mushwoja's temperament perfectly matched his owner's. It flickered and vanished before his eyes. "Handle it cleanly," Sibo added softly. To him, any beast that could not be contracted had only one outcome: death. Elsewhere, Song Shao concentrated, gathering lightning over Xingxing's forehead. The palm-sized electric arc crackled and sparked, illuminating the training room with a dazzling white-blue glow. Seeing that the proficiency of electric shock had finally advanced from beginner to advanced level, he breathed a sigh of relief. The attack's damage radius was now 3 times wider, and normally awakened beasts hit by it were nearly powerless to resist, while evolved beasts risked serious injury. Next, he needed to master the survival skill Swift Electric Shadow. Song Shao flipped through the notes. The skill had 2 steps: first, turn the user's body into lightning, and second, leave behind afterimages to confuse enemies. Xingxing could currently only perform the first step. The second step still failed. But the match was tomorrow, and there was no time left. Song Shao set down the dumbbell and headed to the shower. The hot water washed away his sweat, but his mind kept replaying the training details. When he stepped out, towel drying his hair, Xingxing was leaning on the windowsill, staring fixedly at the night sky. "Ban!" Xingxing excitedly called back. "The moon is falling." Song Shao frowned, confused. What did it mean, the moon was falling? Song Shao followed Xingxing's gaze and saw a fierce white light glowing not far away, as bright as if the moon had fallen. At that moment, the towel in his hand slipped to the floor with a soft thud that was his family's small restaurant. Song Qin insisted that Song Shao conserve his strength for tomorrow's competition, refusing to let him stay behind to help. So now, only Song Qin and Song Jingjing remained at the shop. Flames surged into the sky. Song Shao dashed downstairs, dialing emergency services as he went, pounding on neighbors' doors to wake everyone up. The fire had spread from the restaurant next door to the barber shop, with orange-red tongues of flame dancing wildly around the signboard. At the street corner, Song Jingjing stood paralyzed in front of the blaze, tears streaming down her face. Song Shao rushed to her side, voice hoarse. "Where's Big Brother?" "He's still inside." Jingjing pointed toward the kitchen, barely able to speak through her sobs. Without hesitation, Song Shao plunged into the inferno. The tiny store, no more than 30 square meters, was almost engulfed by raging flames. Every breath felt like his throat was being scraped by sandpaper. The kitchen door had burned away to ashes, its frame now a wall of fire. Song Qin lay unconscious on the floor, flames creeping along his apron toward his body. "Hold on." Song Shao's fingers moved swiftly, casting hand seals. A white beast ring spun in the firelight like a star trail. Xingxing responded to the summons, and Song Shao commanded, "Swift lightning. Take my brother out." Xingxing glanced at him, then leapt into the blaze. The instant it touched Song Qin, it transformed into a dazzling silver-blue lightning bolt, whisking him through the fiery wall and instantly out. Turning to escape, Song Shao found the exit blocked by collapsed beams. The heat was so intense it curled his hair. If not for his brutal training under the Taio mouse, he would have fainted. Just as he prepared to call Xingxing again. Boom. Torrential rain poured from the sky, quickly turning the flames into black smoke. Song Shao looked up to see a massive beast hovering in the night. Covered in blue scales with twin fins on its head and legs resembling a killen. It was a sea chelan beast, a beast king. It lowered its head and expelled a final jet of water, extinguishing the last embers. Thankfully, the shop was empty when the fire broke out, so aside from Song Qin, there were no casualties. But the 2-generation family restaurant was reduced to ashes. The ambulance arrived, and a nurse-like Nanmo's beast quickly stepped out. It checked Song Qin and cast light of recovery, gentle green light covering his wounds. Most of the burns healed on the spot, leaving only faint scars. "Nanmo, Nanmo," the beast translator's calm voice reported, "wounds have improved significantly. He'll wake soon after resting." "Thank you," Song Shao said quietly, helping Song Qin to stand. Song Jingjing clutched Xingxing tightly. The 3 of them gazed at the charred ruins of the little shop, feeling as if a long night had suddenly descended without warning. From the crowd, the beast trainer who first commanded the pets to fight the fire approached. Song Shao recognized him, was the one who had controlled his beasts to slay the mutated multi-eyed centipede at the landfill not long ago. "Big Brother, someone deliberately set the fire." Song Jingjing bit her lip and cried. At the scene, Song Jingjing told the rescue team everything she had witnessed. She recalled that she had been tidying tables outside the shop, while her father, Song Qin, was in the back room cleaning the stove. The fire had long been extinguished, and there wasn't even a scrap of paper nearby, let alone anything flammable. Yet just as they thought everything was settled, the flames suddenly surged upward, the initial blaze strangely bright and pure like moonlight. Jin Shifeng, a beast master of the Sea Lin Beast and captain of the 3rd Brigade of the Inspection Bureau, arrived on the spot. Frowning slightly, he listened to Song Jingjing's account before making a preliminary judgment. That fire belongs to a fiery bird's evolved form, the blazing phoenix. We will first check if there are any beast masters in this city contracted to a blazing phoenix, but I personally lean toward it being the act of a wild beast pet. Have you offended anyone recently, or provoked any beast pets? Offended wild beast pets? Song Shao smiled bitterly to himself. They lived in a poor district where everyone would run for their lives at the sight of a wild beast pet. Who would dare provoke one? Jin Shifeng immediately pulled up the data blocks, and one record popped up. A blazing phoenix that had repeatedly started fires, was caught in another city, and had served 10 months in a beast pet rehabilitation center before being released not long ago. This one is a repeat offender, essentially doing arson for hire. Looks like someone has you in their sights. Offended someone? The first person to flash through Song Shao's mind was Lin Yu, but he dismissed the thought. Lin Yu had just come out of a healing chamber 2 days ago. There was no way he would dare provoke anyone again. By the time the report was finished, it was nearly dawn. Song Qin's burnt sleeves still gave off a smell of char, and just waking up, he sat with his wife and daughter on a bench in the inspection bureau's lobby, their faces grimy and worn like refugees. Little Shao, will this delay your competition? You should go back to school first, I'll handle the rest, Song Qin said, raising a hand to gently touch his son's hair, burnt and curled from the heat. Full of guilt, Song Shao still felt uneasy. The arsonist hadn't been caught, and the family had nowhere to stay. He first arranged for Song Jingjing to stay temporarily at a classmate's home, then asked the manager of the beast pet training base to let his father temporarily take over the part-time job he held. At least with the manager's supervision, they would be safe. Rushing back to their damaged shack, he only had time to change into a fresh school uniform, call his beast pet Xing Xing onto his shoulder, and set off for school under the dim early morning light. The school bus was idling at the school gate. There was only one first-year student, 3 second years, and 5 third years, plus Teacher Ling and a new female coach. 11 people total, more than enough for one bus. Teacher Ling peeked out and saw Song Shao arrive out of breath. Before saying anything, he noticed the boy's hair, which looked like it had been blasted by an explosion. Hey, your hairstyle, how can such a handsome guy have such awful taste? He joked, assuming it was a special look styled for competition. Song Shao stiffened, having forgotten about that. Grabbing some scissors from a toolbox, he used the bus window as a mirror and snipped off the burnt curls. The slightly longer strands were chopped into uneven, ragged tufts, fully exposing his naturally handsome, but usually indifferent phoenix-like eyes. His pale face and cool eye shape made his youthful charm stand out even more. Teacher Ling glanced at him again, thinking, at least the face pulls it off. Song Shao climbed onto the bus and immediately drew a few curious looks, eyes scanning him before settling on his choppy burnt hair, finishing in sneers. Everyone knew first years like him never lasted long in the competition. Xing Xing didn't like staying inside the beast ring. After Song Shao got on the bus, he adjusted to a comfortable position and summoned Xing Xing out, holding her in his arms to catch some sleep. Across the aisle and a bit ahead, a girl glanced around cautiously. Seeing no one paying attention, she boldly fixed her gaze on Song Shao's face, studying him for a few seconds before looking down at her phone and quickly messaging someone. Are first-year students this troublesome nowadays? She muttered softly. Next to her, a slightly chubby boy nudged Song Shao with a smirk and silently asked who he was. Looks like justice in person. Mind your own business, is not bothering you, the girl replied sharply without even turning her head. Zhou Yong, the boy who was snubbed, wasn't upset at all. Grinning, he moved closer to the dozing Su Winnie and whispered, I haven't heard of any first-year competitors before. Where did this guy suddenly come from? If it were someone else, proud Su Winnie probably wouldn't bother answering. But Zhou Yong was different. His wealthy family ranked among the top in District 10. Though his parents were not beast tamers, and he didn't meet the qualifications for Yuanming High School, he got sent to Yaming Beast-Taming High instead. The school's training teams relied heavily on Zhou's family's funding, including high-paid Coach Meng. Su Winnie opened one eye and patiently replied, he signed up on the last day. They say he just got his second beast ring, and right now has only one awakened level pet. Only 2 rings and still just awakened rank. Zhou Yong sneered. He'll definitely be out in the first round. Not worth watching. With that, he slumped back into his seat. Half an hour later, the school bus arrived at the airport. Song Shao carried a half-asleep Xing Xing through security. Once seated on the plane, the phones of the other 11th and 12th graders buzzed almost simultaneously. Coach Ming stood in the aisle, lowering his voice to remind them, you all should have reviewed the contestant info by now. The organizers just updated the final list. We still have 2 hours until we reach the competition city. Go over it again, so our chances improve. Song Shao glanced at Teacher Ling, his eyes shining brightly like a spotlight. Why didn't I get any info? What info? Ling lowered his head guiltily. Sorry, this is my first time leading the team. Kind of thrown into it without knowing the process. Forget it. Song Shao stroked Xingxing's fur and leaned back into the seat. He'll sleep for now. Worst case, I'm out in the first round anyway. Seeing him close his eyes so casually, Coach Ming cleared his throat. Don't follow his example. You represent Yamming beast-taming high. You're not here just to show up and get knocked out. Zhou Yong glanced sideways at Song Shao. Thinking he accepted defeat early but to sleep in front of the coach? That was disrespectful. The girl next to him muttered quietly. Even if he's out in the first round, he shouldn't be sleeping like that. Her fingers tapped noisily on her phone screen. 2 hours later, the plane landed at the Pet Battle Base in Canaan City, District 10. At the exit, Teacher Ling handled the registration with higher-level league staff, while Coach Ming took the other 8 students to a training area. Few schools sent only one first-year competitor like Yamming did, but there were a couple. In the holding room, students from different schools sat in small clusters, waiting for their turn to check in. Song Shao, still holding Xingxing, queued at the back. Suddenly, a skinny boy ahead turned his head. His gaze landed briefly on Song Shao's name tag and school emblem. Then he snorted scornfully before quickly looking away. Song Shao thought, what's his problem? Soon it was Song Shao's turn. The physical exam for beast tamers was simple, just a drop of blood. But the pet beast checkup required standing before the inspector beast, which exhaled a highly elastic bubble from its head. The bubble would fully enclose the pet, allowing for a thorough scan of its health and whether it had taken any banned substances. When it came to Xingxing's turn, the little creature dove headfirst into the transparent bubble, tilting its head curiously to look around. Its front paws tapped and swatted against the membrane, sending out ripples with a soft pat-pat sound. Behind the console, a staff member's eyes flicked over the data on the screen. Casually at first, then suddenly he froze. Age. 3 months and 17 days? He looked up sharply at Song Shao with furrowed brows and waved him back. Student, your other pet also needs to be checked. From his experience, a 12-year-old who had awakened their spirit power would have a first pet at least 3 or 4 years old by now. But this gray-eyed spotted beast before him clearly looked like a late starter. I only have one pet, Song Shao replied calmly. The staff member thought he was joking and laughed. You're only a level 2 beast tamer, and you've only contracted with a 3-month-old gray-eyed spotted beast? Song Shao just nodded. The man shook his head like he'd heard a bad joke. Which school are you from? Can't you at least put some thought into your lies? The pet raising base only sells pets 2 months or older. Even if you contracted it then, it's only been just over a month. You're saying you reached level 2 beast tamer that fast? Work was already annoying enough, and dealing with such an oddball only made the guy more irritated. He almost rolled his eyes to the back of his head. Song Shao stopped arguing, raised his hand, and formed a seal. In an instant, a circle of milky white rings surrounded his body. Within the pure white aura, there was no sign of a second contract. The shock on everyone's face exploded. Now, do you believe me? Song Shao withdrew the rings. The staff stammered for a long moment before regaining his composure. Students behind him widened their eyes. This was like a graduate from elementary school suddenly telling you they got accepted into a top high school's math competition class after a 3 or 4 year gap. Song Shao added in a flat tone. If you had carefully checked my student records, you would know that I truthfully registered my pet information when I signed up. So, have I passed the inspection? The green confirmation light on the computer screen lit up. Xingxing grinned foolishly, fluttering its small wings as it followed its owner out of the exam room. At the door, Teacher Ling came forward with a warm smile hidden in the gentle creases of his face. Song Shao, erase the list and info of the first-year competitors I just received. Take a look. Song Shao opened his phone and flipped through it casually. Aren't you worried he'll be knocked out in the first round? If you were, would you even need to look at the list? Teacher Ling snorted softly. That Coach Ming probably thinks so and hasn't even treated you like a real competitor. But I don't see it that way. You're at least making it through 3 rounds. I told my wife that the afternoon after tomorrow there's a big shopping festival where the lipsticks, makeup, and bags she's been watching will be discounted. After all, the plane tickets to get here are expensive. If you don't take advantage, you're losing out. Song Shao suddenly decided to quit after just 1 round and headed straight home. At noon, the organizing committee delivered boxes of specially tailored nutritious meals for the different departments' pet beasts to each competitor. The recipes weren't extravagant, but they emphasized safety and balanced nutrition. Taking advantage of this, Teacher Ling confiscated all the cheese sticks and chips from Xingxing's backpack. These snacks usually contain pet-attracting additives that don't harm the beasts but tend to make them feel full and reject the real meals. At first, Xingxing drooped his ears and listlessly swept his tail on the ground, but the moment he bit into a piece of meat jelly, he found it even tastier than what he had at home. His eyes sparkled and his tail wagged like a windmill again. Watching Xingxing's emotional roller coaster, Song Shao, this old father, felt a pang in his heart. If only this league had betting like the World Cup back in his original world, he would love to earn some extra money to supplement Xingxing's meals. After lunch, Everyone returned to the lounge to wait for the afternoon matches. By then, all the second and third year competitors had arrived, and the atmosphere was several times tenser than in the morning. You only got one chance to avoid an early knockout. Losing here meant packing up and heading back to school tonight, and nobody wanted to be that person. Jiang Liqing spoke first, greeting a short-haired girl. Lin Mu, we're rooming together tonight. Lin Mu smiled shyly, only if we both win. On the other side, Zhou Yong flipped through some materials and exclaimed, huh? Where's Sikong Bo from Canaan City's #1 Beastmaster High? He was last year's second-year district champion and ranked top 50 in Blue Star's 12th district. I thought he'd be contending for the third-year crown and a top 20 spot this time. Su Wenyu suppressed impatience and quietly explained, you missed that special training. Huh? Sikong Bo got seriously injured and can't make it. Zhou Yong's eyes widened. What? Su Wenyu's expression suddenly darkened as if recalling a nightmare. He pulled a grave sticker. The lounge immediately fell silent. Everyone understood how dangerous the words grave sticker were. No one said another word. What's a grave sticker? Song Shao pulled out his phone to search. On the Interstellar Pet Beast Alliance Rescue Info Center's website, a mission tab labeled Danger Level Black was circled out on a special page. Players privately called it the Grave Stickera mission, so difficult that careless attempts often meant death. Your level is insufficient to browse this content. The cold system prompt popped up. Other mission pages opened freely, but this one was locked tight. After registering an account, Song Shao made a mental note. Maybe someday when he leveled up, he could take on some of these missions to earn extra money. After a short nap, he followed Teacher Ling to the afternoon match venue. The entire 10th district had 20 city-level divisions, each with 5 to 7 Beast Master high schools. The first-year division alone had 384 competitors. Second and third-year divisions had 5 to 600 each. Half an hour before the match started, official battle info was pushed to the players' phones. Song Shao's first opponent was Feng Chunshin from Fenghua High in Changhong City, site number 113. He arrived at the venue exactly on time. Within 5 minutes, a girl with a high ponytail and delicate features came jogging over with a sophisticated pet beast case on her back. Her redand white school uniform gleamed under the afternoon light. She paused, stared at Song Shao briefly, her gaze lingering on his pale golden hair, then neatly sat on the opposite side of the arena, quietly waiting for the referee to arrive. 5 minutes before the match began, a 20-centimeter-long dong-dong mouse trotted in, its short tail swaying. A black whistle hung around its neck. Its gray-brown fur clung tightly to its body, long yellow ears standing upright. The thin gliding membrane between its belly and forelimbs shimmered faintly under the lights. The dong-dong mouse spread its arms and lightly glided to hover in the center of the training ground. A faint blue circular ripple radiated from its feet, quickly enveloping the entire arena. The makeshift barrier was in place. Then it raised the whistle to its mouth and let out a sharp whistle, signaling the contestants to enter. Song Shao and Feng Chunshin stepped into the blue and red zones, facing each other. The countdown reached 0, and the dong-dong mouse blew the whistle rapidly. The match officially began. Song Shao quickly formed hand seals, his sleeves billowing as spectral rings of beast energy circled him like star trails. One white ring detached and fell to the ground, its glow fading to reveal a gray-eyed mottled spotted beast Xingxing. Upon landing, Xingxing walked proudly, staring fiercely at the opponent and growling lowly, Ban Ban. Feng Chunshin on the red side summoned her awakened latest aquatic beast, Belishui. Song Shao's left eye gleamed as status info appeared in his field of vision. Water attribute. 3 basic skills, 1 intermediate. Proficiency in water spray and water flow ring at expert level. Personality likes water, dislikes dirt. Although lightning type counters water, the opponent's 2 expert skills meant she couldn't underestimate her. Feng Chunshin's expression darkened as she saw the mottled beast. Her attribute was at a disadvantage. She knew she had to strike first. Water spray. She raised her hand and pointed, trying to seal the approach with a high-pressure water jet. Swift lightning bite. Song Shao commanded almost simultaneously. In the next instant, a powerful water jet thundered toward the mottled beast, but Xingxing vanished from its spot in a flash of lightning, leaving a fading afterimage. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind Belishui, its fangs crackling with pale blue electricity as it bit down fiercely. Black, web-like electric patterns immediately crawled across the aquatic beast's body. Holy! The scream cut off abruptly as Belishui was electrocuted and collapsed, limbs twitching. Xingxing released its bite and stepped back, still crackling with electricity. For seconds, a sharp final whistle exploded through the arena. Feng Chunshin froze. She had only used 1 move. Who'd have guessed an awakened mid-tier pet could seamlessly chain 2 intermediate skills, leaving no time for any reaction. The music signaling the match's end played loudly over field 113, feeling especially out of place in the vast, quiet arena. The judges, just seated and ready to take notes, all turned their attention. The match is over already? The battle lasted 4 seconds. Is this a first-level high school match? Surely it's another student from Kainan #1 high school? Not necessarily. Wudong, Xinghua, Ming-Si all have promising contenders. Someone is coming out, huh? Which school is Yamming Beast training high from? Outside the stadium, reporters were already in position. They knew the roster of prodigies from all the top schools by heart. The first to leave the arena was always as flashy as the first to hand in their college entrance exam. But when the figure finally appeared amid the flashbulbs, every reporter froze after recognizing Song Shao's unfamiliar face. Who is this? Why does no record show anyone who looks like him? Yeah, if he looked like that, they'd definitely remember him. Song Shao gang squeezed out of the corridor, and the reporters immediately swarmed around him, but no one dared to ask a question. They just shoved their microphones in his face. The young man frowned slightly, his voice low and calm. Please make way. He slipped sideways through the crowd. That short sentence cut through the congestion like a sharp blade. Only when the arena's end-of match music rang out again did the reporters snap back to reality, but by then, Song Shao had already disappeared into the distance, leaving only his back in sight. Shortly after all the rounds finished, the campus network was flooded with live-stream clips. In a highlight reel of the high school freshman group's top performers, only the second-place contestant's exit from the venue appeared. The comments section exploded. Why so slow, reporters? Where's number one? Soon, a campus journalist posted a 3-second video. A messy-haired but sharp-eyed handsome guy furrowed his brows and said, "Please make way." The caption read, "Number one is right here." Popular comments joined the buzz. Number one's hair looks like it got chewed by my grandma's dentures. Jokes aside, some tried to figure out which school this sudden number one came from. After learning he was just from an unknown third-grade high school, the hype quickly died down. Early rounds have a lot of luck, and maybe his pet's attributes happened to counter well, but the real skill would show in the finals. Meanwhile, Coach Meng led the team back to the rest area. The second-year group lost one player. The third-year group lost two, leaving second-year Lin Mu, Zhou Yong, third-year Su Wenyi, Jiang Liqing, Gao Yu, along with the coach's own round. That made 5 wins and 5 points, plus the base 3 points, totaling 8. But when she refreshed the total score for Yamming Beast-Taming High School, the screen showed a 9-1 extra point came from Song Shao. Focusing, she gasped, "For seconds?" Su Wenyi walked over at the sound, staring at the big screen. Song Shao match time. For seconds result, win. Those words hit him like a sucker punch. For seconds, the single skills cast time, just one exchange, and it was over? He tried to reassure himself. The opponent's pet was obviously completely countered, just luck. Thinking that eased his nerves, but he silently wondered how long Song Shao's lucky streak would last. Jiang Liqing was just as surprised, but quickly pulled out his phone excitedly and blasted the news into their group chat. When assigning dorms, the 3 eliminated players had already been sent home by Coach Meng, leaving only the participants. With the double rooms assigned last, only 2 girls were left sharing one room, and the 2 remaining senior boys shared another. Zhou Yong smiled broadly, revealing a small tiger tooth, and leaned over to Song Shao. "Song Shao, let's share a room tonight?" Looking around, aside from this round-faced little chubby guy, he really had no other roommate options, so he nodded in agreement. At the same time, Teacher Ling was the first to receive Song Shao's victory alert. Sitting halfway in the waiting room, he thought it was a scam text and double-checked with several colleagues before confirming. "Do well tomorrow," he said, excitement barely contained. "Make it into the top 50, and the scholarship for this semester is guaranteed." Song Shao nodded, his eyes suddenly blazing with fighting spirit. For seconds, haha, a real man's gotta be fast. Then his expression went blank again as he turned to Teacher Ling and seriously added, "Teacher, I'm underage." At bedtime, Song Shao summoned out Hui Mubin. Xing was used to sleeping alongside him. During the day, he wasn't allowed out because the coach said that in the early stages of the competition, everyone was unfamiliar with each other's bonded beasts. To avoid revealing weaknesses, they kept their pets hidden, but with no one else around at night, Xing could come out freely. As soon as the door closed, Zhou Yong released his own patent evolved level Sea Jade White Dolphin. Its entire body gleamed pure white like polished jade, stretching over 2 meters long. The spacious contestants' room quickly felt cramped just from the dolphin's presence. Along with Zhou Yong's already chubby frame, the space suddenly seemed a bit tight. "Shao, you need someone to play with him at night before hell sleep," Zhou Yong explained humorously, resting the dolphin's head on top of his own. Song Shao waved him off casually, but was unprepared for what happened next. Zhou Yong suddenly cleared some space and, keeping time with the music, launched into a complicated Latin dance. Surprisingly nimble for a chubby kid, Zhou Yong moved swiftly while the sea jade dolphin spun and swayed its tail. The 2 figures, one tall, one low, moved fluidly under the lights, as if rehearsing a water-themed ballet. Song Shao glanced over, thinking only pure magic. When the song ended, Zhou Yong pulled out a colorful hoop from his backpack and tossed it into the air like playing fetch. The dolphin leapt, caught the hoop firmly in its mouth, then landed gracefully, flicking its tail to whip up a rush of wind. Xing watched in wide-eyed amazement, even clapping its paws at the impressive show. Song Shao thought wryly that if Zhou Yong ever joined the circus, ticket sales wouldn't be a problem. After all that activity, Zhou Yong was exhausted, crouching and gasping for breath. He couldn't even twist off his water bottle cap and had to hand the bottle to Song Shao, who took it with some amusement, thinking this was the first time in his life had opened a bottle for someone else, and the guy was a little chubby kid. Gulping down most of the bottle, Zhou Yong tore open a snack bag and complained, I mess around like this every night and still haven't lost much weight. Losing weight is too hard. Song Shao's gaze dropped to the snack bag, which smelled greasy, and shook his head. Just asking, buddy. Song Shao, how are you so fast? Zhou Yong's sentence was broken up by breath, making it awkward. Song Shao gave no expression. Probably because I'm strong. Zhou Yong immediately smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up. So fast, strong bro. Shut up and eat, Song Shao said, dismissing him. Seeing Xingxing still excitedly stomping the bed, he let the pet release the extra energy. Jidian. With a whoosh, Xingxing transformed into a silver arc and teleported instantly from the bed to the door, head held high, tail cocked proudly, clearly pleased with itself. Song Shao thought silently. Xingxing's Jidian lightning strike seemed only able to cover 5 or 6 meters, making it suited for close combat. Once distance grew, it lost its edge. He needed to figure out how to extend its range. The room was too small to train long distances directly, but what if Xingxing could fire consecutive Jidians, using continuous teleports to stack up the distance? He pictured it mentally. If each step was 5 meters, triggering another Jidian right on landing could reach 10 meters total, allowing for flexible switching between close and range combat. Zhou Yong was skilled in water attributes, and since his CJ Dolphin was water-based too, he was particularly sensitive to moves that counter him. Watching Xingxing's moves, he was a bit taken aback. This mid-stage awakened level pet had already mastered a mid-tier skill like Jidian. This guy was impressive. Song Shao briefly shared his plan with Xingxing, then moved to the balcony and pushed the door open. The corridor was about 10 meters from the room, and he planned to test Xingxing's Jidian range first. Xingxing gave it her all and unleashed the electric dash, managing to move about 7 meters at most. Then Song Shao asked her to try using electric dash twice in a row. Since Xingxing could chain 2 different skills easily, using the same skill consecutively twice shouldn't be a problem, right? In fact, Song Shao had misjudged the situation. Every time Xingxing finished an electric dash, she acted like a battery suddenly drained dry. She had to stop completely to rest. There was at least a 2-minute gap before she could perform it again. After several rounds of experiments, Xingxing had squeezed every bit of energy from her glowing core and managed to shorten the interval to just over a minute at best. This was her absolute limit. Song Shao quietly noted to himself. Different skills can link seamlessly, but repeating the same skill consecutively stalls due to different energy circuits. Looks like they'd have to wait until Xingxing advanced in rank to reduce this downtime. Zhou Yong had been watching intently from the side. Finally, realizing what was going on, he stared in disbelief and asked, You're not thinking of having Huimubin use electric dash twice in a row, are you? I want to try, Song Shao replied calmly. Zhou Yong rubbed his forehead helplessly. Different beast skills have different energy flows. To use the same skill back-to-back without a break, you need at least an exalted rank or even beast king level. That's middle school common knowledge, you can't not know that, right? Song Shao pursed his lips then admitted quietly, but honestly, I was last in class, bad grades. Seeing such blunt honesty, Zhou Yong realized he had accidentally hit a sore spot for the school struggler. He quickly laughed it off to ease the awkwardness. Forgetting middle school stuff is normal. But you daring to try and push boundaries, that's commendable. Late at night, exhausted, Xingxing curled up beside Song Shao and fell asleep. Song Shao leaned against the wall and closed his eyes for some rest. Early the next morning, Zhou Yong warmed up to Song Shao. Maybe because Song Shao had a decent temperament, he invited him to join the long table where juniors from 2nd and 3rd years often ate breakfast together. The cafeteria was steamy and bustling. Song Shao carried a huge plate piled high with eggs, buns, and millet porridge, more than even Zhou Yong had. From afar, Coach Meng frowned sharply. There's a match this morning, and you're eating like you've never been fed at school before. Isn't that embarrassing? Song Shao looked up, met her gaze steadily, then calmly bit into a soup dumpling. My family is poor. I really can't afford meals like this usually. Sorry to make you feel awkward. If he had scowled, people might have thought he was talking back, but his expression was neutral, openly admitting poverty, which only made Coach Meng come off as harsh. She huffed in irritation and turned away. Song Shao leisurely finished the big breakfast. Nearby, Su Wenyi snorted lightly, half smiling. Watch out for Coach Meng now. No matter how well you do, you're still going to be benched in 2nd year. After the meal, Zhou Yong leaned close and lowered his voice. Song Shao, are you really that poor? You can apply for the school's poverty scholarship. Our family sponsors at 50,000 star coins per semester. Song Shao paused, turned slightly to look at the round-faced, delicate little chubby boy, and unusually showed a hint of softness. What are the requirements? You have to verify your family situation and also have to meet grade or award conditions, Zhou Yong explained. 50,000 per person altogether. Yamming Beast Tamer High only has a few million star coins for this, so it's pocket change for our family. Song Shao thought for a moment and said indifferently, my parents are both gone. My brother is an ordinary man supporting me and my sister with food and clothes, but he's heavily in debt. Does that count as poor? Zhou Yong froze, staring blankly at this young man with cherry lips, white teeth, and cold phoenix-like eyes. He had assumed he came from a well-off family, never imagining such hardship lay behind that composed facade. Sounds good. You should apply as soon as you get back this time. You'll definitely get approved. Zhou Yong patted Song Shao's shoulder, already having a plan in mind if the approval didn't come through. He was prepared to cover the cost himself, as the amount was just his weekly allowance. After Song Shao thanked him, his phone chimed, and both he and Zhou Yong unlocked their screens simultaneously. The latest match updates had arrived. More than half the contestants were eliminated this round, leaving only 192 players remaining. According to the High School Pet Battle League regulations, the entire competition was recorded, but live broadcasts only started when the top 50 from each stage advanced, and all previous match footage for those players was made publicly available to ensure fairness. Song Shao's opponent this round was Jiang Qingsun from Qianlin Yusho High School in Fengyuan City. With 10 minutes left before the match, they arrived at the arena one after another. Song Shao sat on a bench with his arms crossed, his gaze drifting upward. Several electric eyes drones patrolled the air, their lenses gleaming coldly. These pet beasts started as only drank with moderate growth potential, but because they could monitor without blind spots, they had widely replaced similar tech devices. In today's world, pet beasts with growth capabilities had gradually supplanted much of traditional technology. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingsun lingered outside the battle arena's gate, still giving instructions over the phone. Only when the referee's pet beast Dong Dong Mouse flew to the center did he finally hang up in a rush. Dong Dong Mouse flapped its wings, and an energy shield instantly rose, sealing off the training ground as the battle countdown lit up. Let's get this over quickly. I have other things to do later, Jiang Qingsun said with a smirk as he stepped into the arena. He had already gone through Song Shao's Perfilion Unknown with only one awakened-level pet beast. Song Shao remained calm, giving just a slight nod. The whistle blew sharply. Song Shao quickly formed hand seals, and his beast ring detached from him, swirling like orbiting star trails before condensing into a dazzling white light. The pet star appeared. Jiang Qingsun immediately threw his beast ring. An early-stage evolved steel rock armadillo crashed heavily to the ground. Covered in grayish-brown scales like an armored pangolin, its tail embedded with black rock, its abdomen and claws resembling obsidian, topped with a sharp silver-white horn. Song Shao's left eye glowed faintly, data appearing. Mid-level skills Rending Claw and Rock Smash, and advanced beginner skill Harden. Steel Rock Armadillo was a rare fighting-type pet, with high defense and strong attacks, but lacked endurance and agility for prolonged battles. Rock Smash. Jiang Qingsun aimed for a quick knockout. Steel Rock Armadillo roared, raising its claws high, its obsidian-shining abdomen fully exposed. It then slammed the ground hard. With a thunderous crash, over 10 basketball-sized rocks hurled into the air, raining down over a 2-meter radius around Star like a catapult barrage. Swift Thunder, paralyze. Song Shao ordered urgently. In an instant, lightning exploded, and Star transformed into pale blue electricity, piercing through the dense rock storm. Before the stones could fall, it landed steadily in front of Steel Rock Armadillo, its fluffy tail winding around the opponent's forearm as a faint blue electromagnetic wave shimmered across the enemy's body. Steel Rock Armor is indeed an evolved-level pet beast, specializing in defense. The usual electromagnetic paralysis that would immobilize most pet beasts for 1 to 3 seconds only stiffened it momentarily. Jiang Qingsun raised an eyebrow and, after just half a second of hesitation, issued a cold command, knock it back. Before he finished speaking, Xingxing had already acted. As soon as the electromagnetic paralysis ended, it suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a thunderous roar. The air trembled as if struck by a heavy hammer. Song Shao didn't say a word. He had already planned with Xingxing that if the paralysis or thunder roar failed to restrain the enemy, they would immediately follow up with the next move electric shock. An electric arc swelled in Xingxing's palm, so thick it rivaled the size of its arm thanks to expert mastery. Bam bam! With a fierce roar, the pale blue current slammed directly onto Steel Rock Armor's head. Steel Rock Armor, just freed from stiffness and unable to raise its defenses in time, was blasted back by the wave of electricity. Its massive body crashed down, gouging a fissure half a person deep in the training ground, sending debris flying everywhere. The contempt once curling Jiang Qingsun's lips was shattered by this harsh reality. He stared grimly at the suppressed state before Hyman evolved-level Steel Rock Armor was being overwhelmed by a mid-stage awakened beast. This was a tremendous humiliation for him. But even if Steel Rock Armor had only just reached evolved status, it could not be used as an excuse for failure. Steel Rock, he growled. Steel Rock Armor rose with pain, its eyes blazing red. Attack Earth-Shattering Claw? Jiang Qingxin quickly regained his composure. No matter how flashy an awakened beast's skills were, they could never make up for the level gap, especially when Steel Rock armor wielded second-tier abilities. Its heavy shell suddenly contracted as Steel Rock armor curled into a gigantic rock ball, roaring as it charged toward Xingxing. Xingxing dashed right to evade, only to see a stout tail covered in black rock shoot out from the back of the rock ball like a meteor sweep, striking fiercely. This ends now. Confidence returned to Jiang Qingxin's lips. Xingxing was blasted 3 meters away, and as it hit the ground, the earth-shattering claw activated. The earth cracked in a circle around it, jagged stones suspended, then crashed down, aiming to bury Xingxing alive. Swift lightning. Circle behind it. Electric kiss. Song Shao rushed the command, covering his left eye as he shared a mental link with Xingxing. But secretly within the link, he gave another order: circle behind, lure out Harden, and finish with Thunderstrike. In a flash, Xingxing darted through a gap as lightning, appearing behind Steel Rock armor with gleaming fangs. Mid-tier skill Electric Kiss? Jiang Qingxin's brow furrowed deeply. Harden. He barked immediately. 3 seconds passed, but Xingxing still hadn't bitten down. This isn't good. A bad feeling surged. Boom. The training ground suddenly lit up as a vast curtain of pale blue lightning poured down, thunder clashing with Xingxing's roar. Bam bam. The hardened skill was brutally interrupted. Steel Rock armor's chest and back were seized in a direct thunderbolt strike. Its gray-brown scales blackened and cracked. It howled in pain, staggering, but stubbornly held its ground. Song Shao's gaze grew icy cold as he muttered, heal. Heal. Despite the merciless intent in his mind, seize your weakness and crush you, there was no hesitation. If not now, when else? Xingxing wasted no time. Supporting its injured body, it gathered a massive surge of electricity between its brows. A pale blue lightning bolt struck the Steel Rock armor, blasting it open from the abdomen. The Steel Rock armor emitted a thunderous roar, then toppled back heavily, slamming into the ground. The gleam in its eyes faded completely within seconds. From the moment it was forced out of its solidified state to collapse, less than 10 seconds had passed. Jiang Qingxin stood frozen, his gaze fixed tightly on that smoking, broken shell. The rhythmic tapping whistle sounded, signaling the end of the match, and the timer stopped at 1:43. Song Shao retracted the injured Xingxing back into his beast ring and walked to the center of the arena. Win or lose, competitors were expected to shake hands. He extended his hand calmly and said, hopefully, I didn't take up too much of your time. Jiang Qingxin's face shifted from gray to ashen. Those words felt like a blatant insult to him. A tier-awakened beast mastering an evolvable mid-tier skill, like Thunderclap? It was mocking him outright. Gritting his teeth, he shoved his hand into Song Shao's palm and squeezed with all his might, trying to cause pain. But Song Shao's expression remained unchanged, without even a hint of a frown. What? Jiang cursed silently. Was this guy's arm made of steel? Sensing the excessive pressure, Song Shao simply returned the grip with a light firmness. In that instant, Jiang's hand felt like it had been caught in iron pincers, painful enough to make him gasp inwardly, cursing him again as a ruthless schemer. As Jiang climbed down from the arena, Song Shao noticed the area outside was empty. He decided to turn back and return inside. Suddenly, he bumped into Jiang Qingxin, who immediately crossed his arms and backed away cautiously. What do you want? Recalling how had been nicknamed 4-second guy for winning too fast last time, Song Shao opted to linger a bit longer. He stepped aside and said, nothing much. Just taking a short break. Seeing no ill intent, Jiang squinted suspiciously before dashing out of the venue like a flash. However, he hadn't gone far before a swarm of reporters surrounded him. Hey, as the first winner, how do you feel? Yeah, say a few words. Microphones dotted the crowd and cameras flashed relentlessly. Jiang's face turned from black to purple, then flushed bright red. He mentally cursed Song Shao countless times for using the press to get under his skin. Finally, he pushed through the crowd scowling and fled looking disheveled. Inside, Song Shao was completely unaware of the commotion outside. He summoned Xingxing again and gently stroked its half-drooping ears, feeling sorry for its serious injuries. He quickly retracted it into the beast ring, intending to head straight for the treatment zone. As he stepped out, the protective shield around another arena was just being withdrawn, and the closing music echoed throughout the base's main hall. Song Shao looked up and saw a girl walking out from that area. She wore a white blouse and a black pleated skirt, her long hair softly curled. Her clear eyes, glistening like a gentle fawn's, met his, and she greeted him with a friendly smile. Song Shao's gaze landed on the school emblem pinned to her chest. He actually recognized it. It was the emblem of Yuanming Beast-Taming High School in Jinggang City. The girl's eyes lingered on his slightly messy hair for a few seconds before she stepped forward. Her smile was gentle, like a soft early summer breeze, and her every movement bore the natural grace and confidence shaped by her family background. You're from Yuanming Beast-Taming High School? Song Shao nodded. You must be Song Shao, she said, as if asking, but the certainty in her beautiful eyes was unmistakable. That's me. Song Shao didn't pause in his step. He just glanced sideways at this girl whom one might call a goddess. She recalled some of the popular comments under a short video. Good looking, but with strange tastes. Personality so cold. It's absurd. Having never been ignored like this before, she felt somewhat surprised. Before reporters could continue chasing Jiang Qing's son at the entrance, Song Shao quickened his pace, anxious to avoid being labeled 4-second speed guy or something similar again. The treatment center was empty at that moment. He casually pushed open the nearest consultation room. Inside, a Monbua doll sat on a chair. Its round, chubby limbs were mottled brown and white, and the white lab coat made it look even more adorably approachable. A white gemstone embedded in its chest shimmered with a soft glow. Monbua, it said in a gentle, soft voice. Does your beast need treatment? Song Shao summoned Xingxing. Please help treat it. The Monbua doll nodded and floated closer to examine the wound on Xingxing's abdomen, softly chanting, Monbua. Monbua. The white gemstone rippled like water, gently covering the injury on Xingxing's belly before quickly fading away. In less than half a minute, Xingxing was lively again, sparkling with vitality. Although Song Shao had witnessed this many times, he still found it hard to believe this healing wave could restore injuries in an instant, something modern medicine could never achieve. Monbua, Monbua, the doll signaled, your beast's internal energy is unstable. I recommend an energy test to customize the best nutrition plan. Where can I do that? Song Shao recalled that after bringing Xingxing home, he hadn't done any energy screening. He had read online that an energy test for pet beasts was needed only once a year, like a checkup, not frequently. The rounded Monbua doll patiently pointed the way. Bam Bam. Xingxing tilted its head. Do we have to do a checkup? We did one yesterday. Song Shao picked it up and explained. This checkup is different from yesterday's. He took the elevator to the 13th floor and found the energy test room by the door number. Inside was a young male nurse in his 20s, slouched in a chair, slacking off and watching a live stream. The sounds of beast battles kept coming from the screen. Song Shao knocked on the door. The nurse hurriedly hid his phone but did so abruptly, accidentally turning the volume all the way up. This so-called grave sticker, the black 5-star missions are nothing special. Family, keep sending gifts. The more you send, the sooner it'll show you the real, big treasure. Grave robbing. Song Shao suddenly recalled what Zhou Yong had said. The previous champion of the second-year high school division, Sikong Bo, suffered severe injuries from revealing a grave robbing incident, which kept him from participating in this league. The clinic room was brightly lit, with the humming of machines echoing softly through the air. A masked male nurse hurriedly turned down the volume, forcing a smile as he stepped forward. Hello, are you here for an energy level test? His movements were a bit nervous, as if afraid to startle the little beast in Song Shao's arms. Please help check it, Song Shao said gently, placing the gray-spotted creature named Xingxing on the table. The small being had a round, plump body covered in gray and white short fur, its tail wagging slightly despite its best efforts to stay still. The nurse picked up Xingxing and placed it inside a sleek, silver test chamber resembling a mini space pod. As the door sealed shut, the holographic screen beside them lit up, lines of data flashing rapidly. Energy levels fluctuating around 900? The nurse's eyes widened in surprise as he read the numbers. Your pet has already broken through to the late awakening stage. It's a lightning-type gray-spotted creature, and it's only been 3 months. He suddenly raised his voice in disbelief. 3 months? Rubbed his eyes instinctively, worried that he might be seeing things from sleep deprivation or binge-watching live streams too late. Less than 4 months to reach late awakening? That can't be right. Usually, a pet takes a whole year to advance one stage at a fast pace. Late awakening normally takes 3 to 4 years, not a few months. The more he thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. Granted, some exceptionally talented beast tamers could form deep bonds to speed up progression slightly, but this one rated only C, with dull fur and obvious average talent shouldn't be advancing so fast. That left only one explanation, the tamer. The nurse suddenly fixed his gaze on Song Shao, his eyes sparkling as if had just uncovered a world-shaking secret. Song Shao felt uncomfortable under that intense stare and raised a hand instinctively. What is it? This one is destined for greatness. The nurse thought to himself, drawing on years of reading over-the-top fiction to jump to conclusions, though he kept a professional smile on his face. You've done an excellent job raising this gray-spotted pet. Achieving late awakening as a juvenile is incredible. Its energy levels might fluctuate recently, so in terms of diet, you should increase lightning element foods, feed it more electric fruits and thundergrass. As for the exact proportions, you'd better consult a specialist. That's beyond my expertise. I understand. Thank you for the help. Song Shao responded politely, opening the chamber door to scoop up Xingxing. The little creature, silent while sealed inside the pod, immediately jumped into its owner's arms, affectionately nuzzling and chirping Ban Ban, Ban Ban. The nurse said you're amazing, evolving so quickly that most pets can't keep up with you. Song Shao translated the praise into simpler words. The nurse nodded repeatedly and added, yes, I've never seen a pet evolve so rapidly before. Xingxing held its head high, but its wagging tail betrayed its pride despite its serious wolfish expression. Leaving the testing room, Xingxing's tail continued happily swaying. Song Shao thought to himself, since the energy diet needs to be recalibrated and the competition is underway, maybe the school would cover the expenses. Head just checked the prices. Thundergrass cost more than 3 times as much as electric fruit. Song Shao picked up his phone and dialed Teacher Ling's number. The call was answered instantly. Before Song Shao could say a word, Teacher Ling suddenly exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "You're the first to win the match again. Didn't I tell you not to be so quick? You have to respect your opponent, really." "Teacher, you're going a bit overboard," Song Shao said, half amused and half exasperated. Teacher Ling burst out laughing, but kept up the theatrical act perfectly. "Remember next time, friendship first, competition second. You've got to give your opponent some face." Song Shao rubbed his forehead and shifted his tone. "Teacher, Xingxing has already entered the late awakening stage. The energy supplements need to be recalibrated. Will the school take care of that?" There was sudden silence on the other end. After a moment, Teacher Ling's laughter stopped abruptly, as if someone had pinched his throat. "Late awakening stage? You're sure about this?" "Yes, I just brought Xingxing out from the testing room." Teacher Ling was stunned. His mind felt like fireworks had exploded inside it. He remembered clearly Song Shao had only contracted Hui Mubin less than 4 months ago. Reaching the late awakening stage in just 4 months? He racked his brain, but couldn't recall any pet beast in the history of the Interstellar Alliance progressing that fast. Maybe there was one, but he had a poor memory of history back in school, so maybe he just didn't remember. But if there wasn't, then this was unprecedented. "Oh, all right, he'll try to coordinate," he replied vaguely and hung up, only realizing how muddled his thoughts were. His enthusiasm for bragging to old friends instantly dulled. Coordinate with who? When the school first sent Song Shao here, everyone expected him to be a Aniandone loser. Nobody assigned him a proper pet beast trainer, let alone a dedicated nutritionist. Those resources sounded like fairy tales. Teacher Ling's eyes landed on an old friend sitting across from him at a table in the lounge, drinking tea. Tentatively, he said, "I remember you once bragged that your sister is an Shrank pet beast nutritionist?" His friend slammed the table, clearly defensive. "That's no brag." "Well then, help me out here." Teacher Ling smiled, crinkling his eyes. "Speak up if you want something." The friend rolled his eyes, but didn't refuse. By noon, half the competitors had been eliminated, and the cafeteria was much quieter than in the morning. Song Shao hurriedly finished his lunch and rushed back to his dorm. When he opened the door, Zhou Yong hadn't returned yet. His match was probably still ongoing. The room was softly lit. Song Shao released Hui Mubin, nicknamed Xingxing, from his wristwatch. The silvery gray shell shimmered with metallic gloss under the light. The little creature wagged its tail energetically. Song Shao pulled out the battle records, crouched down, and began analyzing the morning matches with it. The match against Steelrock Armored exposed a glaring issue. Xingxing had too few offensive skills. Thunder Strike packed a powerful punch, but drained immense energy. With Xingxing's current stamina, it could only unleash it once per battle. A second use would require sheer willpower. Electric Shock was less taxing but ineffective against Steelrock Armored's innate hardening ability. Even repeated hits barely dented its defense. Learning new intermediate offensive skills on short notice was unrealistic. Fortunately, Xingxing had just advanced, multiplying its internal energy reserves several times over. If the school could supply energy meals tailored to the new standard, endurance might no longer be a problem. Lost in thought, the door clicked open. Zhou Yong burst in, panting and clutching a terminal, his face flushed with excitement. "Song Shao, there's a bounty posted on you online." Seeing Song Shao, Zhou Yong's eyes lit up as he eagerly announced the news. Song Shao looked at Zhou Yong in confusion. A bounty notice? Who had he made an enemy of to the point of putting a price on his head? Zhou Yong held up his phone and opened the pinned post. Its bold title practically jumped off the screen. "Whoever ends this poser, he'll give 500,000 star coins for free." Opening the post, the first image was a high-resolution snapshot taken by reporters during Song Shao's first competition. A handsome young man with sharp features, sporting a deliberately messy dog-bite haircut that somehow only made him stand out more. The text was blunt and aggressive. The poster claimed Song Shao had publicly humiliated him and that he couldn't let it go. Whoever beat Song Shao in the next match would receive 500,000 star coins immediately. Song Shao stared at the screen for a few seconds, but couldn't figure out who had posted it. He had always kept a low profile and avoided trouble, so the whole thing puzzled him. Handing the phone back to Zhou Yong, he casually logged into the High School Pet League website with an anonymous account and sent a private message to the poster. "I have insider information on Song Shao. Interested?" Less than half a minute later, the reply came. "Why should I trust you?" Song Shao sent a photo of his school uniform emblem and added, "I'm from the same school as Song Shao, and we share a dorm this competition. I have exclusive, up-to-date intel on his pet beast info even the school doesn't know. 50,000 star coins." After a moment's silence, the poster replied, "Send your account." Instantly, 50,000 star coins arrived. Unfazed, Song Shao packaged the latest evolution data on Xingxing and sent it over. Late awakening stage, under 4 months old. Basic skills, Thunder roar, electric shock, electromagnetic paralysis. Intermediate skills, electric kiss, thunder strike, lightning shadow. Making a tidy little profit by trading his own info, Song Shao felt an unexpected ease wash over him. He tossed the phone casually on his pillow, completely missing the flurry of messages popping up from the poster in response. Meanwhile, Kuyao received a call from her scatterbrained younger brother, Kuyu. Crade gray spot, less than 4 months old, late awakening stage sis. I'm sending you the pet data. Can you help prepare an energy meal? She was initially indifferent but frowned after hearing this, assuming her brother was pulling an April Fool's joke. Kuyu, I'll give you 3 seconds to get your story straight. Keep messing around, and you're going straight on my blacklist. After 3 straight days up late working, her patience was at an end. On the other end, Kuyu chuckled. Sis, I know it sounds fake, but it really happened. I'm sending the info now. After hanging up, Kuyao hesitated for 2 seconds between blocking him and opening the message. Curiosity won. She wanted to see what institution was brazen enough to publish such an absurd report in Awakening Pet at just 4 months old. Impossible. There were 2 reports, growth evaluation from the pet rearing base and official data from the League Health Center. Both were authentic, verifiable through their official websites. The gray spot's age, stage, and skills matched Kuya's description perfectly. In an instant, Kuyao's mind was electrified. No one would dare falsify info in such a public system. The only conclusion, this late awakening pet under 4 months really existed. She immediately dialed back. Hey sis. Kuyu started, but she cut him off sharply. Send me the address. Address? You're not seriously coming here yourself, are you? Kuyu was stunned on the spot. He knew such an outcome was rare, but his sister was one of only 2 Shrank pet trainers in District 10. Every pet she trained was consistently Shrank with exceptional talent and rare tiers. In stark contrast, the grayed spotted wolf was just an ordinary crank pet. The disparity was so huge, it was almost unbelievable. That afternoon, Song Shao led his snow wolf Xingxing to the next arena match. If he won this round, he would advance into the top 50. The official livestream would start, and then he could place bets on the platform. If he predicted the outcome correctly, he might finally save enough money to buy his brother Song Qin another shop, fulfilling his dream of opening a second small restaurant. To reach this goal, Song Shao had secretly sold his opponent's information to a forum poster, fully expecting that his own background would be equally exposed and that a specific countertactic would be prepared targeting Xingxing. Given that, he decided the best strategy was to strike first. All martial arts rely on speed above all else, he whispered, pressing his fingers to Xingxing's neck in the narrow pre-battle corridor. When it starts, attack with full power immediately. Don't drag this into a prolonged fight, understand? This might be the strongest opponent you've faced so far. Xingxing's youthful snow wolf face lifted slightly, its gray-silver eyes narrowed into slits. Electricity and cold energy crackled over its body, fierce fighting spirit surging. At the crisp signal from the Duratimus's starting whistle, Song Shao formed a hand seal with 2 fingers and swept his arm in a flash, and Xingxing transformed into a streak of blue-white lightning dashing into the enemy's side. In the opposing team's red column, a 3-meter-long moru snake burst from the ground. Its scales gleamed, and 2 long fins on its neck twitched like fish fins, gathering arcs of electricity and poisonous mist. Song Shao had never seen this pet before. His heart tightened instantly. This fight was going to be even tougher than he expected. Quick thunder. Electric bite. He commanded almost simultaneously with his opponent. The moru snake suddenly straightened, shooting forward like an arrow close to the ground, aiming straight for Xingxing's throat. But Xingxing exploded into a blazing ball of electricity the moment it appeared, swiftly dashing forward. 2 figures collided violently in the center of the arena, the blue-white flash tearing dazzling electric scars through the air. The next instant came a crackling sound, and amid the blinding sparks, the moru snake's entire body was marked with black scorch marks. It collapsed stiffly to the ground, unable to even release its tongue, falling unconscious. The electronic timer froze 4 seconds. Song Shao stood frozen until the whistle pierced the silence again, snapping him back. Huh, it's over already? In the arena, Xingxing was equally stunned. It glanced back, confusion flickering in its gray eyes. Babin? Is this the unprecedentedly strong opponent? Is there some mistake? In truth, the moru snake had planned to close in immediately with a flash, then coil and restrain Xingxing to finish with a poisonous bite. But Xingxing's electric burst struck first, leaving the snake's coils powerless and turning the tables by biting precisely at its weak point. Though the moru snake's scales were tough, and usually an electric bite might not be fatal, this time Xingxing was mentally primed to feel extremely dangerous, holding nothing back. It unleashed all its energy, and the lightning crashed down like a flood, blackening the snake's body instantly. The opposing trainer yelled hoarsely for moru snake, eyes bloodshot, hurriedly retracting the unconscious pet back into the beast ring. Seeing this, Song Shao quickly turned sideways, pretending to adjust his clothes. Avoiding Xingxing's questioning gaze, this whole match had unfolded far beyond even his own expectations. Above the arena, the electronic big screen flashed boldly. Duration, 4.00 seconds. Song Shao stared at the number with mixed feelings, but a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. As the victory music played, a row of judges at the referee stand had just lifted their teacups, but hadn't yet taken a sip when the lightning-fast knockout stunned them so much some nearly spat out their tea. After a moment of silence, one judge stared blankly and asked, "Is there a system error or something?" Another judge put down his teacup and answered uncertainly, "No way, right? The match system runs checks every day. It can't just malfunction." A slightly stout judge with graying temples smiled as he responded, "Well, it can't be that a player finished the match already, can it? It's only been a few seconds." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire row of judges fell into a deathly silence. Everyone recalled the scene from the first league match, the same beautiful sunny day, the same freshly brewed wood-type pet tea just lifted to their lips, the same instant they had yet to take a sip when the battle-ending music sounded. Several judges exchanged looks for a long moment, then whispered quietly, "It probably can't be, but the music really did play." After all these years of judging, this was the first time they had encountered something like this. A match ending in just a few seconds during the first round was somewhat understandable after all. The skill gaps were wide back then, and it wasn't unusual for someone to steamroll a soft target. But now, the tournament was midway through, mixed-rank students had been eliminated, and the remaining players were all evenly matched. How could there be such an instant knockout? Thinking of this, they all took a deep breath and pulled up the arena's surveillance footage. A few seconds later, every one of them wore expressions of utter bewilderment. It really was a 4-second knockout. Is this even plausible? Is this scientific? Someone murmured. At that moment, at the entrance corridor, Song Shao walked out of the battle room. Seeing a group of familiar reporters crowding him, he kept walking without pause, dropping only a curt, "Please move aside." 2 hours later, most matches were over, and suddenly a post went viral on the campus network. "Please move aside. King Bio tells you all to keep practicing." The post edited together footage of Song Shao's first and third exits from the battle base. The same cold, refined face, the same disheveled, dog-bitten hairstyle, the same line, "Please move aside," and the identical 4-second record. The video ended with a bold caption, "Everyone here is trash in front of King Bio." Journalists deliberately stoked the hype, and the post instantly exploded in popularity. Past first-year competitions had been largely ignored since only low-tier pets were allowed, but a 4-second battle-ending record was unprecedented, one that would be hard to beat later. Even sneezing seemed too long. Followers surged, and Song Shao's social media accounts were nearly dug up from the past. Yet whether past or present, he never posted anything. Netizens searched repeatedly, but found no valuable information. At the same time, Jiang Qingsun also saw the video. When he recognized the exposed account, his face immediately darkened to an extreme degree. "Damn it, that's the scammer who cheated me out of 50,000 star coins." He had paid 50,000 star coins for supposedly top-secret data on Song Shao's pet, but all he got was an utterly worthless empty package. Awakening stage late level after 4 months? What a joke. Obviously a heartless, insane con artist. What made it even more humiliating was that he actually lost 50,000 star coins to the scam. Jiang Qingsun's anger roared inside him. 50,000 star coins meant little to a privileged student like him, but the word scam stabbed at his pride like a sharp thorn. Wrath mingled with shame, and without hesitation, he posted a new thread on the campus forum, blunt and unfiltered in its title, exposing the real face of the so-called king of pressure. In the post, he shared complete chat logs and transaction receipts with Song Shao, leaving every detail uncensored, timestamps included. The so-called king of pressure was nothing but a fraud who hid his identity, fabricated credentials, and preyed on information asymmetry to deceive others. The post hit just as a viral 4-second duel video was trending, making the impact double. Within an hour, it shot up the campus forum's trending list. The comments section instantly turned into a massive outrage session. "Damn, I thought he was some rare genius. Turns out he's just a fake. Too funny, awakened his pet beast in 4 months? Has Song Shao lost his mind? I know Song Shao from middle school. His whole family is 4th-class citizens from the slums. He couldn't have afforded a pet beast in 3 years of middle school. Looks like he bought his pet beast with dirty money from scams. A truly inspirational con artist. Song Shao is a scammer. Pay back the money. Buying pets with dirty cash, what a disgrace to the beast masters. Why is the tournament committee playing dead? Shouldn't they disqualify frauds during the competition? Exactly. What right does a cheater have to compete? Cancel his qualification." Harsh words, ridicule, and accusations flooded the forum like a tidal wave, sending the campus network's heat index through the roof. Meanwhile, the tournament organizers were wrapping up the schedule. Top 50 players for each grade. First, second, and third years were decided. Eliminated players sent back to school, and the rest gathered at the Pet Beast Battle Base for a meeting to discuss next steps. The base, which could hold thousands, glowed brightly at night. Over 40 remaining first-year players sat scattered across the stands, heads down, scrolling through their light tablets. As expected, They all opened that viral post. A few glanced toward the stands, quickly spotting the most conspicuous ragged dogbite hairstyle Song Shao. That's Song Shao, right? The scammer. Didn't you see the afternoon hot post? The guy who lost the duel in 4 seconds. Who else would have such a terrible haircut? Crazy broke. Too scammed 50,000 star coins. I heard his whole family's fourth-class citizens from the slums. Nothing good could come from that. Amid whispers and murmurs, a tall boy wearing the Yuanming Beastmaster High School uniform stood up, broad-shouldered and dark-skinned, his shaved head sharp like a steel brush. His eyes radiated pure provocation. With heavy footsteps, he approached Song Shao. His massive shadow fell over him, blocking the light like a wall. Song Shao was wearing headphones, rewatching the match footage, but feeling the gaze. He removed the headphones and paused the screen. The mocking face came into close focus. Hey, Song Shao, the boy sneered, his voice rumbling from his chest with a look of contempt. You're competing in the league. Can't you at least hide the stench of your slum background? We're from the same Jinggang city, but this is the first time I've felt so ashamed. The crude words hit Song Shao's ears hard. Though he didn't fully decode the implication behind the first part, the malice was unmistakably clear. Raising his eyes, he met the boy's gaze with coldness that pierced sharper than the scorn before him. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. Really? Being compared to a loser like you makes me feel ashamed too. Song Shao's words immediately darkened the boy's expression. With a scowl and fierce, unmasked hostility in his eyes, he grabbed Song Shao by the collar with his large palm. A lowlife like you? Crushing you is no different from squashing an ant. The boy's knuckles whitened, veins bulging along his arm only needed to exert a little force to lift Song Shao off the ground. But Song Shao didn't flinch. Instead, he met the boy's glare steadily, a slight upward arch to his phoenix-shaped eyes. Suddenly, he laughed aloud. Under the harsh lighting, his well-defined brows and striking eyes seemed even more piercing. Then why don't you? Afraid to? You son of a, the boy roared in anger, raising his fist high. Just as the punch was about to fall, a pale shadow flicked off Song Shao's Shadera grade banan, its soft, light fur tracing an arc in the air. Its fluffy tail snapped sharply across the boy's face. Banan. Song Shao hissed sharply. The creature's starry eyes flashed with cold light as it grabbed Song Shao's collar and leapt, instantly pulling him 2 meters away in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the boy's limbs froze as if bound by invisible electric currents coursing through his body. He stiffened on the spot, muscles trembling uncontrollably. Song Shao raised a finger and gently tapped the ground. Boom. A pale blue lightning bolt, thick as an arm, struck the boy's side in a sizzling arc, scorching a pit over a meter wide beneath his feet. Stones and dust scattered, the remaining sparks crackling around him. The boy lost his balance and tumbled helplessly into the pit. His once impeccable Noble Academy uniform from Yuanming Beast Training High was torn to rags, barely covering his body. The loud noise drew the nearby teacher's attention. First to arrive was Coach Li from Yuanming Beast Training High. He raised his hand, summoning his Biasta transcendent-level Blackwinged Sparrow swooped down, its black feathers razor-sharp and imposing. The formidable presence of the elite beast swept over the scene. Banan's fur stood on end, but it resolutely stood in front of Song Shao, gray eyes deep and unyielding, tail brushing the ground as a low, warning growl rolled from its throat. Soon after, Coach Ling and Coach Meng arrived. Ling looked confused and immediately stood before Song Shao, summoning a dream devourer vine that coiled protectively at his feet, ready for defense. Coach Meng, recently recruited from Yuanming with a high salary and familiar to both sides, raised her hand to ease tensions. Coach Li, what happened here? Li's expression was grim. Out of respect for his old female colleague, he coldly told the boy to explain himself. The boy, bitter and embarrassed after being publicly humiliated by Song Shao, exaggerated the story. Song Shao was a cheat who had ruined the reputation of Jinggang City, recklessly hurting others with his beast. The boy claimed he had only tried to intervene kindly, but was instead attacked. After hearing this, Coach Ming looked at Song Shao with disappointment. Song Shao, this whole incident started with you. You've tarnished the honor of Yamming Beast Training High. Apologize sincerely to this student immediately, return the stolen money, and apply to withdraw from the competition. Coach Ling hurriedly stepped forward. That's not right. This is just the other side of the story. Song Shao hasn't even had the chance to explain. We can't rush to judgment. At this moment, Song Shao was the only one from Yamming Beast Training High to make it into the top 50. Everyone else had been eliminated. He was, in fact, their last remaining hope. Coach Meng stared at Song Shao, feeling an indescribable surge of pleasure welling up inside her at his disrespect. So what if he was talented? So what if he won the match? He was still a worthless scum. Letting someone like him continue in the league was an insult to the whole competition. She pressed him aggressively. Song Shao, did you take bribes? Did you use your pet beast to hurt someone? Teacher Ling quickly stepped aside and shot Song Shao a warning look, hoping he wouldn't admit anything. But Song Shao stepped forward from behind him, standing tall and straight, his dark pupils sweeping over the crowd, catching every bit of their schadenfreude, mockery, and disgust. It was me who took the money, and am the one who hurt that person, he said calmly, a faint raise of one brow. Whispers exploded instantly, crowds pushing in like a rising tide of eyes. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Song Shao's mouth as he looked back at Coach Ming. But I didn't lie. The harm I caused was only in self-defense. Coach, you're so eager to throw dirt on me. What exactly is your real intention here? The blunt challenge seemed to rip through Meng's hidden motives, exposing them. Her face flushed red. She instantly changed tone, putting on the weary, heartbroken act. Song Shao, you're ill-tempered and of terrible character. I thought you had some talent and wanted to help you improve, but it turns out you're stubborn and shameless, daring to take bribes and assault competition participants during the league. I will submit a withdrawal request to the organizers. You should reflect on yourself and repent. She played the part of the caring mentor perfectly, but Song Shao's expression darkened. Had faced the same trick before in his past life. The person who used this tactic was ultimately blacklisted by the whole industry and became a public outcast. Suddenly, a clear, ringing cry came from the sky. The clouds parted, revealing a magnificent snow-white swan with a 20-meter wingspan gliding down gracefully, stirring a warm spring breeze. Despite its colossal size, the beast landed as lightly as a feather. The beast emperor-level claws. From beneath the swan's wings, a figure stepped down effortlessly. Her long hair swayed like seaweed in a gentle breeze. Her skin was as white as snow, her lips bright, her eyes sparkling with shifting flecks of light. Ku Yao, one of the only two-level pet beast breeders in District 10. Pet beast breeders must use psychic power to stimulate potential while the pet is still in the egg, a process with extremely low success rates for S-level eggs. Ku Yao had even raised a Niaklo, normally capped at Beast King level, up to Beast Emperor level, breaking the species' evolutionary limit. Since the insect wars 1,000 years ago, the system established by Bai Fiyuan had stood almost unchallenged for 500 years. Breakthroughs like hers were incredibly rare. This achievement had made her a household name across the entire Stellar Alliance. Several top districts had made her enticing offers to join the Galahad Academia, top 5 ranked institution, coveted by every beast master. Ku Yao descended on a claws, her gaze passing over the crowd to settle on Song Shao. Sorry, I am rejecting the withdrawal application on behalf of the organizing committee. All eyes watched as she stepped down from the swan and approached Song Shao with a smile, extending her hand. Hello, Song Shao. Please allow me to take charge of your pet beast's future training. Ku Yao's words struck like thunder on a clear day. She was the pride of District 4, a figure who usually only appeared in news reports and honor rolls. And yet here she was, standing right before them, willing to personally nurture the pet beast of a high school student, one who only had a crank-awakened pet beast and was suspected of being a fraud. The entire room fell silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button. The only sound was the pounding of hearts. A single question formed in everyone's mind at once. Why? Why would Song Shao, an unknown and impoverished student, receive Ku Yao's favor? The coach from Yuanming Beast-Taming High was the first to regain his composure. Just minutes ago, he had been haughty and dismissive. Now, his face was a mix of shock and suspicion as he approached Song Shao. That so-called small player, who seemed easy to overlook before, had suddenly been chosen by a top breeder. The stark contrast sent a chill through his spine. Was Song Shao really just a poor kid from the slums? What unsettled him even more was Ku Yao's usual pride. She had always been selective, turning down offers from powerful clans, lining up with checks in hand, rarely engaging personally. And yet now, for Song Shao, she had come to the arena in person. Behind him, a student in tattered clothes, no longer able to hide behind any pretense, clutched his worn uniform to cover himself, eyes glinting like venomous snakes as he stared at Song Shao. Jealousy and humiliation mixed into a burning rage that overturned reason, and he shouted, Song Shao is a fraud. Professor Ku, don't be fooled by him. The event organizer rushed over at the sound. What had been a simple dispute between two schools was no longer a minor matter with Ku Yao's arrival. Among the crowd, a judge in his 50s stepped forward first with a respectful smile. Ku Yao, long time no see. Teacher Chong, long time no see, Ku Yao replied with a nod. This judge, once her mentor, though now not as highly ranked as her, still deserved the courtesy of a brief exchange as a senior. The pleasantries lasted only seconds before Ku Yao's attention locked again on Song Shao, more precisely, on the grade band star shielding him. Observing up close, she was still shaken at heart. For months old, latest stage awakened rank, mid-level growth potential, and an attack skill set, all these indicators stacked onto a grade band originally rated only at crank, defied common sense. She pulled back her gaze, her expression more serious than ever. Song, may I ask how you've been raising this grade band? Reaching latest stage awakened rank in just 4 months, I've never seen anything like it. Even my best pet beasts took 1 year and 5 months to reach the same level. 17 months compared to 4 months was like night and day. As soon as she finished speaking, The crowd that had been holding its breath in deference to her authority suddenly exploded into chatter. Professor Ku means this pet beast is really only 4 months old. Is she mistaken? No way. If even Professor Ku could be wrong, your mother might as well mix you up with the neighbor's kid. So, Song Shao isn't cheating after all. He told the truth, but none of us believed him. Ever since that whole scam incident, and witnessing how everyone's attitude shifted instantly toward Ku Yao, Song Shao finally confirmed one thing. Xingxing was definitely not an ordinary pet beast. Its evolution speed was astonishingly fast. At first, he had dismissed it as a rare but understandable phenomenon. Some people are born geniuses. Some pet beasts are born exceptional. But the current situation told him this went far beyond rare. Song Shao stared down at the grayed pan sitting at his feet, his mind racing. When Ku Yao asked about his training methods, he could only answer lightly. I didn't do much training. Xingxing just got stronger on its own. The real guess about the possibility of bloodline evolution hidden in Xingxing's data, he didn't say a word. Everyone knew that pet beasts capable of bloodline evolution were incredibly powerful, borderline godlike. Yet, there was no record of such a thing in the history of the grayed pan. If he explained too much, it would be like admitting he possessed an all-seeing eye or some kind of humanoid pet beast scanner. Then maybe he'd be the one dragged off for study. Ku Yao fell silent after hearing Song Shao's answer, her eyes returning to Xingxing. She noticed how deeply the grayed pan cared for its tamer when it protected him. There wasn't a single moment of hesitation. Suddenly, she recalled an earlier moment when Xingxing used a lightning-fast dash to get Song Shao out of the crowd, then struck with a thunder attack. Throughout the whole sequence, Song Shao hadn't given any clear orders. He only raised his slender index finger and flicked it casually, and the grayed pan suddenly unleashed that bolt of lightning. That kind of tacit understanding was almost like empathy. At this thought, a wave of excitement broke through Ku Yao's usually composed expression. She sensed faintly that this high schooler before her had an incredibly bright future, and perhaps very soon, his name would shine on the Interstellar Pet Beast Challenge Cup stage. Ku Yao's presence immediately proved that the intel Song Shao sold to Jiang Qingsun was not false. The scam accusation collapsed on its own. The organizing committee promptly arranged a private reception room for her, and as soon as she and Song Shao left, the previously subdued atmosphere in the venue exploded into loud chatter. What Song Shao didn't realize was how rapidly his name was trending everywhere. Hot search terms, viral campus videos, and posts flooding every corner. His cold yet refined face dominated the covers of major apps, and everyone in the lower 4 districts was talking. There's a high schooler who trained a pet beast to late awakening level within just 4 months. Meanwhile, Ku hurried over, but before his smile could fully form, his elder sister Ku Yao decisively stopped him at the door. Inside the testing room, Ku Yao brought the most advanced diagnostic equipment available, its silver metallic shell humming quietly. She concentrated fully on conducting a comprehensive examination of Xingxing, her slender fingers gliding over the light screen with an expression more focused than polished ice. Song Shao could only cooperate, putting on a serious face. Data refreshed line by line. Grayed Pan's overall condition is good, energy fluctuations within normal range. Recently broke through to late awakening level, yet energy has stabilized rapidly. This speed is unprecedented to me. Ku Yao closed the terminal and looked up, speaking formally. Song Shao, if possible, I would like to take charge of producing the energy pellets for this grayed pan going forward. It's growing so quickly that ordinary energy pellets would reveal many flaws. Song Shao paused for 2 seconds, his gaze shifting between her and the sophisticated instrument, then casually tossed out a question. Are they free? After hearing Song Shao's words, Ku Yao was clearly stunned. In the past, the people she dealt with were always handing over large sums of money and prized beasts for her to choose from. Their only demand was to improve the beast's potential. As for the money, it was the least worth mentioning. Seeing Ku Yao's silence, Song Shao assumed she was struggling with the request. He thought to himself, a top-tier breeder in the entire galaxy like her surely charges a fortune, so how could she possibly do this charity work for free? Quickly, he waved the star creature in his arms, as if afraid it might turn and leave. Professor Ku, my family can't afford to hire you, Song Shao said firmly while holding the grayed beast close. Free of charge. Not just free. They'll also apply for exclusive funding for this grayed beast 500,000 star coins every month. If you think that's too little, we can negotiate. Before he finished, Ku Yao stepped forward eagerly, cutting him off before he could try to bargain down the price. Money? That was the last thing she lacked now. If she could personally train this grayed beast to evolve faster than any other in the galaxy and break all records, that would be a priceless honor. Song Shao noticed her sudden approach and instinctively looked away. Up close, Ku Yao's bright eyes sparkled with determination, but there was not a hint of flirtation. His heart twitched. 500,000 star coins a month, he silently mocked himself for letting a few days of hard times lower his expectations. All right, Professor Ku, they'll be counting on you from now on, Song Shao said, reaching out his hand. But what exactly do I, or rather, the star creature need to do? I'd feel guilty accepting 500,000 star coins a month without doing anything. It's not that complicated, Kuyao responded simply. It'll customize energy pills for the grade beast based on its current evolution data and energy fluctuations. During matches, it'll collect battle data. Other than that, I won't interfere with your daily routine. You're the true beast master. Looking forward to our cooperation, Song Shao said, shaking her hand. Kuyao took the opportunity to study him carefully. The way he carried himself was nothing like an ordinary high school student. He remained calm and steady from start to finish. To own such an excellent beast, his skills as a beast master truly must be extraordinary. Likewise, she replied with a gentle smile. When Song Shao returned to his residence, he was surprised to find Zhou Yong still there. Zhou Yong's face lit up with an expression as if he wanted to tear the roof off with excitement. Song Shao stopped at the doorway, keeping a 2-meter distance between them. What's with that expression? Zhou Yong rushed over in a few steps and, without waiting for an answer, grabbed Song Shao to quickly snap some selfies. He spoke rapidly. Song Shao, do you know you're trending? Quick, take photos. I want to ride your wave and brag about this when I go out. Song Shao frowned. Last time, being called trending was because someone falsely accused him of being a fraud. What now? He hadn't taken anyone's money except that idiot who barged in, and no beast had hurt anyone. Zhou Yong saw the confusion on his face, smiled slyly, and handed over his phone, clearly thinking Song Shao was still clueless. The Yaming Beastmaster High School's official website had already replaced its banner with a photo of Song Shao. Not only that, but they had pinned a video titled Troublesome Song Shao, please make way at the top, with a bold, black headline proclaiming, Genius Beastmaster Song Shao, we welcome everyone to apply to Yaming Beastmaster High School. The website redesign happened so quickly that it immediately sparked a fresh wave of online buzz. The sudden Genius Beastmaster title piqued the curiosity of countless netizens. The discussion hit a fever pitch, especially after Kuyu suddenly announced he would personally oversee Song Shao's beast training. Many people remained cautiously observant, yet the hype visibly skyrocketed. Just 2 days before the high school beast competition started, the livestream had already surpassed 100 million reservations, remembering that previous year's peak numbers barely broke 10 million. This was a tenfold increase, a massive surge in viewership. By the way, why haven't you gone back yet? During a break in training, Song Shao handed his phone back to Zhou Yong. Zhou Yong shrugged while uploading photos to his social account and replied, Coach Meng was fired. She stormed off, leaving us all here in protest. The school's shuttle won't come until tomorrow. Fired? Song Shao raised an eyebrow. Zhou Yong spoke slowly but clearly. Coach Meng was exposed for severely oppressing students and beasts back when she was at Yuanming Beastmaster High School, driving some students' mental powers to collapse and turning them into ordinary people. Yuanming covered it up, but our principal didn't know and thought they got a good coach. Now that the truth's out, the principal fired her immediately. Oppressing students to the point their mental powers collapsed. Song Shao recalled Meng's subtle targeting before, and his expression involuntarily darkened. Letting someone like that keep coaching would be disastrous. For the past 2 days, Head cut off all outside information to focus on training Star. Originally, he was just a basic level player sent by the school. The outcome didn't matter much. But now with public opinion this intense, every match was a must-win. The fame had become a burden. Winning was expected, but losing would mean an instant fall from grace. In the training room, Song Shao's left eye gleamed with a bright gray light. He watched Star, now drained of energy, his gaze sweeping over the 2-meter-wide thunder crater in the center of the battleground. He exhaled deeply, bent down to pick up Star, and gave its head a firm rub. Star, we did it. Bam Star squinted in response. At the judges' table for the high school beast competition appeared a familiar face, rank Beastmaster trainer Kuyu. When the livestream cut to Kess' refined features, the audience erupted in unprecedented cheers. The host announced loudly, I'm sure everyone knows the reason for Professor Kess' visit. Viewers at home must be wondering if all the online rumors are true. Let's jump right into the match and find out. Whether by the organizers' design or coincidence, Song Shao was scheduled for the first match. The scrolling list on the big screen froze on. Yaming Beastmaster High School Song Shao versus Daomen Beastmaster High School Cheng Haoing. Song Shao stepped onto the stage, facing thousands in the crowd. His hands flew into seals, and he lightly swung his right arm. A blue light appeared as Star materialized on his side of the field. Cheng Haoing immediately summoned his beast, an evolved flying-type rodent bee. Kulu. The rodent bee flapped its wings and roared. In the distant stands, Hai Kulu's deep blue eyes locked firmly onto the giant screen, showing Song Shao and Star. Song Qin barely contained his excitement, grinning from ear to ear proud as he said, You know him too? That's right, he's my brother. An evolved level Pokemon, and a flying type at that. Both its level and type advantage completely countered Xingxing. Song Shao couldn't help but suspect this was personally aimed at him. The arena lights blazed on, and the crowd buzzed with excitement. Across the ring, Cheng Haoing wore a confident smile. Over the past 2 days, after Song Shao's promotion, he had watched the 3 publicly released battle recordings more than 10 times each. memorizing every command rhythm flawlessly. Xingxing's grade spotted was indeed formidable, but its strength capped out in the late awakening stage while his own nut-biting bee had stepped into the early evolution stage, carrying the advantageous flying type for a perfect counter. At the referee's command, Chung Haoheng wasted no time launching the first strike. Vanish! He barked sharply. Ahum! The nut-biting bee vanished in an instant, leaving only a ripple in the air. Xingxing pricked its ears alertly, its gray eyes sweeping the surroundings, but nothing appeared in sight. The next moment, a sharp buzzing erupted right by its ear. Puff! A searing pain exploded throughout its body. Xingxing tensed stiffly and collapsed heavily on the ground. The nut-biting bee's form reappeared, its pale purple poison blade gleaming coldly in the light before it quickly took to the air, hovering just out of Xingxing's attack range, gazing down coldly. Chung Haoheng relaxed inwardly. Step 1 succeeded. Good. He pressed his lips, resolve shining brightly in his eyes. Today, everyone would see the gulf between awakening and evolution stages. Beside the arena, Song Shao's expression remained as calm as still water. He knew Vanish was tricky. Aside from the wing helmet activation, it was nearly undetectable. But Xingxing was no longer the pitiful creature once pinned down by Haiku Lu. Though the poison sting tore through its fur, sending sharp pain, Xingxing quickly shook off the stiffness. Its tail slammed hard against the ground, sending up dust clouds, and its gray eyes locked fiercely onto the nut-biting bee above. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some sighed, others whispered. With the level gap and type advantage, this fight seemed a foregone conclusion. At the judges' table, several exchanged looks, feeling a tinge of regret at the grade spotted's tenacity. Chung Haoheng gave no chance for a comeback. Raising his hand, he issued another command. Round 2, Poison Blade Pierce. The nut-biting bee blurred into a shadow again. The transparent protective shield around the ring reflected its ghostly afterimages. But for Xingxing, this lethal darkness was nearly impossible to counter. Thunder Shadow. Song Shao spoke finally, his voice low but resolute. Xingxing kept feigning a search, pretending ignorance. Meanwhile, from behind, the nut-biting bee silently dived, poison thickening on its blade ready to strike a fatal blow. On the stands, the audience caught the nut-biting bee's movement clearly on the live screen. Many clenched their fists for the grade spotted, then sighed in disappointment. There was simply no way it could endure an evolution-level poison blade piercing with its energy. Opposing types, there was never a chance from the start. Someone shook their head. A so-called prodigy beast-tamer? Too overrated, another sneered. In the front row of judges, Professor Ku Yao maintained silence, his gaze fixed on the grade spotted. Yet inside, a strange premonition stirred. On the arena floor, the decisive moment approached. The nut-biting bee's glinting poison blade was mere centimeters from Xingxing, the deadly threat overwhelming. I bet this is just another publicity stunt. How could Professor Ku possibly favor someone like this? Wasting my ticket money. If I'd known it'd be this weak, I wouldn't have paid a dime to watch. Just as the mocking words left their mouth, the rodent wasp in the center of the arena let out a shrill, pitiful scream. Black electric patterns immediately spread across its body, and it fainted on the spot. In the midst of the lightning flash, two identical grade band wolves stood tall in the blue thunderlight, looking down at their defeated foe with the regal air of a born monarch. This is Electric Gale Thunder Shadow. Judge Chong suddenly pushed up his glasses and exclaimed at the indistinguishable pair of grade band wolves. The full effect of Electric Gale Thunder Shadow's skill involves the user transforming into lightning to launch a stealth attack, leaving a residual afterimage to confuse the enemy. Time rewinds 5 seconds. The rodent wasp tried the same trick again, stealthy and hidden, preparing to strike the star-shaped wolf with a poison blade. Following Song Shao's command, the wolf first left an afterimage behind, waiting quietly for the prey to take the bait. The wasp's only flaw during the stealth was the faint buzzing of its wings as it activated its skill. At that brief moment of exposure, the real star-shaped wolf, transformed into lightning, silently streaked behind it. Its fangs, wrapped in pale blue electricity, bit precisely into the back of the wasp's neck. Terrifying currents surged through, black electric patterns blooming like flowers across the wasp's carapace. Knowing the opponent was an evolved beast, Song Shao played it safe and had the wolf follow up with an electric shock. In just 5 seconds, the lamb that was meant to be slaughtered instantly turned into the butcher. At the judges' table, Kuyu remained calm, as if this outcome was expected. The audience, however, fell into stunned silence, the unfinished taunts still hanging awkwardly on their lips, stinging painfully. Song Shao definitely had a hidden move. He only mentioned the grade band's Electric Gale skill, but not Thunder Shadow, one judge whispered. Sure, these students are clever. No way they reveal all their cards. Another chimed in, his tone tinged with sourness. I still remember last time he sold out info on himself. So scheming. Kuyu interrupted lightly. He didn't hold back. Thunder Shadow is actually a skill the grade band learned just in the past couple days. What? The judge had been mocking. Song Shao trembled. Learned a mid-level skill in 2 days? Why don't you say the rare beast begged him to contract it? Sheng Haoheng stared blankly at the now powerless rodent wasp, murmuring to himself, just like that we lost? On the livestream, comments flooded in. As expected of the genius tamer, Professor Ku values what a stunning turnaround just now. Awesome. Hey, didn't you say it was hype? Still doubting Professor Ku? You must have misheard. When did I ever say that? On the other side of the screen, Song Qin and Song Jingjing waved support sticks wildly, cheering loudly as Song Shao won. Brother, star's so cool. Jingjing jumped up excitedly, arms waving energetically. The camera cut to the victor close-up. The juvenile grayed band squinted its brilliant gray eyes leisurely, gazing over the arena with a natural air of dominance that made many viewers hold their breath. Song Shao smiled faintly, standing in the blue corner, extending a hand for a polite shake with his opponent. Offstage, Hikaru stared fixedly at the screen. The dumb wolf he once scoffed at and easily suppressed had now grown into someone he could only look up to. Kuru. Hikaru whispered, eyes still locked on the screen. Backstage, Song Shao spotted many reporters getting ready to surround him. Just as he was about to slip past them, a microphone suddenly darted out like a ghostly hand. Its owner was a Bido bird. Covered in soft, pale yellow down, it had a fiery red crest standing upright on its forehead, and a long tail streaked in blue and purple that hung all the way down to the floor. One claw gripped the microphone, while the other held a smartphone. Around its slender neck dangled a thumb-sized camera. On the smartphone screen, bold letters lit up with the question, "What are your thoughts on being called the genius beast tamer online?" Song Shao wasn't blocked by human reporters, but he was caught off guard by this beast reporter. Seeing that he didn't respond right away, the Bido bird urged him impatiently with a beetle, inching the microphone even closer, nearly poking the corner of his mouth. Fixing his gaze on the camera emitting a red glow, Song Shao replied calmly, "My thoughts? Not just a genius beast tamer, I want to be a genius beast master." After the competition, Song Shao successfully advanced into the top 24. From this point on, any winner could become his next opponent. He stayed at the training ground, simultaneously training with Xingxing the gray-spotted and intently watching recordings of the other matches. After watching more than a dozen fights in a row, he noticed that every winning beast was at the evolved stage, with some even reaching mid-evolutional level, considered a major favorite to take the high school championship this round. Xingxing was currently in the late awakening stage, and Song Shao felt it was time to prepare for its evolution. A typical evolution would come naturally through accumulating enough energy and skill mastery over time. But Song Shao was determined to have Xingxing pursue a rare path, bloodline evolution. According to the Galactic Archives, no gray-spotted beast had ever exhibited bloodline evolution. In fact, none of the tire beasts possessed this evolutionary potential. Song Shao didn't understand why Xingxing had triggered the bloodline evolution hint, but since the chance was there, he was not going to give up on it. Compared to learning evolution, item evolution, or bond evolution, bloodline evolution was far more demanding, requiring precise conditions related to time, place, and even weather. At this point, Song Shao had almost no knowledge about the requirements Xingxing needed to meet. Fortunately, he had a valuable resource, an steer beast breeder named Kuyao. During lunch break, Song Shao brought Xingxing to see Kuyao. The moment he mentioned the words bloodline evolution, Kuyao visibly paused, looking at Song Shao with confusion. Bloodline evolution? Gray-spotted beasts have only one evolutionary path, that's learning evolution. The reason Song Shao couldn't say it outright was because every pet beast with a bloodline evolution path, without exception, was incredibly powerful. He was just a bit curious why, in these 500 years, except for the rare dragon type, no other pet beasts with bloodline evolution had appeared. Yes, bloodline evolution was extremely rare, but 500 years ago, one or two would emerge every few decades. Records from that time were clear and accessible. Yet ever since, a vast blank as vast as the night sky had fallen except for one surviving dragon-type pet beast, all bloodline evolution records abruptly stopped, and those once glorious champions all eventually passed away. Kuyao lowered her eyes and glanced toward the window. The afternoon sunlight streamed fiercely through the lab's massive alloy windows, hot and overwhelming. The slanting rays cast bright, brilliant streaks across the floor. Her voice remained calm, but an almost imperceptible sorrow lingered at the end. Who said no new bloodline evolution pet beasts have appeared in these 500 years? Song Shao's heart jolted. If it were true, why was there nothing recorded in any official database? Could all the information have been completely sealed off? In these 500 years, a total of 37 pet beasts with bloodline evolution paths have appeared, Kuyao said slowly, but without exception, they all failed, as if some unseen chain strangled their gifts. She paused for a moment, then added, "My teacher personally handled the 37th case. In the end, she concluded the current environment is no longer suitable for bloodline evolution. After humanity and pet beasts shared enemy, the Zerg, disappeared from history, the divine king bloodline inside the pet beasts fell into dormancy. Forcibly triggering it now will only lead to death." Song Shao instinctively hugged Xingxing tighter. Gray-eyed Ban noticed his owner's emotional shift, lifting her gray eyes to look at him uneasily. 37, all dead. His voice was hoarse. Kuyao sank into thought, not noticing Song Shao's unease, and nodded wearily. Without exception, those words hit Song Shao like a hammer to the chest. All his relief and secret joy shattered in an instant if he insisted on making Xingxing walk the bloodline evolution path. The only likely outcome was death. After calming himself, Kuyao went on. Planets across the galaxy, even the entire Galactic Union, are researching how to safely guide pet beasts through bloodline evolution. Just because it's impossible now doesn't mean it will always be. Besides, your pet beast is Gray-eyed Ban. Gray-eyed Ban's evolution path has only one track. A new pet beast with bloodline evolution potential only appears every few decades at best. No matter how gifted you are, it's not guaranteed you'll even get the contract. She closed her terminal. All right, Gray-eyed Ban's physical stats have stabilized. I've prepared a 3-day supply of energy pills. Let it try them first. Song Shao accepted the pills and left the research institute. Outside the lab, the sunlight remained gentle, the warm light wrapping around his shadow, but he felt not an ounce of warmth seemingly. The only choice was to let Xingxing choose the path of learning to evolve. Xingxing, he whispered, if the price of growing stronger is possible death, will you still choose this path? He expected no answer, thinking Xingxing wouldn't understand. But unexpectedly, that clear and resolute childish voice sounded softly by his ear. Banban, I will keep going. Song Shao froze in place, locking eyes with Xingxing. Their bond ran deep, and at that moment, he fully understood Xingxing's burning desire to grow stronger. He didn't press further. Both of them leaned toward pursuing bloodline evolution. But the 37 gruesome failure stories Kuyao had listed were a stark warning. This path was littered with thorns, and one wrong step meant death. He had no choice but to bury caution deep within his heart. Late at night, Xingxing curled up at the foot of Song Shao's bed. Outside, sparse raindrops began to fall. Then dark clouds roiled as silver-white lightning tore the sky apart. A downpour followed, as if the night hid some lurking beast. Thunder rattled the window frame. In the dim light, the black lightning pattern on Xingxing's forehead flickered faintly with blue electricity. In his sleep, Song Shao's brow was furrowed, and his pale face betrayed his heavy heart. In his dream, searing pain shot through his left eye from their resonance, forcing him to cover it with his hand. Cradled in his arms was a battered and bloodied Xingxing, while endless lightning struck around them like a storm tearing open a chasm in the sky. His left eyeball had completely turned into dazzling gray, the ripping pain clawing up his nerves. Looking up, he saw nothing but a pitch-black sky without a single crack of light. He lost track of time as the storm's wrath surged, sometimes brief, sometimes endless, feeling like both a fleeting instant and countless days and nights. Xingxing's old grained white fur fell away in patches, replaced rapidly by fresh bluish-gray hair. His body grew to nearly 3 meters tall, with sharper, more menacing fangs. The lightning patterns on his cheeks darkened, and a faint blue electric arc now circled the blazing bolt on his forehead. His once pure gray eyes, when lowered, shimmered with delicate electric sparks like a glittering galaxy. Gazing at him, Song Shao knew without doubt this was Xingxing's form after bloodline evolution. Suddenly waking, cold sweat drenched Song Shao's forehead. Xingxing's fluffy long tail rested on his calf as he slept soundly. Song Shao couldn't fall back asleep and replayed the dream. A completely enclosed darkness, unlike any ordinary night, with no light except frantic lightning strikes, dozens or even hundreds, all hitting him directly. In the dream, he was naked, the electric shocks tearing through skin and flesh, the cold wind cutting cruelly. Xingxing was advancing, but why was the thunder targeting him? Even stranger, Xingxing seemed to be shielding him, taking the brunt of the strikes himself. Could bloodline evolution torment not only the beast but the tamer as well? Continuing his recollection, Song Shao noticed blue-violet fragments stuck to Xingxing's fangs, like petals burned by lightning. A thought flickered through his mind. Could these be the items Xingxing needed for bloodline evolution? Although it was just a dream, deep down, Song Shao had a faint voice telling him it was real. This was the scene of Xingxing's bloodline evolving. Awakening with a start, he immediately grabbed his phone and typed every element from the dream into the search bar, comparing them one by one. After refreshing countless pages, he finally zeroed in on 3 spirit plants most similar to the blue-purple petal fragments on Xingxing's fangs: the Emperor Spirit Flower, the Rebirth Grass Stem, and the Thunder Flower. The Thunder Flower could still be bought with a hefty sum, but the Emperor Spirit Flower and Rebirth Grass Stem grew only on Lonluo and Kaidir planets, respectively, rare resources fiercely competed for by major corporations. Getting hold of them was not simply a matter of having money. Yet Song Shao felt no discouragement. Many beast companions had died trying and failing to evolve their bloodlines, proving how difficult it was. But Xingxing in his dream had clearly crossed that life and death threshold successfully. Since the outcome was good, he only needed to follow that faint clue step by step. With a plan forming, he flopped back onto the bed, stared at the ceiling, and made a decision. After the competition, he would hire a specialized combat coach to focus on strengthening Xingxing's defense because that thunderflower might really turn Xingxing into scrap, and he needed to be ready. The next morning, Song Shao's spirits were visibly low, drained by last night's excitement. The drawing result placed him no longer first on stage, but in the ninth group towards the middle Tolate order. Unexpectedly, his opponent was from Yuanming Beast Training High, just his rival Ilu herself. The image of her pale, makeup-free face with a faint coolness flashed through his mind. He had watched her match yesterday and knew her pet, Chiwe Babu, inside out. A jellyfish-like translucent body with 6 long tentacles hanging on each side, crowned with a circle of silver-white scales. A fairy water dual type, equipped with mid-level skills like Hypnosis Bubble, Electric Bomb, Whip Tentacles, and Water Shield. Even trickier, Chiwe Babu possessed a hidden mid-tier skill, Water Binding Net, which Song Shao only detected by scanning with his left eye. Moreover, it had a fairy-type talent. The more a hypnotized opponent's pet liked Chiwe Babu, the luckier Chiwe Babu became. In the top 24 rounds, Chiwe Babu had hypnotized opponents' pets into mindless thralls, forcing them to attack themselves, claiming easy victories. Xingxing had once been hypnotized by Master Ling's dream-eating vine and charmed by the spotted dream butterfly. If it got caught again, it would surely become a lickspittle. Plus, Chiwe Babu was female, naturally attracting male pets inexplicably. Thinking this over, Song Shao reached out and gently pinched Xingxing's face, speaking earnestly, "Don't be a lickspittle. If you really get hypnotized and fall for Chiwe Babu, he'll record the whole match and play it for you every day." Xingxing didn't understand love or hypnosis, but it knew what losing meant. Hearing Song Shao threaten to show him the losing video daily, his handsome little face instantly filled with panic. "Babin, I absolutely won't lose." "Bah, don't do that." As the words fell, he suddenly turned his head, bearing a fierce expression at the photo of Chiwe Babu on Song Shao's phone, as if he wanted to rip that jellyfish right out of the screen and bite it fiercely. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the next match and introduce the contestants." The announcer's voice boomed through the loudspeakers as he declared, "In this battle, we have Song Shao from Yaming Beastmaster High School versus Ilu from Yuanming Beastmaster High School." As his words hung in the air, energetic music exploded around the arena, the spotlight snapping onto the fighters as they stepped onto the battlefield, their footsteps ringing sharply against the metal floor. In the stands, colorful support flags waved while cheers swelled in waves. One shrill voice stood out above the rest. "Ilu, Ilu, take him down hard. Song Shao, you must win. Ilu, Ilu, Goddess will triumph. Huemu Ban, Chiwe Babu is the ultimate. You're such a hopeless fanboy. Everyone knows Huemu Ban is stronger. Awakening rank crushes evolution rank." The cacophony, mixed with the electric tension in the air, filled the entire stadium. The whistle blew sharply. Song Shao's fingers intertwined rapidly, forming a complex hand seal in a flash before he struck out. Whoosh, a star-shaped creature shot out of the spirit contract array, landing precisely in the center of the battlefield. It caught the tail end of a fan shouting, "Huemu Ban is the best," from the crowd, and glanced over briefly. The fan's fanatic expression made the creature lift its chin slightly, its gray-blue eyes cold and proud before it withdrew its gaze. On the other side, Ilu gently raised a finger, and a soft glow shimmered as Chiwe Babu materialized. The mental-type beast radiated a dreamlike light, its 6 pale purple tentacles elegantly unfurling. It nodded amicably to the star creature, saying, "Chiwe." Ilu glanced at Chiwe Babu. A knowing smirk forming any opponent that earned a greeting from Chiwe Babu was exactly the kind of plaything it favored aesthetically. She secretly pitted the oblivious Huemu Ban fan, imagining him transformed into a pathetic sycophant endlessly circling Chiwe Babu and getting self-tormented. The star creature stiffened instantly at the sight of Chiwe Babu. Its tail, half dropped before, snapped down to the ground. Electric arcs crackled around its sharp fangs, and its gray eyes blazed with intimidating pressure. After confirming the threat level, it glanced back towards Song Shao. Song Shao smiled meaningfully. That smile instantly reminded the star creature of its trainer's threat. If it lost, this moment would be recorded and replayed on loop forever. Pride and dignity demanded victory this time. Chiwe Babu's steps were light and graceful, like a dancer floating through the air, creeping closer inch by inch. The star crouched low, emitting a low warning growl. Seeing the star's tiger-like vigilance, Chiwe Babu actually showed a sad expression, its tentacles swaying unevenly as if about to cry. "Chiwe, Chiwe," it sobbed softly to itself. Song Shao keenly noticed Chiwe Babu's emotional shift and commanded sharply, "Dodge." No sooner had he spoken than a dozen translucent bubbles fluttered out of Chiwe Babu's mouth, traced with hypnotic patterns, drifting towards the star like colorful feathers. The star flashed to the side twice in quick succession, evading the encircling bubbles. It then spun around to release an electric blast. A blue-white serpent of electricity surged straight at Chiwe Babu. Snap! With a casual swipe of two tentacles, Chiwe Babu deflected the electric strike sideways, the arcs exploding into scattered sparks. Lightning strike. A streak of lightning appeared behind Chiwe Babu, but he seemed to have anticipated it long ago. His two tentacles rose and curved around his body in protective arcs. Faint purple sparks of electricity flickered along the tentacles, warning that any close-range attack from Xingxing would be met with devastating backlash. Boom! Iris' command rang out simultaneously. Without her electric acceleration, Xingxing halted a short distance from Chiwe Babu. Dozens of high-speed water droplets tore through the air like bullets, covering every escape route. Upon hitting the ground, the water droplets exploded one after another, sending shards of rock and dust into the air and carving deep craters instantly into the battlefield. Xingxing had no perfect defense, but was naturally resilient. Facing a mid-level electric bomb attack with overwhelming power and density, it barely dodged most of them, but still took several hits. Its gray-white fur seeped with blood. Lowering its head, it licked its wounds. Then, with the next breath, it unleashed Thunder Shadow, leaving an afterimage pinned in place as its real body transformed into silver-blue lightning. Its fangs gleamed coldly as the basic skill Thunder Roar shook the entire arena. The surface of Chiwe Babu was stunned by the shockwave. Seizing the moment, Xingxing pounced, the electric kiss about to land, when suddenly 6 tentacles whipped out like a giant hunting net to strike. The lashings carried current that violently surged into Xingxing's body. 6 bloodied gashes were torn across its chest and abdomen. Pale purple arcs crept inside the wounds, relentlessly tearing flesh. Ban! Xingxing howled in pain. The evolved Chiwe Babu wasn't afraid of mere thunder roar. Its momentary stiffness before was just bait. As soon as Xingxing got close, it fell into the trap it had set. It tried to get up but collapsed heavily again, blood spreading across the ground. Its gray eyes remained stubborn with repeated struggles. In the stands, Song Shao fixed his gaze on the bleeding Xingxing. Once a fighter's life is at risk, the referee would forcibly stop the match. Xingxing, is this your limit? Xingxing never looked back, but clearly felt the trainer's eyes following it. It could not afford to lose. It could not bear to wake each day and watch its failures replayed. The referee stepped forward. The outcome seemed inevitable. Yet at this moment, Xingxing staggered to its feet, bloodied but with its head held high, roaring defiantly to the sky. Ban ban. IRU was momentarily shocked but not panicked in her eyes. The grade ban was already broken. Chiwe Babu's energy was nearly spent. It was time to finish him. Water bind. Instantly, water wove into a massive net, wrapping layer upon layer around Xingxing. Chiwe Babu floated effortlessly toward him, calling out joyfully, Chiwe, Chiwe. Dreamlike bubbles drifted around him, bursting on Xingxing's fur into sweet, hallucinatory waves. Become my captive, Chiwe. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The water bind ended, but Chiwe Babu never caught even a trace of Xingxing's surrender. The gray eyes remained full of hostility. How is this possible? IRU could hardly believe it. Chiwe Babu's hypnotic bubbles had never failed before. Electric kiss, Song Shao said with a crooked smile. He wasn't surprised Xingxing resisted the hypnosis after all. Xingxing was still in its juvenile phase. In short, no premature romances allowed for the underage. Chiwe Babu's hypnotic bubbles can make adult companion beasts develop affection, but until now, its targets had always been fully grown beasts. So Song Shao specifically investigated whether juvenile beasts could be tempted by female creatures. Kayao told him that juvenile beasts can be confused or even lose consciousness from the hypnotic bubbles, but since their glands are not yet developed, they do not secrete hormones and therefore do not truly feel affection. In other words, although Xingxing can be hypnotized, he won't develop any so-called feelings for a female beast. To Chiwe Babu, a 4-month-old companion beast is just like a 7 or 80-year-old child. This time, Chiwe Babu's flirtatious gaze was basically shooting sparks at a blind person. Chiwe Babu, big brother Xingxing replied coldly, Auntie, not interested. Full of anticipation, Chiwe Babu wanted to see Xingxing become obsessed and desperate for it, but instead felt the sharp pain of fangs piercing its body. Its dazzlingly colorful skin gradually lost its luster and turned icy white. Just as this dream shattered, Xingxing mercilessly delivered a finishing blow of electric attack. Chiwe Babu collapsed at the bottom of the pit, trembling and barely able to get up. Xingxing tightly gripped his shaking forelimbs and bit her teeth to turn her head and look at Song Shao. Bon bon, bon bon. Winning isn't cool at all. Don't film this. Song Shao looked at Xingxing's trembling and unstable legs and couldn't help but laugh through tears. This companion beast of his really took the idol image thing way too seriously. The whistle signaling the end of the match blew. Chiwe Babu's skin became even paler and more bruised. Even badly injured, this beauty-marked companion beast had to maintain its looks. Ilu stepped forward and took Chiwe Babu into the beast ring. Standing in the center of the arena, she glanced at the Yaming companion beast high school badge pinned to Song Shao's right chest and sighed silently to herself. It seemed this time, Yiming's top reputation in Jingang was about to be lost. She was already the last contestant from the first-year class, while Song Shao was standing in the winner's spot. Song Shao reached out and took Yila's slightly cool hand, his voice gentle. Congratulations. I hope you'll hold on until the end. Ilu turned her head slightly and offered a faint smile in response. Song Shao lowered his eyelashes, casting a faint shadow of darkness. Thank you. He recalled having injured a Yaming contestant before, causing her performance in subsequent matches to plummet, and had assumed he was blacklisted. In the audience, Teacher Ling waved his cheering baton enthusiastically, then suddenly noticed the Yaming coach's increasingly dark expression beside him. He slowly removed his sunglasses and spoke in a meaningful tone. Coach Lee, I've seen you every day these past few days. It's strange not seeing you tomorrow. But don't be too discouraged, not everyone's like me, winning so many matches the first time they coach. It really depends on fate. Coach Lee, it's not your lack of skill, just bad luck. Coach Lee's already gloomy face nearly flashed red with rage, ready to draw his beast for a duel, but security quickly stopped and scolded him. Turning his gaze toward Song Shao, standing strong like a pine tree in the arena, though bloodshot and furious, he bit his tongue to keep his anger concealed. Geniuses exist everywhere, but how many can truly go all the way? Weren't you a genius yourself once? He was still only a third-tier beast tamer, unable to truly sync with his beast companion, doomed to be a mediocre third-tier tamer for life. Mr. Ling's lips, which had been curved in a faint smile, suddenly tightened, his eyes hardening as if coated with frost. He sprang to his feet, his sleeve whipping through the air like a storm. Lightning fast, he grabbed Coach Lee's head, slicked with 3 layers of hair wax. Damn it, Lee the Bald, did I cut you any slack? In the next instant, a wig sturdy enough to withstand an 8-level typhoon was yanked off violently. The crowd gasped as it tumbled across the floor, and soon countless feet trampled it into a crumpled mess. The two coaches dropped their fight in the ring and instead sparked chaos all over the stands. Backstage, Song Shao was sprinting toward the medical room, clutching Star, completely unaware the front arena was half in ruins. After treatment, with no one around, Star's true nature revealed itself. This little beast shot out like a flash at the scent of plants, biting and leaping around, leaving the roadside greenery battered and askew. Song Shao sighed, chasing after him while mentally replaying the image of 3 rare spirit plants head just seen in a dream. None were within reach, given his current strength. After a moment's thought, he decided to seek Professor K's help. Unexpectedly, outside the lab, he bumped into Mr. Ling, clad all in black and wearing oversized sunglasses. Like a dark enforcer on duty, hands in his pockets, he looked imposing. Song Shao closed the gap and teased quietly, "Mr. Ling, do you really need sunglasses indoors?" Mr. Ling pushed up the frames, shielding heavily bruised eyes. "The light's too strong," he replied, feigning indifference. From inside the lab came the faint sound of arguing. Song Shao reached to push the door open, but Mr. Ling's hand shot out to stop him. "Song Shao, Professor K's family affairs aren't for us to interfere with." "Family affairs?" Song Shao blinked in surprise. Just then, the door slammed open, and a handsome man in his 30s stormed out, eyes blazing with fury. Seeing Song Shao, he paused briefly, smoothed his tie to mask his agitation, then turned on heels and marched off purposefully. Inside the lab, Professor Ku sat with his brother and sister, Ku Yu and Ku Yao. Ku Yu faced away from the door, his shoulders trembling with frustration, fists clenched tight. "Sis, this isn't the first time Si Yuan has done this. He treated you like a favor to be sold off before, and now he's trying the same old tricks again. I say this marriage has to end, right now?" "Shut up." Ku Yao's voice was low and cold. "Yes, sis." Ku Yu immediately fell silent, still scowling as he turned his head aside. Hearing footsteps, Ku Yao wiped the fatigue off her face, eyes quickly regaining their usual calm. Just in time. Measure the gray-eyed spot's energy level again. Last time, the instrument showed gray-eyed spot's energy reached 900. Once it hits 1000, it's ready to evolve. Usually, going from 900 to 1000 would take at least half a year. But Star's 2 battles were against much stronger opponents, causing violent energy fluctuations. To prevent an unprepared outburst, Ku Yao needed constant monitoring. Song Shao nodded and tossed the beast ring forward. A flash of silver light appeared as Star landed, the familiar smell of the lab hitting it. It wagged its tail upon recognizing the pretty lady who fed it, instantly shedding its usual aloofness, licking its pink tongue and happily sniffing around, ears perking up. Ku Yao bent down and placed Star onto the testing platform. Lights flickered on and rows of numbers refreshed rapidly. The energy level stabilized at around 920. To increase this much after just 2 matches. Ku Yao's eyes flickered with emotion, but it was quickly masked again. Her gaze was steady and resolute, more sure than ever that she had made the right choice. 2 successive battles against higher-level opponents caused Hui Mobin's energy to rise rapidly. Perhaps by the end of this high school pet tournament, Hui Mobin's energy would be enough for it to break through to the evolutionary stage. Ku Yao closed the detector and solemnly reminded Song Shao, Hui Mobin has always fought beyond its level. If it evolves during a match, the risks are much greater than usual. You must consider withdrawing if necessary. Your pet's safety is the priority. Especially since Xingxing's evolution speed is abnormal, I can't guarantee there won't be unexpected side effects. Song Shao nodded in agreement. He had seen Xingxing's future form in a dream and knew it didn't evolve during competition, but caution is never too much. He took out his phone and enlarged 3 images of purple-petaled spirit plants he had found in the database, placing them side by side. Professor Ku, under what environments do these 3 spirit plants appear? What specific effects do they have on pets? These 3 plants are extremely rare, with fragmented information and usage records spanning multiple attributes. As an amateur native, Song Shao was aware of this, but not nearly as knowledgeable as a true expert. Ku Yao examined the photos closely. Before she could speak, Ku Yu standing nearby suddenly paled. Dealing flower. Why are you interested in that? Before he finished, Ku Yao shot him a cold glance. Ku Yu hastily mimed zipping his lips and stepped aside without another word. Let's start with the thunder flower, Ku Yao said, pointing to the first photo with a calm tone. Beast King level pets with electric attributes require it to advance. Usually, only pets beginning at grade A use it. You know the Hui Mobin's energy pills contain thunder fruit, right? They come from the thunder tree, which bears fruit every 3 years. The thunder flower is even rarer. The tree only blooms once every 30 years and produces a single flower before migrating to find a new habitat. Harvesting it is incredibly difficult. She moved to the second photo. The rebirth grass tree grows on Cater's star and is the symbiotic plant of the Scrade pet Emperor Luca. Unfortunately, Emperor Lucas' native habitat was contaminated by the insect race, and the plant has nearly vanished over centuries. The elder generation has gradually withered away, making the entire species a rare protected resource. The rebirth grass tree stock is also strictly controlled. Finally, she stopped at the third image, her voice noticeably heavy. The dealing flower is said to allow pets to break through limits and even reach the supergod level. Ku Yao seemed reluctant to talk about it. Her brief explanation was weighted with meaning. It parasitizes in the bones and blood of supergod-level pets, carrying the pet's residual soul. No one can guarantee that after ingesting it, the companion fighting by your side is truly your partner or merely the corpse of an already dead supergod being. She raised her eyes to Song Shao, her gaze deep. You can learn about the thunderflower and rebirth grass tree stalk, but it's best not to even think about the dealing flower. It has driven countless people mad and destroyed just as many. Song Shao quietly put away his phone and left the lab with Xingxing. As the lights flickered along the corridor toward the training grounds, just as he rounded the corner, a figure appeared ahead. Song Shao stood holding Xingxing, staring at the man across from him, the same man who had stormed out of Professor Kest's lab just moments ago. The midday heat pressed down like a steaming oven, but the man was still impeccably dressed in a perfectly tailored dark suit, his tie snug against his throat, every strand of hair in place, exuding an aura of expensive refinement. Watching him, Song Shao couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Dressing up this formally in this heat, what's he trying to prove? Song Shao. That meeting earlier was too rushed. The man approached, his voice low and amused. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Ing. I have something promising to discuss with you. He introduced himself as Ing Siyuan, and without any fuss, slid a gold-stamped business card toward Song Shao, as if bestowing a favor. Song Shao didn't reach out, just glanced at it, and immediately recognized the name. Sure enough, the powerful conglomerate behind the pet market he had visited several times. Seeing Song Shao's dismissive attitude, Ing Siyuan withdrew the card with a faint smirk fading from his lips. Then, he presented a check. It was Song Shao's first time seeing a check from this world, and he couldn't help but take a closer look. Catching his gaze, Ing Siyuan's eyes gleamed with barely concealed scorn. You can't expect a phoenix to emerge from the slums, just a little sparrow at best. Just refuse to let Ku Yao continue as your pet breeder, he said slowly, and you can fill in any amount on this check. Song Shao's eyes dropped, and he let out a light laugh. When he looked up, he had the wide-eyed excitement of a high schooler seeing the world for the first time. I can really put in any amount. Ing Siyuan's lips curled into a faint, almost regretful sneer as if to say, so that's what you're about. A greedy, short-sighted commoner, not much to worry about. Refuse her. Make her willingly come with me. Fill in whatever sum you want. Song Shao laughed louder now, his ambitions spilling over. He hurriedly grabbed the check and pen, as if afraid Ing Siyuan would change his mind. At the check's payee line, he first wrote one, then a, then another one. Ing Siyuan crossed his arms, watching. Song Shao began filling in zeros. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. This was only 100,000 star coins, but Ing Siyuan's expression remained calm. 4th zero, 500,000. 5th zero, 5 million. 6th zero, 50 million. Song Shao showed no sign of stopping. At the 7th zero, Ing Siyuan's smile began to stiffen. 8th zero, 100 million star coins. Song Shao still didn't stop, adding a 9th zero. Ing Siyuan's expression darkened completely. After the 10th zero, the amount hit 10 billion star coins. The ink on the check wasn't even dry yet, and Song Shao was ready to add more. Smack! Ing Siyuan's hand suddenly slammed down on Song Shao's, gripping the pen tightly, his knuckles turning white. His handsome face twisted slightly with anger. Are you mocking me? Song Shao looked up belatedly, innocent. Huh, didn't you say I could fill in whatever amount I like, Mr. Ing? Shouldn't I be allowed to make myself happy? Surely you don't mean you can't afford even this small amount? His innocent look quickly turned into a wicked grin, his voice low but biting. If you can't back up your bluff, why bother pretending to be something you're not? Song Shao Sr. once said that, despite his cold and distant demeanor, inside he was so twisted it was almost sour. His parents divorced when he was very young, and from the age of 3 or 4, he drifted between two unfamiliar households like a boarder. By the time he reached middle school and could live on campus, he simply never went back. Always top of his class and with flawless looks, yet beneath that calm surface, turbulent emotions churned a thin layer of ice repressing all feeling, only occasionally revealing the sharp edge through his gaze. One year, someone blocked his path, arrogantly locking eyes with him. Song Shao was first surprised, then intrigued. He even wondered how the head of his grade and the principal would react if they saw their prize-winning machine cornered by a small-time ruffian. At that moment, his mood was nearly the same as it is now. Song Shao was bent over filling out a check, the pen hovering as he wrote the 11th zero before finally setting it down, when suddenly the thin paper burst into flames, fire leaping from his fingertips. In the next instant, a blazing fireball shot through the air, a wave of heat washing over him and scorching the few wisps of new hair on his head. Xing Xing, the pet beast with faint blue electric arcs flickering in its eyes, transformed into a streak of lightning, its piercing roar tearing through the air as it dragged Song Shao away in a flash of teleportation. The owner of the fireball, Ing Siyuan, stood steadily a dozen meters away, a firebird wearing a silver collar perched on his shoulder. Its wings burned with bright golden flames, a constant flame flickering atop its head, and claws glowing like molten iron. The collar indicated it was in its evolution phase and losing control of its power. From the rank of Beast King onward, early evolution is often frenzied and unstable. To prevent harming innocents, only a restraining device could keep the energy in check. The fireball Song Shao had just faced was weakened by the collar. Ing Siyuan was merely venting, not intending serious harm. While Ing Siyuan held back, Song Shao did not. He was still a minor, and mercy was for adults. He quietly gave Xing Xing a command. The next moment, a blue and white figure tore through the air, a coated beast over 2 meters tall. It was plump, with a fluffy white belly swollen out, a bright blue body, and a pair of cat ears atop its head. The Kodan opened its mouth and blasted a thick jet of water, catching the firebird off guard and knocking it to the ground. Taking advantage of its enemy's disarray, the Kodan sat down heavily, pressing its round body onto the firebird to pin it. Kuyu, famed for his quick, precise, ruthless style and fond of seizing the initiative by surprise, whistled proudly nearby. Had the firebird not been restricted by the collar, this display of dominance wouldn't have been his to boast. But the unexpected happened faster than applause. The firebird's collar suddenly snapped open with a sharp crack. The Kodan only managed a pained ouch before jumping up, clutching its backside. With the restraining collar gone, the firebird swelled wildly to over 8 meters tall, its chest inflating as the blazing flames turned blue-white, shooting a blaze that seemed ready to pierce the sky. The true fireball erupted with a tremendous boom. Take it away. Song Shao's eyes dropped as he spoke only these 4 words. Xing Xing transformed into a lightning arrow and surged at the Kodan, fangs slicing the air before biting its pointed cat ear, forcefully dragging the massive body away from the firebird's attack. Almost simultaneously, the fireball struck the ground, erupting into a giant crater several meters across, the searing waves rippling outward like tidal surges. Kodan. The beast stared blankly at the newly formed crater, exhaling a relieved breath as if spared from disaster. It then patted its chest, affectionately embraced Xing Xing, and nuzzled against it with its head. A star brushed against him unexpectedly, sending an electric shock all over his body. Suppressing the urge to bristle, he quickly fled from the Kodan beast. Ing Siyuan brushed off the sparks scattered by the flame bird in front of him, then raised his hand to smooth his perfectly gelled hair, a cold sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Kuyu, you've never beaten me since we were kids. Now you still want to act tough? Kuyu ignored the provocation. He immediately crouched down to check the Kodan beast. After confirming it only had a singed patch of fur on its rear, he exhaled in relief and clenched his fist, stepping in front of Song Shao protectively. Turning his head, he promised solemnly, "Don't worry, you're my sister's student. He'll protect you." "That's really not necessary," Song Shao replied coolly, lifting his eyes. Under Kuyu's gaze, Song Shao pulled out his phone and dialed, head lowered. "Hello, is this the Enforcement Bureau? A pet beast with unstable energy is attacking a minor, and the beast tamer's mental state is abnormal. Please send someone to make an arrest immediately." Kuyu blinked in confusion. Ing Siyuan's face flickered with shock. "You actually called the police?" Song Shao found it amusing. He wasn't some reckless fool, and besides, he was underage. Calling the authorities when in danger was perfectly normal. In his previous life, the thug who kept threatening and extorting him was locked up for 10 years after he made a single phone call. The guy assaulted people on the bus with a weapon. It was well deserved. Ing Siyuan laughed mockingly, as if hearing a joke. A naive little kid of just over 10 years old. In the 10th district, no enforcement bureau dares to touch me. Before he finished speaking, Kuyao stepped out nearby, phone glowing within call. Captain Jean, you've probably been informed. It's time to make the arrest. From the other end came a voice faintly familiar to Song Shao. I'm on my way. Song Shao glanced at Ing Siyuan with disdain. Mr. Ing, of course I know a lone student can't summon the enforcement bureau. That call wasn't a report, it was to Professor Ku, asking for her help to make the call. She carries more weight than I do. Before he finished, a roar of wings cutting the air came from above. A 5-meter-long white-feathered giant bird circled down, sunlight reflecting off its sharp feathers in a blinding holy white glow. On its back stood a tall man clad in black combat gear, staring down with overwhelming pressure. Song Shao's memory flashed back when he was buried under the garbage pile by the mutated compound eye centipede. It was this enforcement officer who saved him. The bird folded its wings, and Jin Qingwan landed steadily. His broad shoulders and narrow waist were tightly wrapped in the suit, revealing only a pair of narrow, sharp eyes like knives. His aura was a sharpness that no amount of hair gel from Ing Siyuan could imitate. Jin Qingluan's first glance was at Kuyao, then swiftly shifted to Ing Siyuan. Jin Gu, back from a mission? Kuyu exclaimed happily. Jin Qingwan nodded. Then his third glance landed on Song Shao, eyes lingering with a mix of caution and unreadable intent before returning to fix firmly on Ing Siyuan. His tone was calm, but each word struck like cold iron forging steel. Ing Siyuan, you have violated the pet beast security law. I am placing you under arrest. If you object, I can make sure you have no objection. So, do you have any objections? Given Ing Siyuan's personality, Song Shao thought that even if he didn't dare to oppose Jin Qingwan, he wouldn't so meekly surrender like this. Yet now, he was enduring it silently. When Jin Qingwan pulled out a silver-black badge-shaped card from his pocket, Ing Siyuan visibly stiffened, his face instantly turning pale. The subtle shadow of unease cast over his brow was unmistakable. Jin Qingwan reached out to grip his shoulder and was about to apply force when a barely perceptible twitch appeared between his eyebrows. He pressed the tiny earpiece inside his ear, where a panicked voice called out. Captain Jin, there's unusual activity in B13. The contamination level has reached critical. I'm coming immediately, he replied in a low voice. After speaking, Jin Qingwan quickly left with Ing Siyuan following. Before departing, his gaze swept across the group and stopped at Kuyao, then shifted to Kuyu as he quietly instructed, take good care of your sister. Kuyao immediately turned away, her lab coat tracing a clean, sharp line. She lowered her eyes and spoke calmly but with a distant tone, no need. He's useless. Kuyu gave a wry smile and shrugged, while Ding Shou beside him tapped the ground with its claws in clear agreement with the beast master's harsh judgment. After the farewells, Song Shao cradled Xingxing back to the training ground. As he carefully groomed the fluffy fur, he lingered on the meaningful glance Jin Qingwan had given before leaving. That day, buried beneath the stinking mounds of garbage, he had been nearly certain he was about to be buried alive. Yet just before his consciousness slipped away into darkness, he distinctly caught Jin Qingluan's steady gaze locking eyes through the layers of filth. How is that possible? Song Shao raised his hand to touch his left eye, the brush of his lashes against his fingertip sending a faint chill. Back at the training field, Song Shao focused all his attention on Xingxing. This phase required improving skill proficiency. Xingxing's electric shock was already at an advanced level, but the other abilities still hovered at apprentice rank. Swift lightning and electric kiss were approaching bottlenecks, just shy of a breakthrough. Thanks to Professor Kest's generous support, Song Shao could easily pull out bottles of electric energy fluid specialized for lightning-type beasts to replenish Xingxing's stamina. Watching Xingxing gulp down 2 bottles at once, he winced a lit leaf, only he hadn't letting Siyuan burn that check. To draw out potential, Song Shao arranged over a dozen rings of fire in the center of the field, connected end to end forming a fiery line over 10 meters long. Xingxing could only dash 7 or 8 meters with swift lightning at most. Once proficiency reached advanced, the distance should exceed 10 meters. So Song Shao kept adjusting the spacing between the fire rings. At the same time, he carefully chose a training spot near the medical clinic, just in case. The blazing flames crackled, but Xingxing stood outside the rings, paws on his hips, fur bristled. He pointed at the fire with a displeased shout. Ban ban, ban ban, you'll burn my handsome fur. I'm not crawling through that. Song Shao had long noticed that Xingxing was just as obsessed with grooming his fur as a Mediterranean man with his wig. Although Xingxing really disliked Ing Siyuan, that didn't stop him from constantly staring at Ing Siyuan's slick back hair, his eyes thoughtful. Song Shao was secretly alarmed. If Xingxing kept copying that greasy hairstyle, he'd end up as a slimy pet. So he decided to give Xingxing a quick lesson. The true mark of a real man is his scars. He lifted Xingxing with one hand and held him up to face level. It was the first time Xingxing had been held like this, and he felt awkward, instinctively pawing at Song Shao's face. Ban Ban, what are you doing? He grumbled. Song Shao leaned in and asked softly, am I handsome? Song Shao was confident about his looks, even better than his past life, enough to effortlessly stand as center stage anywhere. After a brief hesitation, Xingxing nodded in agreement. Encouraged, Song Shao pressed on. So, real handsome men don't care about their hair. Like me rocking this messy nest on my head, but still called a genius beast master. Only the not-so-handsome guys fuss over their hair every day. He glanced at Xingxing's fluffy tail and changed the subject. Xingxing, is it because you're not handsome that you're so protective of your fur? Xingxing tilted his head in confusion. You mean real handsome guys don't care about fur? Song Shao nodded firmly. After a moment of struggling, Xingxing's eyes suddenly blazed with resolve as he lifted his chin proudly. Ban Ban, I really am handsome. Then prove it to me. Song Shao set him down and pointed to the fire ring in the training field. Go through it. Ban Ban. Xingxing transformed into a streak of silver lightning and dashed fearlessly into the ring of fire. When he landed, the tip of his tail brushed the last fiery hoop and got singed. SSS, he looked back at his burning tail in pain. Song Shao immediately shouted praises. So handsome. Xingxing, you're so handsome it's unbelievable. Flattered, Xingxing forgot about the pain and eagerly ran through again. Each time he completed the run, Song Shao moved the fire ring a little farther out. The burned area on Xingxing's tail gradually grew. Whenever Xingxing nervously glanced at his blackened tail, Song Shao would pile on compliments. That pose is absolutely killer. Singed fur? That's a man's badge of honor. There isn't another gray spotted like you in the whole world. Let's take a video for Big Brother and Jingjing. You're even cooler than Hikara now. With each round of praise, Xingxing became more pumped, topping up his energy with a bottle of energy liquid as needed. Finally, Song Shao noticed on Xingxing's stats panel that the Swift Thunder Shadow skill had quietly jumped from proficient to expert, and this time had moved a full 10 meters. Alright, take a break, Song Shao called, satisfied. By now, Xingxing's once long, fluffy, perfectly soft tail was completely charred into a blackened rope. Song Shao patted him with a stiff conscience. Unique in its own way, very handsome. Xingxing wagged his tail excitedly, dragging a black streak across the ground. Song Shao pretended not to notice and hurriedly scooped him up. Let's go to the medical center. If we don't fix this, your tail's going to look like a big black rat. At the medical center, Mambo doll examined him and shook its head. Mambo. It could heal wounds, but was powerless to help singed fur like a human cutting their hair short. Waiting for it to grow back was the only solution. Oh no, Xingxing's got a match tomorrow, Song Shao groaned, rubbing his forehead. But Xingxing held his head high, proudly showing off his burnt tail to Mambo doll. Isn't it handsome? Mambo doll was honest and brutal, very ugly. Xingxing was stunned, speechless. What just happened? Song Shao immediately covered Xingxing's ears, cleared his throat softly, and explained, you heard wrong. It means very handsome. Mambo doll, huh? After leaving the medical clinic, he carried the still somewhat bewildered Xingxing and pulled out his phone while walking. He opened videos of past Galactic Alliance Pet Beast Challenge Cups. On the screen, a fierce battle unfolded between a Beast God level Fierce Dragon and a Beast God level Steel Giant Tiger. The tiger, its fur blackened and scorched by flames, still narrowly won with a heavy blow. Song Shao pointed at the footage. See, its fur is all singed. But does that make it any less cool? The thunderous applause from the stands is respect for its strength and recognition of its coolness. Xingxing, if you want to be strong and evolve, you have to fight. And fighting always means getting hurt. Fur will grow back, wounds will heal, but the chance to grow doesn't come twice. Faced with this sudden dose of inspirational talk, Hold Xingxing's expression changed rapidly. First skeptical, then shocked, eyes lighting up, and finally nodding firmly, completely convinced. Song Shao breathed a secret sigh of relief. Thankfully, there's no anti-fraud app in this world, or this little speech might never pass review. Back at his place, he was alone. Zhou Yong had already returned to school early with the coach, but before leaving they exchanged contacts. Zhou Yong promised to help him apply for a scholarship, and said that if Song Shao made it to the semifinals, Yaming Beast-Taming High School would send student representatives to cheer in person, and then they would meet again. Thinking of this, Song Shao's heart stirred. In recent days, his older brother Song Qin had little contact with Jingjing, made worried about disturbing his matches, but he could still clearly sense their overwhelming excitement and enthusiasm. In his previous life, when he competed, the only cheers on the field came from teachers and classmates, no family at all. His parents had started new families and dreaded hearing from him, worried it might disrupt the fragile peace. Back then, he was young and tried to look carefree holding trophies, but deep down he quietly wished. Wouldn't it be wonderful to see true smiles from family in the crowd? Many years later, he had buried that little regret deep in his heart. But now, returning to his youth, even having learned to be strong, he couldn't help but hold on to a small hope. Yet with their family store burned down, and their already poor situation worsening, with Professor Ku already covering Xing Xing's training costs and the school granting considerable scholarships, asking for more felt greedy. In the quiet night, lying on his bed staring at the ceiling, he silently made a decision. Next time. Next time when he stood on the podium, under dazzling lights amid a roaring crowd, he would let those two who genuinely cared for him witness it with their own eyes. Welcome everyone to the High School Pet Beast League's first-year round of 12 competing for 6. Song Shao studied the dossier of his upcoming opponent backstage. Rows of data scrolled across the electronic screen. He had read the information no fewer than 3 times and already knew it by heart. Only a few contestants remained in this competition, and the toughest challenge was the twin brothers. They were placed in the top tier of their region, each bonded with rare pets, one metallic and the other mechanical in type, both virtually unseen on Blue Star. Technological development on Blue Star lagged far behind that of Zealous Planet, which was rich in metallic and mechanical pets. That planet, once a major battleground during the Insectoid Wars, was left scarred and devastated. To restore its environment, the Zealous government enacted policies favorable to the habitats of metallic and mechanical creatures. Today, Zealous was considered the stronghold for these two rare pet types. Known for their unpredictable nature and devastating power, metallic and mechanical pets were feared and made even more formidable by the unfamiliarity of Blue Star's beast tamers with them. Because of this, the twins were widely regarded as the favorites to win the championship. Today, it was the older brother's turn to compete. His contracted pet was a mechanical nightmare. By most standards, calling this creature ugly was an understatement. It was a nightmare capable of shaking anyone's sanity. It had a dark red metal skeleton exposed beneath black gears and thick, spiked metallic vines twisted around its body. Atop its head grew a vivid crimson flower, its petals slightly parted to reveal a ring of glistening mechanical fangs. At the flower's center rested a tongue-shaped, blood-red energy gem, the creature's vital core. Song Shao glanced up at the giant screen just as that metallic flower suddenly sprouted a tendril. The bud burst open with a sharp pop, and the densely packed, gear-shaped teeth spun furiously, tearing away a chunk of flesh from the opponent's pet's shoulder. Dark mist swirled around the wound like corrosive toxic smoke. Song Shao immediately shut his right eye and used the power of his left eye to skin deeper, confirming what the data hid. Though officially listed as a single mechanical type, this mechanical nightmare secretly contained ghost-type Energite was dual-type. The match ended without a doubt, Mechanical Nightmare victorious. The next battle lineup flashed across the big screen. Jinghua Beast-Taming High School Si Jinan versus Yaming Beast-Taming High School Song Shao. Song Shao took a deep breath and stepped onto the arena. On the opposite side stood the red team's contender, Si Jinan, whose appearance was nearly identical to his brother Si Jinbei, minus the air of arrogant superiority. His eyes appraised Song Shao up and down with a surprisingly approachable expression. The sharp whistle of the referee pierced the arena, signaling the start of the match. Song Shao clasped his hands together, rapidly weaving hand seals, then thrust them forward. A milky white beast ring landed, scattering into twinkling lights, and his pet gray-eyed spotted appeared. Its silvery gray fur shimmered under the lights, but its massive tail was noticeably singed and curled as if scorched by fire, starkly contrasting the rest of its elegant form. An immediate uproar erupted from the audience. Grade spotted! Grade spotted! Cheers echoed nonstop. Then came a string of surprised murmurs. Huh, why is its tail burnt like that? Is this some new trend? How come I didn't hear about this? To be honest, it looks kind of ugly. Supporters of Song Shao quickly fired back. That's Song Shao's grade spotted. He raised it to late awakening level in just 4 months. Can you do that? This is surely a special tactic. The critics paused in confusion before grumbling. Yeah, right. How does burning a tail have anything to do with boosting battle power? As soon as Xing appeared, not only did the audience watch its singed tail with puzzled eyes, but even the commentator chuckled. Looks like Huimin has a new look. Song Shao really cares about this match, the commentator teased. By the sidelines, Ku Yao froze. She remembered Huimin's tail once fluffy and smooth, but now it was scorched and curled, as if burnt by fire. Could this really be Song Shao's sense of aesthetics? She hesitated, wanting to warn him. Huimin is extremely particular about its appearance, and damage to its looks affects its mood, which in turn slows growth and evolution. Before Xing finished its entrance, the opposing Night Shadow beast suddenly clutched its stomach and burst into mocking laughter, calling out Yeshido, Yeshido. Xing Xing's ears twitched sharply. Its proud head snapped down, the gray-golden eyes narrowing into dangerous slits. A low growl echoed across the arena while its sharp claws sparked against the ground. It spun back fiercely and called to its trainer, Ban Ban. Hurry, I want to beat that ugly thing hard. Song Shao was stunned. He had assumed Xing would be ashamed because of its deformed appearance, but instead it showed no sign of defeat. In fact, its fighting spirit surged. Could his sneaky fake praise really have worked? A flash of thought passed, and he nodded decisively. With permission granted, Xingxing shot forward like a streak of blue-white arc lightning, clearing a distance of over 10 meters in an instant as it spun swiftly around the Night Shadow beast. Pale blue electricity flashed fiercely as it collided with the opponent's pale, gray metallic shell, producing dazzling sparks. The Night Shadow beast hesitated momentarily before responding, instantly transforming its metal armor into a soft, flowing liquid form. Shadowbind, Si Jinan said with a sly smile, as if he didn't take Xingxing seriously at all. The purple patterns coiling over Night Shadow's shell came alive, twisting and extending into 5 or 6 dark purple tentacles that instantly wrapped around Xingxing's entire body. The mid-tier skill Shadowbind activated metallic toxins within the tentacles began to consume energy. The bound pet's strength would gradually weaken until it could no longer resist. What made it worse was that the soft metal twisted and deformed with every struggle, making escape nearly impossible unless Xingxing's size suddenly grew several times over. Xingxing lowered its head to look at the slimy tentacles clinging almost entirely to its body like giant slugs. Its eyes flared with a fiercer rage than ever before. Muscles bulged as it started violently writhing. Song Shao's heart sank. All previous opponents had fairly normal forms. Had never seen Xingxing react so strongly to something ugly. But the more it struggled, the faster its energy drained. Xingxing, stay calm. Song Shao immediately soothed through their empathic link. Yet barely had the connection formed than his face paled slightly. Xingxing's emotion wasn't just disgust, it was tinged with deep fear. Xingxing's feelings were off. This wasn't the normal irritation from seeing something ugly. It was a loathing fueled by concealed terror. What was wrong with this human? Why such a huge reaction? Why did I get the feeling that Xingxing was losing control? Logically, this shouldn't have happened. Song Shao and his grayed spotted beast shared a close bond and perfect synergy. It was unthinkable that the beast would refuse his commands. Song Shao took a deep breath and closed his eyes, instantly connecting his mind with Xingxing, the grayed spotted beast. In the darkness, he saw through Xingxing's perspective the dark purple tentacles that had wrapped around its pale gray body transformed into flesh-colored mamba beasts. Mamba beasts are a rank pack creatures, with a ceiling just above extraordinary class. They spend their lives burrowing underground, often employed by breeding facilities to loosen soil. When Xingxing hatched, no breeder was watching. Instead, a group of mamba beasts was working in its territory. At its first glimpse upon hatching, Xingxing saw a rushing sea of mamba beasts and instinctively leapt into the swarm. The busy beasts didn't notice the hatchling, their flesh-toned bodies entwining it almost suffocatingly. If a small mamba beast hadn't discovered Xingxing in time, it would have surely perished. Now, the nightshade beast's shadow entanglement not only drained energy, but induced hallucinations, stirring up Xingxing's traumatic memories. Sharp within the dark consciousness, Song Shao commanded sternly, "Electric bite. Bite your own tail. Mamba beasts are right there, Xingxing." Those words stabbed like thorns into Xingxing's nerves. Its pale fur bristled instantly. Without hesitation, it whipped around bearing gleaming fangs, pale blue electric currents erupting from its teeth. Fiercely, it bit its own tail with unprecedented ferocity. The scorched tail blackened again, blood spraying a shocking sight. Bam bam, yang. Both cries echoed, drawing gasps from spectators on either side. The electric bite tore not only at Xingxing, but also sent an electric shock through the nightshade beast entwining it, causing both to convulse in agony. Song Shao's eyes opened, pupils reflecting Xingxing's staggering form. After the intense current passed, the grayed spotted beast barely steadied itself. Faint pale blue sparks still danced in its gray eyes. Jagged lightning patterns from the electric bite crawled along its pale fur, converging into 2 dark thunder stripes on its cheek. Symbols Song Shao had thought merely natural markings, now trembling, as if activated. On the opposite stands, Si Jinin's face darkened suddenly. He hadn't expected Song Shao to fight so ruthlessly, much less that Xingxing would carry out the command without hesitation. The mid-tier skill Electric Bite, honed by Xingxing to an advanced proficiency, unleashed an unimaginably powerful self-inflicted blast. Nightshade Blast. Si Jinin's smile vanished as his gaze locked on the nightshade beast's. Pale blue arcs of electricity flashed occasionally over its body, reminding him time was short. Electric Shock. Song Shao's order came almost simultaneously. In the next moment, the dark purple explosive sphere collided with the pale blue lightning orb in midair with a thunderous crash. Light and shadow intertwined, as if the arena had been cleaved into 2 worlds. The announcer's voice trembled with excitement. Mid-tier Nightshade Blast versus Advanced Proficiency Electric Shock. Who will emerge victorious? The crowd erupted. Grayed Spotted Beast will win. Song Shao's fans shouted. Not so fast. Those previously challenged retorted, no matter how skilled a novice is, they can't easily beat a mid-tier skill. Thunder. Song Shao called sharply again. Shield. Block it. Si Jinan kept his eyes fixed on the fight. He was certain if the Nightshade Beast could survive this strike, the Grayed Spotted Beast, now latest Awakened rank, would have no chance to unleash another mid-tier skill. Boom. A thunderbolt as thick as an arm crashed from the clouds, tearing through the air and slamming against the pale gray metallic shield above the nightshade beast's head. The roar of thunder lasted for a full 5 seconds. When the electric arcs dissipated, the shield was now as thin as a cicada's wing, but still barely intact. Si Jinin's heart surged with joy. The final strike. Before he finished, his expression froze. Thunder clouds gathered once more above the battlefield and exploded loudly. A second thunderbolt struck without warning. Cracked the nightshade beast's shield split open. How is this even possible? Gray Eye Spot must be cheating. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone knew Gray Eye Spot had been only at level 4 months ago, yet now it had reached the late awakening stage. That kind of rapid progress alone was enough to leave everyone speechless. Not to mention it had also mastered a growth-capable intermediate skill Thunder Strike. At this moment, as Nightshade Beast's shield shattered into a shower of light fragments, no one doubted Gray Eye Spot's victory anymore. A diehard fan of Star let out a long sigh of relief and smugly bumped fists with a brother who had been dissenting all along. See? I told you it was all tactics. The new look would definitely boost Gray Eye Spot's fighting spirit. The other guy frowned, eyes on Gray Eye Spot's tail, now glowing bright red from being scorched, still puzzled. What does having a burnt tail have to do with fighting power? In the center of the arena, the shieldless Nightshade Beast was pierced by thunderlight amid booming thunderclaps, letting out a pained scream before crashing hard into the deep crater formed by the thunder strike, instantly losing consciousness. The referee's sharp whistle cut through the air match over. Song Shao smoothly recalled Gray Eye Spot, known as Star. The beast ring glowed briefly before the pet disappeared. He walked to the center of the arena, reaching down to touch the cracked ground, feeling faint warmth and a slight electric current at his fingertips. Si Jinan approached from the opposite side, a smile on his lips that looked forced no matter how much he tried, but he still bumped fists politely with Song Shao. At the judges' table, several judges quickly exchanged glances. That Song Shao has great potential, and Gray Eye Spot's evolution is remarkable, one judge murmured admiringly. He's definitely in the running for the top 3 this time. Indeed, Judge Chong nodded, but shook his head with regret. Winning the championship is unlikely. Gray Eye Spot hasn't truly reached the evolution stage yet, and Song Shao hasn't contracted a second pet. Otherwise, he could represent District 4 in the National High School Pet League. Another judge added, only the top 10 after the District 4 tournament qualify for the summer national competition. Judge Chong thought for a moment, then added, of course, variables remain. If Gray Eye Spot evolves before summer and Song Shao contracts a second pet, he could still make it to nationals. But as for winning, he looked meaningfully toward the silent Professor Kuyao. Everyone turned to follow Judge Chang's gaze to Kuyao. Chong lowered his voice. Si Jinbai's mechanical nightmare is dual-typed, though it hasn't used ghost-type moves in competition, so outsiders assume it's purely mechanical. In fact, it simply hasn't faced an opponent forcing it to show its true strength. In other words, its real power far exceeds its current display. Although Gray Eye Spot is nearly evolution level, Mechanical Nightmare is no ordinary evolution level pet considering overall strength. Song Shao's chances of winning are slim. Most judges nodded quietly in agreement. Yet one remained puzzled. Gray Eye Spot is so strong now and hasn't evolved yet? Professor Ku, you're the expertest. There's something special about this Gray Eye Spot? Ku Yao withdrew his gaze from the arena and explained, evolution conditions for pets are complex and varied. Gray Eye Spot evolves through a learning evolution path. After mastering a certain number of intermediate skills, once its internal energy exceeds 1,000, it naturally undergoes evolution. If Gray Eye Spot's evolution was delayed, there were roughly 2 possible reasons. Either insufficient mastery of intermediate level skills or inadequate internal energy reserves. After nodding, a judge pressed further, Professor Ku, you're in charge of Gray Eye Spot's training. Which aspect hasn't met the standard yet? Ku Yao fell silent. No deficiencies, she answered quietly. In terms of skills, Gray Eye Spot had already mastered an intermediate skill with growth potential. Regarding energy, even when seriously injured, it could still unleash thunder. By all logic, such strength should have caused some signs of evolution energy fluctuations, scale shedding, something, but Gray Eye Spot showed no sign at all. Unease rose within Ku Yao. After a beast trainer formed a contract with their pet, their fates were intertwined. If the pet showed excellent metrics but failed to evolve for a long time, the problem might lie with the trainer. During the war against the insect tribe centuries ago, many trainers forced their pet's evolution by overexerting their own mental power, only for both trainer and pet to become stuck at their original level. Could Song Shao be in the same situation? The thought deepened her worry. She looked up, glancing over the audience until her gaze settled on Ling Weishan, who was embracing his awkward younger brother in celebration of their win, but whose face looked unusually aged. Ling Weishan had once been hailed a prodigy, awakening his mental abilities at 12 and promoted to a 3rd-level beast trainer by 18. Yet since then, he hadn't progressed. His talent plateaued early, causing him to age faster than his peers and become a real-life Zhongyong. Backstage, Si Jinan had to settle for fighting for 6th to 10th place after this loss. Standing stiffly before his brother Si Jinbei, Jinan couldn't hide the nervousness in his expression. The coach of Jinghua Beast Trainer High School stood beside Jinbei and reminded him, Jinbei, Song Shao's grade spot is a late awakening level with abilities surpassing many evolved pets. Though Jinan lost, at least we confirmed grade spot has evolved Thunder. We have Song Shao's weaknesses, and he doesn't know your beast has the ghost attribute. For the upcoming 6-3 round, avoid facing Song Shao if possible. Don't use your trump card prematurely. Si Jinbei exuded a gloomy aura, like a cold breeze on a rainy day. He rubbed the silver ring on his thumb and nodded slightly. At that moment, Song Shao stepped out of the medical center carrying the fully recovered star, glancing at his phone as he searched for traits of ghost attribute pets. Records showed some ghost-type pets carry built-in misfortune buffs. For example, Yylus Red Moon Babu also has the fairy attribute and uses hypnosis bubble to inspire affection in opponents. The stronger the affection, the higher its luck. Ghost types are known for bad tempers and pranks. The more terrifying their appearance, the greater the misfortune buff. Recalling the unforgivable mechanical nightmares look, Song Shao decided to focus his research on ways to counter misfortune curse skills. Dark and fairy types counter ghost types, but Star lacked both attributes. Let's go test your luck. He snapped his fingers at Star, changing out of his uniform into a white t-shirt and black pants, lowering his hat brim, and carrying Star. Song Shao left the battle base. Going out during non-competition hours required registration, which he efficiently completed before pulling out his phone. After registering, Song Shao searched for the nearest lottery store. The Interstellar Pet Beast Challenge Cup is now in its final stages, with the top 10 competitors across the galaxy facing off. Song Shao had brought Xingxing to the lottery shop, allowing it to choose the winners and the winning odds on its own. The shop was brightly lit, with electronic screens looping high-energy highlight reels of the contestants. The shopkeeper leaned curiously over the counter, but upon seeing Xingxing's soft, squishy appearance, quickly lost interest. It was clear the creature wasn't a beast of the sprite attribute. After all, any beastmaster contracted with a sprite-type pet beast would usually bring their partner to the shop for luck. For many, sprite types were synonymous with hitting the jackpot. Xingxing tiptoed on its round little paws, scanning the contestant list, glancing back and forth. Sometimes it would pick up a colorful marker, put it down after briefly sizing it up, then tilt its head to stare at a poster while softly chirping, "Ban ban." Song Shao couldn't help but sneak a glance. He nearly laughed out loud. Every choice Xingxing made was based on looks. It only picked the most handsome contestants and their equally attractive pet beasts, flat out ignoring anyone with less than stellar appearances. A vain little one, rather helpless to watch. Eventually, Xingxing made its decision, picking a contestant nicknamed the most handsome beastmaster in the universe by fans, whose partner happened to be a sprite beast notorious for its beauty and good fortune. As the payment was being settled, Song Shao suddenly got lost in thought. If Xingxing stayed so obsessed with appearances, what if, when it matured and found a mate it admired, that mate didn't find it attractive enough? He recalled a recent news story. A pet beast had fallen into a depression after a proposal rejection, developing delusions, and even using invisibility skills to secretly move into its crush's home. The story ended poorly, with the creature beaten to a pulp and clinging to its crush's legs in desperation. That memory made Song Shao instinctively pat the soft little head in front of him. He murmured to himself, better start saving up for a dowry someday. After placing the bet, the duo moved to the corner where the prize box awaited. Song Shao had bought 13 scratch-off tickets, yet all he received were 13 identical thank you for participating notes. Ban ban. Xingxing tilted its head questioningly, pointing again at the prize box. Now holding a completely empty wallet, Song Shao firmly scooped up Xingxing and headed for the door. We're leaving. No more wasting money. Wait, wait. A clear and cheerful female voice called out behind them. Song Shao turned to see one of the shop clerks chasing after them, her cheeks still adorably puffed with baby fat. Hey there, if you try more than 10 times without winning, you qualify for a free bonus draw. The offer soothed some of Song Shao's sting, while Xingxing was immediately reinvigorated, chirping ban ban in excitement. Song Shao asked casually, do a lot of people get 0 wins in 10 tries? The girl's expression turned slightly awkward, and she lowered her voice. Not really. Just you actually. Song Shao felt a tiny stab in his chest, so he was truly the unluckiest person here. Xingxing, brimming with optimism, took the new ticket in its mouth and handed it to Song Shao. He carefully scratched away a corner, revealing a big character. Thanks for participating yet again. Without a word, he slid the ticket into his pocket and used his free hand to rub Xingxing's soft ear tips. Let's go. Xingxing followed, taking slow steps while turning back repeatedly to look longingly at the prize box. Ban ban. No wins, Song Shao replied calmly. Ban ban. He paused, lifted Xingxing up high, and looked straight into its gray, gleaming eyes. Your luck's usually good. Today just wasn't your day. Xingxing tilted its head, its eyes filled with trust. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Song Shao shoved his guilty conscience into a corner and kept an unfazed expression. After all, it was his child. What could he do if it cried? Return it? Ban ban. Xing immediately returned to its cheerful self, wagging its tail, still a work in progress, and enthusiastically smacking Song Shao's leg. Then can I have a cheese stick? Song Shao swiftly covered its mouth with conviction. No, you don't want one. Xing gave him a pitiful look, its voice dropping several octaves. Ban ban. So love really does disappear, doesn't it? Song Shao, no more phone today. You're always messing around learning nonsense. Ban ban. Xing really feels disappointed this time. The 6-3 elimination match officially began, and Song Shao was scheduled for the first round. His opponent wasn't the expected Si Jinbei, but a petite girl, short bob haircut, big round eyes, looking just like a middle schooler with a soft and cute vibe. She was the only girl among the 6 finalists. With 3 minutes left before the match, Song Shao ran into her backstage. The girl's name was Sun Yinyan. She stood on tiptoe, showing a small tiger tooth as she smiled brightly. Hi Song Shao. Can I have a paw print from Hui Yubin? Her big, glistening eyes locked onto him, giving the illusion that I'm the only one in her sight. Song Shao had never met such an enthusiastic opponent before. I really like Hui Yubin. I've even drawn a bunch of cute chibi pictures of him. Please, can I get a paw print? Hearing his pet's name, Hui Yubin Xing looked up in confusion and pointed at himself. Ban ban? You mean me? Song Shao whispered in explanation, and Xing instantly got excited, clapping both paws together but restraining from jumping on her for the sake of manners. Sun Yinyan happily received the paw print, clutching her notebook as she ran off toward the arena. Watching her walk away, Song Shao drifted in thought. If Xing really became a big star, selling paw prints alone would be a gold mine. In his past life, celebrity autographs were sold for tens of thousands. In this beast-taming world, a famous bonded beast probably had even more influence than stars. If Xing printed out 100 or so paw stamps all at once, he could just wait to collect the money. Smiling at the thought, he refocused and entered the arena with Xing. When the pair appeared on the blue team's field, the cheering was louder than usual. Song Shao glanced to his left, spotting 30 or 40 students from Yaming beast-taming high school dressed in the same uniform, holding up support gear. Among them sat teacher Ling and the principal side by side, with his older brother Song Qin and Jingjing nearby. Song Qin wore a headband emblazoned with Song Shao, while Jingjing waved a glittering sign with Xing written on it. Both looked flushed with excitement. Principal, you came in person? Teacher Ling whispered in surprise. I thought it was supposed to be the director. Why not? Since the school's founding, the first genius, the principal, must come. The little old man with graying hair snorted and pulled out a pink headband printed with Song Shao Hui Yubin in big characters, proudly placing it on his head. Not only did I come, look, I even brought a support sign. Teacher Ling was speechless. Seeing this, Song Shao felt his eyes well up. Taking a deep breath, he smiled toward the stands. Bathed in light, the 16-year-old's youthful face still bore traces of innocence, but his sharp eyebrows and phoenix-shaped eyes curved with joy, captivating every gaze. The whistle blew, and the match began. Song Shao formed a hand seal and waved his hand, summoning Xing onto the battlefield. Bright arcs of electricity flickered along the silver-gray fur, crackling and illuminating one corner of the arena. As soon as Xing landed, Song Qin and Jingjing in the stands immediately shouted their loudest. Xing, go! Their voices pierced through the crowd's cheers. Xing's ears twitched at the sound, and recognizing the familiar call, its eyes sparkled with excitement as it threw its head back and howled. Ban ban. On the other side, Sun Yinyan raised her hand, releasing the light of a contract. A deep blue lanchue turtle appeared. Its entire body looked like it was submerged in seawater, with pale blue watermarks covering its shell. Its 4 limbs resembled beast claws, and its big, wet eyes were as soft and cute as its summoner. In terms of elemental attributes, Xing's lightning type held an advantage over the water type. Sun Yinyan was well aware of this and remained calm. Her chances of winning were slim, but no matter the outcome, she had secured a spot in the National High School Pet Masters League top 10. But the lanchue turtle did not share its owner's good mood. It glared with round eyes and launched the first attack. Lanlan, water pulse. With a loud bang, its 2 front claws slammed the ground, causing water to scatter wildly in a surge, forming concentric ripples around it. Using the water wall as cover, it transformed into a blue water cannon shooting straight at Xing. Dodge! Song Shao shouted sharply. Xing streaked away like silver lightning, blinking and repositioning 10 meters out. Almost immediately, boom, the water cannon exploded where Xing had been, water splashing everywhere, but the water curtain dissolved with no sign of the beast. A smirk appeared on Sun Yanyan's lips. Chaoxian double. In the next second, 4 whirlpools abruptly appeared around Xing. Inside each vortex, a shadowy lanchue turtle swirled faintly. 4 streams of water formed a tightening circle that eventually merged into a massive deep blue water sphere, encasing Xing completely. At the same time, all four Lanshui turtles lunged in attack. The commentators couldn't help but exclaim, lightning counters water, so Song Shao should dominate easily. Yet from the start, Lanshui turtle has held the tempo truly unexpected. In the stands, the coach of Jinghua Pet Masters High School couldn't hide a proud smile. He had spoken with Su Nianian's coach before the match and shared strategies if the skill gap was wide enough. Water types could turn the tables on lightning types. In the audience, Jingjing nervously gripped Song Qin's arm tightly. The zipper of her backpack quietly unzipped, and a pair of clear blue eyes peeked out from inside, fixed on the gray-spotted beast trapped within the water sphere. Kaoxuan's water currents spun faster, nearly forming a terrifying abyssal vortex. Ordinary beasts caught inside would suffocate and faint within a minute. Seems I was overly cautious, murmured the Jinghua coach. I didn't expect Song Shao to be so careless. Jinbei the championship looks. No way. The coach of Jinghua Beastmaster High School had been watching the battle with a relaxed expression, as the grade band was being battered nearly unconscious by the whirlpool. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he gasped aloud. Within the swirling vortex pulled by the tide, the creature named Xingxing transformed into a streak of pale blue lightning in the deep azure water. The electric flash tore through the water curtains, piercing precisely through the four Lanshui turtles. Three of them shattered immediately as if struck by ghostly phantoms. Before the vortex's scattered water pillars could close, Xingxing's lightning form bypassed any physical body and struck through the chest of the real Lanshui turtle once more. A thunderous explosion shattered the vortex in an instant, sending the turtle flying, tumbling onto the ground with wide, bewildered eyes. Xingxing had used the electric strike twice in immediate succession. How is this possible? 2 consecutive uses of the electric strike without interval. The coach rasped in shock. Xingxing and Song Shao's eyes met and immediately parted. The young trainer raised his hand and urged go. In the next moment, Xingxing's electric light burst apart as it darted to the side of the Lanshui turtle, locking its fangs around the opponent's neck and shaking with force. The heavy shell carved an arc through the air, flung high by the powerful swing. Lon. The Lanshui turtle fell backward, flailing its limbs helplessly without any foothold or chance to retract its shell. Before it could hit the ground, a fist-sized arc of pale blue electricity gathered on Xingxing's forehead. Using only half the energy it did before, the sparking electricity crackled down onto the target. Boom. Though the turtle's hard shell softened the damage, the impact launched it even higher. The audience, judges, and viewers watching live were all dumbfounded. Xingxing appeared to be tossing the Lanshui turtle like a toy. Every time the turtle landed, the itch-free electrical shocks bounced it back up into the air. It helplessly tumbled midair, terrified and desperate, unable to grasp any leverage, yet unwilling to give up. Lon. Fearful cries rose again and again. Xingxing grew more and more excited, electrified and leaping around the battlefield, repeatedly hurling its toy skyward. The crowd fell into stunned silence until someone whispered skeptically, "Isn't this humiliation? So ruthless. It's not just defeating the Lanshui turtle, it's utterly destroying its dignity. I thought grade bands were always so aloof. This one's way too playful." Playful? Dude, you must have some serious rose-colored glasses on. Song Shao watched Xingxing playing like a dog fetching a ball and couldn't help but laugh through his tears. Earlier, while training by video for the electric bolt shadow move, he had casually played a throwing exercise once, not expecting Xingxing to actually apply it in real battle. Seeing the turtle's teary eyes in fear, Song Shao finally said, "Be serious, stop playing." At his words, Xingxing cast one last reluctant glance at the still wailing Lanshui turtle in midair. Then suddenly its forehead glowed brilliantly with tenfold electric power. Boom. The whip of lightning cracked, sending the Lanshui turtle flying along a dazzling parabolic arc from the fight's left side to the right, crashing with a heavy thud that gouged a huge crater into the ground. The referee stepped onto the field and saw the Lanshui turtle curled tightly inside its shell, refusing to come out no matter how much it was called. Though it was still capable of fighting, the referee had no choice but to declare the Lanshui turtle the loser of the match. A brief sigh rippled through the audience. Sun Yan quickly jumped down from the stands and hurriedly scooped the Lanshui turtle into her arms. The familiar scent gradually soothed the frightened little creature, and it stopped crying as its large, wet eyes nervously peeked out of the shell. But when it looked up, it immediately met Xingxing's gray eyes. Xingxing wagged his tail, eyes sparkling as if saying, "Let's play again next time." The Lanshui turtle shuddered and thought only one thing. "Yeah right. Go play yourself." Meanwhile, Xingxing picked up the pieces of his face that had been scattered on the ground moments ago. He lifted his chin, pride gleaming uncontrollably in his gray eyes, standing beside Song Shao as cheers from the crowd washed over him. A close-up appeared on the live broadcast screen, light casting highlights on his fur, making his victorious confidence shine even brighter. Down below, Haikulis' deep blue eyes stayed fixed on the screen for a long while before quietly retreating back into his backpack. After the top 6 matches concluded, the 3 winners stepped forward to draw lots, from which one player would be given a bye to the next round. Song Shao stood next to see Jinbei, watching Xingxing eagerly preparing to draw. He recalled how just last night Xingxing had excitedly drawn dozens of lots to test his luck. It seemed he was truly hooked. So Song Shao simply passed the draw box over to Xingxing. Once the draw was complete, the players handed their envelopes to the judges. Judge Chang's usually stern face softened noticeably when Xingxing approached to hand over his envelope. Leaning forward, he took it and then announced into the microphone, "The player receiving the bye is Song Shao. Congratulations." Song Shao had already been mentally planning his next moves, so hearing his own name unexpectedly made him pause for half a second. His first thought was, Xingxing's luck actually came through this time, definitely changed his fortune. Having earned the bye, Song Shao didn't return backstage but went straight to the audience seating. Song Qin was the first to stand, his arms clamping around his son in a nearly suffocating hug. Fortunately, Song Shao had trained with his pet for years and was physically tough enough to withstand it. Xiao Xiao, you really made the old Song family proud. All the neighbors watch your live streams every day? Song Qin's face creased into a broad smile. Yeah, brother, you're amazing. Jingjing's cheeks glowed rosy. The scrawny yellow-haired girl from before was nowhere to be seen. Song Shao felt warmth in his chest as he looked down and gently patted Xingxing in his arms with a soft smile. Glad I didn't let you guys down. The 3 siblings exchanged a few words before the little old man nearby the principal cheerfully came over. Song Shao, he raised an eyebrow. Just now, Xingxing used electric dash twice in a row without pausing. Has its proficiency reached the advanced level? Song Shao nodded. We mainly trained Xingxing for long-distance teleportation using electric dash before. It's only ever tried doing 2 consecutive dashes a few times and never succeeded. This time, Xingxing sensed the danger in the tempest, and with its proficiency now advanced, it suddenly burst out with that move, so it worked. Though it had never succeeded before, this time Xingxing must have felt threatened in the tempest, combined with reaching an advanced skill level, allowing it to unleash that power. The principal nodded with satisfaction. In such a short time, Song Shao had mastered the advanced level of the lightning shadow technique, and even successfully executed it without any interval between strikes. Such talent was truly terrifying. Having held his position for 30 years, the principal believed he had seen many beast tamers hailed as geniuses, but none as overwhelmingly gifted and fearsome as Song Shao. A sharp light flashed in the old man's eyes as he adjusted his name badge. Song Shao Mu band. The 6 characters gleamed under the light, and his usually stern demeanor somehow grew a little more endearing. You are already a second-tier beast tamer, yet you still haven't contracted your second pet, he said firmly but gently. Regardless of the outcome of the final match, the school will provide your second pet. It won't exceed in a rank. We can't afford its rank, but the minimum rank price is 10 million star coins. The words hit Song Shao like a thunderbolt. 10 million. Not 1,000, not 10,000, but 10 million star coins. He recalled that in his previous life, the trophies and prize money he earned for the school barely added up to 500,000 star coins, nowhere near this level of generosity. The principal resolved firmly. It had been years since a student represented the school in the National High School Beast Tamer League. Now that Song Shao had come, they could not let a lack of a second pet cost him the opportunity. Even if it meant selling everything, the money had to be found. Just as Song Shao was about to thank him, there was a shhh sound behind him. A small, pure white paw unzipped Jingjing's backpack. Haikalu fluttered out, hovering anxiously in front of Song Shao, crying out, Kulu, Kulu. The star pet tensed instantly, ears perked and low growls issuing from its throat to warn Haikalu away. Without a pet translator, Song Shao could only watch the standoff in confusion, but Haikalu looked very familiar. It was the same one that had once sparred with Star. Back then, Haikalu had gone missing, and its tamer had offered a huge reward for its return. Song Shao and the training ground owner had found Haikalu and split the reward. Bamban, you're dreaming. He's my tamer, Star roared. Back then, it couldn't even perform lightning shadow and was dominated by Haikalu's aerial advantage, suffering a humiliating defeat. Even when they later drew fights, that sting of failure remained. Now this other pet wanted to steal its tamer away? Never. Song Shao's older brother, Song Qin, quickly explained the situation. After their family shop burned down, he had taken Song Shao's place working at the training ground. There, he found a nearly lifeless Haikalu, bloodied and corroded by venom, locked away in the equipment room. Thinking it was an ordinary pet, he treated it and contacted the owner only to learn Haikalu's background was much more complicated. Haikalu had said its original owner was not its true tamer. When it refused to bond, the owner became enraged and tried to kill it. Haikalu had fled for its life and was rescued by Song Qin. The manager and Song Qin agreed to secretly shelter it. This time Haikalu had sneaked into Jingjing's backpack to get into the arena. Having heard the full story, Song Shao understood what Haikalu had just said. It wanted to become his second contracted pet. Hesitantly, he asked, You really want to contract with me? Haikalu nodded firmly, diving and circling in front of him, showing off its sleek form and sharp claws. Such perfect quality was rare, even among Haikalus. The coach was stunned. It was common knowledge that Haikalus were difficult to contract with, and countless tamers had failed and grown bitter. Rarely did one see a Haikalu actively showing off like a peacock promoting itself. He asked Songqin, "Aren't you surprised? This is a Haikalu." Songqin shrugged casually. "Oh, that's normal. Star earned its contract by defeating other Huemu band pets too. My brother's always been more popular with pets." The principal stood nearby, slightly stunned. He thought the scene before him was so absurd it could be compared to this. You're casually walking down the street, when Lei Jun spots you from afar, amazed that such a talent exists in the world. He slaps you on the shoulder and offers you a multi-million salary on the spot, earnestly advising, "Young man, work hard. I believe in you." If anyone recounted such a story openly, most listeners would assume the person was dreaming or had lost their mind. Yet this surreal, almost absurd episode was unfolding right before the teachers' and students' eyes. Hikaru spread its snow-white wings, the feathers reflecting a cold, sharp arc of light under the lamps. It moved with the precision and confidence of a top salesman, skillfully demonstrating its power. Only a business card was missing. The teacher watched. Almost dazed. Hikaru was a rare, elite beast exclusive to Blue Star. Known for its aloof and picky temperament, fewer than 100 had successfully bonded with it, all after intense mental and physical struggles. Now, the scene felt like the script had been flipped. Hikaru slowly folded its wings, its clear blue eyes fixed on Song Shao. Then it cautiously leaned forward. Song Shao saw a flicker of hesitation in those eyes. Holding his star tightly, he paused for a few seconds before speaking with sincere, yet firm regret. "Sorry, I can't bond with you." The principal looked as if had been struck by lightning, feeling his age creep up as he wondered if he was hallucinating. The teacher coughed twice, lowering his voice but unable to hide his shock. "Do you even know what you're saying? That's Hikaru top tier level, with growth potential rivaling some S-level beasts. You can't buy that with money." Hikaru froze completely. It had seen countless trainers chase after it, with Evening Sibo going to great lengths to bond with it years ago. Now, for the first time, it had lowered its pride and made a friendly gesture only to be rejected outright. The blue eyes read, "Who am I? Where am I?" Seeing Hikaru so wounded, Star's expression softened from initial resistance. After all, it had once feared being rejected by its own trainer too. But that trainer had always been in high demand. Among everyone, only Song Qin nodded calmly. "That's right, Xiao Xiao. You can't bond with Hikaru." This sentence made Hikaru feel even more wronged. It had been cared for by humans for just a few days, and yet they still wouldn't support it. Suppressing its emotions, it hurriedly asked, Kuru, why can't we bond? What's wrong with me?" Song Qin frowned, his gaze as if checking identity records. "If I'm not mistaken, you're an illegal beast. You slipped out without authorization. No ID, no registration. If you bonded with someone, the Beast Management Bureau wouldn't recognize it. Xiao Xiao has to compete in the National High School Beast League. Would he bring a beast that can't even officially register to the competition?" Song Jingjing nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Yeah, Star is from an official beast breeding center with proper paperwork. It's totally different." Illegal beast? Hikaru stood frozen. It had imagined countless reasons for rejection, but never this because it had no registration. "Sorry, even if you're in S-level beast, you need an official ID." The principal and teacher Ling obviously hadn't considered this reason before. They were left speechless, yet somehow it made a lot of sense. As fifth-class citizens, they lived with extreme caution, terrified that the slightest mistake would demote them to the lowest sixth class. For people of this status, their household registration was their lifeline. Lose it, and they could vanish like a shadowed beggar, forgotten by name. It was precisely because of his background that Song Shao could immediately see the danger. Refusing Hikaru was first and foremost about protecting the hard-won foothold he had in this city. But that wasn't the whole story. The boy's gaze locked onto the little creature with clear, snow-white feathers, and he lowered his voice. "I remember you had a master before, and you ran away. If I were to contract with you, and your obsessive old master accused me of pet trafficking, I wouldn't be able to explain myself." Also, he held up his fingers to count. "Your original price was 100 million star coins. I can't afford that right now." Indeed, he no longer had to struggle daily just to survive, but there was still a chasm between his abilities and Hikaru's priceless worth. Poverty didn't shame him, but he knew the responsibility on his shoulders, his companion Star, and his brother and sister far away at home. Recklessly bringing Hikaru into his life would only bring trouble to those he cared about. He looked into Hikaru's bright blue eyes, the purity there reminding him that this was just a few months old cub. A gentle smile curved the boy's lips. "I promise you," Song Shao said softly, "when I'm strong enough, they'll definitely save a spot for you in my beast ring. So, Hikaru, we both have to become stronger." With that, he brought his fingers together to form a seal, and a milky white virtual ring formed around him, soft light flowing, enclosing Hikaru, who stood closely beside him. Haikalu blinked up in surprise, stretching its pristine feathers carefully touching the flowing halo. The warmth of it made it whisper in awe, Kulu. The boy's slender hand reached out, gently holding the creature's wing. His phoenix-shaped eyes brightened with radiant light. Then it's a promise. Haikalu met his gaze, its feathers trembling in response. Kulu. At the side, Star finally couldn't hold back any longer, placing a paw on Song Shao's arm. It looked up and added, Ban Ban. As the spring tournament was drawing to a close, Song Shao walked backstage with the two little companions. Star clung tighter now, and through deep empathy, Song Shao could clearly sense its emotion-strong possessiveness restrained with effort. It respected its beast handler's decision. Upon hearing about the future contract with Haikalu, it didn't throw a fit and behaved especially well. But well-behaved didn't mean fully accepting. It just hid its rejection deep inside. Song Shao gently stroked the soft mane of Star, his voice tender. Star, do you remember last time when Haikalu was hurt, and you shared your cheese stick with him? Ban Ban. Star nodded, indicating it remembered. You actually don't dislike him, you were only angry because Haikalu said I didn't want you anymore, right? Back then, Haikalu had taunted Star bitterly, your handler doesn't want you. Song Shao bent over to meet Star's eyes. Star, you're my little brother, just like Dagu and Jingjin's your family. We'll always be together. I will never stop wanting you. Star nestled in Song Shao's arms, still uneasy about Haikalu. The reason wasn't just that Haikalu had rejected him during their first battle. That phrase, your beastmaster doesn't want you anymore, had stabbed deep in Star's heart. Though Star had defeated all the grade spots alone and been taken home by Song Shao, he never felt secure. There were too many powerful pets in the world. What if one day his master really did abandon him? Ban Ban, Ban Ban, he muttered, clearly upset. Song Shao patiently comforted him, explaining gently, Haikalu just temporarily has no official status, is kind of like an unregistered pet right now. For now, I won't sign a contract with him. The thought of the once arrogant Haikalu now lacking any status secretly delighted Star. As long as he became stronger, no one would dare say your beastmaster doesn't want you to his face. Then Song Shao added with a smile, once I do contract Haikalu, he'll be your little brother. Big brothers have to be magnanimous, right? Big brother. Star's eyes lit up immediately. He could be a big brother. He'd be able to boss Haikalu around if his little brother tried to go east. He'd say no and make him go west instead. Little brothers have to listen to big brothers. Seeing Star finally relax and smile, Song Shao let out a quiet sigh of relief. He'd witnessed his senior coax the eldest child in his family into accepting a second sibling. Now he was putting that lesson to good use and defusing this crisis. Feeling better? Song Shao asked. Ban Ban. Much better. Star nodded vigorously. As the final whistle blew, Song Shao stood up. Then let's work hard together. Haikalu is watching from the audience. Star lifted his head, fierce determination blazing in his eyes. As the Sunto big brother of the little brother, he refused to lose face in front of him, absolutely could not lose. Winner, Si Jinbei. The rules announced, if Song Shao lost to Si Jinbei, he would face another loser for second and third place. If he won, the first-year competition would end. 30 minutes later, Si Jinbei's pet was fully restored with energy liquid and Mompadol treatment. The highly anticipated final of the first-year District High School Pet League between Jinghua Beastmaster High's Si Jinbei and Yaming Beastmaster High's Song Shao officially began. On the blue side of the battlefield, Song Shao wore a simple blue and white uniform, but his sharp, handsome face made it stand out. The stands buzzed with chatter. To be honest, Song Shao's face really fights for him. It's just the hairstyle that drags him down. If not for his looks, that haircut would be a disaster. With the referee's signal, both formed hand seals simultaneously. Grade Spot Star and the Mechanical Nightmare appeared on the field almost at the same moment, slicing the air like sharp blades. No greetings, no probing. Mechanical Nightmare sprang the first move Vine Thorn jab, sending 3 metal thorns bursting from the ground. Star countered with a senior-level electric shock, crackling arcs of electricity, shattering one vine. But once those metallic spikes pierced flesh, they caused ongoing piercing damage. Danger was far from over. The broken vine hit the ground, but more thorns surged forward. 3 vines formed an iron cage, leaving Star a narrow path to his left rear. But Song Shao knew this was a deliberate flaw Si Jinbei had left, just waiting for Star to squeeze through. A basketball-sized burst of electrical energy coalesced around Xingxing, but instead of striking any of the 3 vine-like spikes, it targeted their common center, the Mechanical Nightmare's core. As arcs of electricity danced through the air, Song Shao silently issued a second command, Thunder Shadow. In an instant, a faint afterimage lingered where Xingxing had stood, while the real figure darted behind the Mechanical Nightmare, streaking through the dazzling electric light. The electric surge slammed directly into the machine's abdomen, forcing it to block with one of its vines. As it raised the vine defensively, the Mechanical Nightmare lowered its Hiata metallic flower bud, teetering on the verge of blooming. Its petals were edged with dense razor-sharp teeth, but at the very center, there was a small patch of soft tissue left uncovered by metal. Kiss! Song Shao ordered decisively. Faint blue electricity crawled along Xingxing's fangs as it suddenly appeared behind the mechanical nightmare, fiercely biting into that soft spot. The electric light exploded, accompanied by a faint clang, but strangely the mechanical nightmare only flickered with a shallow crackle of electricity. Instead, Xingxing appeared to be hit by backlash, crashing hard to the ground. A dark shadow crossed Song Shao's eyes. Si Jinbei had already unleashed that move pain sharing, a mid-level ghost-type skill. Once activated, all damage taken is evenly split between both partner beasts. As a result, Xingxing's electric bite's power was halved, leaving the mechanical nightmare only lightly wounded while Xingxing convulsed from its own lightning. Through the bond, Song Shao clearly saw the mechanical nightmare's skill set: basic level malicious strike, mid-level shadow orb, and this pain-sharing ability. He had expected Si Jinbei to save this trump card for the late game, never imagined he'd play it so early. What's going on? Why is the one knocked down the grade spot? Many in the audience were stunned. Those who understood felt a chill. This mechanical nightmare possessed dual types and was evolved, meaning Song Shao's odds had just plummeted. The commentator paused, then loudly declared, "This mechanical nightmare is full of surprises. Beyond its mechanical typing, it contains the ghost attribute. Si Jinbei has concealed a powerful ace." The pressure is completely on Song Shao. Now let's see how he responds. Nightmare. The mechanical nightmare, still struck by half the electric kiss, roared in fury as several vine whips lashed out at Xingxing. Pained but resilient, Xingxing darted several quick steps in a blur of lightning to barely evade, panting heavily and moving with less precision. In this state, winning the match seemed nearly impossible. At the sidelines, Song Shao suddenly closed his eyes, clenching his fists tightly, brow furrowed as though enduring intense pain. Just as the commentator was about to speculate if he was ready to forfeit, Song Shao's pale face abruptly showed faint crackling electric patterns. His mental resonance had activated. Mental resonance wasn't just telepathic communication. It let the beast master share damage with his partner beast. The agony forced Song Shao to one knee, head lowered to hide his expression, but the audience saw clearly he had forcefully taken half of Xingxing's pain onto himself. At the same time, the grayed spot's previously weak body trembled slightly. Its fur bristled, a low growl rumbled from its throat. Electric light danced over its body as its recovered spirit radiated an even more oppressive energy than at its peak. The spectators in the stands still had no idea what had happened. They only saw Song Shao suddenly close his eyes and drop to one knee as if struck by a severe blow. Some instinctively glanced at Hui Mu Banho, had just moments ago been barely alive, but now looked capable of taking on 10 mechanized nightmares at once. The one injured is Hui Muban, but why does Song Shao seem worse off? Yeah, Hui Muban's different now. He was weak just a moment ago, but now he looks like he could fight 10 mechanized nightmares. You're exaggerating. The crowd's chatter echoed through the stands, yet the judges' panel was suffused with tense silence. Someone rose slightly from their seat, the usual judge's expression shifting to bewildered and fearful. Their voice trembled slightly. Is this empathy bond? As the words fell, the judges shook their heads, almost simultaneously. Impossible. Empathy bonds typically appear only with fourth-rank beast tamers. At that stage, the tamers share deep emotional and mental connections with their beasts, communicating without words through pure telepathy. Ordinary tamers must break through to fourth rank to even begin to achieve this. Only those with exceptional talent barely manage it near the end of third rank. But no one had ever heard of a second-rank tamer accomplishing this. Maybe it's part of Song Shao's strategy, someone muttered quietly, but the sight that followed cut off the rest of that sentence. Song Shao pushed himself up on one knee with a single hand and slowly stood. His slim but sturdy frame was outlined by his blue and white school uniform. The lights poured down like sudden rain, and he finally raised his previously bowed head. His thick, long eyelashes cast a dark shadow on his pale face. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His right eye was still that cool, precise cinnabar phoenix shape, but his left eye had completely transformed into a sparkling gray, shining like a star. Under deep empathy bond, parts of the tamer's body began to manifest beastly traits. In an instant, the battlefield and the stands seemed frozen in time, the silence as dead as anything. People blinked, doubting their own eyes. Such deep empathy and physical beastification, seen only at elite competitions, was now appearing in an ordinary competition for first-year high schoolers. Why bring a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? One spectator muttered in disbelief. Data flooded everyone's minds. Among the star citizens, 45 can awaken spiritual power, but over 80 of those tamers never break through fourth rank to achieve empathy bond. Ling Laoshe and Ling Weishan both rushed into third rank at age 18, but never managed to bond with their beasts or cross into fourth rank after 20 years. At the judges' panel, the first to stand was Kuyao. Her pupils trembled with excitement. Previously worried Song Shao's talent was too poor, dragging Hui Muban's evolution down. She now realized the boy's gifts were beyond extraordinary, to the point that no record in star history matched him. The gray-haired senior judge also rose in excitement. a 16-year-old beast tamer capable of deep empathy bond with his beast. No one has ever heard of such a thing before. Perhaps Song Shao will one day represent Blue Star on the battlefield. Si Jinbei gazed steadily at Song Shao's beastly left eye, now transformed the chilling, damp aura growing even more intense. He lowered his eyes slightly, as if unaffected by this change, calmly issuing orders to the mechanical nightmare. Strangle. With a sharp click, the metal mechanism behind the mechanical nightmare snapped open. 6 jet black vines covered in razor-sharp blades suddenly burst forth like steel vipers sensing blood, coiling and slashing coldly toward Xingxing. The gleam of their blades cut through the air with a piercing whistle. Facing this deadly onslaught, Xingxing remained completely unflustered. Blue and white arcs of electricity instantly wrapped around its limbs. In the next moment, its form became a streak of lightning, vanishing into thin air and leaving only a ripple of afterimages behind. The vines struck empty air but didn't cease. Their razor tips twisted and extended mid-flight in wide arcs, relentlessly pursuing, turning the entire battlefield into a monstrous meat grinder. Just when everyone thought Xingxing was cornered, one vine suddenly pierced its chest, yet the streak of lightning dispersed like a bubble. Almost simultaneously, the real Xingxing appeared silently right before the mechanical nightmare. It performed 2 rapid lightning strikes, dropping a thunder shadow decoy on the second, completely confusing the mechanical nightmare as the real one stealthily closed in on its weak spot. The crowd finally realized what had happened and erupted in astonished cheers. Song Shao hadn't given a single order throughout, yet Xingxing executed a complex stealth assault flawlessly. The tacit understanding between them was sympathy. While other tame beasts waited for commands, those bonded by sympathy had already completed the entire attack sequence. Intense electricity gathered before Xingxing's forehead, forming a dazzling orb aimed like a gun muzzle at the center of the mechanical nightmare's bud-shaped head. This was the energy core of the mechanical beast, deep red, tongue-shaped gem. Having just suffered heavy damage from an electric kiss, and with its ghost-type pain sharing still on cooldown, it was completely unprepared to defend itself. The electric blast hit the core directly, detonating it instantly. Blinding blue-white light engulfed the energy gem. The mechanical nightmare lost its support and crashed to the ground with a thunderous clang of spinning metal gears. Arcs of electricity still shimmered around its shell, causing the entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Shadow Bomb. Si Jinbei counterattacked immediately. The mechanical nightmare struggled to stand, swaying. Deep inside its bud, a fist-sized ball of dark purple energy coalesced and was suddenly fired. Meanwhile, storm clouds churned overhead, and the protective shield's outer wall cracked dangerously as lightning streaked across it, seeming to tear the sky itself. Pale blue lightning columns descended, colliding midair with the shadow bomb. Boom. The explosion drowned out all other sounds. The dark purple energy was completely obliterated by the lightning, and shockwaves whipped up a fierce wind that swept the entire battlefield. Turbo Whirlwind. Si Jinbei gritted his teeth and declared. The mechanical nightmare bloom's bud-like head slowly unfurled, revealing its core energy source shattered and scorched by lightning exposed to the air, crackling with charred blackness and violet-blue arcs of electricity. Each metal petal bristled with sharp spikes, gleaming coldly under the pale light. The moment the bud fully bloomed, its spinning core whipped up a violent whirlwind. A malevolent tornado shot skyward, twisting the air of the entire battlefield into chaos. Star's short fur, mottled in shades of gray and white, fluttered wildly in the storm. It crouched low, ears pricked in alert. Suddenly, razor-edged blades formed from the tornado screamed toward it, slashing as if cleaving the very air itself. At the same time, a second bolt of thunder crashed down from the cloud tops, shattering the wind blades into fragments that exploded into silver dust. The scarred, uneven ground erupted with countless stones whipped up by the gale. Sand and pebbles spun rapidly within the vortex, pelting Star like a deadly hailstorm. Star flicked its claws irritably, then leapt forward with a powerful thrust. The gray shadow lunged through the rain of stones at the mechanical nightmare bloom, sharp fangs crackling with pale blue electricity as if charged by heaven's own lightning. Defend, came the command. The mechanical nightmare bloom instantaneously reversed its turbine whirlwind, aiming at the charging Star. But just as it turned, Star's form vanished suddenly in a flash of electric light. Bang! The towering tornado was violently shattered, dust swirling for moments and clouding the view. When the debris settled, everyone finally saw Star's front paw was firmly planted on the mechanical nightmare bloom's armored back, pale blue arcs of electricity coiling around its body. It lifted its head and howled in fury, like a divine beast born from the very storm. The match whistle blew. Let's congratulate Song Shao from Yaming Beastmaster High on winning the first-year division championship of this year's High School Beast League. The commentator's voice was drowned in a wave of cheering. The stands erupted with overwhelming excitement, not just for the champion, but for witnessing history, a latest-stage awakening beast who fought through group rounds to the finals, defeating multiple top-tier opponents. Song Shao stepped down from the battlefield to thunderous applause. Leaning against the wall, he slid down slowly, eyes closed, taking deep breaths as he felt the backlash pain from Star coursing through him. He looked weak. So, when Si Jinbei approached silently, he barely noticed. Star snarled low and positioned itself protectively in front of its master, its gray-blue eyes fixed warily on the newcomer. Song Shao opened his eyes and studied Si Jinbei's face, almost identical to Si Jinin's, yet his aura was completely different, giving a wholly distinct impression. Song Shao, that was a great match, Si Jinbei said calmly, but with genuine respect. They'll keep getting stronger. I look forward to our next battle, Song Shao answered, eyes firm. Si Jinbei nodded slightly and turned away. After a long moment, Song Shao chuckled softly. This person's personality was the exact opposite of the cold aura he carried. The awards ceremony would be held that afternoon, with the top 3 from the first, second, and third-year divisions all coming on stage to receive their honors. Backstage in the resting room, Kuyao was doing a full checkup on Song Shao. The principal, Teacher Ling, and several judges stood nearby. Kuyao scanned the data quickly and finally exhaled in relief. No major issues. You used deep empathy during the match and took some of Gray-Eyed Spot's injuries upon yourself, so your body is temporarily weak. With your current constitution, you'll fully recuperate within a day. It looks like you've shared empathy with Gray-Eyed Spot more than once already. After a beast tamer undergoes deep empathic transformation with their companion beast for the first time, their mental strength is pushed to the limit and they often faint. In more severe cases, it can cause damage to their brain. But Song Shao was only physically weak and showed no other after-effects, which strongly indicates that neither this empathic bond nor the deep transformation was happening for the first time. Song Shao nodded slightly, silently acknowledging this. In the lounge, Kuyu suddenly fell silent. She recalled the recent inter-school tournament in the battlefield. Song Shao rarely even issued commands, yet Hui Mubin responded perfectly to every attack and counterattack. She had thought it was simply a result of training, but now she realized the real reason was their empathic connection. However, no second-tier beast tamer had ever achieved empathic resonance before, let alone experienced a deep empathic bond triggering beast transformation. This student before them had essentially rewritten the textbook by advancing several stages ahead. When was the first time you empathized with Hui Mubin? Kuyu finally could not resist asking. For researchers, this was priceless data if they could discover how to enable beast tamers to form rapid empathic bonds with their companions. It might revolutionize combat strategies across the entire star system. Song Shao recalled the past. That day, he was scavenging parts in a junkyard when far away, the star beast Xingxing was under siege by Haikalu. A wave of furious emotion stabbed sharply into his mind like a blade. The next moment, it was as if he saw through a third-person perspective, witnessing everything Xingxing experienced, and spoke with it for the first time. At that time, Xingxing had only just awakened to the initial stage. Their intense shared anger had shattered the barriers and enabled the moment of empathic resonance. His words ended, and the lounge fell into a silence so heavy it felt like a pin could drop and echo. The principal, Teacher Ling, and the judges all stared at Song Shao as if he were a strange anomaly. Even the usually composed Kuyu's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Empathizing at the initial awakening stage? That meant bypassing a threshold others took 20 years to cross just after completing their contract. Teacher Ling's heart sank, had labored for 20 years and still lingered at the doorstep. Yet this student casually claimed he had done it back then. The sensation was as if the sky had collapsed. Song Shao met their tangled expressions and furrowed his brow slightly. What? Is there something wrong with that? He had only seen looks like this when senior brothers had bungled experiments in his previous life. He wondered to himself, could early empathic resonance really carry risks? Thinking of this, he recalled a skill linked to his left eye, not quite miraculous, but extremely useful, allowing him to perceive both the enemy's techniques and weaknesses clearly during battle. Kuyu took a deep breath, forcing her voice to remain steady. Having been stunned multiple times now, even her control over expression was nearly breaking. Current tests show that both you and Hui Mubin are physically normal. As for why you could resonate early, whether it's due to innate talent or other factors, further study is needed. That's a relief, Song Shao replied softly. As if remembering something, Kuyu added, I analyzed Hui Mubin's physical data. Its energy levels exceed 1,000, yet it has not evolved. I suspect something is blocking the process, although we haven't identified what yet. Normally, Hui Mubin's only evolutionary path is through learning evolution. With energy surpassing 1,000, it should have naturally broken through. Xingxing hasn't even shown the energy fluctuations expected for preparatory evolution. This is clearly abnormal. Song Shao pondered for a moment, then carefully asked, Professor Ku, could Xingxing have some other form of evolution? Other evolutionary pathways? Professor Ku was momentarily taken aback. Her first thought was, since Song Shao had already formed a contract with the Gray-Eyed Spot, how could he be unaware of its evolution method? But then she reconsidered. Given that he had reached a deep bond with gray-eyed Spot at the awakening stage, there was no way he was completely ignorant about its evolution. He must have sensed something unusual. She composed herself, suppressing an odd feeling, and spoke cautiously. According to existing interstellar records, the gray-eyed Spot currently shows only one evolution pathway: learning evolution. Her tone was careful because she didn't dare assert that this was the only possible route for gray-eyed Spot forever. Several teachers and judges nearby intended to agree that gray-eyed Spot has only one evolution type, but thinking of Song Shao's gray-eyed Spot, whose existence had nearly overturned their understanding of companion beasts, they held back the words. A bold speculation arose. Could this gray-eyed Spot's delayed evolution mean it was waiting for an entirely new kind of evolution? If so, its initial rating might even be raised overall, possibly from level B up to level A or beyond. Eyes naturally fixed on Song Shao, their gazes burning with interest. Could it be item-based evolution? Someone whispered. Its energy is maxed out, but it hasn't evolved yet. Maybe it needs an external catalyst. The veteran Judge Chong and the principal exchanged glances and then expressed differing views. I leaned toward bond evolution. Judge Chong stroked his beard, eyes settling on Song Shao and gray-eyed Spot. They share such a deep connection that deep sympathy is possible. Bond evolution seems highly likely. The principal shook his head. I admit the deep bond, but if the energy is full and evolution stalled, it clearly lacks a catalyst. Item evolution makes more sense. The debate between item evolution and bond evolution grew louder among the crowd. At that moment, cold words appeared on Song Shao's left retina. Learning evolution, bloodline evolution, not item nor bond evolution, but an extremely rare and even taboo bloodline evolution. Chong and the principal's argument sharpened. It has to be bond evolution. Without deep feelings, deep sympathy at awakening stage is impossible. Item evolution is the only reasonable explanation. How could it evolve without a catalyst? Amid the uproar, Song Shao's voice suddenly cut through, calm yet sharp. Why couldn't it be bloodline evolution? It was as if someone had hit the mute button. Everyone fell silent. They stared at him, confused, as if to say, "What are you talking about?" Ko was not surprised. Song Shao had asked about bloodline evolution before, so she explained again. Bloodline evolution is extraordinarily rare. In the past few hundred years, every companion beast that awakened bloodline evolution without exception failed to evolve and died. She paused, then added, I neglected to tell you one crucial detail last time. All of those beasts that activated bloodline evolution were, without exception, shrank beasts. The rarity and value of shrank beast pets stem not only from their formidable abilities, but also because their bloodlines are much closer to those of divine king beast pets than ordinary ones. For this reason, the grayed spotted beast, initially only crank, was theoretically incapable of a miraculous awakening bloodline evolution. Before signing any contracts, every beast pet breeding base uses sophisticated instruments to screen bloodlines thoroughly. If there's even the slightest sign of evolution potential, it will never be overlooked. After hearing his mentor's explanation, Song Shao fell into thought. Since Xingxing was deemed to have no potential for evolution when it left the factory, then what exactly caused this sudden awakening? He recalled his left eye irreplaceable golden finger that must never be revealed. In previous dreams, he had already foresaw Xingxing's bloodline evolution. Maybe tomorrow, maybe later, but it would inevitably come. Realizing this, he felt challenged but not panicked. The immediate task was to identify the spiritual plant that Xingxing swallowed in the dream. In the afternoon, the award ceremony officially began, gathering all the top 3 students from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades. Song Shao carried Xingxing backstage. Si Jinbei stood against the wall, casting a cool glance at him as he entered, then silently shifted half a step to the left. Song Shao made no fuss and stood on his right. On stage, the host's voice rose spiritedly as he announced the opening speech. When he called out, "Please welcome the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place winners of Grade 1, the audience erupted in waves of cheers. 6 audio beast pets flanking the stage began playing simultaneously. The one on drums struck so loudly that the vibrations forced Xingxing to press its ears tightly against its head. Song Shao carried Xingxing to the winner's platform. As the platform slowly rose, colorful confetti cannons fired on either side. In midair, over a dozen small chirping orioles, about 20 to 30 centimeters long, glided in formation like an honor guard. The leader, with the most radiant wing colors, clutched the championship trophy, while 6 delicate orioles behind it carried a floral wreath, carefully approaching Song Shao on a set path. He looked silently at the exquisite wreath, but only reached out to accept the trophy. As for the wreath, he held Xingxing high. Chirp chirp. The lead oriole tilted its head in confusion. Song Shao showed no expression, but Xingxing eagerly stretched its neck, eyes shining brightly, clearly believing its beast master understood its little quirk. I love flashy decorations. Bam Bam. The lead oriole softly called. Seeing the situation, it carefully placed the wreath around Xingxing's neck, then gave Song Shao a reluctant glance before fluttering back to the ranks. In the audience, the principal and teacher Ling fixed their burning gazes on the boy on stage, his Yao Ming Beastmaster high uniform especially dazzling at this moment. Both silently shouted inside their minds. Their once worst Beastmaster High School in District 10, Jinggang City, had produced a student who just won the District 4 overall championship. This year's admissions will definitely explode. The principal thought. This prize money is going to be huge. Teacher Ling thought. After the first-year matches came the second-year round, and following the same process, the cheers from the third-year group were clearly much louder than those from the second-year group. After the third-year matches, the players would soon head to Yusho University, and without exception, the top 3 would be directly recruited by the top 10 universities. That made the third-year competition the fiercest of all. In the stands, amid the roaring crowd, Song Shao looked up and immediately recognized a familiar face ranked second in the third-year leaderboarding Sibo, once known as the Master of Haikalu. Compared to a few months ago, Ing Sibo's lineup had changed. The original Haikalu had long since been claimed by someone else. His second pet had become an awakened-level fire armor fox, while his primary pet remained a latest-stage evolutionary Kakumi, possessing dual fighting and dark attributes. At this moment, Ing Sibo's expression was gloomy, and impatience darkened his brow. To him, placing second was almost a humiliation. Moreover, he no longer had any chance to reforge a contract with Haikalu. Stroking the soft fur of his gray striped pet, Xingxing, Song Shao thought to himself. With Ing Sibo's temper, if he can't have something, he'd rather destroy it. No wonder he once tried to deal Haikalu a fatal blow. The grand award ceremony concluded amidst bright lights and applause. As soon as Song Shao stepped down from the podium, he was immediately bombarded by a swarm of reporters. In just 4 months, he had raised Gray Eye stripes to late awakened level, and even as a mere second-tier beast tamer, he could deeply resonate with his pet. Any of these facts alone would be headline news, let alone combined in one person. Many renowned Yusho universities had been gearing up to recruit him. Blue Star Yusho University, Nankong Yusho University, and others were preparing exceptional offers, waiting for his competition to end before making official announcements. By now, those admission letters had probably already been sent to Yaming Yusho High School. Song Shao, do you have any training tips for raising Gray Eye stripes? Did you invent the method of burning the tail for training? Microphones were pressed right up to his face. Song Shao thought for a moment, then replied calmly, that was just an accident, but it did help Xingxing stop obsessing over its appearance. Reporters kept pressing him. Both Blue Star and Nankong want to admit you early. Do you have a preference? You're already able to deeply empathize at second tier. Any advice? What type will your second pet be? Facing the rapid-fire questions, Song Shao's expression remained neutral, and Xingxing flicked its tail impatiently. Outside the crowd, the principal of Yaming Yusho High School happily pushed his way through and grabbed Song Shao, not forgetting to add on camera. We welcome reporters to visit Yaming Yusho High, the cradle of geniuses. After delivering the pitch, he let go with a satisfied smile, and the cameras turned away. Backstage, where it was quieter, Song Shao handed the heavy championship trophy to Song Qin. Standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, Song Qin's eyes were red, his voice choking like a child's. Shao Shao, the thing I'm proudest of is having you and Jingjing. Song Shao lightly patted his older brother's broad shoulders, his tone indifferent, but edged with a sharp hint. Brother, this is just a divisional championship. What will you do when I win the national championship? Do I have to cry twice? Maybe one day, I'll enter the Interstellar Pet Beast Challenge Cup again. When that happens, you'd better have some fast-acting heart medicine ready, Song Shao said calmly, but with an unshakable certainty. Someone nearby was about to make a mocking comment, but swallowed it back. After all, Song Shao's record of raising 4 latest-stage awakening pet beasts in just 4 months was well known. And as a second-tier beast tamer, he had established a reputation for deep empathy with his pets. Any mockery would only bring shame on themselves. Everyone remembered how those who once laughed at Song Shao ended up. The rewards for winning the first-year competition were so generous it made people jealous. A prize of 1 million star coins, a pass to the elite pet training arena, and a position attached to the inspection team with access to rare and high-value missions. The previous year's second-year champion, Sikong Bo, had been seriously injured after stubbornly taking a high-risk graveyard mission on the inspection team, forcing him to miss the current third-year competition. Most missions were actually low-risk with great rewards, which was why they were handed out as incentives. Sikong Bo had simply overestimated himself and underestimated the danger, leading to his misfortune. During the award ceremony, Song Shao casually handed the card with 1 million star coins to Song Qin. Bro, this money should be enough for you to open another small restaurant. Bro, I didn't mention it before because I didn't want to distract you during your competition, but the person who ordered the blaze that burned down our restaurant has been caught, Song Jingjing added. Song Shao looked up, signaling her to continue. Remember the accident when you worked part-time at the junkyard? The worker who left his post without permission was killed by the mutated compound-eyed centipede. When his family came to demand compensation, the manager refused, citing unauthorized absence. They took their anger out on us. It was that family who started the fire. Thankfully, the junkyard's pet beast tipped off the inspection team. They had been keeping tabs on your whereabouts. Was it that one, Laster? Song Shao guessed. Song Jingjing nodded. A swirl of emotions crossed Song Shao's heart. He had only worked with Laster for a few days, merely offering it some free candies from the milk tea shop. Yet it had repeatedly helped him in critical moments, saving him during a coma, caring for him during radiation headaches. Aside from Song Qin, Jingjing, and Xingxing, Laster was the greatest kindness he had experienced in this world, and it was just a pet beast eking out a living in the junkyard. The lower district high school pet beast league had come to an end. When Song Shao arrived, he was still in economy class. On the return trip, he enjoyed top-tier first-class treatment, complete with pet beast attendants giving massages. One of the pets was less than a meter tall, with bluish-gray skin, 2 sharp horns on its head, and bright eyes. Draped with a towel over its shoulders, it glanced at Song Shao and Xingxing, twisted its body, and stretched out 2 new claws from its abdomen ready to handle a double massage at once. After landing, Song Shao didn't go straight home. Instead, he headed to the pet beast counter at the mall. I'd like to buy a retractable pet beast phone watch. These watches were basically the pet version of Little Genius kids' phones, allowing the pet to contact their master even when the beast tamer wasn't around. Xingxing had been curious about it and was already excitedly picking out a color. Song Shao's eyes landed on a silver and black model next to it, and he picked it up too. Wrap this one up as well. At the junkyard, Laster was busy sorting through trash. Song Shao approached and called out softly, "Laster." Last turned around, still carrying the sour stench of garbage on its body. Its dark, rounded eyes looked towards Song Shao with a mix of shock and confusion. It didn't approach immediately but instead detoured into a nearby makeshift tool shed. There, it took out a neatly folded black protective suit, then carefully stepped over shards of glass and pieces of plastic, inching closer to Song Shao. To last, Song Shao was always a kind soul who'd break if touched too hard, so it needed to make sure he was safe first. In the small hut made of corrugated iron and wooden planks at the center of the junkyard, a scruffy old man slumped in a worn folding chair, reeking of alcohol. Hearing the noise, he groggily opened his eyes, glanced at Song Shao once, then rolled over and resumed snoring as if nothing had happened. "Lala, the radiation in the junkyard has gotten worse. Here, take this." Last handed the protective suit to Song Shao. He took it without immediately putting it. One was much stronger now than when he first started working there desperately. Back then, entering the junkyard always gave him headaches, but now he felt nothing. At that moment, Xingxing was nestled in Song Shao's arms. Normally, with her picky and cleanliness-obsessed temperament, she would avoid such a foul, chaotic place. But hearing that Song Shao used to work here and even knew Last, she couldn't help but imagine countless hardships. Clutching Song Shao's arm, she felt so ashamed she wished she could bury her ears in his fur. With a soft thud, Xingxing jumped down, carefully avoiding the flowing sewage, and waved her paw at Last. Banfan. Last hesitated for a moment, then shyly extended a half-black, half-gray metal claw in response. Lala. The air hung heavy with the sticky, rotten smell of trash. Among distant heaps, lean, emaciated fifth-class citizens scuttled like ants, scavenging scraps. Xingxing's chest tightened, and her tail wrapped around Song Shao's calf. She hadn't expected her beastmaster to have survived in such a place. It was heartbreaking. "It's not that pitiful," Song Shao spoke up, interrupting Xingxing's inner turmoil. He turned to Last. "Jingjing, that is my little sister, already told me everything. Thank you for coming forward to testify." "Lala, it's nothing." Last scratched its head, its shyness fading a little when thanked. Song Shao pulled out a silver-black pet communication watch from his bag. The metal casing gleamed coldly under the setting sun. "This suits you well. I saved my number in it. If you ever need anything, just call me." Last stared blankly at the watch, then pointed to itself. "Lala? This is for me." "Of course." Song Shao smiled and pressed the watch into its palm. Holding its first gift, Last's back ventilation vents emitted a low whoosh as fresh air spread through the sour stench. Banfan. Xingxing wasn't about to be outdone. She raised her paw to show she had the same watch and wanted to exchange contacts with Last. Song Shao had a sudden idea and took out his phone. "Come on, let's take a group photo." Click. Last and Xingxing stood side by side in front of Song Shao, all 3 faces faintly smiling. The photo quickly transferred to Last's watch. It stared at the screen for a long time, as if wanting to imprint the moment in its memory. After Song Shao left, Last carefully tucked the pet communication watch into the metal compartment on its chest. In this sewage-ridden junkyard, keeping anything clean was nearly impossible. Yet it refused to let even a speck of dirt touch this gift. Afraid of sullying such a precious token, it did not want to soil this gift in the slightest. The old man in the management office, holding a bottle of liquor, stood up unsteadily. He seemed both drunk and oddly clear-headed at the same time. Looking at Last, he said, "You watch his matches every day. You know he's a genius beast tamer. Why don't you beg him? Maybe he'll form a contract with you." Everyone in the junkyard assumed the old man was Last's beast tamer. No one suspected the truth was different. Last, as an extraordinarily long-lived pet beast, fed on rotting garbage and could purify radiation inside his body. He had no offensive abilities and was naturally harmless to humans. Because of his long lifespan, many of his kind outlived their original tamers. In reality, last true tamer was the old man's sister. Since she passed away, he had been following the old man. The old man didn't seem to need a response. Last stood quietly in place, watching as the old man swayed with his bottle and slumped back into his chair. Song Shao hadn't planned on staying at school long this visit. With summer vacation looming, he needed to register at the local police station and apply for training time at the Beast Battle Base. But before leaving, he made time to return to his classroom. The moment he pushed the door open, an exaggerated and heartfelt voice burst out. Foster father. Tang Jiannan slid on one knee, striking a pose he thought was suave in front of Song Shao, his eyes full of the earnest message. If I get rich, don't forget me. Song Shao had to laugh and cry at once. No need for all that. Tang Jiannan feigned grievance. Brother, you've become fancy, leaving me stuck in this godforsaken place suffering. Song Shao raised a hand and patted his shoulder. Shut up. Tang Jiannan grinned, straightened up, and sized him up and down. You're not just the center of attention now, you've grown taller too. You've changed. Indeed, when Song Shao first came into this body, he was skinny and pale, not even 1.8 meters tall. Now he looked more vibrant and had grown just above 1.8 meters at age 16, growing fast. Tang Jiannan pulled out a sketchbook from behind his back. Quick, sign this. And your gray eye spot 2 paw prints included. I've sold quite a few of your autographs. You're hot right now, gotta rake in the cash. Song Shao paused for 2 seconds. Ill sign 7, you get 3. Tang Jiannan clutched his chest, pretending pain. No love left. In the end, they split it 60-40. He finished 50 signatures all at once, even pressing the paw prints so much they turned red. Quality over quantity. Scarcity raises the price, the crafty Tang said, holding Song Shao's signing hand down and carefully putting away the sketchbook. With business settled, Tang Jiannan suddenly leaned in, lowering his voice. Zhang Lan's in trouble. Who? Song Shao blinked. Remembering this was the class monitor who was rumored to have a secret crush on the original owner of this body. What happened to her? Tang Jiannan frowned, uncertain. During your tournament, she broke through to second-tier beast tamer and unlocked her second beast ring. Apparently something went wrong when she was contracting her second pet beast, or else how come she didn't come to watch you at the competition? After listening, Song Shao said nothing. To him, Zhang Liyun was a complete stranger, someone who had never mattered to even the original Song Shao. Besides, when it came to pet beast contracts, Song Shao was powerless. He was just puzzled. What exactly went wrong? Normally, before signing a contract, a beast tamer would conduct a psychic compatibility test. As long as the match rate was above 80, there would be no problems. Forcing a contract with a pet beast that had a very low match rate risked tearing the mental sea or, at worst, causing permanent brain damage. No beast tamer would gamble their life like that. Out of caution, he asked Tang Jiannan to keep an eye on Zhang Lan's follow-up news. Tang Jiannan gave him a meaningful locust smile, neither fully sincere nor mocking seeming, to tease Song Shao's concern. Song Shao twitched the corner of his mouth, but felt an itching in his palm. Really just wanted to find out why there was a contract accident, especially since he was about to sign a second pet beast himself. After settling his younger brothers, Song Shao headed straight to the principal's office. The moment he pushed the door open, he was almost blinded by the smile greeting him. The principal's face was creased with wrinkles, each one packed full with the promise of a soaring enrollment rate. 7 beast-taming universities have already sent direct recruitment offers to you. The principal laid out 7 ornate invitation letters, each a different color, but all equally prestigious in format. Among them, the deep blue envelope from Blue Star Beast-Taming University stood out the most. Normally, the top student of the high school division would receive invitations, but mostly in their second or third year and never in such quantity. This time, it was because the grade-spotted beast personally trained by Song Shao was too dazzling, plus his ability to resonate with pet beasts at just second stage, an unprecedented genius. Ignoring such a talent would be like throwing treasure away, something the principal would never do. Though the grade-spotted beast had yet to evolve, Song Shao's potential alone was enough to make top universities take daring risks. Song Shao twirled the deep blue envelope between his fingers tracing the embossed golden school emblem, a gaze full of longing flickering behind his eyes. Blue Star Beast Taming University ranked first on Blue Star, the ultimate dream for countless beast tamers. But suddenly, he neatly put all the envelopes back on the table. The smile on the principal's face froze. None appeal to you? Last year, Blue Star Beast Taming University only sent invites after the National High School Beast Taming Tournament. This time, you haven't even competed nationally, and yet they're already reaching out. You must be very highly regarded. Song Shao glanced once more at the deep blue envelope, his tone firmer than ever. Blue Star Beast Taming University is excellent, a height I never dared to dream of before. But principal, I want to take a chance. I want to go to Lanluo. Lanluo, the home star and the venue for the Interstellar Pet Beast Challenge Cup. Blue Star Beast-Taming University ranks first on this star, but only 13th in the galaxy. The true pinnacle was Lon Luo Interstellar Beast-Taming University. That school admitted no more than 300 beast tamers each year, with requirements so strict they bordered on cruel, no older than 20, and must reach 4th stage beast tamer before enrollment, rejecting countless hopefuls. The principal didn't react much. He simply gathered the invitations for Song Shao. It's good for a young person to have dreams, and a capable young man's dreams will eventually come true. He lifted his hand and handed over a black envelope. The jet black cover was sealed with red wax, embossed with the soaring Hai Kulu totem. Song Shao took it, carefully broke the wax seal with his fingertips, and pulled out the letter, an official letter of thanks. It expressed gratitude to Song Shao and his family for helping Hai Kulu. As a reward, the Hai Kulu Breeding Association would waive all fees for his contracted Hai Kulu. In other words, he wouldn't have to spend a single star coin if he chose not to. Song Shao immediately knew the Hai Kulu mentioned was the very one he had encountered and aided before. Thinking back on how that creature once dismissed him as without registration and too high profile, and now seeing the association personally backing him and covering all costs, Song Shao couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. That guy acted way too fast. While he was still hesitating, the Hai Kulu had already sorted out his registration, expenses, and legit identity. It was like packing up and marrying right over. Meanwhile, at the Hai Kulu Association's top-level office, a brilliant blue Hai Kulu was patting a man's shoulder nearby. The man, clearly irritated, slammed a document onto the desk, his expression full of frustration, as if thinking, "I've struggled to raise my daughter only for her to run off with that blonde guy." The annoyance was written all over his face. The man was Hai Barton Gulu, president of the Hai Kulu Association. His contracted pet Lulu was, by bloodline, the uncle of that rowdy little Hai Kulu. Lulu wore a pet-size reducer around his neck. With one claw, he grabbed the back of his nephew's collar and threw him out the door, speaking in beast tongue with a tone of helplessness. When had Hai Kulu ever been the ones begging humans for contracts? When did their own kids start packing up and lowering their status? The tossed-out little Hai Kulu awkwardly fluffed his feathers, but still shouted after his uncle stubbornly. "Kulu, uncle, you don't understand. He's different from the others. Kulu, uncle, if I can't contract with him, my life is over." Lulu's temper flared. Who exactly was this person to make a proud Hai Kulu so worried and obsessed? At the same time, at the Song family, the old restaurant had been completely burned down by an unexpected fire. With the million-star coin prize Song Shao won, Song Qin rented a new place nearby and was busy renovating. Despite the hectic work, when Song Shao said he was going to contract a Hai Kulu, Song Qin didn't hesitate. He immediately took his son shopping for clothes. A Hai Kulu isn't just an ordinary pet. Since those worries about identity and fees are resolved, you have to look sharp. When Xingxing contracted, the whole family went. This time, Jingjing and I can't make it, so you have to take it even more seriously. Song Qin scanned his son head to toe with admiration, then clucked his tongue. "Well, whatever you wear, you'll look good. Follow my pick." Song Shao teased. Does Dad agree with that? In the end, he chose the most comfortable outfit, light blue jeans and a white t-shirt. Ready and dressed, he boarded a plane bound for the Hai Kulu Association. When the cabin door opened, Song Shao gazed at the private estate before him. High walls, fountains, and hedges trimmed into geometric shapes, a level of luxury so extreme it seemed almost excessive. He pressed the doorbell. Ding. 3 seconds later, the clear sky suddenly darkened. A massive shadow swept across. He looked up to see a Beast King-level Ling Qing falcon with a wingspan nearly 20 meters circling high above, its azure eyes locked directly on him. At the moment their gazes met, the Ling Qing falcon spread its wings and dived, cutting through the air straight towards Song Shao. After their eyes connected, the Ling Qing falcon suddenly swooped down toward him. Ling Qing's son is Haiku's Beast King form. When it spreads its wings, its wingspan stretches over 20 meters. Its feathers are snowy white, almost translucent, with talons that look freshly fallen like pure snow. Only the tips of its wings and tail feathers are a dark teal black, and a similarly colored mark on its forehead glows with an almost sacred radiance in the sunlight. Its eyes are clear like deep ocean sapphires, cold and noble. Haiku embodies both grandeur and elegance in every form, but Ling Qing's son is the ultimate expression of this. No matter how picky someone is about appearances, they cannot deny its magnificence. From the high sky, it dives down, its massive wings stirring terrifying whirlwinds. The roaring wind sweeps up gravel and stone, tossing Song Shao's white t-shirt high into the air, his bangs whipping wildly. He raises an arm to shield his face, barely blocking the scrape of a flying stone. After a few breaths, the wind pressure fades, and Song Shao lowers his arm. The first thing to meet his eyes is a pair of deep-sea, sapphire blue eyes. On Ling Qing's son's back stands a man with blonde hair and pale blue eyes. His features are sharp, his demeanor like that of an old aristocrat mixed with the casual air of a melancholic poet, the expensive custom suit barely masking his lazy ease. Highbarton Glue raises an eyebrow as he sizes up Song Shao, his gaze lingering between Song Shao's slightly cold phoenix-shaped eyes and the curve of his nose and lips. In his heart, he grants him 5 points of approval. The reason is simple. If you want to bond with haiku, looks do matter. Although tastes vary between haiku, they generally conform to human standards. Song Shao clearly meets the bar. Ling Qing Sun lightly shakes its wings, gently setting Highbarton Glue down on the ground. Then it bows its head, pressing its beak to the metal collar on its neck. Instantly, its enormous frame shrinks down to the size of an ordinary haiku. Song Shao makes a mental note. The pet's size control collar hell need one for when Xing evolves and grows bigger. Another item added to the shopping list. Let me introduce myself. I'm Haiku Association President, Highbarton Glue. Song Shao, he replies, extending his hand. Just as their handshake finishes, a familiar clear call rings over the manor. Kulu. Song Shao looks up. There, his contracted haiku spreads its wings and flies toward him, the snowy feathers cutting through the blue sky, eyes sharp as blades. Xing stands nearby, first snorting coldly, then following her master's instruction to set aside her dislike of haiku. A slight curve appears at the corner of her mouth. Big brothers have their own dignity. Song Shao had told her that from now on, haiku are like his little brothers. She needs to be magnanimous, though she hasn't entirely grasped what that means yet. Xing knows well haiku are annoying, but they're powerful. Since her own beast master is too fragile, having another fighter can never hurt. She lifts her paw, ready to shake hands and reconcile with haiku. At that moment, a streak of cold light flashes across the clear sky, a pure white, razor-sharp feather shoots out like an arrow with a whoosh and strikes the haiku. The elegant figure instantly crashes, plummeting onto the lawn. Ban. Xing is stunned, turning to look at the culprit, the Beast King, level Ling Qing Sun. Ling Qing Sun's sapphire eyes are full of bitter disappointment, deeply pained that haiku is so eager to run out and cling to others. Song Shao didn't have time to think further and called out, Xing. In an instant, Xing transformed into a blazing white lightning bolt, diving from midair. The next moment, it was firmly beneath Haikulu, catching the beast's body without faltering. The flapping of its wings stirred up a whirlwind, scattering fallen leaves. Haikulu hovered effortlessly, completely unharmed. Just as it was about to relax, it turned its head and accidentally bumped into Xing's calm, unreadable face. Its sworn enemy had just saved it? Haikulu froze awkwardly, wings stiffening on line. Please advise. How should I handle this situation? On the sidelines, Haibadon Glummer quietly observed the scene. As the news had reported, Song Shao's mental synchronization with his companion beast was astonishingly high. Though only a second-tier beast tamer, he had already entered a state of empathy with Xing. Haibadon evaluated him talent, appearance perfect scores across the board. The only thing left to judge was sincerity. Haikulu had been difficult before, but was fiercely loyal now, ready to follow to the death once bonded. Haibadon's worry was that such eagerness might make Song Shao take him for granted. Human nature often undervalues what comes too easily. After steadying its breathing, Haikulu flew before Song Shao, reining in its earlier excitement and regaining its usual aloof demeanor. Kulu. Its bright blue eyes blinked, voice restrained yet hopeful. Are you here to bond with me today? Song Shao didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to the president of the Beast Association and spoke steadily. I've already explained to Haikulu why I couldn't bond with it before. You are well aware of the reasons. Haibadon's pale blue eyes briefly flashed with coldness before settling into a polite smile. His tone was gentle but firm. Of course. Mr. Song was concerned about its previous owner, or more precisely, someone who only submitted an application through the association. According to protocol, we conducted a comprehensive evaluation of that individual before allowing a relationship to form with Haikulu. If they failed to bond within 3 months, the fee would be fully refunded, and Haikulu reclaimed. His expression sharpened suddenly. However, Ingsibo falsely claimed Haikulu had run away and covertly forced a bond. After failing, he even attempted to kill it. The association will investigate this matter thoroughly and permanently revoke the Ing family's right to contract Haikulu. As he finished speaking, Haikulu swiftly flew to Haibadon's side and playfully poked his arm with a wing. Though it tried to be discreet, everyone saw it clearly. Haibadon sighed resignedly and faced Song Shao. It insists I clarify Haikulu has never been unauthorized. Its registration has always been recorded with the Beast Management Bureau. It turned out that Song Qin's earlier comment about unregistered companion beasts of unknown origin can't be contracted had deeply wounded Haikulu, proud of its noble lineage. As a top-tier combat-grade beast, this was the first time its origins had been questioned. Song Shao smiled wryly. Since Haikulu was neither unregistered nor a runaway, he truly had no reason to refuse. Mr. Song, any other questions? Haibadon raised an eyebrow. None for now, Song Shao nodded. Haibadon straightened up and exchanged a meaningful glance with Ling Qingsun beside him before declaring, "Then, Mr. Song, I accept your challenge." Haibatten naturally wouldn't let Song Shao easily claim a contract with a Hailu. Joking aside, no matter how outstanding a son-in-law might be, he wouldn't be accepted without any tests or challenges. Song Shao met Haibatten's gaze directly, his expression calm and resolute. "All right, I accept the challenge." Haibatten raised his hand and placed his fingertips beneath his lips, letting out a sharp whistle. Before the sound faded, dozens of Hailu appeared and filled the sky, converging from all directions. Their white feathers glimmered coldly in the sunlight, interspersed with uneven blue-gray spots. They formed a vast net that enveloped Song Shao tightly. Each pair of blue sapphire-like eyes watched him intently, deep enough to reflect his silhouette. "Hailu, Hailu, is this the Beast Master number 36 who insists on contracting? He looks so skinny, hardly intimidating at all. Wasn't he supposed to be a genius Beast Master according to the forums? Plain appearance, but maybe his strength is strong. Oh, he's actually pretty handsome." Exactly. No wonder number 36 begged to contract him, crying what a disgrace to the beasts. The dense chatter floated down from the air, and the pet translator hanging at Song Shao's waist relayed every comment without missing a word. He glanced sideways at the Hailu beside him, head bowed, the very number 36 his companions were talking about. The Hailu twisted its neck stubbornly, refusing to meet his eyes, instantly shattering the aloof image it had built up. Song Shao couldn't help but smile and gently stroke the feathers on its back. The feathers tensed under his palm before slowly relaxing again. After hesitating, the Hailu moved half a step closer, but still awkwardly turned its head away. Next to them, the grayed spotted Xingxing watched their interaction silently for a moment, then imitated Song Shao by reaching out a claw to touch the Hailu's back feathers. After all, it was his younger brother and deserved some comfort. Xingxing wagged his tail and grumbled in a curmudgeonly tone about fulfilling brotherly duties. In the next moment, the Linking Sun's figure soared several times taller, its massive wings folding like metal plates as they stretched out to the ground, the wingtips hooked steadily like a ladder. Haibatten was the first to step onto the feathers, followed closely by Song Shao and Xingxing. The Linking Sun is a Beast King grade speed-type pet. As soon as it flapped its wings, the airflow sliced through the air like a blade. In the blink of an eye, Song Shao felt his vision rapidly stretch and change, and when they landed, the scenery had completely transformed. They arrived at a spacious outdoor training ground. In the center, a Lightenino balanced a heavy iron ball on one claw, concentrating on training its psychic powers. Its entire body was pale blue and white, with sharp spikes jutting from its back like rows of blades. Its short ears stood upright, a single glowing blue horn shone on its forehead, and its two protruding buck teeth were particularly prominent. Noticing the visitors, it steadily set down the iron ball and hopped forward to greet Haibatten, even waving a claw when it saw the Linking Sun. It was clear this Lightenino was Haibatten's contracted pet. The Lightenino glanced curiously at Song Shao, pointed a claw at him, then turned its head back to look at Haibatten. Ridunino asked, "Is this human the beast tamer that Hikaru has been wanting to bond with?" Haibatten nodded slightly and casually gave a brief introduction to Song Shao. "Snow, one of my pets. Ridunino." Ridunino nodded politely. "Hello." "Hello," Song Shao replied in kind. The two men and the beast walked side by side into the training arena. Haibatten's tone was calm but carried the steadfastness of an elder. "Hikaru has recognized you as its tamer. But after the Espore incident, I have to be even more careful in selecting partners for them. So I'm going to test you. If you can defeat me, Hikaru will form a contract with you." Song Shao's gaze landed on Ridunino beside Haibatten. Since Ridunino had just entered the late awakening tier, defeating it with a Stella-level power wouldn't be that difficult. But would Haibatten really set such a test? Sure enough, in the next moment he heard the man add, "You must use Hikaru in the battle." This condition was almost a guaranteed loss. Song Shao hadn't contracted with Hikaru yet, so he couldn't resonate with it mentally. Meanwhile, Ridunino and Haibatten were already fused as one. Not to mention the huge gap between a rank 2 beast tamer and a rank 5 beast tamer. Just as he was contemplating an escape, he noticed Hikaru was not rushing to bail him out like last time, but quietly turning its head to look at him. The gaze seemed to silently ask, "Will you accept the challenge for me?" Song Shao met Haibatten's eyes without showing any sign of desperation. "All right, I accept." Could he win? Even he wasn't sure, but he had to try. The boy tilted his head and whispered to Hikaru, "From now on, trust me and follow my lead." Hikaru, who had wanted to fight alone undefeated, was calmed by the words "trust me," and gently nodded. "Kulu." Song Shao activated his left eye skill. A flash of blue light revealed Hikaru's data. Scientific name, Hikaru. Type, flying fighting. Level, grade A awakening tier. Skills, Featherblade beginner entry, Air/beginner entry, Shadow Strike beginner entry, Solidify intermediate advanced. Characteristics, despises the weak, enjoys provoking disliked targets. Once tamed, extremely loyal, and fights alongside its master. Song Shao remembered that when he first checked, Haikura's personality was described as cold, emotionless. Now it had been updated. The left eye's data changed as the pet grew, which surprised him. Next, Rita Nino's status flashed onto his sight. Level: Awakening Tier Mid-Stage. Intermediate skills: Telekinetic Control, Chaos Attack. Stat-wise, Haikuru was thoroughly outmatched, and its only intermediate skill Solidify leaned toward physical defense, which, in theory, couldn't withstand Rita Nino's psychic powers. But glancing at this Solidify entry, an idea suddenly struck him. Who said physical defense couldn't help against mental assault? He bent down and whispered to Haikuru. In the next second, Haikuru's gem-like eyes instantly widened. Haikuru hesitated as he looked at Rita Nino, recalling Song Shao's words from earlier and beginning to doubt himself. Could battles really be fought like this? Rita Nino quietly exchanged words with his beast tamer. Heibaton, was he really going to make a move against Haikuru? Heibaton fully understood. In terms of level and attributes, Haikuru stood no chance against Rita Nino. Even more critically, Haikuru had not yet formed a contract with Song Shao, so there was no spiritual bond between them. If a non-contract beast could defeat a contracted one, humans and beasts would never have had to form alliances thousands of years ago to resist the insect tribe. Snow, no need to hold back at first, Heibaton said calmly but firmly. I want to see if this human truly cares for and protects Haikuru. If he proves worthy, then you can ease up. What else could he do? Could he really beat Haikuru half to death? Rita Nino nodded silently, eyes glancing past Song Shao to focus on Haikuru hovering in front of him. Suddenly his fist clenched. Leto, let me test this human's sincerity. Heibaton rubbed his forehead. After watching so many beast adventure dramas lately, Rita Nino was always coming out with embarrassingly cheesy lines. Elsewhere, Xingxing swaggered over with the demeanor of an elder brother, eyeing Rita Nino coldly. He barked orders. Ban Ban, Ban Ban. Go knock him down. As my little brother, you can't embarrass us. Song Shao pinched Xingxing's mouth shut to force him quiet. Amidst Xingxing's protests, he led Haikuru onto the battlefield. High above, the Qingling hawk spread its wings and let out a long cry, signaling the start of the match. Teleport. Heibaton stood lazily by the sidelines in an exquisitely tailored suit, blonde hair shimmering in the sunlight. Rita Nino's figure flickered like purple light and instantly appeared before Haikuru. Two crimson eyes suddenly locked into Haikuru's gaze. Close your eyes, dodge. Song Shao ordered loudly. Without a contract, shouting commands was all he could do. Haikuru immediately shut his eyes and executed a swift inverted spin midair, barely escaping Rita Nino's stare. Rita Nino's mid-level psychic ability, Chaos Attack, required eye contact to work, allowing him to control the opponent's mind if successful. The lower the level, the longer the control lasted. If Haikuru was dominated, he might end up injuring himself. Air slash. Using momentum from the spin, Haikuru flapped his wings and unleashed a sharp wind blade. Ambush. Song Shao followed quickly with another command. He knew the power difference was huge and had to weaken Rita Nino fast. Haikuru's snowy white form blurred like an afterimage, silently sweeping behind Rita Nino. His claws gleamed sharply in the sun, resembling the biting cold of fresh snow just a hair's breadth from striking. Heibaton lifted his eyelids slightly and coolly issued an order. Psychokinetic Control. Haikulu hovered in midair with a razor-sharp, predator-like stillness, while Rita Nino calmly turned around, flashing a triumphant smile. Got you now, Rita. His eyes quickly filled with blood-red color, and his psychic power wrapped around Haikulu like invisible chains, pinning every muscle motionless. For Rita Nino, launching a chaos attack at this moment was almost a guaranteed win because even the tiniest 9,000 chance of failure still lingered. Before the battle, Song Shaolin's quiet reminder echoed in Haikulu's mind. If you lose the contract. A dark weight sank into its heart. It could only choose between pride and future prospects. To become stronger, it had to forget about pride. As Rita Nino's fiery eyes closed to mere inches, Haikulu made a desperate move. Uft, 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 uft. For streams of sticky saliva hit Rita Nino's face with precision. The air froze instantly. The confident smile shattered like broken porcelain. 3 seconds later, a scream of collapse echoed through the sky. Redo. Outside the arena, Heibaton's usual aristocratic calm shattered completely. His eyes widened, his entire face filled with disbelief. Where is the elegance? The pride? The haughty presence? You actually spat on your opponent in a formal duel? Song Shao watched the stunned reaction, lowering his gaze sheepishly and hiding a smile behind his hand. Without this underhanded trick, Haikulu had no chance of winning. This dirty move was his idea thanks to his left eye skill. Rita Nino had severe cleanliness obsession and hated dirt the most. Rita Nino frantically clawed at his face, becoming more distraught by the second. Taking advantage of the moment, Haikulu tore apart the psychic shackles and surged backward, face cold and severe as if it was the one insulted by the spit rather than the other way around. Air slash. Song Shao suppressed a grin and gave Haikulu a nod of approval. Haikalu no longer felt ashamed, hovering high above with serene, blue eyes locked onto the still frantically wiping Rita Ninoho's claws now also smeared with saliva, driving him even madder. Haikalu's claws slashed a crescent-shaped vacuum blade through the air. Dodge! Haibadon shouted urgently. But Ridu Nino, distracted by his dirty claws, had delayed as he wiped his ears. The vacuum blade struck him squarely, making him roar in pain. Ridu! Rage blazed in his eyes, the red glow turning almost into fire. He sprang up, teleporting in front of Haikalu, and unleashed psychic control again. Haikalu, just pinned again, heard Song Shao shout, "Spit!" Ridu Nino instinctively dodged stiffly, but Haikalu didn't open its mouth. Instead, it broke free in that instant and put distance between them. Sensing the trick, Ridu Nino clenched his fists, burning with fury. Haibadon discarded his laziness, fixing his gaze coldly on Song Shao. "You think Snow can only control pets at close range?" As he spoke, Haikalu, already 20 meters away, suddenly froze motionless in midair. Rita Nino's eyes glowed with an eerie light as he glared darkly at Haikaru, 20 meters away. His telekinetic reach had surprisingly expanded to that distance. Song Shao looked up calmly at Haikaru, frozen midair, as if observing an unrelated artifact. Step by step, Rita Nino closed in on his target. When the distance shrank to a terrifying near zero, he suddenly unleashed a chaotic attack. In the next moment, Haikaru, controlled by telekinesis, swung its paw sideways, releasing a sharp air slash that sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Although a basic skill, in the hands of an awakened level beast, this air slash had previously blasted Rita Nino from the sky to the ground, leaving a crater. Now, the one struck was Haikaru itself. It plummeted like a kite with its string cut, kicking up dust and violently convulsing at the bottom of the pit, coughing out two painful gasps. Dust swirled as Haikaru tried to get up, but was stopped by a pair of crimson eyes fixed behind a gray veil. Song Shao's voice rang out at just the right moment. "Solidify it now?" Haikuru's solidification ability fires parts of its body into a ceramic-like texture. Unlike fragile porcelain, this protective layer can withstand the physical attacks of evolution-level beasts. However, chaotic attacks are a form of psychic power. Once eye contact is made, mental control is forced, rendering physical defenses useless. Outside the fray, Haibadon watched eagerly. He hadn't worried, expecting Rita Nino to back off once he ran out of steam. But as the dust settled, he saw Rita Nino's gaze lock onto Haikaru again. "Ridu?" Rita Nino's steps faltered for a moment. His eyes, once sapphire blue like gemstones, vanished, replaced by a smooth white ceramic-like skull. Haibadon's mouth twitched in disbelief, solidifying the whole head. Was handing Haikaru over to Song Shao really a good call? What kind of serious beast tamer spits on their beast, and then gives it an iron brain shell, losing even its face? Unfazed by the doubt, Song Shao calmly issued his next order. 3 meters to the front left, stealth attack. Because its head was entirely solidified, Haikaru was completely blind and had to rely on sound to orient itself by Song Shao's commands. Even bonded beasts would hesitate in this situation, and Haikaru hadn't even formally contracted with him yet. Haibadon expected hesitation, but reality was harsh. The beast showed near absolute obedience to this Nodiat bonded tamers. Taking advantage of Rita Nino's daze, Haikaru became a shadowy blur, teleporting behind him. Its snowy, razor-sharp claws clamped precisely onto Rita Nino's long ears. In the next moment, it launched into the air, rose to a high point, and then slammed down hard. Rita Nino fell like a shooting star. Midair, Haikaru ended its solidification, shook its wings, and unleashed a cold gleam. The basic skill feather blades activated simultaneously. Dozens of snow-white feathers turned into blades, densely sealing off Rita Nino's falling path. A barrier. Hyberton completely tucked away his usual casual demeanor, his handsome face growing serious. Ridu Nino clenched his jaw against the sharp pain in his ribs and raised a hand, summoning a pale blue barrier compressed from the surrounding airflow. At the same time, dozens of razor-sharp feather blades tore through the sky, striking the barrier with a rapid series of pounding impacts. With a sharp crack, the level 1 shield shattered instantly. Previously, to support Song Shao's plan, Haiku Lu had deliberately provoked Ridu Nino into reckless use of his mid-tier powers, exhausting nearly all his energy. In contrast, Haiku Lu had primarily used basic techniques aside from a single mid-level solidification skill. Now, the last feather blade, unleashed with all of Haiku Lu's strength, pierced through the barrier as expected. With the shield gone, Ridu Nino felt himself plummeting from the sky. Song Shao merely lifted his eyes and gave a subtle glance to Xingxing. In the next instant, that golden figure streaked like lightning, steadying the faltering Ridu Nino in midair. Weakly opening his eyes, Ridu Nino was greeted by a row of gleaming white fangs. She realized he was being carried by Xingxing and felt a flush of embarrassment before nearly passing out. Xingxing flashed a look of mild disdain, gently setting him down on the grass and shaking a paw as if disgusted by his dirt and shedding fur. Only then did Song Shao look up toward the sky. The battle-worn Haiku Lu soared in an elegant arc, letting out a resonant call. Song Shao stretched out his arm, and it dived gracefully, folding its wings to land firmly on his forearm. Hyberton quickly stepped forward to take Ri Dunino into the beast ring. His pale blue eyes flicked between Song Shao and Haiku Lu with a mixture of emotions. This young man, not even bonded by contract yet, had already developed a bond with Haiku Lu as close as life and death, even inspiring the proud beast to show near-submissive loyalty. Perhaps only this person could lead Haiku Lu to a broader sky. Congratulations, Hyberton said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. You may now bond with Haiku Lu. The two proceeded through the corridor into the estate's heart, the exclusive breeding grounds and paradise of the Haiku Lu. Among the vast lawns and towering ancient trees, hundreds of Haiku Lu with vibrant wings soared or perched, their loud calls weaving into a chorus. Each had a distinct personality and was rare beyond measure by birth. The one Song Shao intended to bond with was tag number 36. Tradition held that when a companion left the nest, all Haiku Lu offered their blessings. Song Shao flipped through the documents. Birth certificate, health record, even registration details all complete. Haiku Lu seemed deliberately determined to ensure he didn't overlook anything, nudging the files forward with its beak, as if to emphasize, this bird has papers, not off the books. Next, Song Shao and Haiku Lu greeted each of the others in turn. To his surprise, these famously arrogant and hard-to-please creatures all responded warmly today, lowering their voices in greeting. Even Hyberton stroked his chin skeptically. These elders usually barely acknowledged him, yet today they seemed collectively out of sorts. The welcoming ceremony over, Haiku Lu led Song Shao to its favorite old locust tree. Beneath the rustling branches, Xingxing carefully plucked wildflowers near the roots, attempting to decorate its wings. Song Shao took a deep breath and quickly formed hand seals. From his palm surged a milky white beast ring that transformed into a soft glow, whirling around Haiku Lu with a fierce roar. As the light spun faster, a deep black marking appeared on the beast's forehead. The contract brand formed, and the black streak quickly disappeared into its feathers. Haiku Lu beat its wings, soaring into the sky, circling once, then diving like an arrow back to Song Shao, nuzzling him with a soft whistle. Kulu its wings fluttered a breeze that swept over Song Shao's hair. Song Shao's left eye suddenly flickered as he activated his analysis skill. A data panel appeared in his vision, showing statistics, growth, and potential updating rapidly. When his gaze landed on the evolution path section, his body jolted slightly. Evolution path. Item evolution bloodline evolution. Bloodline evolution? Song Shao stared carefully at the top of Haikura's head, confirming that his golden finger indeed showed Haikura's evolution path, as both item evolution and bloodline evolution. After Star, his second contracted beast also displayed the words bloodline evolution. Swallowing the shock rising in his chest, Song Shao reopened the file Habadon had handed him, a detailed record covering Haikura's entire physical exams and growth history since birth. This data was far more comprehensive than the dossier the beast breeding base had given him on Star. Yet after sifting through hundreds of data points, Song Shao found no indicator whatsoever about bloodline evolution potential. The report even marked the evolution paths of Haikura's direct ancestors for 3 generations. Whether father or grandfather, they had all followed the conventional item evolution route. A wild speculation sprung up in Song Shao's mind. Could it be that only after forming a contract with him would a beast reveal the potential for bloodline evolution? The idea was as absurd as imagining Sun Wukong falling in love with Lin Daiyu, but he could think of no other explanation. Before making a contract, whether Star or Haikuru, they only had a single item evolution path and normal test results. Yet once contracted, bloodline evolution suddenly appeared like a previously hidden option that had been activated. He put the file away and looked up at the small bird perched on his shoulder. After a moment's thought, he gently stroked its smooth back feathers and said, "From now on, you'll be called Song Hao." Hao means pure white and bright, like how the world is lit up at sunrise. Hearing the new name, Haikura's deep blue eyes suddenly shone brightly, exactly like the sky set ablaze by morning light. Kuru. Flapping its wings, it soared up and circled with a long, joyful cry, its happiness almost bursting through its feathers. Hearing the commotion, other Haikuras flew over. It proudly announced its new name to the group, sparking a lively discussion. The consensus was surprisingly unanimous. When it comes to choosing a tamer, looks matter, and good-looking people give good names. As for the name Lulu, it sounded like Lulu, which was not fierce at all. The sharp feather falcon shot a silent, reproachful glare at its tamer in response to the slight. Habadon cleared his throat to dodge the accusatory look, but muttered softly, "I actually think Lulu sounds quite nice." After the handover was complete, Habadon brought a whole box of energy meals sufficient for Haikuru to eat for an entire month. Song Shao glanced over the ingredient ratios silently. then took out his phone to contact his part-time job. This box alone was worth nearly 100,000 star coins. Feeling a mix of emotions, he left Hikaru Manor with Star cradled in his arms and Little Hao perched on his shoulder. Handsome man, even flashier pet. The spotlight seemed to follow him on the street. Soon, someone approached nervously, asking if they could take a photo with his Hikaru. After all, top-tier rank battle pets were rare in District 4. Song Shao glanced sideways at Little Hao, who coolly turned his head away without a trace of warmth, coldly refusing. Persisting, the onlooker's eyes landed on the grayed spot in Song Shao's arms and grinned obsequiously. Your grayed spot is really handsome. Too, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Can I take a photo with him? Xingxing was already well-trained when it came to group photos. Before, whether Song Shao was working at a bubble tea shop or being interviewed by reporters during a competition, Xingxing could calmly pose for the camera. But this time, the man in front of it first glanced at Hikaru before turning towards Xingxing, making it silently think, another one with poor eyesight. Just as it was about to refuse, the man quickly followed up with a compliment. This is the first time I've ever met a grimy spotted with such an aura. I've tried to contract one before, but failed. Flattered, yet feeling awkward, Xingxing slightly lifted its chin to keep its cool persona and gave a subtle nod. From an angle no one else could see, Xiaohao's wings fluttered once. As the camera was raised, Xiaohao made a stylish spin and jumped into the frame beside Xingxing. The man was stunned for a moment, then realized the photo turned out surprisingly great. He beamed happily and bid farewell to Song Shao. Xingxing looked at the suddenly photobombing Xiaohao and sighed. Banban, if you want to take a photo with me, just say so. Big brother will still indulge you. Xiaohao looked up with wide eyes, surprised. It had expected Xingxing to be upset since the two beasts hadn't gotten along very well before. After a brief pause, it dropped its resistance, flew in front of Xingxing, and whispered, Kulu, then let's take the photo. Song Shao watched the scene and thought to himself. Since telling Xingxing it was his little brother, the little one seemed to have grown up overnight. He took out his phone, holding Xingxing in his arms with Xiaohao perched on his shoulder. The three squeezed into the frame, smiling genuinely and brightly. After taking the photo, he sent it to his big brother and Jingjing, and casually set it as his profile picture now that the family was growing. Nothing was more fitting than using a photo of the kids. After leaving, Song Shao went to a pet store. Xingxing happily got its favorite cheese stick, while Xiaohao was attracted to the colorful packaging and chose some pet beast popping candy. Song Shao looked at the flashy bag and suspected Xiaohao had no idea what it had bought. While waiting for the subway, Xiaohao tore open the candy and swallowed it in one bite. The next second, it trembled violently on Song Shao's shoulder, wide-eyed and terrified for help. Song Shao couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Curious, Xingxing leaned over. Banban. What's wrong? Xiaohao's eyes rolled wildly, but it barely suppressed the twitching and expressionlessly handed the rest of the candy to Xingxing. Banban. Is it tasty? Xingxing asked innocently. Xiaohao's mouth was numb and couldn't open, so it frantically nodded. Encouraged, Xingxing immediately stuffed the candy into its mouth. As the subway arrived and the door slid open, Xingxing suddenly bounced out of Song Shao's arms like a rubber ball, twitching while hopping straight into the car. Song Shao watched, out of breath from laughing. His eyes crinkled into a crescent shape. Xiaohao also lost its composure, shaking all over and wildly wagging its head from side to side. Passengers stared in amazement. What kind of strange pet beasts had this beast tamer contracted? Only after getting off did the two little ones calm down. Xingxing, annoyed, swallowed all the cheese sticks originally meant for Xiaohao as payback. At that moment, Song Shao's phone rang. The caller ID read, Ing Nanfeng. Song Shao recalled that he was also a beast tamer who had contracted a grimy spotted. Song Shao answered the call from Ing Nanfeng. Still remember me? Ing Nanfeng's voice came through the receiver, dripping with that infuriatingly cocky and casual tone. I remember, Ing Nanfeng, Song Shao replied coolly, propping up the light pad with one hand. After hearing the confirmation, Ing Nanfeng chuckled softly. First, congrats on winning the championship of the higher-tier pet league. My Hui Mubin and I watched every match, cheering for you from the screen. Thanks, Song Shao nodded slightly. But you probably didn't call just to congratulate me today, did you? His tone suddenly grew serious. Ing Nanfeng's carefree attitude vanished as he said, You've contracted Hikaru? The same one Ing Sibai tried but failed to bind? Song Shao tilted his head and glanced toward the living room. Xingxing was holding some colored pens, decorating the tactics map on the wall with little flowers, while Xiaohao buzzed around the newly drawn Xingxing patterns. Yes, he answered. On the other end came a sigh, neither heavy nor light, like a resigned lament over someone's stubbornness. Ing Nanfeng muttered to himself with a soft laugh. Of all the pets you could have chosen, why that one? I have a friend who really likes Hui Mubin, and he posted pictures of your two pets together on social media. From the start, I sensed something was off about that Hikaru. Turned out both belong to you. We're distant relatives in some way, so I figured I'd give you a heads up. He paused and lowered his voice. Ing Sibai was originally from the main family, but was demoted to District 4 for his mistakes. Recently, he caused trouble over the Hikaru and was taken away by the main family for discipline. He's young but ruthless. You managed to steal the Hikaru he spent so much effort trying to bond with. Though he can't come back now, trouble is inevitable down the road, be careful. After a few seconds of silence, Song Shao said calmly, understood. Thanks for the warning. No problem. I've never liked him anyway. The main family's wiped his mess up so many times. This time he's probably done for. Ing Nanfeng snorted lightly. Then added casually, by the way, can you send me a signed paw print of Hikaru? For my collection. Sure. After hanging up, Song Shao suddenly thought of Ing Siyuan, another person who had left a strong impression on him, equally frustrating and clearly deeply connected to Ing Sibai. After a moment's thought, he opened his terminal and messaged Kiao. He had successfully contracted a second pet, that very Hikaru, and explained its backstory with Ing Sibai. 10 minutes later, Kiao replied in 2 simple words, got it. Song Shao didn't close the terminal. Instead, he opened the contact list again and called the principal. The principal had promised, as long as you win the championship, the school will cover the cost for your second pet. Now that the Hikaru was officially his, Song Shao wanted to confirm one thing. Can the 10 million star coins be cashed out? In the message, he added a dramatic note. Single dad, raising 2 kids alone, poor Song Shao begging online. After sending it, he put away the terminal and headed home with the excited Xiaohao fluttering around and Xingxing still doodling. The evening street was bathed in golden sunset light, with the savory aroma of stewed meat wafting from nearby stalls. Both pets eagerly sniffed the air, and Song Shao had to slip them each a little snack just to keep them calm. Opening the door, the living room was empty, but on the dining table sat a cream cake, the candles unlit but already in place, one labeled Xingxing, the other Xiaohao. Since Xingxing had been welcomed home with a party last time, Xiaohao naturally couldn't be left out. Before long, Song Qin came home carrying bags of groceries. He was already quite familiar with Xiaohao, bustling around the kitchen while swinging a large ladle, and casually asked, Xiao Xiao, do you know how much the gray-eyed spotfish is worth right now? Song Shao was focused on washing vegetables, only pausing briefly to ask, how much? The sound of the spatula flipping suddenly stopped. Song Qin made an exaggerated shocked gesture, saying, 2 million star coins. And the price is still rising. By tomorrow, it'll probably change again. Song Shao's hands paused, water splashing onto the leaves. With a proud tone, Song Qin tapped the edge of the pot. It's all thanks to our Xingxing. The news said Xingxing advanced to the late awakening stage in just 4 months and can deeply empathize with beast tamers. As soon as the news broke, the gray-eyed spotfish's value exploded. In just a few days, it hit 2 million star coins. It wouldn't be surprising if it reaches 3 million soon. Out in the yard, Xingxing, raising a dumbbell with one arm, heard his name and suddenly dropped the weight on the grass, peeking into the kitchen. Ban? Were you calling me? Seeing him, Song Qin's smile widened even more. We're talking about how amazing you are. Xingxing raised his head, his tail flicking with a mix of pride and modesty. Ban, it's okay. Just pretty awesome. Song Shao suppressed a smile and continued washing vegetables. In the evening, after Jingjing came home from school, the whole family was finally together. Song Qin raised a sparkling drink. Song Shao carried some clear broth. Jingjing shook a juice bottle. Xingxing held a cheese stick. Surrounded by 1 human and 2 beasts, they gathered around the table to toast and celebrate Xiaohao officially joining the family. The TV in the living room was broadcasting the final round of the Interstellar Beast Challenge Cup. The competition was at its peak, the crowd roaring in the background. Xingxing grabbed Song Shao's sleeve excitedly, his tail wagging wildly. Ban. The good-looking guy won. On the screen, the beast tamer, whom Xingxing had declared the most handsome, stood in the center of the arena, with a giant billboard behind him reading Interstellar Beast Challenge Cup Finals. Suddenly, Song Shao remembered. Xingxing had not only bet on this guy to win, but also placed his wager on the champion beast. Roughly calculating, the prize money had to be at least several million star coins. He looked at Xingxing with surprise and warmth. Usually cold, his eyes suddenly burned with excitement. Xingxing, you're not just lucky, you're downright blessed. Poor Song Shao is finally hitting the jackpot today. After hearing the news, Song Qin and Jingjing were first stunned, then burst out laughing. Song Qin sighed happily. Ever since we contracted with Xingxing, luck has been on our side. He probably has a hidden ability. Without hesitation, he decided to print a big poster of Xingxing's face to hang at their new shop's entrance tomorrow, hoping it would bring a flood of customers and fortune. Xiaohao was quietly thoughtful nearby. Indeed, after fighting with Xingxing, he unlocked social skills by accident, which allowed him to contract with the beast tamer. Could this seemingly simple guy really be a magnet for good luck? Finally, the family decided. Tomorrow, Song Shao would take both beasts to claim the prize money, which would be fully entrusted to him. After all, he was responsible for 2 gluttonous little emperors. After dinner, Song Shao assigned Xingxing his bedtime training task. Keep practicing lightning shadow strike. The goal is to release it 3 times in a row. Xingxing flipped over to show he understood and dashed into the training arena. As for Xiao Hao, his mastered skills had long reached an advanced level thanks to countless life-or-death sparring sessions with Mokagong, forcing him to harden his most vulnerable spots like armor. Although a top-tier battle type, he had honed his defense to perfection, which made Song Shao feel a twinge of pity. Stroking Xiao Hao's back feathers, he already had a plan. Battle types have to learn how to fight, he murmured. Then flipping through the skill book, his finger landed on Skyward Slash, a mid-level skill whose initial form, Blade Flash, transforms the user's body into a chilling flash of blades that ordinary mid-level defenses struggle to block. The advanced form is the more powerful Skyward Rift Slash. Xiao Hao's beginner skill, Air Slash, could be considered a toned-down version of Flying Slash. The reason Song Shao had him start with this challenging intermediate skill right away was precisely because Xiao Hao already had the Air Slash foundation. At that moment, the living room was softly lit, and the computer screen looped the Flying Slash tutorial video. Song Shao clicked the mouse, freezing the frame on a slow-motion breakdown of the move. Then he leaned back against the sofa, pulling out his phone to search for more information on flying-type skills. Death Wingen intermediate skill reflects a portion of the damage taken back to the attacker after locking onto them. The higher the level, the greater the reflected damage. Storm Brave Attackies, also intermediate. When triggered, violent winds envelop the target, merging with the beast, so they launch a devastating final strike. Both skills suit Xiao Hao at his current level, Song Shao thought. But since they're still intermediate, it won't be easy to master them quickly. Xing took several days herself. He chuckled at the thought if another beast master heard him complain that a few days is too long, they'd probably spit blood in frustration. After all, ordinary beasts typically take months or even years to learn a single skill, if they succeed at all. Yet he found a few days tedious. In front of the computer, Xiao Hao stared unblinking at the screen, occasionally raising his paw to mimic the flying beast's twisting, claw swinging, and power gathering. But after several trials, the air remained calm, showing no sign of skill activation. Elsewhere, Xing was already a dazzling blue-white arc of electricity, flashing back and forth within the less than 20 square meter room as crackling sparks filled the air. After about an hour of intense training, Xing landed with a sharp tap in front of Song Shao, fur bristling, eyes shining like two tiny bulbs. Ban, I did it. Song Shao wiped the sweat from his brow, paused his push-ups, and stood to beckon Xing over. Show me. Xing flicked her tail and crouched low. The next second, a bolt of lightning blasted out 3 meters away in a flash. A second electric streak zoomed by, pausing at the opposite wall. Then a third arc suddenly reversed course, flying straight into Song Shao's arms. Nice work, you're learning faster and faster. Song Shao ruffled the soft tips of Xing's ears. Ban. Xing proudly jumped down, landing steadily on all fours, raising her chin with a touch of well-deserved sass. The glow from the computer reflected in Xiao Hao's deep blue eyes. He glanced at Xing, and a moment of seriousness crossed his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he quietly pumped himself up could do it too. Then he whipped his head back to focus intently on every frame of the tutorial. Song Shao clapped his hands, summarizing for Xing. You can fire 3 consecutive swift lightning strikes now, but each one doesn't travel as far as when you use them alone. That's because the triple hits demand a lot of your bonus energy control. You have the total energy, just not the deployment speed yet. Don't rush, with practice you'll catch up. They'll look for some new skills that might fit you time to expand your skill set. In his mind, the new plan was already shaping up. Push Xing's skill proficiency from advanced to elite, add 1 or 2 new moves, and have Xiao Hao keep working hard on Flying Slash. After finishing with Xing, Song Shao turned back to Xiao Hao at the computer. The little guy still sat like a statue, eyes fixed on the screen without even a twitch of his ears. Suddenly Song Shao found himself wondering oddly, do beast companions ever get nearsighted? Probably not, never heard of such a thing. Still a little cautious, Song Shao walked over and said, Xiao Hao, learning a new skill doesn't happen all at once. Tonight is just to get you familiar with how to use it. It's okay if you don't master it right away. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hao turned around with a serious expression and replied, Kulu, I will definitely learn it and learn it quickly. You can count on me as a beastmaster. Song Shao looked up at the room where Xing was zipping around like a streak of lightning, whistling through the air. Then he glanced back at beginner Xiao Hao who was practicing with full focus, both of them competitive and driven. Yet after a whole night of this, Song Shao was genuinely exhausted and ready to crash. In the end, the whole family trained intensely until dawn. When Song Shao finally opened his eyes, it was already noon. He still had to register Zaiheo's residency, go to the Pet Beast Management Bureau, and then claim the prize. Thinking of the several million star coins and rewards, he instantly woke up fully, swung his legs out of bed, and tugged awake the still soundly sleeping Xing and Xiao Hao. The 3 quickly freshened up. Xing brushed his feathers in front of the mirror, caught sight of his handsome reflection, lifted his chin slightly, and gave Song Shao a single syllable in greeting, Banfan. Let's go. Song Shao hopped onto his bicycle. Xing nestled on his back, while Xiao Hao flew alongside. The midday sun was fierce and bright, dappled light filtering through the treetops, accentuating the boys' sharp, striking features. They entered the subway station, where the car was sparsely occupied today. Xingxing and Xiaohao stayed dutifully on Song Shao's left and right. Song Shao pulled out his phone to check the champion's rewards, millions of star coins, plus a chance to join a mission with the Inspection Bureau. The Inspection Bureau's tasks split into two types. 1. Dealing with illegal incidents caused by pet beasts. 2. Clearing dangerous restricted zones areas where the remnants of the insectoid hives still lurked. With Song Shao's rank as a Tier 2 Beastmaster, even if he tagged along, he would only be on the fringes. Still, the opportunity was rare. High school Beastmasters applying to top Beastmaster academies needed to show not only their levels, but also personal achievements. Having participated in restricted zone clearance missions on his resume would be a serious boost. Elite graduates from those universities often joined the military forces of Star Sector 9 to fight the insectoid threat. The National High School Pet Beast League would be held in early August for 1 week. Song Shao had already applied for battle training base access from mid-July through August. It was early June now with a month and a half to the intensive training camp, so he planned to focus on leveling up Xingxing and Xiaohao while taking some missions along the way for practical experience. After registration, we'll check with the Inspection Bureau for any suitable missions. He closed his phone and instinctively ruffled the feathers on Xingxing's back. Xiaohao feigned nonchalance, but subtly leaned in, rubbing his favorite feather patch against Song Shao's fingertip. Song Shao responded, gently massaging one hand for each of them. Ding, the subway doors slid open. First to peek through was a koala about 80 centimeters tall with tousled fur and muddy claws, carrying a worn backpack in a surprisingly human way. It was probably its first subway ride. The koala cautiously looked left and right, confirmed it was safe, then carefully lifted a paw and beckoned to someone behind it. Behind the powerful koalas, a dozen or so nearly identical koalas emerged swiftly, then lined up single file and boarded the subway one by one. Inside the carriage, a soft announcement played as the stout, thick-tailed koalas stepped forward in turn. Their gray-brown fur brushed against the handrails, stirring up faint dust. Song Shao lifted his left eye, covered with a mystical tattoo. The pale blue glow scanned the scene, and lines of blue text appeared before him. Power Koala, Rank D Pet Beast, Evolution Cap, Extraordinary, Trait, Exceptional Strength, Fond of Soil and Gravel, currently no contract. Normally, Drank Pet Beasts are rarely favored by professional beast masters due to their limited potential. Only novices with mediocre talent would choose them. Therefore, this group of power koalas was undoubtedly wild. Strangely, despite many vacant seats in the carriage, the rough-around Thejas koalas all stood obediently behind the lead one carrying a worn canvas bag, forming a disciplined line. Their sturdy shoulders rubbed against the rails, producing a low scrape. Song Shao couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Suddenly, one koala locked eyes with him. Its dark, glossy pupils first blinked in surprise, then brightened with curiosity. It tilted its head, whispering softly to a companion nearby. In an instant, all the koalas turned simultaneously, fixing their gaze squarely on Song Shao. Their stare wasn't hostile instead, it brimmed with curiosity, even a hint of delight. Song Shao smiled faintly, offering a polite response. But the koala who had first looked at him suddenly cried out loudly, "Lily!" The pack leader carrying the bag immediately turned its head and scolded in a deep, drum-like voice, "Lily! Quiet, no calling out." The named koala shrugged sheepishly and lowered its head, joined by the others like a row of students caught misbehaving. Xingxing peeked curiously but quickly looked away at the scene. The train's arrival light flashed. Song Shao was about to get off and gestured for Xingxing and Xiaohao to rise. Just before leaving, he felt a gaze on his back. Turning around, he saw the talkative koala quietly picking at its claws, acting as if nothing had happened. Song Shao cleared his throat and pushed the little episode from his mind. After leaving the subway, he headed straight to the government service hall. Having already mastered the registration process when he helped Xingxing, handling Xiaohao's household registration went smoothly this time. He first booked a service window through the self-service machine, then handed an energy candy to a Bobo beast crouching in the corner. Within minutes, his number was called. Song Shao handed over the prepared documents. The clerk behind the counter, initially going through the motions, read aloud, "Song Shao, Level 2 Beast Master." Pausing. The clerk looked up to confirm his face, then cleared their throat and continued, "Contracted pet beast, Hikaru. Information verified." Just as Song Shao was about to take the photo, the clerk discreetly pulled out a phone, glanced around nervously, and whispered, "Mr. Song, my daughter's a huge fan of your matches in the Inter-School League. She wants to apply to Yaming Beastmaster High this year. Could she take a photo with you?" "Sure." Song Shao smiled and nodded, and they quickly posed for a picture together. Afterward, he took Xiaohao to the photo area. As the flash went off, Xiaohao raised his translucent tail fin, capturing a vivid splash of blue in the frame. Soon, the updated household register was handed to Song Shao. A new page clearly bore Xiao Haikura's name and photo, marked as Song Shao's contracted pet. With that, Xiao Hao was officially registered. Leaving the government hall, just a block away was the inspection bureau. Afternoon sunlight gleamed brightly off the glass facade. Song Shao presented his freshly issued champion certificate and a screenshot of his personal information application. The officer behind the counter tapped a few keys, then looked up smiling, permission verified. Congratulations, the internal channel has been activated for you. The staff had just granted Song Shao access to a special internal route. Beast tamers can post and accept tasks on a dedicated platform, but these jobs are generally low risk. For example, a cyber cafe might need a pet beast to boost its signal, or someone might want a patient pet beast to help look after their child, or perhaps a task involves finding a lost item with the help of a divination pet. The platform categorizes such harmless requests as Class C tasks. Starting from Class B, the missions carry potential risks and require internal approval. Only licensed beast tamers can accept these. One day, Song Shao had just qualified to take on Class B tasks and was browsing the newly unlocked section with interest. Suddenly, a group of koala-like creatures burst into the hall. The lead one clung anxiously to the inspector's arm, its short limbs gesturing frantically as it called out, "Lily! Lily!" She normally never runs off. She's been missing 2 whole days. A dozen or so companions surrounded the inspector, each speaking at once, turning the hall into a noisy mess. Song Shao quickly pieced together the story. One of their koalas had gone missing. The companions reported it the same day, but since it had been under 24 hours and a note was left behind, the inspector assumed it was a case of running away from home. To calm the clingy group, he still filed a report and brought in a divination pet to investigate, concluding that the koala had left on her own. But the koalas insisted she had been kidnapped. The inspector, overwhelmed by their persistence, reluctantly opened his computer and posted a search for missing koala task on the platform. The one with the backpack finally quieted down but, along with the many black-eyed onlookers behind it, fixed their eager gaze on the screen, hoping a beast tamer would step forward. After refreshing, the task appeared in the Class C section, with a shockingly low reward barely above the platform's minimum fee. At that pay rate, no one might pick it up for months. Song Shao glanced at the task, tapped a few keys, and told the clerk, "He'll take this job. Please register it for me." Without turning, the clerk typed as usual and replied, "Okay, registering now. Wait. You accepted a Class C task? Did you click the wrong?" "No." The young man holding a small glowing star answered calmly. "I want this one." Meanwhile, the inspector, backed by dozens of worried koala stares, mechanically refreshed the web page while trying to soothe them. Tasks don't get picked up right after posting. Usually, it takes days, even weeks, huh? The tasks accepted? His eyes widened. At such a low reward, someone actually a kind soul? The page showed the profile of the person who accepted, Song Shao. The inspector's sharp, somewhat detached features looked vaguely familiar. He muttered, "Song Shao? I feel like I've seen him somewhere." Carrying the star and accompanied by a small bright figure on his shoulder, Song Shao stepped forward and said softly, "It's me." The dozen koalas instantly turned around, and the one who had first recognized Song Shao on the subway gasped with surprise, calling out, "Lily." Song Shao nodded to it and spoke in a low, clear voice, "We meet again. I remember you were that high school student who could deeply empathize with his companion beast as early as the 2nd level, Song Shao." The young officer on duty suddenly looked up and pointed at the boy on the surveillance monitor. The trending news from a few months ago flashed through his mind back then. Song Shao's face had been everywhere, although his hair was cut in a messy, dog-chewed style. Now, with his neater haircut, the officer hadn't recognized him immediately. Just as he spoke, the office door next to him suddenly slammed open. An officer with dark circles under his eyes, disheveled hair, and a crumpled uniform rushed out. Song Shao found him vaguely familiar and called out cautiously, "Inspector Yu?" Eugene Yuan nodded and hurriedly wiped the dust off his pants before extending his hand towards Song Shao. After a moment's hesitation, Song Shao shook it, but Eugene Yuan didn't notice he gripped the boy's hand so hard it almost went numb. "Why are you just showing up now? Captain Jean ordered me to look after you before heading on a mission. I've been waiting for days," Eugene Yuan complained as he pulled Song Shao inside. "Went to your school looking for you, but they thought I was some tabloid reporter and stopped me. I watched all your matches. Just thinking back to when you were sick in the hospital, and now you're a champion. Impressive." Song Shao looked at the scruffy-faced inspector, but his mind flashed back to the same man only days ago, sharp in a suit, his eyes clear and focused. In such a short time, he seemed to have instantly leveled up to senior. "The captain you mentioned, is that Captain Jean?" Song Shao asked to be sure. "Yeah, that's him." Eugene Yuan's tired expression brightened the moment he heard the word mission. "Captain told me to bring you along this time." He had been holding back his frustration for days lately. All he dealt with were petty disputes like shape-shifting cats, posing as online dates, and spirit beasts sneaking privacy thefts. Going frontline to fight the Bug Clan would be a lot more satisfying. As they spoke, a dozen timid tail-strong bears gathered behind Song Shao. one with a small backpack nervously fiddled with the strap, glancing between Song Shao and Eugene Yuan. Song Shao gently rubbed its furry ear and said to Eugene Yuan, "Inspector Yu, I can't leave right now. I just took on a trade mission." The backpack tail strong bear stepped forward eagerly, eyes full of nervous hope. Having a powerful beast tamer actively accept the case was a rare chance for it. Eugene Yuan glanced down at the bear and immediately caught the hint, waving off the concern. "No problem. Since you've accepted it, get to work and come find me when you're done. But don't drag it out. I really don't want to hear any more pet victims whining in my ear." Song Shao nodded and pulled out his terminal. "Let's exchange contact info first to stay in touch." Just as he entered the number, Eugene Yuan couldn't help but complain. "Speaking of which, I came to your school a few days ago and got blocked. It seemed like they thought I was a paparazzo." He muttered as he hit confirm. Both terminals vibrated simultaneously. Contact info successfully exchanged. Once everything was settled, Song Shao turned to the backpack tail strong bear with a gentle but firm tone. "I hope you don't mind if I take a look at the previous investigation files first." The Liwei bears nodded silently, a dozen or so of them quietly waiting as Song Shao finished reviewing the investigation report. The missing one this time was a Liwei bear, just 1 year and 2 months old, roughly equivalent to a 13 or 14-year-old human right at that mischievous, energetic age. They usually lived year-round in the rural areas of District 10, an environment far from prosperous, making a living by using their natural strength and affinity for earth and rocks to take on occasional excavation work. The leader of these Liwei bears, the clan elder, had brought the group from the countryside to the city only after securing a new contract. Halfway through the job, 3 mornings ago, the leader suddenly realized one of them was missing, that lively little one who had joined the work crew for the first time, as lively as a firecracker. At first, everyone assumed it had wandered off to play, but soon they found a note left at the camp. It said that it had left. The problem was, the little one didn't have a phone. Only the vigilant leader carried one, and it seemed impossible that such a message could be left without the leader noticing. When they sensed something was wrong, the Liwei bears immediately reported it to the authorities. The investigators arrived accompanied by a divining pet, whose reading confirmed that the little one had indeed left the base alone, heading southwest. "Let's check out where it went missing," Song Shao said as he closed the report, stuffed the documents into his backpack, and called the bears to follow him. Stepping out of the investigative office, he casually sent a text to his older brother Song Qin, asking him to collect the reward money on his behalf. His brother was probably busy, as the reply didn't come immediately. To save time, Song Shao booked an air taxi through an app, entering the number of passengers. Seeing the long string of fare digits made his heart ache a little. Lily, the bulky elder bear carrying a small rucksack, approached and stopped him. "What's up?" Song Shao looked down. "Lily, please make sure to find it for us." "I'll do my best." The elder was silent for a moment before unshouldering his pack and handing it to Song Shao. Puzzled, he took it, and, upon the elder's cue, unzipped. Inside was a bag glinting with star coins, roughly 80 or 90,000. Lily, the elder explained. This was all the money they had. If it wasn't enough, they could provide more later. Worried he might think they were lying, the elder's words grew faster and more urgent. Lily, we can tell you where we live. We'd never lie to you." Xingxing nestled against Song Shao's side, first glancing at the coins, then looking up at the elder, tail gently brushing against Song Shao's leg. Song Shao pushed the backpack back and smiled. "No need. The platform's reward is 5,000 star coins. That's all it'll take. Keep the rest." Kulu, Xiao Hao swooped down from the sky, signaling that the air taxi had arrived. It was an extraordinary grade Nini swallow, with a wingspan of about 15 meters, more than spacious enough to carry their motley crew of humans and beasts. The dozen-plus Liwei bears, who had never taken flying transport before, were thrilled and nervous, stepping tightly in single file up the swallow's broad back. Song Shao brought up the rear with Xingxing in his arms, Xiao Hao perching on his shoulder. As they soared skyward, the bears all gasped in unison, the wash of the mighty wings tossing their fur into disarray. Nini the swallow let out a deep, gentle call, trying to soothe its anxious passengers. 20 minutes later, it landed steadily at their destination. Before departing, the swallow glanced back and reminded Song Shao, "Don't forget to give a 5-star rating." Song Shao quietly tapped 5 stars on his phone screen. The construction projects that the Liwei bears took on were small. The bigger engineering teams handled the major jobs, leaving only scraps for them to scavenge. This area was even more remote than where Song Shao had lived before, with wild grass creeping up to his ankles and the occasional clang of metal tools echoing in the distance. Following a dusty path through the site, Song Shao pushed open a rickety iron gate and entered the collective dormitory where the Liwei bears stayed. It was a crude open dorm with cracked concrete floors and a dozen or so wooden plank beds lined up head to tail. The air was heavy with sweat and machine oil. The missing Liwei bear's bed was against the wall. Song Shao bent down to check. The blanket was folded perfectly square, like a drill team demonstration. From this, he silently judged that the bear probably hadn't returned here the night before. Xingxing trailed behind him, its gray nose sniffing the air. Suddenly, its body stiffened and its gray eyes briefly glazed over. Shaking its head hard to clear the daze, Xingxing raised a paw and pointed toward the corner. Banban? Something strange here. Song Shao looked toward where the paw pointed but couldn't see anything unusual with his naked eye. He asked what feels off. Xingxing sniffed again. Its eyes flickered unfocused for a moment, then cleared. Hesitantly, it said, Banban, Banban. There's something shiny like something from a dream. Xiaohao squeezed forward, pressed his head close to the wall, then suddenly tapped Song Shao's arm with his wing, signaling him to come closer. Song Shao leaned in for a closer look and noticed a small, dark spot about the size of a fingernail on the mottled wall. It looked noticeably heavier and more saturated than the surrounding plaster. Without Xiaohao pointing it out, this tiny mark would have been easy to miss. Song Shao touched the spot gently with his fingertip. It felt slightly damp, as if a drop of water had fallen there and not fully dried, its shadow still lingering. Yet the Liwei bear had been missing for 3 days. The mark remaining moist was definitely unusual. Xingxing, can you smell anything on this? Song Shao asked. Xingxing bent down to sniff again and nodded seriously. Then Song Shao called over the Liwei bear that had often looked him in the eye before and asked, did it act strangely before it disappeared? The bear scratched its head, hesitated, then lowered its voice. Lily, yes. What exactly? Lily. It snuck off the site to watch your match secretly. Song Shao was stunned, hadn't expected the matter to be connected to himself. Oh really? The Liwei bear added, Lily. Also, it's been unlucky lately. It almost fell off a ladder and nearly got hit on the head. Unlucky. Song Shao's heart tightened. Immediately, he thought of cursed or ghost-type pets. If you mess with certain species from those categories, you might get tangled up in bad luck or curses. He questioned all the bears in the dorm, but uncovered no further clues. Since 3 days had already passed, there was no time to waste. Song Shao told Xingxing to track the source of the strange scent. The police dog Xingxing instantly lifted its head, nose twitching. Banban. Here. Banban. And here. It kept indicating spots inside and outside the dormitory. Song Shao and Xiaohao followed close behind. Guided by Xingxing, their path quickly diverged from the southern route suggested by the investigation report. The report had indicated the missing bear might have gone to the station to the southwest, but Xingxing's nose was adamantly leading them northeast. Southwest led toward the station, northeast pointed deeper into the desolate mountain woods. Even a divining pet beast could be fled, so the one who took this forest-tailed bear must be another pet beast. Xingxing dashed swiftly, following the scent, but halted abruptly at a fork in the road. It looked up at Song Shao, its ear wings trembling slightly, whimpering softly, Banban. This whole area smells the same. The air was thick with an overwhelming aroma, spicy, yet muddy, that muddled Xingxing's sensitive nose completely. The intervals of clarity grew shorter as it drifted into confusion more often. Worried that his beloved companion would be utterly disoriented, Song Shao decided to retract Xingxing back into the beast ring. Xiaohao hovered steadily above Song Shao's head, its silvery gray wings glinting in the sunlight like a deft probe. It soared upwards, circling over the treetops to ensure no lurking danger, then settled back on its master's shoulder. No anomalies detected. Around them, dense vegetation wove together into a sea of green. Looking up, enormous cedar trees shot straight into the sky, their thick canopies pressing down heavily, making one feel decidedly small. Song Shao raised his left eye, the psychic energy surging as his gaze swept through the forest, coming to rest on a tree half a trunk shorter than the towering cedars nearby. Excuse me, he said gently but clearly. Have you seen a forest-tailed bear pass through here recently? Xiaohao froze, confused, staring at his master speaking to a tree. Before the words finished, the once motionless tree quivered lightly, and a timid childlike voice echoed from deep within the trunk. Poo. It was an evolved white poo beast. At the awakened stage, it had appeared as an ordinary grass. Upon evolution, it gained a mimicry skill, allowing it to blend perfectly into its surroundings. At the transcendent stage, it could even walk freely. Now, unable to move, it disguised itself as a tree, and if a forest-tailed bear had passed, it must have seen. Yet, naturally shy and skilled in playing dead, Song Shao hadn't expected an answer the very first time he spoke. Poo, a few pet beasts have been here recently, but I don't know which one is the forest-tailed bear. Rooted here since birth and ignorant of the outside world, it was normal for the white poo beast to have no clear idea of what other pet beasts looked like. Song Shao pulled out his research notes, unfolding a page with a picture of the forest-tailed bear. Looking up at the tree, he hesitated how to hand the page over without real hands. Just as he worried, 2 branches on the trunk reached out like gentle tentacles and curled tenderly around the photo. Rough leaves brushed softly across it. Within seconds, the white poo began to tremble violently, leaves rustling. After a moment, all branches snapped back, and it resumed its guise as a normal cedar, as if the earlier movement was a mere illusion. Kuru? What's wrong? Xiaohao flapped down onto a branch, its little head bobbing, but received no reply. Song Shao saw it was frightened and judged that the white poo had not only seen the forest-tailed bear, but also witnessed something terrifying. He produced packets of pet snacks that Xingxing and Xiaohao liked, setting them at the tree's roots. Clues couldn't be bought, but snacks were loved by all. Seeing this, Xiaohao dumped his stash of explosive popping candies onto the branches, the sugary crackles filling the air. The forest-tailed bear's companions have been searching for it. Will you tell me what you saw? Song Shao asked warmly yet firmly. A long silence seemed to freeze the air. Just as Song Shao was about to give up, that timid voice returned, faint but clear. Poo 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 poo, there was a very scary Mengwamu following it. Very scary. Mengwamu? Song Shao didn't recognize this pet beast, so he pulled out his phone to look it up. The bright white light from the screen reflected off his tense face as line after line of cold information flashed by Mengmu, a legendary hidden beast and a dark-type pet. It was naturally born with the power of the curse of misfortune. Anyone or any beast who came into contact with it would suffer varying degrees of bad luck. Even more terrifying, Mengwamu was born at the Beast Emperor level and advanced once every 100 years. The data was extremely clear. 1. Evolution path Zamingluma. Once it reached the Beast God level, it gained the power to attract disasters, with destructive capabilities comparable to a nuclear explosion. Wherever it went, natural catastrophes would follow one after another. 2. The other path Waminglamo. It had the ability to foresee and avoid disasters, the complete opposite of Zamingluma. An interstellar record added a note. Over a century ago, the last Mengwamu appeared on planet Tangiezi and evolved into Zamingluma, triggering the largest tsunami ever recorded. More than 10,000 beasts lost their minds, forcing the Interstellar Federation to send troops to eliminate it. Song Shao stared at the screen, sweat beginning to dampen his palm. The last appearance had been just over 100 years ago, and Mengwamu advanced every century, meaning this one was very likely at the critical point of evolution. The archives showed fewer than 10 verified Mengwamu, with only one evolving into Huaminglamo. The rest without exception became Zamingluma. The odds were clear this one was almost certainly going to become the new Zamingluma. He scanned the surroundings. This was a sparsely inhabited forest not far from his home. Worse yet, directly behind the woods was a dangerous restricted zone, teeming with countless insectoid and untamed wild beasts. If the Mengwamu evolved here into Zamingluma and triggered a mass psychic frenzy, District 10 might be wiped out in an instant. Realizing how serious the situation was, Song Shao took a deep breath and opened the contact Eugene Yuan. The signal flickered on and off, and he wasn't sure if it would connect. After several tense seconds, the noisy background sounded through the connection was made. Hello, Song Shao, came the voice, noisy and chaotic like a busy market, hardly what you'd expect from the investigation bureau. Song Shao cut to the chase, throwing out the crucial information in one breath. Investigator Yu, I found traces of Mengwamu in the forest northeast of the Kiwi construction site. Static interference overlapped, and Eugene Yuan raised his voice. What Mu? Forest? How did you end up in the forest? The noise almost drowned out his words. Frustrated, Yu slammed the document on the table, silencing the noise. In that sudden quiet, Song Shao's voice came through crystal clear again. I found the trail of Mengwamu in the forest northeast of the Kiwi construction site. Eugene Yuan's impatient expression froze. He stared for several seconds, unsure if he'd heard right, then asked in disbelief, Mengwamu? Are you sure it's Mengwamu? It hasn't appeared for over 100 years. Song Shao looked at the trembling, frightened white poo beast and continued, I didn't see Mengwamu with my own eyes, but before the Liwei bear disappeared, its luck took a nosedive. Also, the white poo beast saw Mengwamu take Liwei bear away. On the other end of the communicator, Eugene Yuan pulled at his collar to tamp down his panic and spoke rapidly. You need to leave the forest immediately. Mengwamu has appeared in the world and is likely searching for an evolution opportunity. If it transforms into Zaimenglom, not even 10 lives will save you. I'm reporting this to the higher-ups right now. The call ended, and the screen went dark in an instant. Under the cloak of night, Song Shao held his phone tightly, scowling. Retreat might be safe, but his mission was to find the missing Liwei bear. Worse yet, the white poo beast in front of him was badly injured and barely able to move. If a disaster really was coming, it would be doomed. He raised his arm to signal, and Xiaohao dove down gracefully, landing lightly in his crook, letting out a soft kulu sound. It seemed to sense its owner's hesitation, nuzzling Song Shao's shoulder affectionately. Then Song Shao opened the beast release ring. A flash of starlight appeared, and a small star-shaped creature landed. Just waking up, it was full of energy, staring intently in the direction the white poo beast indicated, its tail twitching as if ready to dash off at any moment. What did you find? Song Shao asked quietly. The star nodded and said in a hurried voice, Ban Ban, Ban Ban. Something smells good, it's something I've seen in a dream. Seen in a dream? Song Shao's mind immediately raced to the dream he once had about the star's evolution. There were no other beast companions in that dream besides him and the star. Could the good-smelling thing the star mentioned be related to Mengwamu? If Meng Wumu really was the key to the star's bloodline evolution, he absolutely could not miss this opportunity. His gaze fixed on the direction Meng Wumu had left, a decision forming in his heart. He would find the Liwei bear and uncover the secret of Meng Wumu. Let's go then. Song Shao hugged the star tightly, while Xiao Hao stood steadily on his shoulder. Before leaving, the white poo beast carefully scooped the snack Song Shao had offered earlier with some leaves and tucked them back into his arms. However, it secretly left the explosive popping candy Xiao Hao had given it. Waving its tattered leaf gently, it whispered, "Poo Poo, stay safe." The forest was still undeveloped, teeming with wild beasts everywhere. Song Shao kept his left eye skill activated at all times to immediately identify their attributes and realms, avoiding conflict whenever possible. Most wild beasts kept their distance from humans, though some bold ones peeked from behind bushes. A few even blocked his path directly. At this moment, a prickly beast about 1 meter tall stood in the middle of the forest path. Its body was an earthy gray, with several broken spikes on its back, its fur caked with dirt clearly injured badly. Still, it raised its remaining spikes and stared warily at Song Shao. "Spiky, what are you doing here?" The prickly beast growled low. "We're looking for the Liwei bear." Song Shao took out a photo and showed it. The prickly beast glanced at the picture, then its emotions exploded. All its remaining spikes bristled at once as it shouted, "Spiky! Spiky! Bad beast! Bad beast!" Song Shao looked at the prickly beast, so angry yet battered and bedraggled, and a thought occurred to him. Could it be that this creature had crossed paths with Meng Wumu and Li Weisheng, and caught a streak of bad luck that left it in this state? The prickly beast's short spines were all askew, like a cactus ripped out by the roots. It stomped angrily, looking like a child who had been bullied and had come to tattle. It shouted rapidly, "Cece! Cece! Cece! There's another bad beast with it. These two bad beasts caused me to end up like this. You're here to catch them, right?" Song Shao took another careful look at the unlucky little fellow and felt a pang of sympathy. He nodded solemnly. "Yes, I'm here to catch them. Cece, hurry and catch them. Don't beast tamers have powers? Cece, catch them." "The pet beast security law," Song Shao added, then steered the conversation back. "Tell me, after meeting those two bad beasts, where did they go?" The prickly beast clearly wanted to spill all its grievances. Through broken Cece sounds, Song Shao pieced together the full story. Meng Wumu had tried to take Li Weisheng deep into the forest, but he neither knew the way nor had a sense of direction. As Meng Wumu wandered around, the unlucky prickly beast had suddenly emerged from underground, mistaken for a live map, and was dragged along as a guide. Finally, after bringing the two beasts to their destination, the prickly beast was released, but its bad luck had only just begun. On the return trip, it bumped into rocks inside a burrow, then climbed out and accidentally woke a giant-toothed beast, forcing it into a tough fight that broke several of its spines. Having figured out the route, Song Shao set off immediately. The deeper into the forest he went, the colder and gloomier it became, and dusk fell swiftly. His phone had less than half the battery left, but fortunately Xiao Hao had night vision, and Song Shao's left eye ability helped him avoid hidden dangers. When night had fully fallen, Song Shao reached the forest depths the prickly beast had mentioned. He rubbed his temples. The strain on his left eye was causing a familiar headache to resurface. "Kulu." Xiao Hao circled ahead, sending a worried alert. "I'm fine." Song Shao put his hands down and summoned Xingxing, holding her close so her warm glow could dispel the surrounding chill. A few steps further in, a faint startled sound reached his ears. "Lili?" He paused and looked toward the voice. A dirt-covered Li Weisheng hid behind the grass, shyly staring at him. "Li Weisheng," Song Shao called its name. After 2 seconds, Li Weisheng slowly peeked out from the grass and said, "Li, what are you doing here?" Song Shao recalled that this Li Weisheng was one of his fans, so it was no surprise it recognized him. He briefly explained, "You've been missing for 3 days. The Li Weishengs reported your disappearance to the inspection bureau. I'm the beast tamer assigned to search for you." Hearing this, Li Weisheng hung its head shamefully, twisting its paws together. Li, I left a message. My friend needed my help." "Friend? Was it that Meng Wumu?" Li Weisheng nodded. Just as it was about to say more, Song Shao suddenly sensed a massive wave of malevolence rising behind him. A low, seductive voice echoed through the night. "Meng Wumu." Song Shao turned around and saw a massive creature called a Meng Wumu, its entire body a dark purple shade. Two demonic horns sprouted from its head, and its eyes were a clear, snake-like yellow. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, its thick tail swayed from side to side behind it, the obsidian-like gem embedded at the tip glowing faintly in the night. The Meng Wumu stared at Song Shao warily, its vertical pupils filled with disgust, tail twitching as if ready to strike. Lily. At that moment, Lai Weixian came rushing over, panting heavily. He stepped in front of Song Shao and urgently pointed at him. "He's here looking for me, not some bad beast tamer." We even watched his match together. The Meng Wu's tail still whipped loudly through the air, its cold gaze scanning Song Shao up and down. After a long pause, and under Lai Weixian's persuasion, The hostility in its eyes dimmed, but it remained unwelcoming. In a low voice, it said, Mingwu, leave this forest. Song Shao met Lai Weixiang's eyes calmly but firmly. My mission is to find you, so I must take you back. Lai Weixiang glanced at the Mengwumu, then back at Song Shao, torn with conflicting emotions. It had left its tribe to help Mengwumu, but the tribe's elders and companions clearly worried about its safety. The Mengwumu turned its back on Song Shao and slapped its tail against the ground, softly saying, Mingwu, go with him. As it turned, Song Shao caught sight of a shocking gash on its back, still crusted with fresh blood. The Mengwumu was a beast king level secret beast cursed with misfortune. Anyone who dared hurt it would suffer a backlash. Yet here it was, injured this badly by another pet beast? Suddenly, his beast ring fizzled with agitation. Song Shao called out his companion, Xingxing, a plump gray and white striped little beast. As he lifted it up, the Mengwumu whipped its head around, its vertical pupils freezing on Xingxing. Its voice urgent, it demanded, Mingwu, why do you carry the scent of Belozi? Banfan. Me? Xingxing blinked wide-eyed, raised a paw to itself, completely clueless. The Mengwumu swung its tail, blocking Song Shao's path, and asked harshly, Mingwu, what is your relationship with the beast tamers who captured Belozi? Bola's images surfaced in Song Shao's mind, an ultra-rare pet rumored to bring great luck. But why did Xingxing bear its scent? Suddenly, he remembered that Xingxing's luck was usually terrible, yet not long ago it had won the Interstellar Pet Challenge Cup and even got a lucky buy in the draw. Its luck seemed to have turned around starting then. He rummaged through his bag and pulled out a partially scratched lottery ticket. Xingxing had scratched off a dozen tickets before. Without success, his luck was notoriously awful. Song Shao scratched off the rest of the silver coating in one go and read aloud, thank you for the prize. It had actually won. Mingwu. Mingwu. The Mengwu's mood suddenly exploded with fierce light in its eyes, fixated on the winning ticket. Boom. Without wind or rain, lightning suddenly tore a rift through the night sky. Song Shao looked up to see the heavens split open as if cut by a dark blade, revealing a swirling black void. Descending slowly was a colossal beast with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, its scaly wings flapping fiercely as a chilly wind roared. Perched on the beast's back was a slender man. A giant spirit bat, beast king level. Song Shao's gaze sharpened in disbelief. It was truly beast king level. What sent a chill down Song Shao's spine was that after the beast emperor level giant spirit bat emerged from the black hole tearing through the night, carrying the gaunt man, an even larger shadow loomed behind them. That mass of darkness, both man and beast, was swallowed by the thick night, revealing only faint, ghostly outlines and an oppressive aura. Even without fully manifesting, it was enough to make the air feel as if it had frozen. Dream Woman's usually lazy, rebellious beast aura twisted sharply the moment it glimpsed the gaunt man wrapped in layers. Song Shao clearly sensed a nearly hateful surge of emotion rising within it. With focused eyes, Song Shao turned to the massive beast concealed behind the man. Suddenly, his left eye ability activated, pulling his vision sharply closer. Next moment, a pair of deep red vertical pupils burned into his mind. A searing, ripping pain exploded deep in his nerves, resonating with the stars linked to his consciousness, which writhed restlessly in his chest. To that colossal creature, the stars were as tiny as dust, yet it spread its claws wide, crackling with arcs of electricity around its fangs, positioning itself fiercely before Song Shao in defense of its master. Meanwhile, Xiao Hao fluttered forward, his wings beating strongly as his cobalt eyes gleamed icy cold in the night. Using his left eye, Song Shao identified the giant shadow's identity Erda, nicknamed the White Swamp King, a beast god-level existence with dragon and steel attributes. A shiver ran through him. Dream Wumu had yet to evolve into Zamingram, and the military definitely wouldn't deploy a beast god-level fighter for a direct assault, so where had this one come from? In that brief eye contact, an invisible weight pressed down on him. Instinctively sensing danger, the stars first stood on end. His fluffy tail thumped painfully against Song Shao's calf as it bared its teeth and growled low at the giant spirit bat. Song Shao hurriedly covered its mouth, wiping sweat secretly. You're only a small fry in the late awakening phase, stars, and yet you dared to snarl at a beast emperor-level giant spirit bat? You've got guts, that's for sure. Looking back at Erda, Song Shao detected something odd. The gaunt man seemed completely unaware that a terrifying beast god-level monster lurked behind him. And Erda showed no hostility to the crowd, instead fixating on Song Shao with curious, probing eyes, his vertical pupils shining with interest. What was really going on? Were they not actually allies? Erda appeared to be spectating rather than helping the gaunt man. Unable to solve the puzzle, Song Shao suddenly felt a strange sensation deep inside, as if an invisible hand had pierced his chest and gently stroked his soul. Although no one else was around, he distinctly sensed his spiritual energy being lightly brushed. He lifted his head reflexively, and sure enough, reflected in Erda's deep red vertical pupils was a look of curiosity mingled with suspicion toward him. Song Shao rolled his eyes inwardly. Hey, Even if you're a beast god level being, you can't just paw at people like that, can you? This guy completely lacked boundaries, shattering any cool, aloof aura the divine beast was supposed to have. Just as Song Shao was getting creeped out by Erta's harassment, the gaunt man perched atop the giant spirit bat finally spoke. His voice was hoarse but carried an arrogant edge. Dream Wumu. So you actually hid here. As the words left his mouth, the giant spirit bat suddenly dove sharply, its broad membranous wings slicing through the night wind, whipping up a fierce vortex of air. The giant spirit bat's entire body shimmered in an intense dark green hue. Its mouth stretched open all the way to its ears, revealing sharp, menacing teeth. Its blood-red diamond-shaped pupils glared like twin flames, fixated with fierce excitement on Meng Wumu. Song Shao noticed that Yurta hadn't made a move yet, so he shifted his attention to the gaunt man. He was puzzled. If the target were some other hidden beast, fighting desperately would make sense. But Meng Wumu symbolized misfortune and curses most beast tamers would avoid it at all costs. Who would go through so much trouble to contract it? Was this man so confident in his luck he wanted to complicate his life? Stranger still, he clearly harbored a grudge against Meng Wumu but remained unharmed, untouched even by bad luck. The man showed no fear, but Song Shao was afraid. Meng Wuma's skills indiscriminately struck all around. If it attacked in anger, Song Shao would definitely be the first casualty. His survival instincts forced him to grit his teeth and step forward, standing between Meng Wumu and the giant spirit bat. Uncle, do you have some history with Meng Wumu? He asked, trying to sound calm. The gaunt man seemed to just notice him, but showed no concern. Instead, he coldly addressed Meng Wumu. You're actually hiding behind a beast tamer now? Looks like you've changed a lot recently. Meng Wumu remained silent, its clear yellow vertical pupils flickering towards Song Shao with a coldness deep and heavy, subtly mixed with an indescribable emotion. It flicked its tail and gently nudged the koala bear towards Song Shao's feet. Meng Wumu, you should go. The koala clung to Song Shao's clothes, its dirty little paws trembling slightly, but it was completely unharmed. Obviously Meng Wumu had been protecting it all these days. Clutching his phone, Song Shao quickly calculated how soon reinforcements from the investigation bureau could arrive, while doubting if they could suppress both the giant spirit bat and Yurta. He took a deep breath and nodded casually at the gaunt man. All right, he'll leave now. As he turned, his eyes met Meng Wuma's. His left eye suddenly gleamed with a dazzling gray light. Almost simultaneously, a faint blue arc of electricity abruptly appeared, blocking Meng Wumu. In a flash of blue light, Meng Wumu vanished, leaving only a comet-like blue trail streaking through the dark forest. Xiao Hao go? Xiao Hao immediately grabbed Song Shao's shoulder. Song Shao hugged the koala tightly, following Star as they dashed away at lightning speed. The Haiku Lu was known as the god of 10,000 eagles, its speed rivaling lightning itself. But Song Shao knew that facing the giant spirit bat, which surpassed them by 4 whole ranks, this advantage wouldn't last long, maybe just a few seconds, perhaps even less before the bat caught up. His hope was quickly shattered without even a single second passing. The giant spirit bat closed in. Though Star could fight against evolved beasts without losing ground, the gulf of 4 rank levels between it and the giant spirit bat was like an insurmountable chasm. Bam bam. Suddenly, spatial confinement struck. Star and Meng Wumu were frozen in place. The bat's wings fluttered lightly, and Star was instantly thrown dozens of meters away. Song Shao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. The gray eye on his left shimmered faintly with red. There was no chance of winning. The thin man had contracted a giant spirit bat at Beast Emperor level, meaning he was at least a tier 5 beast tamer. And 4 other pet beasts had yet to appear. Xing Xing, battered all over, staggered to its feet, its ruffled fur reflecting stubbornness and refusal to give up. As long as Song Shao gave the order, it would charge recklessly at the giant spirit bat again. Song Shao silently lifted Xing Xing into his arms. Meanwhile, the thin man had already closed in on Meng Wumu. Not a fighter by nature, Meng Wuma's strongest move was a curse of misfortune, but the man seemed to have mastered a way to resist it and showed no fear. On top of that, Meng Wumu was already injured, and the giant spirit bat's sharp claws could tear it apart at any moment. Lily. Tears fell from Lily Wei Xiong's eyes as he roared soulfully, nearly breaking free from Song Shao's grasp. Song Shao held him down, falling silent for a moment before turning his head toward the shadows of the night to look at Yurta. You already touched me, not help out? Yurta was slightly taken aback. Clearly, it hadn't expected Song Shao to notice its repeated mental probes. Song Shao replied calmly, what else? You touched me several times, and am not dead. How could I not feel it? This was Yurta's second shock. First, that Song Shao could see it. Second, that Song Shao knew it had touched his mind. After a brief pause, it was as if a rip tore open the night sky. Yurta's terrifyingly vast silhouette emerged, a 100-meter-long serpentine body covered entirely in snow-white feathers, curved horns on its head, long black whiskers hanging by its cheeks, and a black dorsal fin rising along its spine. Just its appearance plunged the entire forest into silence. Yurta released no skills, yet all living things were frozen in awe and fear. Its white form blocked the moonlight, towering against the horizon like an unapproachable divine being. The giant spirit bat's cruel grin directed at Meng Wumu instantly froze. Its mouth, cracked all the way to its ear, stiffened, and its diamond-shaped red pupils contracted sharply. It screamed, flinging Meng Wumu aside, and instinctively flapped and retreated toward Yurta. The thin man was equally stunned, murmuring, Bai Zhaowang. So the Bai Zhaowang still exists. Bai Zhaowang, the legendary descendant of the divine king's pet beasts. I air a vast, chanting voice echoed from high above. Suddenly, Xingxing in Song Shao's arms felt strangely light and lifted slowly into the air. Confused, it looked at Song Shao and reached out with its paw to grab him, but it rose so quickly that in the blink of an eye, it was more than 10 meters high. Before Star fully understood what was happening, its fur and wounds rapidly healed. The mottled light gray fur darkened gradually to a bluish gray. At the same time, its body grew larger at an astonishing rate, its fangs sharpened to razor points. The lightning patterns on both cheeks turned a deep black, and a ring of blue electrical currents sparked around the lightning mark on its forehead. This was Star's awakened form after its bloodline evolved. Yet Song Shao immediately sensed something was off. It was not exactly the same as the scene from his dream. Kulu. Nearby, Xiao Hao let out a short, urgent cry. Almost simultaneously, Haikula's form underwent a dramatic transformation. Its body shot up in size. The black at the tips of its wings faded away and was replaced by a profound blue. Its snow-white claws gleamed coldly, and a dazzling blue feather sprouted from its forehead. Song Shao's heart jolted. Was this Haikula's bloodline evolution form? High above, Yurtana's massive silhouette loomed like a deity quietly watching over everything. At last, it glanced once at Song Shao, then its form rapidly became intangible and slowly dissipated into the night. Only Song Shao and the gaunt man remained facing each other in the arena. The man watched Yurtana's departure and secretly exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Yurtana hadn't intervened. But his gaze soon shifted to Song Shao, a flicker of contempt crossing his eyes. A mere high school kid, and yet he made Yurtana use a skill for him? Laughable. Though he had brought only one giant spirit bat this time, it was a true beast emperor level pet. Dealing with just 2 evolved pets should be a breeze. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He knew something about the grayed spot and Haikula's evolved form, even though he wasn't from the 10th district. But these two clearly didn't match the recorded data, especially the rare pet Haikulu. It shouldn't look like this after evolution. Something was wrong. The thought barely formed before he pushed it aside. His opponent was just a rank 2 beast tamer, a teenager not even fully grown. Even if Yurtana had temporarily enhanced those 2 pets, the level gap remained. His giant spirit bat was 3 whole ranks above them. Meanwhile, as Xiao Hao entered his own evolved state, Song Shao's mind was pierced by sharp pain, like needles stabbing. Gritting his teeth, he endured until the pain slightly eased, then heard Liwai Bear's panicked shout. Lily. At that moment, his left eye quietly transformed a deep blue pupil, like a sapphire illuminated within his gray iris. He glanced toward the struggling Mengwamu, not far away. The pet was covered in blood and barely clinging to life. Taking a deep breath to suppress his emotions, Song Shao issued a steady command. Star thunderclap. Star howled, lifting its head, the faint blue currents on its cheeks suddenly flaring to brilliant light. Rolling thunder rumbled through the pitch-black sky, lighting crackled like a tide, and thick thunder columns, each nearly a meter thick, slammed down one after another. The power far exceeded the limits of typical evolved pets. The gaunt man's expression changed sharply as he shouted fiercely, Giant spirit bat, dark strangle. The bat immediately stopped its mocking attitude, spreading its wings fully, as if a curtain swallowing starlight had fallen over the sky. The sparse stars vanished in an instant, replaced by an abyss so deep it was pitch black. The living darkness seeped into every inch of air, striking primal fear into all creatures trapped beneath it. He coldly reminded his pet, Giant spirit, hold it off. Yurtana's temporary evolution has a time limit. If we just last through it, they'll revert to their original forms. Giant spirit. The giant spirit bat growled in response. In the next moment, countless shadowy claws formed from darkness stabbed rapidly at Star's back. Xiao Hao beat his wings and soared high, wielding an air slash that cut through the first wave of black claws entirely. But the claws regrew like weeds, quickly filling the gaps again. Seizing the moment, Liwai Bear charged into the ruins and dragged the battered Mengwamu back to Song Shao's side. Although barely breathing, Mengwamu stared fixedly at the darkness surrounding Star. Suddenly, it bowed its head and a clear tear slipped down. The tear fell to the ground. Dust trembled as a small blue-purple flower sprouted amid the rubble and bloodstains, gently swaying. This fragile blue-purple blossom was the very flower from Song Shao's dream. Li Weisheng stared blankly at Mengwam. Suddenly, a single tear fell from the giant's eye. As it touched the dust, it instantly transformed into a delicate flower, emitting a soft, bluish-purple glow amidst the scattered stones. At the same time, Mengwam's towering body, over 3 meters tall, began to visibly shrink. For any pet beast, advancing to the next stage always meant growing larger. Much like human growth never reverses, since size closely correlates with internal energy. Only when that energy is suppressed would retraction occur. That is the principle behind the shrinking collar. In a matter of seconds, Mengwam compressed to less than a meter, causing Li Weisheng to panic. To him, this was a clear sign of impending death, and he urgently rushed to seek help from Song Shao. At this moment, Song Shao was equally overwhelmed. Xingxing was bound by the dark strangle from the giant spirit bat, whose unyielding shadow blades tore bloody gashes into him. Kulu. Song Shao signaled sharply. Xiaohao spread his wings and soared skyward, rising to match the giant spirit bat's height, then shot straight toward the night sky shrouded in darkness. His deep blue tail feathers scattered a faint glow, resembling a shooting star fleeting across the deathly quiet firmament. A flash of inspiration struck Song Shao's mind-flying slash. Light enveloped Xiaohao's entire body. In the next instant, he transformed into a sharp streak of blade energy descending from the sky. The crescent-shaped light blade stretched tens of meters long like an impassable chasm, tearing the night open in one devastating strike. Watching this momentous attack, a pang welled up in Song Shao's chest. It was Xiaohao's first time unleashing flying slash, and it was to save Xingxing, and by extension, them all. The blade's edge closed in instantly. The gaunt man before the giant spirit bat's feet narrowed his pupils, astonished. Flying slash? No, that power-flying rift slash. He remembered clearly before evolution. Xiaohao was only in the early awakening stage, and logically could master just a few basic skills, maybe 1 or 2 intermediate moves at best. Flying rift slash was a secret technique that even many transcendent-level pet beasts struggled to master. What baffled him even more was this tail. Kulu in front of him was not in its evolved form at all. Giant spirit. Domain. The gaunt man looked at Song Shao with a complex gaze. Who exactly was this spirit beast master who appeared only as a high school student? Under normal circumstances, he would have been pleased to see such a talented young person exist. But right now, he absolutely could not allow him to grow stronger. He raised his hand slightly, and an invisible command instantly reached the giant spirit bat circling in the air. Its diamond-shaped blood-red pupils lit up, and the crescent-shaped blade of light it wielded suddenly halted less than half a meter from the bat's thin wings, as if held by an invisible hand. The domain, an awful ability, usually only awakened by beast emperor-level pets. The darkness control domain commanded by the giant spirit bat twisted darkness into tentacles within a 10-meter radius, controlling life and death with a single thought. Break, the gaunt man said hoarsely but coldly. In the center of the blade light, Xiaohao's figure was bound by darkness, completely trapped under the spirit bat's absolute control. If the domain was shattered, everything inside it would be annihilated. On the other side, Star, breaking free from the dark strangling hands, roared fiercely. The electric patterns on his forehead exploded, firing thick bolts of lightning toward the giant spirit bat. Song Shao's eyes locked onto Xiaohao, frozen midair. Connected to his contracted beast soul, he could clearly sense that fearless emotion. Boom, boom. Over a dozen lightning serpents slammed onto the folded giant wings of the bat. Purple-white electric arcs scattered, but the bat's tough wing membranes blocked them all. At the same time, web-like cracks appeared throughout the space around the bat. Covering his left eye, Song Shao's spiritual energy surged as he ordered quietly, use soaring sky rift slash. In an instant, the searing pain from the domain shattering was forcibly transferred onto Song Shao's body. He wavered but gritted his teeth and held firm. With a shout, the crescent blade light, originally over 10 meters long, erupted with dazzling white brilliance. In midair, 7 identical crescent blades suddenly materialized, forming a ring that surrounded the giant spirit bat. Kulu. The giant spirit bat roared in anger and distress. Its dark domain had completely collapsed. Xiaohao, who had expected to be destroyed together, had not disappeared. Instead, the bat itself was now trapped and shredded by 7 blades. Giant spirit. The bat teleported frantically, narrowly dodging the first blade, but in the next moment, Star appeared behind it in a flash of electric shadow. At this point, Xiaohao's energy was completely drained by the soaring sky rift slash. His body rapidly shrank, reverting to his juvenile Kulu form, plummeting from high above. A streak of bright blue lightning left by Star caught Xiaohao, gently returning him to Song Shao's arms. Song Shao held Xiaohao tightly and looked up at the 2 opposing pets. The giant spirit bat's chest and abdomen were slashed with several savage wounds, viscous blood dripping as it poured its fury onto Star. When its broad wing blades swept toward them, Song Shao commanded in a low voice, "Electric kiss." Star dodged swiftly, sinking his sharp teeth deeply into the bat's wing bones. Instantly, millions of volts surged across every inch of the spirit bat's skin membrane. Though the lightning attribute countered the evil type, the vast level gap meant the giant spirit bat only convulsed rather than suffering fatal damage. Crack! The bat shook violently. Star was thrown off, crashing through a thick tree trunk and landing heavily. Dust was swallowed by the darkness, leaving only a dull thud. Upon landing, Star's form suddenly shrank, reverting once again to a grayed spotted cat. It seemed the temporary evolution time had ended. Song Shao secured Xiao Hao within the beast ring and dashed toward Xingxing, but his clothes were suddenly pulled back. Reedy and tearful, the koala named Lily handed him a blue-purple flower. Lily, Lily, it sobbed, gesturing as if to say, Mingwemu said this flower can help you. Song Shao recognized the familiar flower instantly, a flash of realization striking his mind. He took the flower and glanced toward the not-so-distant figure of Mingwemu, whose body was shrunken and covered in blood and scorch marks, barely standing. Without hesitation, he charged again toward Xingxing. Xingxing was unconscious now, patches missing from its gray-white soft fur, breathing faintly. Song Shao scooped it up and carefully fed the blue-purple petals into its mouth one by one, then took a deep breath. Juggling, in this. The gaunt man immediately withdrew his focus from Song Shao and turned toward Mingwemu. Mingwemu staggered to his feet, but was too weak to resist. Mingwemu, Mingwemu, he rasped a warning. You want to use me to awaken Belozi, but I won't let that happen. The thin man stared coldly at him and thought of the legendary hidden beast. A rare smile flickered across his stern face. Bolazith, forbidden beast that could make humans and pets' wildest wishes come true. No matter how impossible, a wish strong enough would be granted. But when he had captured Belozi years ago, it was already in slumber. To unleash its extraordinary power again, the only way was to revoke an old blessing. Before Belozi fell asleep, it had spent days alongside Mingwemu, so the blessing must have been placed on him. That explained why his previous captures had failed. Today, though, everything would end. Following Juggling Bat's command, it opened its mouth and spat out a pitch-black energy orb. The orb rose slowly into the air, spreading like a black umbrella, enveloping Song Shao and Xingxing, cutting off all light and escape routes. Song Shao lowered his head and saw his pet's eyelashes tremble as if stirring awake. He held the beloved beast tightly and slowly stood upright, his gaze piercing the darkness. Xingxing, break apart the darkness above your head. Thunder crashed down like a mighty force. Song Shao's left eye snapped shut and then reopened, his gray iris wrapped in pale blue electric currents. Xingxing raised its head toward the endless silence. Arcs of electricity flickering on its forehead and cheeks illuminated its pupils. Boom. Thunderclaps exploded one after another, pounding the heavy black sky as if hammered relentlessly. Xingxing soared upward, leaping into the electric storm. Its gray-white fur rapidly shifted to a dusky gray-blue, its body swelling larger, and the tip of its fluffy long tail took on the same crackling blue-gray lightning patterns. Evolution. Song Shao felt a rush of excitement mixed with tension. Suddenly, he recalled details from his dream. He and his newly evolved Xingxing had been bathed in lightning, their clothes incinerated to ashes. His face tightened, and without hesitation, he tore off his shirt and jacket, tossing them aside. Earlier, he had already reported Mengmu's appearance here to Eugene Yuan, who was leading a large squad of inspectors rushing over. He could easily imagine how terrible it would look to have Xingxing, just evolved, standing bare-chested in front of a crowd. The darkness cracked open bit by bit with each flash of lightning, and Juggling Bat's energy orb shattered with a thunderous roar. In the lingering brilliance of the lightning, Xingxing proudly returned to Song Shao's side, its blue-gray long tail trailing residual electricity in the air. The standoff between the gaunt man and Mingwemu continued, but Song Shao silently reminded himself, from now on, he definitely needed to carry a spare set of clothes. Lightning bolts rained down, striking Xingxing's body. The blazing electric arcs instantly singed its fur to a crisp black, only for new fur to rapidly sprout under the surging electricity. This cycle of burning and regeneration repeated 3 times. Eventually, its fur settled into a dark cyan shade with a metallic sheen. On its forehead, beyond the simple electric current pattern it had before, a complex ring of thunder motifs emerged, resembling a blue-white fiery crown embedded in its pelt. Song Shao, deeply empathizing with Xingxing, was enveloped by the same fierce electric current. Silver snake-like bolts slithered across his skin, flickering faintly as electric patterns appeared. Each time Xingxing's breath steadied, the electric glow on Song Shao would dim accordingly. After several cycles, he finally exhaled, freed from the heart-pounding resonance. The thunder pillars continued to roar, lightning surging all around, offering a final baptism for Xingxing's transformation. As the tall beast silhouette gradually solidified, Song Shao raised his left eye, focusing his spirit to summon the pet's data. Name Fei Woben. Attribute electricity. Type combat. Level evolution stage initial. Skills. Thunder roar basic experienced. Electromagnetic paralysis basic experienced. Electric Shock Basic Elite. Electric Kiss Intermediate Elite. Lightning Shadow Dash Intermediate Elite. Explosive Claw Intermediate Novice. Thunder Armor Intermediate Novice. Thunder Might Advanced Elite. Electric Slash Advanced Novice. Thousand Thunder Phantoms Advanced Novice. Evolution Path Learning Evolution Bloodline Evolution. Secondary Attribute Martial Arts. Fei Woban is actually the bloodline evolution form of the grade spot Song Shao felt his heart tremble. Now, the pale blue electric arcs around Xingxing blazed like roaring thunder flames, casting its body as a battle beast newly risen from the storm. What delighted him more was that the original crank gray-eyed spot initial level label completely vanished, meaning Xingxing had broken free from its old limitations and truly become a dual attribute electricity martial arts pet. However, it had only awakened one intermediate level martial arts skill so far, Explosive Claw, so it clearly still relied mainly on electricity. Song Shao scrutinized the skill list with particular interest. 1. Thunder might naturally advance to advanced rank, which he could accept. 2. But right after, two brand new advanced electric skills Electric Slash and Thousand Thunder Phantoms appeared simultaneously, leaving him speechless with surprise. 3. Even more impressively, the intermediate skill Thunder Armor patched the defensive gap Xingxing had before. This guy's potential is even crazier than I imagined. Song Shao clenched his fist quietly. As the lightning faded, Xingxing stepped down amid crackling sparks, its over 3-meter-tall frame radiating an almost oppressive presence. To meet his gaze, it had to lower its head. But at first glance, it froze mid-step. Why was the beast tamer completely naked, without a stitch of clothing? Bian, why are you taking your clothes off? Xingxing growled in confusion. Song Shao was focused on his data when he heard that. His expression stiffened. Hastily, he bent down to gather his clothes from the ground, sounding a bit embarrassed. I was just worried the lightning would damage my clothes. Xingxing nodded thoughtfully. So the beast tamer also had to go naked during evolution. Next time it was Xiao's turn to evolve, he must remember to remind him. Unaware of the absurd thoughts in the pet's mind, Song Shao put on his clothes again and looked ahead. The dead, dark shroud still loomed, like an invisible wall. Drawing a deep breath, he commanded in a low voice, Electric Slash. Thunder Slash can be seen as a group lightning attack skill, where all of the user's power is concentrated into a single bolt of lightning. Like a sudden strike of heavenly thunder, it delivers a devastating blow to all enemies lined up along that straight path. It is quite similar to Xingxing's usual swift lightning, both transform into lightning in an instant, bringing a decisive strike. Bam! Xingxing suddenly straightened up, the childish clumsiness of its young grayed ban form disappearing in an instant. Pale blue electric arcs danced across its teal-gray fur like flickering flames, giving the entire beast an aura of majesty and nobility. In the next moment, it leapt sharply toward the black shroud enveloping the area, its form elongating midair into a dazzling electric serpent, striking directly overhead. At the same time, a koala no taller than a meter staggered forward in front of Mingwom, trembling but firmly spreading its arms. Lily tears welled in its eyes and its nostrils quivered, yet it stubbornly stood between its master and danger. A gaunt man emerged from the darkness. Seeing only a small koala blocking his path, he sneered. His identity needed to remain concealed, and he had brought along only a giant spirit bat, thinking that was discreet enough, but he hadn't expected to be stopped by such a little creature. With a snap of his fingers, the koala let out a muffled groan as it was blasted away, crashing heavily onto the ground. The man looked down coldly at the nearly lifeless Mengwom and ordered, "Take Mengwom away." The giant spirit bat flapped its wings and descended. Its shadow writhed on the ground, silently splitting into black tendrils resembling tree branches that instantly wrapped around Mengwom's limbs and torso. The torn wounds were stretched wider, dark purple blood continuously seeping out. The bat, playing with cruel amusement, swung Mengwom suspended by the vines through the air, droplets of blood tracing arcs in the night. The gaunt man said nothing to stop it, merely urging, "When you're done playing, leave. Mengwom already found us a forbidden land. Boyuos is more important." Hissed the giant spirit bat responded, tightening the tendrils and flapping into the sky. The night wind howled. From the bat's back, the gaunt man looked up to see deep in the storm clouds a swirling black vortex slowly opening, identical to the black hole he had passed through earlier. Suspended beneath its claws, Mengwom was dragged upwards, its body gradually swallowed by the vortex as its struggling grew more frantic. Mengwom, its red eyes dimmed, despair flooding its expression. Since birth, it had embodied misfortune and curses, only bringing hardship to those around it. Now, on the brink of death, it was about to drag its companions down as well. Thinking of the only friend it had made upon leaving the forbidden land, the sole one able to suppress its cursed nature, Boyuos, its heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Suddenly, a fierce will to survive surged through its veins. Mengwom bit down hard on a black vine extended from its own shadow, summoning all remaining strength. If it could evolve into Zymangluum in this moment, wielding the power of disaster dominion, it would be almost impossible for its enemies to resist and it wouldn't have to become a captive. A sinister purple-black glow seeped from its body, swirling like mist and flame. Its hatred and despair coalesced into substance. Mingwum's only evolved form, Zymangluum, was breaking free from its cocoon. Mingwu, the shadowy vines entwining Zymangluum began snapping one by one. The giant spirit bat, with half its body already swallowed by the black hole, suddenly let out a cry. Giant spirit. The gaunt man jerked his head up. Seeing Mingwum's abnormal state, his face darkened sharply. It's evolving at a critical moment. We absolutely cannot let it transform into Zymangluum. Giant spirit, shadow bind. From beneath the giant spirit bat's belly surged several strands of black shadows, like slick silk dripping with cold malice, rushing straight at Mingwum. Just as the shadows were about to touch the purple light, a pale blue bolt of lightning thundered down. The electric flash cut through, breaking every black thread into pieces. The gaunt man's pupils shook. Violent lion awakened level beast, able to break free from the giant spirit bat's skill? That's impossible. Unless it has already evolved. A string of curses twisted in his throat, but were choked back by shock. The gray eye mark had been triggered. He had personally driven Mingwum to the brink of evolution. The bonds vanished, and Mingwum lost support, plummeting swiftly. In its ear, it caught a cold, low voice. Mingwum, this winning voucher is for you. May your wishes come true. Stars transformed into arcs of electricity that wrapped around Song Shao as he dived down, catching Mingwum steadily. The night wind was sharp as it swept past Song Shao's profile. His delicate yet slightly aloof eyebrows gleamed in the lightning's glow with a hint of recklessness. His lips curled faintly, but his eyes were full of concern. Above the desolate forest, the night was as calm as water. Mingwum gazed at Song Shao, tucking the voucher representing half of Belozzi's power into its palm. The dark purple light instantly shifted to pure white. As the glow expanded, its form underwent a drastic change. Two snowy horns sprouted on its forehead. Its skin grew thick white fur. Its long tail shortened, the gem at its tip moving to the center of its brow, becoming a pale teal diamond-shaped crystal. Neither Mingwum nor Zymangluum resembled this new form. Pure white from head to tail, holy and pristine like snow atop an untouched mountain peak. Song Shao tilted his head back as a snowflake floated gently into his palm. It was as if the night sky silently celebrated, showering snowflakes from the stars. Not wanting to miss this unseen a century, possibly centuries unseen spectacle, he summoned Xiao Hao. Kuru. Though still wounded, Xiao Hao ignored the pain, joyfully circling the evolving Mingwum, happily catching the falling snowflakes. Ban and even Xingxing could hardly suppress her delight, but remained composed. Her cold eyes flickered as she stared intently at the giant spirit bat still half submerged in the black hole and the gaunt man. Song Shao pulled out his phone and started recording, capturing both the giant spirit bat and the gaunt man on video. The gaunt man stared at the dream womb, which was nearly finished evolving, realizing all was lost. Since the spatial rift could only transport one beast at a time, and he only had the massive spirit bat beside him whose energy was already nearly drained facing an evolved phantom dream lamb, and this annoying high schooler left him with little chance of victory. As his plan collapsed, he gritted his teeth and retreated, preparing to escape through the black hole. Xingxing. Song Shao signaled in a low voice. Xingxing understood immediately, darting into the night sky and transforming into a dazzling bolt of lightning. In the next moment, the lightning split into dozens of strands, weaving into a web that trapped the spirit bat and the gaunt man. Thousand thunder phantoms. This skill created multiple copies and binding effects. Though each lightning strike was weaker alone, their sheer number formed an unbroken assault. Each arc could also transform into a phantom of Xingxing, overwhelming the enemy from all sides. Evolved and still think you can stop me? How naive. The gaunt man's face turned iron gray as he snorted coldly. Before he could finish, a low, hoarse voice exploded behind him. He isn't capable. How about me? Sir, you have violated the Beast and Pet Security Act and seriously endangered the safety of pet beasts. You are now under arrest. Jin Qingwan, clad in black combat gear stained with fresh blood, had clearly just rushed from the battlefield. Mounted on his side was a fierce Rue dragon at Beast Emperor level. The imposing presence of the Rue dragon made the gaunt man's spine stiffen, but he still forced himself to dive into the rift with the spirit bat. Jin Qingwan patted his mount lightly. The Rue dragon opened its mouth, gathering a blinding white beam of destructive energy, which it blasted mercilessly at the spirit bat. Seeing Captain Jin arrive with Eugene Yuan behind him, Song Shao finally exhaled in relief. Just like the TV law, reinforcements always show up at the last second. Eugene Yuan rode a falling flower seed still in bud form with giant wings resembling leaves, commonly used by the Internal Affairs Division for surveillance. The seed's leaf-like fans glided him swiftly to Song Shao's side. Let me take a picture. Eugene Yuan's eyes widened as he pulled out his phone, furiously snapping photos of the evolving Phantom Dream Lamb. The flurry of sparkling light shards abruptly stopped the moment Phantom Dream Lamb opened its eyes. Beneath snow-white lashes, its pale green pupils were as clear as spring water, fixing on Song Shao as it softly uttered, "Phantom, thank you." Shedding the paranoia and hatred it had in the Dream Womb phase, Phantom Dream Lamb looked unusually calm. Standing about 1.2 meters tall, Song Shao thought, "Not all beasts grow larger with evolution. Special species must have different rules." Snow-white wings spread gracefully from its back as it rose into midair, its voice cold yet steady. "Phantom." The green gem on its forehead emitted a faint glow. The spirit bat, originally tangled with the Rue dragon and preparing to teleport away, suddenly froze in place, warped through space, and instantly reappeared before the Rue dragon. Rexulong looked at the fool who had just recklessly charged forward and, showing no mercy, extended his sharp claws and swatted him down hard. The illusionary lamb in front of Hema, mythical hidden beast, said to possess the gift of foreseeing and avoiding the future, was now displaying a power far beyond the legends. Not only could it foresee events, but it could also alter what was about to happen. Seizing the moment before the gust from that huge paw dissipated, Jin Xinghuan struck like lightning, decisively subduing the gaunt man. After finishing, he turned his head to look at the illusionary lamb, its wings flapping as it flew towards Song Shao. Jin Xinghuan understood deep down. This dream womb, the original form of the illusionary lamb, had broken free from its constraints and evolved precisely because of Song Shao. When they first met, this ordinary high school student had nearly lost his life amid a pile of trash. Who could have imagined that in just 2 months, he would bring so many surprises? The illusionary lamb swooped down first to the unconscious Lu beast, gently cradling it with its translucent wings before descending to stand before Song Shao. Illusionary lamb, it said softly but firmly, looking up at Song Shao, "May I stay with you? Just for a few days." The sudden request caught Song Shao off guard. Beside him, Yu Jinyuan's jaw almost hit the floor. This was a legendary hidden beast. In the long history of the galaxy, only one hidden beast had ever appeared before. Now the second one was actively asking to follow a human? Song Shao's gaze grew steady, as if he suddenly understood something. "You're looking for Polaz, aren't you?" The illusionary lamb nodded. "Illusionary lamb. That's right. Your pet carries Polaz scent," it added. Through the illusionary lamb's halting story, Song Shao finally grasped why the gaunt man was so persistent. When the illusionary lamb was still a dream womb, it had just left the Forbidden Lands and met a pet beast unafraid of the curse of doom, Polaz. At that time, it desperately sought a chance to advance, to avoid falling into the abyss of disaster and becoming a disaster dream womb, a symbol of calamity. Nearly all dream wombs failed at this stage, but Polaz had taken the initiative to help. Polaz's power was to make wishes come true. It promised that once it matured, it would grant this extraordinary power to the dream womb. But just as Polaz reached adulthood, a human beast tamer discovered it. The gaunt man, greedy to claim the blessing for himself, captured Polaz by force. Yet to his shock, he found that Polaz had already sent the only blessing ahead and was now in a deep sleep. To awaken that blessing, one had to retrieve it. The gaunt man was certain the dream womb had gained that power, so he relentlessly pursued it. His fearlessness of the doom curse came from the shard of Polaz's body he carried with him. If you truly want to find Polaz, Song Shao pondered for a moment, then the inspection bureau might be a better place to start. I merely stumbled upon the blessed lottery by chance. The real clues are likely there. Yu Jinyuan immediately switched to a flattering tone, lowering his voice to avoid scaring off this rare hidden beast. "Yes, you can come back with us to the inspection bureau. Our captain was the one who caught that guy just now. If we get involved, we can definitely help you find Polaz." Before he finished speaking, the illusionary lamb's alert siren blared, and it darted far away from Yu Jinyuan's side, returning instead to Song Shao. Illusionary lamb, he doesn't look trustworthy. I don't believe them. Among humans, I only trust you." Yu Jinyuan was left speechless, rejected. Faced with this unexpected absolute trust, Song Shao wanted to refuse at first, but couldn't find the words. He finally just nodded. Seeing him nod, the illusionary lamb finally relaxed, a gentle glow flowing through its feathers. Only then did Song Shao realize just now, it had probably used some kind of power on him. Xingxing and Xiao Hao exchanged glances inside. What to do? Their family's beast tamer sure is popular. Yu Jinyuan looked at Song Shao with a mix of envy, jealousy, and suspicion, but his attention was quickly drawn to the huge creature behind Song Shao, over 3 meters tall, the pet named Xingxing. Huh, why does this beast look a bit like Song Shao's grade spot? Wait, how could he not recognize the breed? As a top student who scored high enough to enter one of the top 10 beast-taming universities, Yu Jinyuan knew the Blue Star's pet guide by heart. Unless this creature came from another planet? From its size and aura, it was clearly an extraordinary level beast. But apart from Song Shao and the inspection team, no one else was here. So who was its tamer? Could it be a fugitive left behind by the criminal suspect? Alarm bells rang in Eugenuin's mind as his hand pressed down on the pager at his waist. Just then, Xingxing suddenly lowered its massive, furry head and affectionately rubbed against Song Shao, boldly displaying its loyalty. Now that Xingxing's head was huge, one rub almost buried Song Shao in fluffy fur. Scratched by the gesture, Song Shao could only gently pat its head. The pager was already active, and Jean Qingluan's deep voice came through the other end, asking questions. But Eugene Yuan stood frozen, confused by the situation. If this beast belonged to a suspect, why was it cozying up to its enemy? Fixating on the intricate lightning pattern on Xingxing's forehead, a sudden realization flashed through Eugene Yuan's mind. Could this really be Song Shao's grade spot? He clamped the pager between his shoulder and ear, then pointed tremblingly at Xingxing, asking, "This beast looks familiar. Could it be your grade spot?" Song Shao nodded in acknowledgement. "This is Xingxing. It just evolved." Xingxing seemed quite pleased with its new form, and loudly responded, "Ban Ban." Its voice rumbled like distant thunder. Eugene Yuan felt like had been shocked, suddenly shouting, "No way. Don't lie to me." The grade spot's evolved form is supposed to be a nearly tunter-long black electric spot, with black fur. How could it grow so huge, and with bluish-gray fur at that? Song Shao looked up at the majestic Xingxing. Xingxing's cold expression softened as it lowered its head to meet his gaze. Song Shao smiled gently, recalling the hardships the beast had endured during its evolution, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. This is a new evolutionary path for the grade spot, a brand new form called Flying Fire Spot. The Flying Fire Spot's lightning flashed like soaring flames, both stunning and noble. Eugenuin's mind was filled with the phrase grade spot new evolutionary path, leaving him dazed and confused. Still, he pressed on. So what kind of evolution is the Flying Fire Spot? Bond evolution? It has to be bond evolution. You two are so close, totally in sync. It must have risked its life protecting you to complete a bond evolution, right? Song Shao didn't answer immediately, thinking he might be wrong. Eugene Yuan then insisted, "Then it must be item evolution. I didn't expect the grade spot to evolve as an ability item. This is a huge development." Song Shao looked at Eugene Yuan, but didn't wait for him to speak. "It's a bloodline evolution." Eugene Yuan sounded like a duck with its throat pinched, his voice cut off abruptly. When their eyes met, he blinked unconsciously, looking confused. The tension spiked instantly. He grew flustered, first scratching his head, then glancing up at the sparse stars in the night sky, and finally locking eyes with Song Shao again. Once he confirmed Song Shao wasn't joking, his hand holding the walkie-talkie began to tremble uncontrollably. "Hey, boss, Song Shao says the grade spot is a bloodline evolution. Am I hearing things?" 2 seconds of silence came through the walkie-talkie, with no response. Eugene Yuan thought headquarters might be stunned as well, but the next moment, Li Ruelong arrived from afar with Jin Qingluan. The thin layer of snow left behind when the illusion dream lamb evolved hadn't melted yet. Li Ruelong stepped on the snow, and used to the low temperature, and sneezed hard. 2 sparks shot from his nostrils. Jean Qingluan's steps were brisk as he appeared before Song Shao in an instant. Wearing a full-coverage helmet that hid his expression, the only clue was the way he looked up at the night sky before swiftly refocusing on Song Shao. After taking a deep breath, Jin Qingluan pulled out a black communicator and dialed. Beep beep, 2 tones, and the call connected. Song Shao's grade spot has evolved. On the other end, Ku Yao, awakened in the middle of the night, sat up in bed, exhaustion momentarily wiped away. "Got it. Tell him to bring the pet tomorrow. I'll prepare some new energy meals." Jin Qingluan exhaled sharply. "You might need to come yourself. The grade spot has evolved into an entirely new form." Ku Yao instantly snapped alert. The grade spot's energy had long been charged but hadn't evolved, so she had suspected a surprise was coming. Pathway. Bloodline evolution. The line went silent for a long moment. Ku Yao's voice was low, trembling just beneath the surface. "Are you sure?" Looking at the fully transformed firefly spot, Jin Qingluan nodded firmly. "Positive. Wait for me." Ku Yao swung her legs off the bed. Overhearing the exchange, Song Shao couldn't help but speak. "Captain Jin, I could actually bring Xingxing over to meet Professor Ku myself." Jin Qingluan acted as if he hadn't heard, only saying, "Stay with Xiaoyu for now. Wait for Professor Ku to arrive." Then he moved over to the illusion dream lamb and raised his terminal to photograph it for the bureau's report. Only then did Eugene Yuan steady his nerves and lean toward Song Shao, quietly advising, "Boss, since you finally managed to invite Professor Ku out, just let it happen." Song Shao raised an eyebrow. "So Xingxing and I are just pawns in your game?" He grumbled, tidying his gear into his backpack and getting ready to message Professor Ku, asking her to bring a pet shrinking collar while she's at it. As he reached into his backpack, he felt something soft and furry. Frowning slightly, Song Shao pulled it out, a feather longer than his palm, pure white and flawless, with a gentle sheen. That feather looked familiar. "This is Yurta's feather?" Song Shao held the feather in his hand, recalling the massive body of Yurta and the pure white feathers covering it. he became even more certain that this feather belonged to Yurda. Why did the White Marsh King leave behind a feather before departing? Was it a parting gift, or did it hold a deeper meaning? Rumor had it that the closer a beast was to the bloodline of a divine king, the stranger its temperament. Yet this beast god-level Yurda not only personally helped Xingxing and Xiaohao achieve temporary evolution, but also left a gift on the way out. Could it really be an exception? Eugene Yuan stared at the feather and raised an eyebrow half-jokingly. Which divine beast gave this souvenir to you this time? Song Shao had always been weak in theory. Though his left eye could read information about pets, he only knew fragments of many legends. He handed over the feather. It's from Yurda, the White Marsh King. Not sure what it means. Eugene Yuan had thought the excitement of the evening had reached its peak, but the moment Song Shao spoke, his mental defenses collapsed. Who? The White Marsh King. He immediately put his hand on Song Shao's forehead, suspecting a feverish delirium. He silently decided to get Song Shao an urgent neurology appointment back in the city. Meng Wuma's evolution into Phantom Lamb, the Ancient Century miracle Song Shao had encountered it, and Phantom Lamb even took the initiative to be friendly. He had endured it, pretending he was reading a fantasy story. Xingxing and Xiaohao both completed bloodline evolution, and he accepted it, chalking it up to Song Shao's talent. But even descendants of the Divine King appearing to Song Shao left Eugene Yuan feeling exhausted. Just destroy this stupid world. Jin Xingluan was tasked with escorting the man and investigating Chapala's whereabouts, while also picking up Kuyao, so Eugene Yuan stayed behind. On the way back, Song Shao rode on the newly evolved Xingxing's back, with the just-awakened koala sitting in front. Their only mission was to safely deliver this guy back to the head of their group. Xiaohao leaned against Song Shao's side, looking up at Phantom Lamb flying alongside them. The snowflakes drifting around it fluctuated gently, reflecting its mood. As they passed through the forest again, they encountered the shivering white reed beast. Song Shao signaled Xiaohao to gently place some snacks on its branch without disturbing it. After evolving, Xingxing's swift lightning could dash over 100 meters in a single strike, and even doing it 5 or 6 times in a row showed no sign of exhaustion. Watching the scenery blur past in streaks, Song Shao had already started planning new training routines for Xingxing. Now Xingxing's speed forced Xiaohao to fly at full effort just to keep up. If not for considering Eugene Yuan's falling flower seed flight speed, they would have delivered the koala home a long time ago. Beyond the forest, the phone signal returned, and Song Shao received a call from his older brother, Song Qin. Hey, Xiao, I got your bonus withdrawn. I've been trying to reach you non-stop, but your phone's been unreachable. I almost called the police, man. While calming down the still excited Song Qin, Song Shao dropped the most important news first. Bro, the signal's really bad where this mission is. But I've got some great news. Xingxing has evolved into a completely new form. The worry on Song Qin's face instantly turned into surprise. He was used to his younger brother's frequent shocks, but the joy was still impossible to hide. That's amazing. The restaurant at home hit some hiccups with renovations, but no worries, it'll get you a big place to celebrate properly. By the way, with Xingxing evolving so spectacularly, are reporters going to show up? Last time you won the championship, people came knocking. If the restaurant's exposed, there's nowhere for me to hide. They probably will. Bloodline evolution's a big deal, Song Shao replied thoughtfully, giving a heads up. Bam. Xingxing softly signaled that they had arrived. Dawn was still dim on the horizon, but a dozen or so Kilwi bears hadn't slept a wink, standing neatly by the wooden door, watching intently. The bear that had witnessed the battered Kilwi bear being carried by Song Shao immediately called out. Lily. With calls rising and falling, all the Kilwi bears charged in a frenzy. Their welcome was rough, love-hitting was like affection, scolding was care. The elder, leading the clan, even improvised an intense dragon subduing 18 techniques, beating the little guy until he begged to surrender and promised never to run off again. The young adventurer's longing for exploration was instantly shattered. The dream ram, the mastermind behind the escape, quietly hid behind Song Shao, showing only its tail. Seeing the elder's anger subside, Song Shao quickly steered the conversation back to his brother's renovations. Bro, what exactly happened with the renovations? Need help? Song Qin vented. The original crew we hired bailed halfway through when someone offered them more money. I kicked them all out in a rage. Well, I happen to have a group of friends. Let me see if they're willing to take over. Song Shao smiled at the Kilwi bears. Lily renovations? Leave it to us, free of charge. The elder slapped his small pouch confidently. The wages still need to be paid. You can discuss the details with my brother, Song Shao added. At the mention of wages, the elder paused, then bowed solemnly to Song Shao, and all the bears behind him followed suit. Lily, thank you. Song Shao bowed slightly in return and quietly said, thank you too. Without these Kilwi bears, he wouldn't have taken that mission or discovered the key to Xingxing's evolution, the tier of Meng Wumu. Not the Thunder Flower, Imperial Spirit Flower, or the anti-life grass stalk. The odds of gathering such rare conditions was pure luck. He couldn't help but recall the lucky ticket blessed by Belozio wish come true. Hop on. Song Shao called out. Xingxing had grown huge, but even so, Carrying over a dozen Kilwi bears at once was a squeeze. The last few clung to Xingxing's tail to keep from falling off. Banban. Xingxing sighed helplessly. This really damaged its dignified image. Back at his older brother's shop, Song Qin wore a tight tank top that showed off his muscular arms and firm features, making him quite a sight. Song Shao glanced at himself, though had bulked up a lot. His skin still remained pale inside. When it came to his job, the boss transformed like a different person, more like a burly koala bear swinging its tail, overseeing the construction site like a foreman. Within minutes, he spotted 3 serious safety hazards buried deep underground: a crooked support brace, a loose load-bearing pillar, and some deliberately miswired circuits. Clearly, the previous construction crew had set traps to make Song Qin spend more money rehiring them. The boss pounded his chest and let out a low roar. Instantly, a dozen sturdy koalas streamed in with tools, each taking on their role with clear purpose and enthusiasm. The sound of hammering and clanging metal filled the air. Meanwhile, Song Qin circled around Xingxing, whose body had massively grown thanks to bloodline evolution, showering non-stop praise. Wow, those muscles, that fur, that unbelievable. Xingxing wagged its little tail happily, lifting its head higher and higher, almost poking a hole in the ceiling. Song Shao quickly gestured to stop him. Bro, don't flatter it too much. I still need to buy a shrink collar for Xingxing. At that, Song Qin immediately quieted down, though his eyes twinkled. Taking the opportunity, Song Shao whispered, Bro, how big's the bonus this time? I need to get Xingxing a perfect fitting collar. Song Qin glanced around before leaning in close, lowering his voice. 5,373,186. Shao, I've never seen such a huge sum in my life. Indeed, for the Song family, it was unprecedented. Back when Song Shao got his first pet beast, Song Qin had struggled for 5 years to save just 50,000 star coins. Bro, just give me 300,000. You keep the rest, Song Shao suggested. He was always cautious, only giving one trust unless the other gave him 99. But since Song Qin invested 100 in him, he had no reason to refuse. No way. Song Qin shook his head firmly. This is what you and Xingxing worked extremely hard to win. I already feel bad redoing the shop with your previous bonus. It's my job to provide for the family, not always you. There's about 500,000 left from before too. Take it all. Beast tamers have many expenses, so be careful with it. Song Shao paused for 2 seconds, then took the award card with Xingxing's name on it. The champion card stayed on the table. Bro, you keep this one. Song Qin didn't argue and put the card away. Then he glanced at Xingxing and Xiao Hao, eyes lighting up. By the way, those two are pretty famous now with lots of fans. I want to put their images up in the shop as mascots. That should definitely attract more customers. Xingxing's new bloodline evolution form might even make the news someday soon. Song Shao nodded. Sure, Xingxing and Xiao Hao are both good for that. Just then, a gentle figure quietly floated over to Song Qin Huanming Ram, fluttering its thin wings that shimmered with rainbow light under the lamp, its round eyes sparkling like stars. Song Qin was immediately captivated by its looks and hurriedly asked Song Shao what kind of pet it was and whether it could be a spokesperson too. Song Shao looked at illusory dream lamb, whose careless actions belied her true intentions, and said with amusement, Big brother, you should ask her that. Sure enough, Song Qin threw the question to the little lamb. Illusory dream lamb first scratched her chin with the tip of her wing, feigning hesitation, then reluctantly nodded in agreement after a moment. Eugene Yuan stood nearby, secretly clicking his tongue. Big brother, do you even realize how valuable your spokesperson is? She's the only illusory dream lamb in the entire galaxy, plus a Feihua ban with bloodline evolution. My mind's racing, store popularity soaring, chains opening, going viral across the cosmos. We should invest immediately. But before Xingxing could pose for a photo, trouble descended from above. A white figure flapped down with gusting winds, stirring up dust. Professor Kess' elegant, swan-like pet beast Lucida showed an unprecedented urgency. She lowered her curved beak and actually scooped Song Shao up entirely. Then Xingxing was snatched onto her broad plumage as well. After landing, Professor Kess' intense gaze swept across Xingxing repeatedly. Even the usually cocky Xingxing had his fur all puffed up from her stare. This is the form after bloodline evolution in the gray-eyed spot lineage. She marveled, running her hand over Xingxing's fur. Song Shao, do you know you created a miracle? There's never been a documented case of a crayed pet beast undergoing bloodline evolution. Song Shao opened his mouth, almost revealing that Xiao Hao could also evolve, but fearing Professor Ke might faint from excitement, he swallowed the words. Let's go. Immediately test Xingxing's stats. This is the first successful non-dragon bloodline evolution in the galaxy. Illusory Dream Lamb flew onto Song Shao's shoulder, lowering her voice. Illusory Dream. Is this woman a bad person? Her smile is so scary. Song Shao laughed helplessly, soothing her. Professor Ku is Xingxing's breeder, a really good teacher, not a bad person. No sooner had he spoken than Professor Kess' gaze briefly left Xingxing, flicked toward Illusory Dream Lamb, then back then darted again. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. This is illusory dream lamb. Song Shao was stunned, too. Yeah, didn't Captain Jean tell you? Professor Ko paused. He knows how to fuss about this and that in front of me, but only talks nonsense. I got tired of his nagging and came straight to you. After confirming her surprise, Professor K's long-held composure completely collapsed. The dignified, calm pet breeder looked like her mouth was stuffed with candy. In one day, she had witnessed a bloodline evolution and a legendary rare pet beast, something even her mentor dreamed about. Professor K's laughter grew harder to contain. Illusory dream lamb again, eyed Song Shao suspiciously. Illusory dream? She really isn't a bad person? Song Shao nodded with a sigh. Then Professor Ko pulled out her phone, snapping dozens of photos from every angle of Xingxing and illusory dream lamb. The woman who never posted on social media suddenly updated her status. An ordinary day met two extraordinary pet beasts. 3 seconds later, Ku Yao's phone buzzed non-stop, like the countdown on a bomb. Professor Ku calmly turned off his phone and replaced his expression with a gentle smile as he looked at Xingxing and Huanming Lam, his eyes shining with the same passion he had for his academic achievements. Lucida, back to the lab. No sooner had he spoken than the white swan beneath them bowed gracefully in response. Lucy. Its massive wings fluttered softly as its enormous body hovered steadily in midair like a cloud. At that moment, Lucida's deep blue eyes flashed with a spark of electricity. Song Shao suddenly noticed the rushing wind fall. Silent time seemed to freeze as the surroundings blurred into a rapid sequence of still frames. Moments later, the scene snapped into place in the distance. Professor K's research facility stood clearly before them. This is shrinking distance to inches? Song Shao was stunned. A space warping technique was no ordinary skill. It was an advanced mastery, like that pet which tore open a black hole for the Slender Man earlier. Space abilities ignored distance entirely and delivered instant arrival. Imagine using it for commuting. No more worries about being late for school or work. You could wake up and have your pet transport you straight to class or the office. The very thought was exhilarating. Unfortunately, these skills usually came from supernatural, ghost, dark, or fey attributes, none of which Xingxing or Xiaohao possessed. It seemed impossible for them to learn such a convenient power. Perhaps a third pet might belong to one of these categories. Upon landing, Kuyo didn't rush to examine Xingxing. Instead, she closed the heavy alloy door behind them and locked it securely. Good. Those old guys won't get in now. Only then did she turn back to Xingxing. The creature now towered nearly to the ceiling. Kuyo retrieved a temporary shrinking collar and expertly fastened it around Xingxing's neck. A red light blinked as energy pulses quickly compressed its form. Xingxing deflated like a losing balloon, shrinking steadily until it stabilized about a meter tall. Still the blazing red creature with fiery patterns adorning its wings. The testing process was routine for Xingxing. It hopped onto the platform obediently. The instruments activated, and the energy curve displayed on the screen arced sharply upward, like a drawn bowstring suddenly released. 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. Normally, when a pet advances from the awakening to the evolution stage, its energy level ranges between 1,500 and 2,000, a well-known industry standard. Xingxing was the only one so far to break the dragon bloodline monopoly and qualify for evolution without dragon heritage. Kuyo had a feeling this was going to be an extraordinary gift. Still composed as the numbers hit 3,000, her fingers instinctively tightened when it passed 3,500 and neared 4,000. 4,500. 5,000. 5,500. 6,000. As the value soared above 6,500, Kuyo nearly froze in disbelief, considering peak toughness for latest-stage evolved pets was usually between 5,000 and 5,500. Bang bang. Sudden, violent knocking shattered the deathly silence. Song Shao looked toward the sound and saw faces pressed against the frosted glass door of the lab. 1, 2, 3, 4 heads staring in. To be honest, if it weren't for Song Shao's strong mental resilience, anyone else seeing those 4 faces pressed against the glass would have screamed on the spot. What was the difference between this scene and a zombie outbreak? Outside the lab, a short-haired woman anxiously turned her head and shouted, "Teacher, senior sister has locked the door." An elderly man with graying hair, thin but full of vitality, immediately clenched his fists at the news. "I told you not to force your senior sister. And now Luke's locked me out too. Who else is going to witness the illusionary ram and that newly evolved, bloodline advanced beast firsthand?" After lamenting, he took out his phone and switched to a coaxing tone. "Xiao Yao, it's me. Have you been working hard lately? Senior sister brought you some food, so I'm delivering it personally. Please open the door and let me in." Nearby, a burly man with a square face couldn't stand it any longer. Silently turning his head, he picked up his phone as well. "Xiao Yao, this is your senior brother. If I can't see the illusionary ram and the newly evolved beast, I'll hang myself right here outside your lab." A refined young man followed suit, whining through his voice. "Senior sister, please just one look, or I'll join my senior brother and hang myself with him at the door." Outside was an uproar of desperate cries. all demanding entry. Inside the lab, Ku Yao stared at the numbers on the device and blinked slowly. 7,000. This energy reading was already on par with an ordinary transcendent-level beast, and today was only the first day of Xingxing's successful evolution. As it continued to grow, its energy would only climb higher. It might not be long before an evolved beast with energy exceeding 10,000 appeared. This was the power of bloodline evolution and extraordinary aptitude that ordinary beasts struggled their whole lives to reach. After the initial shock, Ku Yao exhaled slowly, her fingertips trembling with excitement. Thinking about being responsible for Xingxing's energy rations and knowing her name would forever be written in this bloodline evolved beast's growth records, she could hardly contain her joy. She pressed a button, and the door lock instantly released. The four outside, still pressed against the glass, tumbled into the lab all at once and respectfully performed deep bows to Ku Yao and Song Shao. Song Shao looked at this clearly unreliable bunch and felt a strange familiarity. Weren't these the top-level glass beast breeders on Blue Star, on par with Professor Ko? And the elderly man leading them appeared often in the news. Though old, the man moved with surprising agility and leapt onto the illusionary Ram first, stepping on his disciple's back for leverage. Ram trusted only Song Shao among humans. Seeing the strange old man's crazed expression, it raised a paw and slapped him hard. Then it took to the air and vigilantly watched this group of strangers. The old man spun around from the slap, but was moved to tears. It really is the illusionary Ram. It really is. He then cast a feverish gaze at Xingxing and reached out only for Xingxing to dodge into Song Shao's arms in an instant, calling out Ban Ban. With a mix of grievance and affection, the other three repeated the old man's approach one by one, though none got slapped, leaving them somewhat disappointed. Their eyes glanced at the device and landed on the striking number 7,000, their expressions instantly shifting. After a brief silence, all of them turned simultaneously towards Song Shao. The old man straightened his collar, stretched out his hand warmly, and introduced himself. Hello, Song Shao. I'm Jiang Weilin, and Class Beast Breeder and Ku Yao's teacher. May I join Ku Yao in managing this beast's new evolved form? The burly man took over. Hello, Song Shao. I'm Su Qing, and Class Breeder and Ku Yao's junior sister. The refined young man followed. Hello, Song Shao. I'm Wang Qi, and Class Breeder and Ku Yao's senior brother. Finally, the short-haired woman extended her hand. Hello, Song Shao. I'm Lin Feng, and Class Breeder and Ku Yao's junior brother. Her hands simultaneously hovered in front of Song Shao. He stared at them, slightly stunned. Ku Yao walked over, placed a hand on Song Shao's shoulder, and pulled him behind her. Looking at this group of her most cherished friends and family teachers, junior and senior disciples, she sighed inwardly. How could even you come to steal the spotlight? That old guy has no dignity at all, she muttered to herself. Only a fool tries to act cool at a time like this. The white-haired teacher struck a pitiful pose, pressing his hands together. Xiao Yao, I don't have many years left. Please let me fulfill this wish. Ku Yao was speechless just days ago. The old man had a checkup, and all his health indicators were better than the young ones. She hadn't forgotten that. Sister, have mercy on us, the three junior disciples chimed from behind. Otherwise, we'll line up and hang ourselves at your lab door. All right, Ku Yao said, half amused, half exasperated. Do you think I post all that data on moments for nothing? Come take a look at the energy readings of this brand new form of Feihua Ban. Several lab coats quickly gathered around the main control screen. On the display, the new form data stream for Feihua Ban, the star creature, pulsed continuously. Seeing everyone so absorbed in the numbers, Song Shao worried that Haiku Lu might be bored inside the beast ring. He made a quick hand seal to summon Xiao Hao outside for some fresh air. Light flickered at his fingertips. He waved his hand, but suddenly froze beside the deep blue beast ring representing Xiao Hao. A milky white phantom ring appeared. Third tier? Song Shao's heart skipped a beat. When did I break through? Xiao Hao circled him excitedly, calling out Kulu. It had seen the pale halo too and cheered for its beast master's advancement. Xiao Hao's call caught everyone's attention. Ku Yao glanced back just in time to see Song Shao lightly touching the milky white ring. Third tier, she whispered to herself. Song Shao was only 16. The last person to reach third tier at 16 was a legendary genius from 2 centuries ago. Before that, Bai Feiyuan a millennium ago, who led humans and beast companions against the insect host. Who was more exceptional, Song Shao or the star beast Feihua Ban? Or were they a perfect match? Perhaps this also explained why Feihua Ban, still in the early evolution stage, already had energy rivaling the transcendent rank. You're not even 20 yet, and you're already a third-tier beast master. The burly Wang Qi turned his head and spotted the glowing ring beside Song Shao. He recognized Feihua Ban as Song Shao's pet beast, and Haiku Lu snuggling by his leg belonged to him too. Third tier was confirmed. Song Shao quickly scanned his original Bodis memories. His birthday was in January. It was now June, so he was actually 16 years and 5 months old. 16 years old, Ku Yao spoke up to clarify. Wang Qi's smile froze. The others studying the data also nearly jumped out of their seats at 16. Being under 20 versus 16 made all the difference. Third-tier beast masters under 20 were common across the galaxy. Third tier at 16 numbered only 3 in history. Song Shao was the third. The white-haired teacher, agile as ever, jumped in front of Song Shao and scanned him up and down like a rare, prized beast. 16, first year of high school? Song Shao replied that he was about to start his second year. Are you interested in attending Blue Star Beast-Taming University? I'm just a modest professor there, with a little influence to recommend outstanding students. Well, promising talents like you should be secured early. Song Shao maintained the same calm and polite demeanor he had shown in the principal's office. Recalling the invitation letter he received after winning the first-place high school tournament, he spoke steadily but firmly. My ambition lies elsewhere, but thank you for your kindness. I prefer to make my own way. The atmosphere froze. Everyone was speechless. No one expected Blue Star's top beast-taming university to extend an early offer only to be rejected and to have their emissary come in person, only to leave empty-handed again. If he dismisses the #1 university on Blue Star, does he think he's invincible? Observers whispered in disbelief. Yet none could deny that a 16-year-old third-stage beast tamer with a uniquely evolved pet second only to dragons possessed such talent and leverage. Not aiming for a higher arena would be a waste of potential. The professor's mind spun quickly, and he immediately thought of Lanluosi Interstellar Beast Taming University. Their strict admission criterion required reaching 4th stage before age 20. With Song Shao's current pace, he could clear that mark within 2 years, just in time for college entrance exams. Fewer than 20 students from Blue Star made it there annually, often only after studying and advancing at Blue Star University. Song Shao, however, was likely to break records. From his pocket, the professor pulled out a gilded business card. Hey, raise my contact info. Feel free to reach out anytime. The card read Jiang Weilan, the quirky old man often seen on beast-taming science programs. Thank you, Song Shao bowed slightly, a warm feeling stirring inside him at Jiang Weilan's easy manner and humor reminiscent of teachers from his previous life. No sooner had he finished than his phone vibrated. Caller ID, Eugene Yuan. Song Shao, the boss wants to see you. Eugene Yuan handed the phone to Jin Xingwan. This is Jin Xingwan. The voice was calm and composed. We've confirmed Pola's whereabouts. You can rest assured about Illusion Lamb. Also, the news of your gray eye spot evolving into a flying fire spot must be kept strictly confidential for now. The evolution of a non-dragon bloodline pet sent shockwaves through the interstellar community. To protect Song Shao and flying fire spot, the information had to be sealed off at all costs. Immediately, Song Shao understood. Centuries ago, after successive bloodline-evolved pets died naturally, beast tamers feared the bug tribe would exploit the gap. So research on non-dragon bloodline evolution never ceased, but repeatedly failed. The star itself was a living specimen. If the secret leaked, it could be taken for experiments. The secret he carried was equally fragile. Blue Star's rank in the interstellar hierarchy had long been low. The lockdown was essentially buying him precious time. During this period, stay with me and train out in the field, Jin Xingwan instructed. Understood, Song Shao answered decisively. Jin Xingwan paused. Then his tone turned serious. There is one more thing. Song Shao's heart tightened, instinctively fearing worse news. Ahem, please pass this on to Professor Ku. Song Shao. After Professor Ku took the data, he spoke with Jin Xingwan for a while, and his expression grew somewhat tense. Meanwhile, Jin Xingwan became even more focused on carefully recording all of Xingxing's various metrics. The measuring device's lights linked up in a line across the lab bench. Xingxing lay quietly on the sensing pad, her gentle breathing causing the faint silver fur to shimmer slightly. Body temperature, heartbeat, blood oxygen level, mental fluctuation valuates a stream of data rapidly scrolled across the screen. Once all the basic indicators were recorded, the skill tests began. The first round was for beginner-level skills. Xingxing flicked her tail, and an arc of electricity exploded in the air. Instantly, the instrument rated it advanced. Next came wind blades, tremor strikes, and phantasm steps one after another, and the screen ratings all jumped to advanced. Professor Ko whispered in amazement and typed quickly to add notes. Finally, Xingxing demonstrated 2 newly acquired skills, both stable in effect with smooth energy curves. When the test concluded, her remaining energy bar still hovered at half. The ultra-long endurance was confirmed without a doubt. Tonight, Jin Xingwan needs to hurry back to the Forbidden Zone to clear pollution levels. You're going with him, Ku Yao said, lowering his voice to Song Shao as he removed his mask. Experience in the Forbidden Zone goes much faster than at the training base and the rewards are far greater. Elsewhere, Jiang Weilan sealed the last energy meal packet, sweat trickling down his temple into his collar, yet he still reminded them. When you log into the mission network later, grab a Forbidden Zone mission from the bulletin board. While you're doing this training, knock out that task too. You're going to Lanluosi eventually, that's non-negotiable. The bulletin board points are your proof. Song Shao nodded quickly, pulling out his terminal to log into the mission network. His personal record showed only one completed Clevel mission search for missing talons, which earned him a meager 5,000 star coins and 10 points. His account balance looked pretty slim. The bulletin board missions were all official releases with no bounty coins, only points. Every starting mission awarded at least 10,000 points and bore 5 black danger stars. The page background was dark gray, and titles stood out sharply like nails. Near Jean Kingluan's current target area, B13, 3 new notices appeared. 1. Abnormal pollution levels in B6 investigation 1,000 points, resolution 10,000 points. 2. Abnormal pollution levels in B34 investigation 1,000 points, resolution 10,000 points. 3. Unidentified seismic activity in B19 investigation 1,000 points, resolution 10,000 points. Song Shao tapped open the aerial maps. B6 was shrouded in rolling gray mist, with vague outlines beneath resembling lurking giant beasts. B34 was swallowed in a sky full of dust storms, the distorted dunes looking like monstrous faces ready to snap. Only B19 remained relatively clear. Dense forest twisted and torn open, fissures everywhere, fleeing pets scattering in panic, and scattered broken insectoid corpses strewn in disarray. Such large-scale seismic activity usually meant one of two things: either the awakening of a dormant high-level insectoid, or a deep forbidden zone pet breaking through containment. Song Shao's throat tightened as he recalled the dossiers on Huanmeng Lamu and Bulazithos beings hidden in the seams of the world, like a legendary peach blossom spring. Just like Huanmeng Lamu and Baluozi, they existed in a world's crevice, like a fabled utopia. Song Shaoxi thought it over and chose B19. At least B19 had some clues, while the other 2 cases were truly inexplicable. The moment he accepted the task, the long-dormant post instantly vanished from the forum's front page and was officially moved to an internal holding area. Once Song Shaoxi successfully closed the case, the post would reappear, marked as resolved in the title, along with the note handled by beast-tamer Song Shao. Viewers would have to pay a fee ranging from 100 to 1,000 star coins to access it. After confirming the mission, he stopped idly browsing the forum and instead hurried to the training ground with Xiao Hao and Phantom Ram. Xiao Hao's energy test results were astonishing, was nearing the mid-stage of awakening, with a growth rate practically matching that of Xingxing at the start. This validated his earlier judgment. Contracted pets differ fundamentally from ordinary ones, both in their evolution speed and path. The training ground was brightly lit, the floor cushioned. Phantom Ram fluttered its thin wings and calmly hovered in midair, waving a claw at Xiao Hao. "Let go and come at me." The next moment, Xiao Hao dashed forward like a white streak. Song Shaoxi watched Phantom Ram gently flap its wings, sidestep, spin, and create distance effortless moves executed with razor precision. Even when it lazily stretched, it perfectly dodged Xiao Hao's sneak attack. The power of precognition revealed itself clearly. When Xiao Hao's energy finally depleted, and he crouched panting, Phantom Ram yawned slowly. Song Shaoxi approached and asked, "How far ahead can you see?" Phantom Ram closed its eyes, the pale green gem on its forehead glowing softly. Seconds later, it snapped its eyes open, looking anxious and hesitant, then turned quickly to Song Shaoxi. Precognition tugs at the strands of fate. If it revealed information prematurely, it could disrupt the destined course. The visions it saw showed Song Shaoxi's situation as very bad, yet the final outcome was good. Reading the unspoken meaning in those pale green eyes, Song Shaoxi said, "I'm the one who's going to get into trouble, right?" Phantom Ram nodded. "But the result is good?" "Yes, it's good." Song Shaoxi breathed out in relief and smiled. "That's fine. No matter how tough the process is, things obtained too easily aren't trustworthy." Phantom Ram seemed to understand and nodded thoughtfully. In the next instant, it closed its eyes, flapped its wings, and soared upward. White feathers shimmered with soft light as countless tiny snowflakes drifted down around it. It tilted its head to the falling snow, its eyelashes dusted with silver frost. The gem on its forehead glowed stronger until it condensed into a single, transparent green droplet. The droplet floated in the air. Phantom Ram caught it with a claw and slowly descended. Upon landing, its breath was unsteady, wings trembling, as if exhausted of all energy. "Phantom, Phantom." It offered the droplet to Song Shaoxi, voice hoarse but earnest. "Take this with you. If you ever face a hopeless choice, it will give you the answer you seek." Song Shaoxi held the jade-green droplet, feeling its warmth and life. Suddenly it floated up on its own, sliding across his cheek. Before he could react, it shot into his left eye. A slight sting was followed by a wave of coolness spreading through him. Thump thump. He heard the sound and looked toward the window. A huge yellow beast's eye appeared suddenly outside, sharp and curious. "Lai Lai, open the door. I've come to pick someone up." The massive body of the fierce blaze dragon packed tightly outside the door, still complaining that the entrance was too small, allowing it to stretch in only one claw. Lai Lai, it exhaled a stream of steaming hot breath, unable to hide its dragon aura, yet raised its claw like a person to wave at Song Shao. "Let's go. Don't keep the great Dragon King waiting impatiently. The very idea of the mighty Dragon King being used as a mount made the fierce blazed dragon grumble inwardly. If the beast tamer didn't prepare extra snacks later, it would certainly let out a fiery sneeze and singe that tamer's hair into curls. Inside, Professor Jiang was running around busily, finally managing to prepare a Tindui supply of special energy rations tailor-made for Xingxing, along with a high-concentration energy supplement 10 times stronger than the liquid Song Shao had previously purchased, perfectly matching Xingxing's current combat needs. Holding the supplement, Huanming Lam gulped down several bottles in a row, her complexion finally showing signs of recovering from extreme weakness. But such skills came with a cost, similar to Pola's blessing. After use, one must endure a period of exhaustion. Pola's wouldn't arrive at Sector 10 until tomorrow. As for the thin man's ultimate fate, Jin Qinghuan hadn't uttered a single word. Though unspoken, it was clear this matter was far more complicated than it seemed. Interstellar law and Earth's laws always applied two separate standards for beast tamers and ordinary people, and upper-class individuals enjoyed inherent privileges. Given the other party's status as a fifth-rank beast tamer, merely forcing him to hand over Pola's was an unexpected windfall, let alone punishing him severely. Song Shao had a vague feeling the storm was far from over. As long as that man escaped punishment, the issue wasn't truly resolved. He stroked Xingxing's head and made a silent vow. Only by becoming stronger himself could he gain real influence. Though the fierce blazed dragon lacked spatial teleportation abilities, it possessed astonishing speed. What puzzled Song Shao was that Jin Qinghuan was only a fourth-rank beast tamer, yet this fierce blazed dragon had reached the beast god level. From his memory of the Interstellar Pet Challenge Cup, the mid-stage beast god fierce blazed dragons were bonded to tamers at least rank 6. How this master and beast relationship had formed left him completely baffled. They raced onward, the fierce blazed dragon delivering Song Shao to a temporary base. At the gate, soldiers clad in black anti-contamination suits scanned the dragon closely to verify its identity before allowing them entry. Huanming Lam wandered curiously around the soldiers, even trying to poke at their protective masks. Once inside, the fierce blazed dragon instantly shrank to a miniature form about 1.5 meters tall. Flicking its tail efficiently, it strode straight into Jin Qingluan's room, habitually pulling out several bags of snacks and crunching through them like a wild child in uncharted territory. Though Jin Qingluan said nothing, Song Shao caught a trace of helplessness in his steady gaze. The stern man, who was as rigid as a ruler, raising such a carefree, unruly pet was quite the contrast. Yet his other beasts bore the same cold, disciplined air as their master, clearly cast from the same mold. First, go pick up your gear. Jin Qinghuan withdrew his gaze, speaking concisely. Later, he'll have Eugene Yuan explain your mission in detail. Song Shao nodded and followed Eugene Yuan down the corridor, stopping in front of the storage room. Neatly arranged at the distribution counter were black anti-radiation suits. He gathered one set into his arms and took a matching helmet, also a black anti-contamination helmet. The radiation and pollution in the Forbidden Zone are hundreds of times stronger than outside. If you don't want your spiritual energy to be eaten away until you become a fool who can't control beasts, it's best not to take off the helmet. As Eugene Yuan spoke, he snapped the anti-pollution helmet firmly onto his head and raised his hand to demonstrate the correct way to wear it. Song Shao took the other helmet and ran his fingertips over the cool surface. It didn't feel like metal, but more like polished beast bone, with fine textures. Each helmet can absorb 100,000 points of pollution, Eugene Yuan said, handing over a thumb-sized gray-white chip. When the pollution points fill up, your vision will turn red. This chip is a spare, just swap it in. Our operation area is on the outskirts, so we probably won't need to use it, but it never hurts to be prepared. Song Shao slipped the chip into a special compartment on his chest and put on the helmet. Suddenly, a question came to mind. Are there still companion beasts inside the Forbidden Zone? With such radiation and pollution, how can they survive? The Forbidden Zone has the most companion beasts. Eugene Yuan's eyes darkened with seriousness, and they're our enemies. Before Song Shao could react, he was led to a row of massive alloy cages, each as thick as a thigh. Inside were companion beasts with strange appearances. Their bodies bore original beast patterns, but also half-grown insect limbs. Their eyes were pupilless, pale, and hollow. Their fur emitted a stench of decay. Eugene Yuan pointed to a towering creature over 5 meters tall. This is a grade transcendent Soro tiger. Its pollution level is a grade, and it has already undergone 3 rounds of detoxification. After 5, it will be completely purified and regain its consciousness. And then, Song Shao stared at the tiger's trembling muscles, clearly struggling to endure pain. If they can reintegrate into human society, we send them back. If not, they go to specialized wild reserves. Eugene Yuan spoke more slowly. These beasts have been waiting for salvation. 1,000 years ago, the companion beast clans suffered from insect pollution. They discovered that bonding with human beast tamers greatly increased their resistance, even granting immunity. So they willingly signed a symbiotic pact with us, the only condition being that humans rescue those already polluted. 500 years ago, after humans defeated the insect tribe, they honored that promise ever since. He patted Song Shao on the shoulder. Being a beast tamer isn't just an honor, it's a responsibility. Song Shao fell silent, gazing at the sorrow tiger enduring its pain. For the first time, he truly understood the weight of responsibility. That afternoon, as the youngest member of the team, Song Shao followed closely behind Eugene Yuan into the pollution zone shrouded in gray-black mist. They operated along the perimeter, facing mostly low-level targets. Even a mere grade companion beast, once polluted, would become frenzied and wildly stronger. The cloud-like fog pressed low overhead. Song Shao rode on the broad back of Xingxing. His detector flickered constantly, locking a crimson dot 50 meters ahead. Xingxing pricked up its ears, its tail crackling with pale blue electric arcs. Xiaohao spread its wings and circled silently above Xingxing's back. 50 meters ahead, check the situation, Song Shao ordered. Xiaohao responded softly and vanished into the gray mist. Seconds later, it reappeared soundlessly, flapping its wings as it landed on Song Shao's shoulder. Opening its mouth, it said, "Kulu, Kulu. About 3 meters long, looks clumsy but can fight. Bamban, watch this." Xiaohao called out, and under Song Shao's command, Xingxing leapt forward like a flash of blue and white light. The two of them and the beast became a blur, rapidly closing in on the polluted turtle-like pet beast. Amid swirling gray mist, the monster's shell was covered with sharp black spikes. Xingxing's sudden appearance startled it, causing it to roar in fear. Woo! The evolved mud turtle opened its mouth and sprayed a conical stream of mud and rubble straight at Xingxing's face. Song Shao, that's an evolved mud turtle. After contamination, its combat power nears the extraordinary level you can't handle it alone. Retreat. Team 2 move in. Before Eugenuin's warning could finish, Song Shao quietly ordered, "Thunder." The gray mist was split as a thick white-blue lightning bolt silently formed and struck down on the mud turtle's shell from overhead. With a thunderous crash, the spikes instantly blackened and curled. The mud turtle let out a despairing cry, "Mud," then collapsed heavily forward into its own mud spray. Eugene Yuan and Team 2 arrived within 5 seconds. Stopping in astonishment, the stunned mud turtle's tail curled oddly, while Xingxing's eyes gleamed with clear disdain. "Captain Yu, we've only been here 5 seconds, and it's already done?" murmured Team 2's leader in disbelief. The two team members shared the same confusion. Although the mud turtle isn't especially tough, normally, it would still take some effort. 5 seconds seemed absurdly fast. Song Shao had no time to indulge in pride. He glanced at Xingxing's energy readout still high. Frowning, he said, "Cleaning them up one by one is too slow. Inspector Yu, are there similar level mutated pet beasts nearby? Can we lure them all over at once?" "This area has already been cleared once," Eugene Yuan nodded, adding, "the strongest remaining targets don't exceed the extraordinary level. Headquarters requires complete clearance within 3 days." As he spoke, a thought struck him. "But there is a way." Team 2's leader lowered his voice. "Brother Yu, you're not seriously planning to use stink bombs, are you? Those make too much noise. He can handle it." Eugene Yuan cut him off decisively and pulled a lantern-shaped pink plant from his backpack, tossing it towards Song Shao. The plant looked cute, but gave off a pungent sulfurous odor that made people frown. Eugene Yuan explained, "The stink bomb scent is like a delicacy to these contaminated mutated pet beasts. Its spread radius is less than a kilometer, so it won't attract high-level targets, but is enough to gather the surrounding ones." Song Shao caught it, and within less than a minute, his wrist scanner lit up with dense red dots forming a fan-shaped encirclement. Xingxing switched to combat mode. "Xiaohao, take perimeter watch." 2 minutes later, a sharp whistling broke through the air as a massive flying pet beast was the first to storm into the thick smoke. Its wingspan stretched nearly 3 meters, curved fangs protruded, and its gray-black wing membranes were split by dozens of scarlet cracks, like countless bloody eyes. Song Shao's left eye glowed faintly, data appearing. Mutated blue bat beast, latest stage evolved, rage level 5. Xingxing raised its head, rapidly gathering sparks on its forehead. In a flash, a dazzling ball of electricity grew as large as its skull. The next second, a thunderbolt tore through the air with a tremendous shock. The electric assault crashed fiercely into the mutated blue bat beast. The bat beast took a refined level electric shock hit, screeching as it fell midair. Before it even hit the ground, Xiaohao quickly followed up with an air slash that completely knocked it out. The moment it landed, the second team rushed over, snapping a shrinking collar around its neck. They then slipped the unconscious flying-type mutant beast into an iron cage, the entire process swift and efficient. Song Shao had just caught his breath when his tactical terminal flashed 3 urgent red dots, all latest-stage evolved creatures. A flying-type mutated magma bird flapped its blackened red fiery wings, diving down with scorching heat waves. To the right, a spiked ball beast made of tangled black vines leapt out of the ruins, dragging its barbs. Further back, a sticky water-type carp silently swam, its mottled scales covered with white parasitic tendrils that coldly locked onto Song Shao. You aren't we going in? That's 3 of them. Song Shao's only a high schooler. If something happens, the underage beast trainer protection laws. The second team leader's face was full of worry, half his body leaning out from cover. But Eugene Yuan held him back, saying, "You don't know what this high schooler did a couple days ago. If you heard it, it'd scare you to death." Surrounded on 3 sides, Song Shao just patted Xingxing's back. "Try the new skill?" Xingxing nodded, faint blue electric patterns flickering on its forehead. The next second, 3 lightning bolts split from its body, piercing through the gray mist to land behind the 3 mutant beasts. The bolts transformed into arc-shaped electric chains, tightly wrapping around each target. The magma bird, with a frenzy level of 10, struck first. Thinking the lightning behind it was its owner, it spun around suddenly, unleashing a black-tinged fiery blast at the electric shadow. The flames exploded, scattering the illusion, but its frenzy level rose by 2 points. The fiery feathers on its forehead flared even brighter, sending a wave of scorching heat toward Xingxing. Xingxing merely raised its head slightly, thick arcs of electricity gathering on its forehead, one blue, one red colliding to form a dazzling pillar of light in the fog. Bamban. Kulu. Electromagnetic paralysis. Song Shao ordered without turning around. The lurking sticky carp was spotted first by Xiao Hao. Xingxing whipped its tail, the teal-gray tip crackling with lightning, striking the hidden carp hard. The mottled, scaly fish was flung backward, crashing into the spiked ball beast. Xingxing rolled it up like a bowling ball, smashing both mutants aside in one move. No matter how far they flew, the 1,000 thunder phantoms clung tightly, transforming into lightning chains that wrapped around them like shackles. The 3 mutant beasts, bound by the electric chains and dazed, still instinctively attacked Xingxing due to their high frenzy levels. Within the arcs of electricity, their fire, water, and thorn attacks splashed and flared but failed to break free. Watching these moving punching bags ahead, Song Shao pushed up his goggles. "Now, begin the explosive claw damage test." Xingxing lifted its head excitedly and called out, "Banban." The magma bird opened its beak wide, ready to spew molten lava at Xingxing, but Xingxing flashed aside just in time to narrowly dodge the searing red blast. A faint smirk appeared on its lips as its claws crackled with explosive lightning fire. Then, with a fierce strike, it slammed its burst claw charge to 80% strength straight into the magma bird's head. This was the first time Xingxing had unleashed the move on a living target. With a heavy thud, the bird's head twisted a full 180 degrees like a broken top, its piercing scream echoing through the gray mist overhead. Meanwhile, the lava that should have been aimed at Xingxing was knocked off course, splashing down on the sticky carp's head nearby. The injured sticky carp's dead-eyed gaze nearly popped out of its sockets as it wildly thrashed its tail fin and cursed, "Li Li." Its scales were instantly scorched black by the lava. Xingxing felt a bit embarrassed and drooped its ear tips in apology. Seeing their teammates' head on fire, Xingxing hurriedly searched for a fire extinguisher. Its eyes swept over to the porcupine beast spectating nearby, and without hesitation, Xingxing delivered another burst claw strike. The porcupine beast let out a muffled grunt, its quills standing on end as it spat a stream of emerald poison. After spinning 180 degrees as well, the venom landed squarely on the sticky carp's head. The flames went out immediately, but a pungent green smoke pierced into the carp's gills. Stung first by fire, then poisoned, the carp's eyes clouded over with despair as it whimpered, "Woo-woo, that was brutal. I think you're the real mutant beast here." This whole string of chaotic slick moves made Song Shao facepalm in disbelief. Sure enough, Xingxing occasionally had moments when its brain seemed to take a vacation. The leader of Team 2 gaped, stunned for a long moment before finally sputtering, You were right. This is seriously scary." Eugene Yuan opened his mouth to clarify that scary wasn't exactly the right word, but he swallowed the words. Song Shao waved his hand, telling Xingxing to hand over the 3 battered mutant pets to Eugene Yuan for safekeeping. Then he pulled out a stinky bomb from his pocket. "Keep going." This time, he deliberately rolled the bomb in his palm for a few extra seconds. Instantly, the scanner lit up with a dozen bright red dots. Deep in the gray mist, it felt like a dark cloud was descending, making it hard to breathe. "Xiaoyu, are you really not going to intervene? There aren't just 3, at least a dozen. I scanned with infrared. At least 5 are extraordinary level." A teammate whispered urgently nearby. Eugenuin's expression darkened. He wasn't confident either. Song Shao was strong, but facing so many mutant beasts at once, some even stronger than Fei Ban, could he really hold them off? Thinking of Professor K's high regard for Song Shao, you feared that if anything happened, the boss would tear him apart. Gritting his teeth, you was about to order alert. Boom. A thunderclap interrupted him. A sharp bolt of lightning slit through the thick gray mist overhead like a blade, so bright it forced everyone to close their eyes. Thunder, Phantom. Song Shao almost simultaneously ordered 2 high-level skills. He had always thought Xing Xing's single-target burst damage was fierce, but lacked versatility against high-level foes. This chaotic battle was the perfect time to practice combo skills. As the thunder rolled down, Xing Xing activated Thousand Thunder Phantoms. Multiple duplicates, like shadowy lightning forms, silently appeared behind each beast. A web of blue-white electric arcs instantly linked them, crackling sharply. The mutant beasts, sensing danger, suddenly surged to dodge, but in the next moment, those phantoms solidified into chains of lightning. The entire gray mist space lit up with sizzling sparks right as they tried to escape. The phantoms transformed into electrified bonds that tightly restrained them. Boom! More than a dozen thick, dazzling bolts of lightning crashed down with overwhelming force, tearing through everything like a storm unleashed. The thunder flashed and faded, turning the gray mist above into a strange twilight of night and day. Song Shao stood in the heart of the electric blaze, his handsome face sharply outlined by alternating light and shadow. Loose strands of hair fluttered gently in the charged air, yet he remained calm and composed. He lifted his gaze, voice clear and resolute. Skycleaver slice. As his words echoed, a sharp, piercing bird call shattered the silence. The snow-white haikaloo flapped its wings and soared upward, circling through the layered dome of mist and lightning. Song Shao tilted his chin slightly. In an instant, his left eye glowed a deep ocean blue, linking seamlessly with Shao Hao's spiritual energy. The next moment, a blade of white light burst forth over 10 meters from Haikala's wingtipped crescent-shaped edge, forming a spinning ring of razor-sharp moonlight. The blade gleamed like fresh snow, swift as the wind, its cold aura slicing through the air. Several shards of light erupted suddenly around the restrained beast, intertwining with streaks of lightning. The long darkened mist brightened as if touched by daylight, while sticky pollutants twisted apart into tiny fragments. This is the Skycleaver slice. The leader of Squad 2 stammered, his tongue tangled in disbelief. He blinked wildly, doubting he wasn't dreaming. How could a beast not even halfway through its awakening stage unleash such a high-level skill? You're barely out of the nursing stage and already charging into battle? What the hell? Going in and out 7 times. It wasn't just Squad 2's leader who was stunned. His teammates and even nearby squads fell into a stunned silence. Dozens exchanged glances, wondering, is this some illusion crafted by a pet's trickery, making them all hallucinate? If Fei Huoban had used a high-level skill, they would have reacted with a begrudging impressive, but the surprise would be limited after all. The fiery new-form pet was expected to be powerful. Yet this Haikalu hadn't even reached mid-awakening. Their own pet struggled to reach the transcendent level, let alone master such skills. And here was a mere nursing cub casually unleashing one with terrifying power. The strength of this Skycleaver slice doesn't look like anything an awakening level could manage. Am I really not dreaming? One group member chuckled awkwardly. You go. Do you think some pet is secretly casting illusions on us? Another tugged on Eugenuan's sleeve. Eugene Yuan was already stunned, only snapping back when the Squad 2 leader patted his shoulder. Calm on the surface, his mind echoed a single thought. No way. Song Shao never told me Haikalu could use Skycleaver slice. Song Shao, you're so unfair after all we've been through. You keep secrets? Forget calling him Song Shao, it should be Song One Hand. He drew a slow breath, putting on an enigmatic expression as he said lightly to the Squad 2 leader, I told you before, he's no ordinary tamer. The Squad 2 leader nodded softly, muttering, if this counts as ordinary, then they all wish to be ordinary like him. After the dozen or so enemy beasts were wiped out, the battlefield quieted, the lingering echoes of thunder the only sound remaining. Xiao Hao excitedly circled Song Shao, its snowy tail feathers drawing whirling patterns in the air as it nuzzled him affectionately from time to time. Xing Xing also happily bounded over, wanting to learn from Xiao Hao and please their master. But due to its large size, it accidentally bumped into Song Shao's side, pushing him back several steps. Song Shao steadied himself and patted the clumsy kid on the head. Calm down, everyone's watching you. The prideful Xing Xing immediately stopped grinning foolishly, held its head high, and struck a majestic, aloof pose. Xiao Hao chuckled softly, perching on Song Shao's shoulder. Gazing into Song Shao's deep blue left eye, it suddenly bowed its head and whispered gently, Kulu, Kulu. I'm grateful once again to have met you and made this contract. Next, Song Shao practiced using star combo techniques in various combinations, while also training his coordination with Xiao Hao. After several rounds of real combat, almost all low-level mutated pet beasts within a 10-mile radius were wiped out. The once empty beast cages were now packed full, filled with piercing screams and low roars echoing one after another. What was supposed to be a 3-day mission they finished in just 3 to 4 hours, actually exceeding expectations. The members of the first squad went through a process of initial shock and confusion, then numbness forced by circumstances, and finally acceptance with calm resignation. Deep down, they understood some peaks are simply insurmountable, and some geniuses can only be admired from below. Report. First squad has successfully completed the mission. Please advise. Eugene Yuan took out a special black communicator and dialed. On the other end, Captain Yu frowned deeply while listening to the report. Only 4 hours? You say the mission is done? Since when are you this fast? Captain, I'm not lying. We really finished it this time. Eugene Yuan replied with a sly grin. The voice on video clicked its tongue. Don't give me that cheek. Show me the video. I want to see what kind of tricks you pull off in the time it takes to pee. If you need 4 hours to pee, your prostate might be a problem, Eugene Yuan muttered quietly. You think I can't hear you? Captain Yu almost jumped out of his chair. The moment the video connection was established, his anger abruptly halted. The screen showed cage after cage lined up, easily over 100 mutated pet beasts at a glance. After a moment of silence, his eyes lit up. Who did this? You don't have the ability. Though rough in words, the logic was sound. Eugene Yuan wanted to argue but had no reply, so he answered honestly. It was Song Shao, the high school beast tamer that Captain Jean brought here for training. He took down all of them alone. As he spoke, he brought Song Shao into the frame. The young boy's features were delicate but still youthful. His military uniform looked ill-fitting but carried a sharp vibe. Still in high school? Interested in applying to Blue Star Military Beast Taming University? I can personally recommend you. Captain Yu said enthusiastically, as if he'd found a treasure. Song Shao was about to speak when Eugene Yuan cut in with a low voice. Uncle, please don't get any ideas. Even the old professors at Blue Star Beast Taming University couldn't recruit him. You think you have more authority than them? Also, he paused and looked at Song Shao. Song Shao is currently the only beast tamer who has completed bloodline evolution on a non-dragon pet. His gray eye spot has evolved into a brand new form called the Flying Fire Spot. Captain Yes' excitement immediately faded, replaced by shock in his eyes. Eugene Yuan added, do you realize he even made a pet that's not even in mid-awakening stage unleash a high-level skill? Its power is comparable to a super powerful pet. Do you really think you could control that? Could you? In his entire life, the one person who had always been as unyielding as steel never once said now. When Captain Yu suddenly found himself facing a thought he truly couldn't grasp. The atmosphere in the camp's meeting room froze instantly at the teenager's words. I already have a target. Song Shao couldn't stand the blatant flattery from everyone present. Cold, they just praise him in private? Rising to his feet, he solemnly addressed Captain Yu. Thank you for your kindness, but I've already made up my mind. There's one thing I'd like to ask. Would you have the authority to decide? Captain Yu snapped back to reality, his gaze lingering on Song Shao for a brief moment. The boy's talent was extraordinary. Sooner or later, he would step into the interstellar arena, representing all of Blue Star. Swallowing his regret, his tone became formal. Speak. What is it? Without alteration, Song Shao recounted the mission task he had received to investigate the cause of seismic activity in the B-19 zone. He added, I've already completed the tasks on this side. I want to move to B-19 as soon as possible. B-19? Captain Yes' expression darkened in a way rarely seen. It was as if a certain recent memory flashed before his eyes. After a long pause, he spoke. The difficulty level hasn't even been increased there? A beast tamer already got into trouble there before. Song Shao was momentarily stunned. On the mission post, the B-19 task was marked with 5 black stars. Could there even be a higher difficulty? Probably didn't have time to update it. Captain Yu shook his head, his tone turning grave. Honestly, this should be handled by the military. It's no longer suitable to assign it to freelance beast tamers. Some group snatched it first not long ago. The way they operated clearly showed they were wealthy kids hired to chase points and polish their reputations. He paused and shared the most crucial detail. But that high school boy got into serious trouble. His mental strength was badly damaged, and he can't connect with his beast anymore. He's completely out of commission. Song Shao pondered for a moment, then asked, was that person's name Sikong Bo? You know him? Captain Yu was surprised, but lowered his voice. If you already know, why would you still go? No one can say for sure whether the tremors are caused by wild beasts or the awakening of dormant insectoid creatures. The only thing certain is that whatever it is, it's very aggressive and specifically attacks the mental defenses of beast tamers. And you still insist on going? Looking down thoughtfully, Song Shao considered the possibilities. If it was a beast, it probably had powerful supernatural attributes. If it was insectoid, his knowledge of them was minimal. But the mission was assigned to him, and backing out was not in his nature. Since I accepted it, I have to check out B-19. Captain Yu admired the boy's resoluteness despite his youth. All right, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. They'll send someone to escort you. There's a small squad stationed on the B-19 outskirts. I'll move with them. The next day, 6:30 a.m. Song Shao finished packing and stood outside the dormitory building. The stars were still fading away. He cradled the little creature in his arms. Xiao Hao hovered energetically above his head. At 6:50, Xiao Hao suddenly let out a low call, Kulu. Song Shao looked up to see a flash of emerald green streaking through the air. A giant beast with a bright green lizard-like body and 2 sharp, white bony wings on its back landed at the base entrance. It was a red wander lizard, a demon-type beast king class. When Eugene Yuan spotted the red wander lizard, His face suddenly darkened. How did it end up being this guy? Watching the man standing atop the crimson wyvern lizard, Eugene Yuan was on full alert, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge against him. Song Shao, holding Xingxing and leading Xiaohao, was about to step forward, but Eugene Yuan placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Stepping up himself, Eugene Yuan looked up politely yet with a sharp edge and said, "Captain Xiao, what an honor to have you come in person." The crimson wyvern's spine arched at least 20 meters off the ground. Xiaoing knelt on one knee at its highest point and tore off his black helmet that resembled a mask. His flame-colored long hair flickered in the gray mist. His features were slightly androgynous. His red hair framed a pale, cold complexion, like blood-red flowers blooming dangerously among poisonous thorns. He grinned wide, revealing a sharp little tiger fang, then leapt down boldly under everyone's watchful eyes. Dust billowed as he landed barely half an arm's length from Song Shao, forcing the latter to instinctively step back. In that brief moment, Xiaoing straightened up close. He was at least 1.9 meters tall, broad-shouldered, and his presence rivaled that of Jin Qingwan. "Song Shao, a fellow student, right? I'm Xiaoing, you can call me Captain Xiao." Before he finished speaking, he casually draped an arm around Song Shao's shoulder with the familiarity of an old friend. Song Shao furrowed his brow and pushed the arm away. He was slow to warm up and disliked such forced familiarity. Eugene Yuan quickly pulled Song Shao aside and lowered his voice. "Wait another day. They'll try to arrange a replacement from above. If that doesn't work, just wait for the boss return." Song Shao glanced toward Xiao Ying, who was casually brushing his fiery hair back, and asked, "What's wrong with him?" A shadow flickered in Eugene Yuan's eyes as he quietly explained, "Sikong Bo lost all his spiritual power because he crossed Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying's bonded beast is a dark element crimson wyvern lizard, not to be judgmental. But these beasts are born cruel and lack empathy. They enjoy playing with their prey. On top of that, Xiao Ying has a volatile temper. He acts like a brother on the surface, but could stab you in the back anytime. Yet he's never been caught doing anything wrong, and his skills speak for themselves. No one can touch him. If the boss hadn't saved me back then, my spiritual power would be gone now." Clearly, Eugene Yuan and Xiao Ying had a complicated history. Song Shao looked at Xiao Ying again and met his gaze. Xiao Ying raised his brow, his slightly feminine features radiating a charming yet brooding vibe. "Time's tight, Song Shao. Your milk teeth haven't fallen out yet?" Xiao Ying glanced at his wrist timer, then tapped his temple with his index finger as if recalling something. "Don't wait. Jean Qingluan's in trouble and won't be back for 3 days. If you don't come with me, you'll have to go to B19 alone or cancel the mission. Honestly, I'd rather not drag along an unweaned kid." The phrase unweaned slipped out repeatedly, dripping with unhidden malice. But Song Shao's expression remained calm as still water. He put on his helmet, tightened his backpack straps, picked up Xingxing, nodded to Xiaohao, and walked toward Xiao Ying as if Eugene Yuan's warning had never existed. "Captain Xiao, let's go." Xiao Ying's teasing expression froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered, casting a provocative glance at Eugene Yuan before beckoning with his hand. The crimson lizard swiftly descended from the sky, exuding an unsettling, dark aura. Its fiery red wings swept over the treetops, stirring fallen leaves, while its pitch-black scales seemed to seep with an eerie cold mist. Eugene Yuan felt his breath tighten under that oppressive darkness. He pressed his lips together, wanting to warn Song Shao, but hesitated. Did Song Shao actually believe his earlier warning about the danger? Song Shao's calm eyes answered him, yes. But their perspectives differed, leading to different conclusions. To others, this was just a dark attribute crimson lizard. To Song Shao, it also held a ghost attribute, making it a dual attribute beast king level pet. Even more astonishing, this beast king had awakened a rare special domain, usually reserved for beast emperors, the nonsense domain. The nonsense domain is unusual and somewhat of a double-edged sword. To activate it, the pet must accumulate enough malice points. The higher the malice, the greater the chance that an instruction passed by the tamer will actually come true. For example, if the malice exceeds 80, Xiaoing saying the opponent's pet suddenly has diarrhea and can't fight would have an 80 chance of happening. But if the malice is too low, any command is just empty talk. Even the domain's activation won't hurt the opponent. While Eugene Yuan explained this, Song Shao quietly speculated. Xiao Ying's annoying smirk probably meant he was deliberately hoarding malice points. To build up malice, he'd have to insult others constantly, randomly attack bystanders, but couldn't reveal the trick, explaining it would drop the malice and his combat effectiveness too. Thinking of this, Song Shao felt a flush of sympathy. Suddenly feeling a chill down his spine, Xiaoing turned around and caught Song Shao pulling back his gaze. He grinned and seized the chance to keep building malice. If not now, when? Song Shao, don't cry from fear later. What Eugene Yuan said is true. Just recently, a high schooler your age lost their spiritual power here. Song Shao met his eyes and nodded seriously. Thanks for your concern, Xiao team leader. I definitely won't cry. Xiao Ying's smile froze. What the heck? Is this guy broken? Thanking me. Unwilling to give up, he leaned closer and lowered his voice. Song Shao, the wild pets here have bad tempers. People die here all the time. Song Shao was silent for a few seconds, as if digesting the threat. Xiaoying puffed up, sure had scared him. But suddenly Song Shao looked up, gratitude plain on his face. Thanks, Xiao team leader, for the warning and important info. I'll try my best not to die here. Xiaoying was speechless. Wait, was that what I meant? Can this guy even have a normal conversation? Song Shao quietly chuckled. If you manage to get even a little malice out of me, I'll admit defeat. Even upon reaching their destination, Xiao Ying's gloomy gaze remained low. The suspected he wasn't really talking to a person, but instead dispensing mercy to a statue of the Virgin Mary. He couldn't shake the feeling he was radiating the saintly light of the Virgin Mary himself. That was seriously weird. Xiao Ying had 3 team members with him, all wearing identical combat uniforms. Song Shao could only tell them apart by the codes on their chests. Xiao Mao, fill him in on the current status of B-19. Xiao Ying said doubtfully, shoving Song Shao forward and leaving the rookie with one of them. Song Shao noticed the team member with 478 on his chest step up. That was the Xiao Mao Xiao Ying had mentioned. This is the 3rd expedition into B-19. Xiao Mao cut straight to the point. The first 2 attempts cost lives. We've already raised the danger level here, and in theory this mission is no longer suitable for off-contract beast tamers. But since you're here, I'll lay everything out. For months ago, a sudden earthquake turned this zone into a no-go wasteland shrouded in gray mist. At the same time, nearly all high-level companion beasts vanished overnight. Experts speculate that the awakened creature this time is likely a beast god leveler, maybe even latest stage. No companion beast has reached super god tier in the last 5 centuries, but this wild monster seems determined to use its awakening to break through. We know nothing about its attributes or abilities. If it fails to evolve and dies, the energy release would be comparable to a nuclear explosion. Our mission is to locate it and, if possible, drive it back into the fissure. After hearing the briefing, Song Shao nodded in understanding. The moment he stepped into domain B-19, his chest tightened a natural pressure from a stronger being to a weaker one, at least beast god tier. The ground was fractured and scarred with cracks. Rows of ancient trees looked as if they'd been torn out by some massive underground force, their withered branches entwined with decaying soil. Thin gray mist swirled overhead, but seemed to fear whatever lurked below and hovered only at high altitude. Since they had been here twice before, Xiaoying led with practiced ease. Song Shao summoned Star, cautiously inspecting every crevice and fallen log, but found no new clues to study. As he scanned the area, a flash of purple caught his eye amidst the dead grass. It was a purple pity grass, capable of closing wounds and stopping bleeding within moments, and worth 8,000 to 10,000 star coins each in the outside world. Healing companion beasts are rare, and even when available, their abilities vary widely and consume huge energy, so beast tamers bring expensive, fast-acting remedies on missions. Though Song Shao hoped never to use it, he carefully placed the grass in his backpack. Nearby, Xiao Mao whispered to his teammates, "This guy's pretty lucky, huh? We've swept this place so many times, and he still manages to score a find." Xiaoying scoffed, "Luck won't keep you alive here." Song Shao approached sincerely and thanked Xiaoying. "Thank you for the warning, Captain Xiao. I won't rely on luck." Then he turned toward another cluster of fallen logs. Something had just moved there. The air fell silent for a moment. Xiao Mao blinked, stunned. "Captain, he just thanked you. First time I've seen someone want to thank you instead of ripping your mouth apart." Xiaoying said with a warning glance, "Say one more word, and he'll tear your mouth instead." Song Shao stepped forward and saw a tiny plant, no bigger than half his palm, with a deep blue hue, trembling slightly, as if frightened. He reached out a fingertip to touch it. Boom. Spiderweb-like cracks spread instantly in a 100-meter radius from the plant. Song Shao recoiled reflexively, but the moment his foot landed, a furry, deep blue claw suddenly clamped onto his left leg. In an instant, the fissure opened, dragging him down into darkness. He barely managed to retract Xingxing and Xiaohao into the beast ring, as the sound of falling dirt filled his ears. On the surface, Xiaoying, who had just finished delivering a harsh warning, heard the rumble behind him. Turning around, he saw Song Shao's figure swallowed by the earth. "Xiaoying, no way. I didn't even look away for a second. How did he just disappear?" "Captain, we're doomed. The only person who thanked you has been cursed by your jinx." Underground, rough mud walls scraped against Song Shao's cheek as fine dirt constantly showered him. He felt something wrapped around his calf, dragging him rapidly through the narrow tunnel. Song Shao formed hand seals, and with a wave, Xiaohao appeared by his side. Compared to Xingxing, Xiaohao had better night vision. Darkness was like daylight to it. It spread its wings and let out a low growl. Air slash. The razor-sharp wind blade struck the blue-furred claw binding Song Shao, but didn't manage to cut through a single strand. "Kulu?" Xiaohao cocked its head, clearly baffled. The sensation of moving forward abruptly stopped, and the claw released him. Light from above poured in as Song Shao was gently set down inside a bottomless-looking cellar. The rough, damp stone walls surrounded him, and squatting in front was a creature that looked like a radish spirit. A giant food dragon. Resembling a plump white radish but with 8 spider-like legs, it was naturally fond of hoarding treasures in underground dens. The information from his left eye skill left no doubt. This was indeed a giant food dragon. Juju, welcome to my home. The radish spirit's voice was soft and polite. Song Shao raised a brow. Well, that's surprisingly courteous. Juju, can you be my baby? Song Shao wore a puzzled expression. He was a living human. Why would it, of all things, catch him instead of stealing beast eggs? Xiaohao looked just as confused. Kulu? Don't you have your own babies? Song Shao sighed inwardly, then decisively summoned Xingxing, ready to escape. The giant food dragon's 8 legs kicked chaotically as it rifled through a pile of clutter and pulled out a white egg. Juju, Juju. My baby hasn't hatched yet, so I have to find another one. Xingxing appeared, alert and scanning the surroundings. Song Shao swung himself onto Xingxing's back and gently patted its neck. Let's go. The next moment, Xingxing erupted into a storm of blue-white lightning, soaring skyward. Xiaohao fluttered after, snatching the white egg in passing. Just as they burst through the surface, Song Shao barely had time to relax before freezing in midair. Where is this place? These surroundings are completely different from before. Xia Heo's feathers bristled with fear, it loosened its grip, and the white egg dropped into Song Shao's arms. Crack! A fissure appeared on the eggshell. The faint sound of cracking eggshells didn't catch Song Shao's attention. All his focus was fixed on the scene before him. It was nearly a nightmare. A gray mist hung like semi-solid sludge, engulfing everything around. Towering into the clouds were not mountains or trees, but massive corpses. The stars blinked their gray round eyes, stunned by what they saw. Banban, where are we? Song Shao wondered if he had somehow crossed into another strange and terrifying world again. The ground was littered with broken limbs and carcasses, old bloodstains crusted black, but still telling of a brutal past. These fallen remains, whether toppled or standing upright, stretched hundreds of meters high. They ranged from insectoid species to beast pets, all at the beast emperor or even beast god level, none below that. Did the giant devouring dragon bring us to the ruins of an insectoid battlefield? A cold doubt settled in Song Shao's mind. Even years after death, the battlefield still radiated a suffocating murderous intent. Banban searched for footing among the fractured bones, while Xiaohao kept close to the ground, afraid to fly too high and disturb the sleeping giant bodies. Song Shao quickly formed hand seals, recalling Xiaohao back into the beast ring. But something more dangerous was approaching. In the distance, a dark, oppressive fog silently surged forward, as if it were alive. A chill ran down Song Shao's neck. He gripped Banban's thick neck tightly, only then noticing an unhatched egg nestled under his arm. Banban, run! He shouted. The silver wolf shot off like lightning in the direction opposite the black fog. Banban unleashed a series of thunder leaps, each spanning 100 meters. After 4 or 5 bursts, they should have been 600 meters ahead. Song Shao looked back, but saw the dark mist was not receding, it was closing in. This fog was alive. Gritting his teeth, Song Shao urged Banban to speed up. Banban leapt 10 more times at full stretch, yet the inky ribbon clung to them like a shadow. Worse, in their frantic flight, they had unwittingly circled back to where they started. Since they couldn't outrun it, they had to fight. Song Shao ordered Banban to release thunder strikes. Over 10 arcs of electricity tore through the fog, but only scattered it briefly. The lightning flickered out instantly, and the black mist reformed, mocking them. Song Shao tried scanning with his left eye, but could detect no trace of any beast pet or insectoid life. It clearly wasn't any known creature, yet it had a strange awareness. Where exactly did that giant devouring dragon leave us? His mind was in turmoil until a flash of insight hit him. Back to the pit, quick! The black fog sensed his plan and surged forward like a pouring river of ink. Banban sharply turned toward the pit where the dragon had fallen. The sudden jerk caused the egg in Song Shao's arms to slip free. He lunged but barely missed catching it. Song Shao's eyes locked onto the egg left behind and the black mist that was about to descend. The damp, heavy air pushed his hair back, and a flicker of hesitation passed through his finely shaped, handsome features. Xingxing! The thought flashed instantly. The silver-striped leopard suddenly turned its head and plunged without hesitation into the swirling black mist. Heavenly thunder armor! Song Shao shouted sharply. Lightning erupted around Xingxing's body, but the next moment, the black mist pressed against him. The crackling sounds barely began before being swallowed by faint, scattered arcs of electricity. Without time to think, he flipped off Xingxing's back and landed, immediately sprinting toward the egg that had rolled not far away. Ban! Xingxing cried out in surprise. It had never imagined its sole defensive skill could be pierced in an instant. As Song Shao reached out, a wisp of black mist as thin as a hair wrapped around his forearm, stabbing pain flooding in like needles. These black mists were definitely alive. Gritting his teeth, he slapped the mist away, but his protective armor was already riddled with tiny holes. Got it! He scooped up the egg and turned to run without pausing, leaping back onto Xingxing's back mid-stride. The silver-striped leopard became a streak of lightning, charging fiercely into the deep pit dug by the giant carnivorous dragon. Crack! Another faint crisp sound came from above. The black mist rolled, but remained stubbornly at the pit's entrance, like a patient hunter lying in wait. The pit was empty. The giant carnivorous dragon was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Hao paced anxiously inside the beast ring, so Song Shao had to summon it out. Xiao Hao circled its master, sniffing to confirm Song Shao was safe before flapping its wings and flying to the pit's edge for a look. Sure enough, the black mist sealed off the exit completely, but did not descend it, seemed to be waiting for them to walk right in. They had hit a dead end. Without the giant carnivorous dragon, there was no way back to Sector B-19. Song Shao's gaze scanned the dusty, brown surroundings. There was no water or edible plants. Xingxing and Xiao Hao still had enough energy rations, but Song Shao's own reserves were running dangerously low. His eyes fell on the egg in his arms. Two fine cracks had appeared on its shell. He remembered the giant carnivorous dragon mentioned in it was its baby, an unborn young dragon. Adult giant carnivorous dragons were skilled at digging tunnels and naturally had spatial control abilities. Song Shao guessed it was the combination of space manipulation and tunneling that had unwittingly brought him to this alternate space. But could the little one hatch in just these few days? It felt cruel to make a newborn baby do any work, but facing life and death, Song Shao could only try to quiet his conscience for now. He couldn't pin all his hopes on the unborn dragon baby, so he called on Xingxing to try another magic display. The silver-striped leopard's nostrils twitched, its forepaws lightly tapping as it began to sniff back and forth across the pit floor. Bamban. Nothing here. Bamban. Still nothing here. Finally, it stopped behind a glistening beast's spinal bone. Bamban. Xingxing had picked up the scent of the giant carnivorous dragon, but it wasn't from the tunnel they came through. Song Shao's gaze, however, fixed on the beast's spine lying there. This is the legendary hidden beast Imeric's remains. The divine beast-level skeleton lay silently, snow-white and jade-like, with a subtle chill seeping through the gaps between the bones. On Song Shao's left eye appeared a line of text. Hidden Beast Angel Amulet, Evolution Item Number 1. He reached out to touch it. The bone surface was icy and smooth, faintly carrying a floral scent. Usually, the stronger a pet beast, the larger its size except for rare exceptions like the hidden beast Imeric, which grew smaller with each evolution. Now, the entire skeleton was barely over a meter long. Carefully, Song Shao lifted the remains and moved them to a clean spot. Young Xiao Hao poked his head out, shaking it. Kulu? Who's this? Song Shao wiped off the ashes with a tissue. A divine beast-level pet, Imeric. Elf attribute, beautiful appearance, enchanting voice, loves singing under the moonlight, and has healing abilities. Such a beauty-loving, song-loving pet beast, yet it died alone in this pit, never to see moonlight again. Song Shao gently brushed off the ashes, and before leaving, placed a paper butterfly and a star-flavored cheese stick beside the remains. Crack. The egg in his backpack cracked again. The tunnel was narrow. Song Shao weighed his options. Stay and wait for the giant predatory dragon or search for an exit along the cave. Though the black mist overhead hadn't descended, it thickened and pressed down heavily. Xiao Hao looked up and shouted at the mist. Kulu! Kulu! To warn Song Shao. Song Shao lifted the star, raised his arm for Xiao Hao to land on his wrist, and took a last glance at the dense fog before deciding to venture deeper into the pit. With Xiaohao's night vision, he moved smoothly, marveling. Though ugly, the giant predatory dragon was a natural tomb raider if used right. It could empty ancient tombs in minutes or immediately land a secure job. He took out his phone. With less than 50 battery left, he switched to power-saving mode. Without it, his precise sense of time would be lost. Half an hour passed, and he estimated they had walked about 3,000 meters. Suddenly, Star's nostrils twitched, ears flattening. Ban. There's a strange scent. A strange scent? Song Shao turned just as Xiao Hao shouted, Kulu, and crossed his wings protectively in front of Song Shao. Solidify. The wings instantly turned into snow-white ceramic. A sharp icicle, about the thickness of an arm, shot out from the cave, striking heavily and knocking Xiao Hao back into Song Shao's arms. Ice attribute, pet beast. Song Shao's eyes narrowed sharply. Star, thunder slash. Star looked back at the fallen Xiao Hao, gray eyes blazing with fury. After all, that was his little brother. How dare anyone bully him? Ban. Star's eyes gleamed with fierce determination, his handsome face arrogantly fixed on the unknown pet beast outside the tunnel. Just as another icy pillar surged forward, Star suddenly transformed into a streak of pale blue lightning that fully illuminated the tunnel, shattering the ice column like a mighty axe splitting stone. Ice shards scattered, and a bone-chilling cold swept through the tunnel. Riding the blast of the recoil, Star shot out like a falling star, charging straight toward the target outside. In the blink of an eye, his explosive claws had latched onto the stout, dark blue, round-bodied pet beast, pinning it tightly beneath a thick layer of ice. Its massive frame, over 3 meters tall, writhed beneath arcs of electricity. Its gray eyes lowered, but its imposing aura remained unwavering. The subdued pet beast let out a weak, feeble cry, its plump belly trembling as claw marks nearly tore through its flesh. Song Shao arrived carrying Shao Hao, his left eye displaying information. Grade: a water blue otter, ancient god-level pet beast. The label extinct species made his brow furrow in surprise. Stars, let it go, Song Shao said calmly. Stars loosened his grip. The water blue otter staggered to its feet, its pale blue swollen belly swaying side to side. Lon Lon, it weakly called, clutching its belly. Song Shao raised his hand in a gesture. Where's the path out of here? The water blue otter stared at him for a long moment, then pointed back the way they had come with its short paw, clearly refusing to let anyone venture farther in. Its stubborn gaze declared, if you want to go in, you'll have to step over me. Song Shao paused thoughtfully, then quietly set down his backpack and pulled out some snacks. He tore open the packaging of a cheese stick and waved it in front of the otter's nose. Ever tried a cheese stick? The otter's nostrils twitched, its eyes glued to the cheese stick as its throat bobbed nervously. Song Shao had expected this. An ancient god pet beast surviving in the cracks of the world would have no idea what modern snacks were. Take us out, and this is yours. Song Shao raised the cheese stick higher. The otter drooled, its pride immediately forgotten in the tempting smell of cheese. It nodded stupidly and accepted the cheese stick like a sacred treasure, licking it tentatively, but already reluctant to part with it. Lon Lon, it suddenly cried out, lifting its head high. In an instant, several pet beasts about 1.5 meters tall burst from the sky, bushes, and soil, each with a white ring over their heads and glowing yellow eyes. They stared at the cheese stick and, realizing it was a gift from Song Shao, shyly waved at him. Ling Ling, I can tell you how to get out. One of the rock spirit birds chirped brightly. Song Shao rummaged through his bag again, pulling out 3 more cheese sticks. As he bent down to look for more snacks, the rock spirit bird suddenly widened its eyes and cried, Ling Ling. It pointed deeper into the backpack. Song Shao followed its gaze and pulled out a feather from Yurda. The moment the feather was revealed, the 3 pet beasts instantly vanished like afterimages. The water blue otter, still reluctant to part with its cheese stick, was a moment slower and was caught by Song Shao's hand. Do you know Yurda? Song Shao asked in a low voice. At the mention of that name, the water blue otter trembled all over, as if it was a forbidden taboo. Its voice quivered, Lon, Lon Lon. Song Shao was puzzled. Yurda was supposed to be friendly. Why did it terrify them so much? Crack a sound came from the backpack. The eggshell finally broke open, revealing a small snake as thick as a finger, pure white with a black scar on its forehead, raising its head to look around. Bye-bye, Dad. Song Shao was utterly stunned. He stared at the chopstick-thin little snake wriggling out of the backpack, and his first thought was, why isn't this a giant carnivore dragon? The tiny mint-green creature was locked onto the half-cracked eggshell beside it, desperately trying to pry it open with its mouth. But the shell was several times larger than its head. Puffing up its cheeks and using every ounce of strength, it barely made the eggshell wobble. After failing, its round eyes immediately became misty. It let out a plaintive bye-bye, and a single tear dropped onto Song Shao's backpack fabric, soaking a big patch. Song Shao paused a few seconds, then finally reached in and carefully peeled the eggshell off the little snake bit by bit. As soon as a fist-sized gap appeared, the snake slipped onto his wrist and coiled tightly around it. From afar, it looked like a living white bracelet worn by him. This sudden familiarity made Song Shao's heart skip. He felt this pet beast looked strangely familiar, so he raised his left eye for a scan. Name, Jabalos. Title, White Swamp King not yet acquired. Attribute, Fairy Dragon. Type, Special. Level, Awakening Tier Beginner. Skills. 1. Fairy Light Basic Novice. 2. Angel's Kiss Intermediate Novice. 3. Act Cute Basic Novice. 4. Moonlight Wave Intermediate Novice. 5. Demon Reappearance Advanced Novice. Evolution Path, Bloodline Evolution. Secondary Attribute, Dark. White Swamp King. Recognition hit him like a flash. Reduced to infant form, Jabalos was a miniature version of Yilta, which meant this egg wasn't a giant carnivore dragon after all, but a descendant of Yilta? Song Shao didn't know whether to admire the giant carnivore dragon's audacity for stealing Yilta's egg or to mourn himself for a moment. If Yilta found out her child had been taken by him, and that she was being mistaken for its father, she'd probably annihilate him on the spot. But Jabalos seemed unaware, growing even more affectionate as he wound himself around Song Shao's wrist. With his other hand, Song Shao gently pinched the little cold head, trying to sound soothing. I'm not your dad. You've got the wrong person. The little snake blinked its eyes and rubbed its tail against his skin. What is this handsome human saying? Who cares? Humans are warm and smell nice. Song Shao murmured quietly to himself. Yilta must be looking for you. I'll help you get home. Then I'll ask her to send me back to District B19. He recalled the water blue otter's fear clearly. That creature had obviously seen Yilta. If Yilta could appear in the forest, she must be able to cross the rift. Returning this child might just earn him a ticket back to the city. Send me away? Jabalos seemed to understand the gist, shaking his tiny head wildly. and clutching even tighter in a very direct refusal. Bye-bye. It was the first time Song Shao had a female pet beast get this clingy and affectionate, completely different from the bumbling male pets like Xingxing and Xiao Hao. He sighed, stroking the smooth head with his fingertip. The icy, cool touch was a clear reminder this was indeed just a newborn baby. By human standards, this was nothing more than a newborn infant. Curious, Xingxing and Xiao Hao leaned in to look at Jiabaloosi. Ban Ban. Xingxing reached out a fluffy paw finger, tilting her head as she compared it, smiling playfully to show that this little guy's paw was still thinner than her own finger. Kulu Kulu. Xiao Hao nodded repeatedly and casually asked, is it some malnourished defective pet beast? In the pet world, smaller size means lower rank, right? Song Shao wanted to explain Jibaloosi was actually a rare hidden beast, far more precious than in strength, but then a faint pink light suddenly flickered in those snow-white eyes. Bye-bye. Xingxing and Xiaohao's expressions froze instantly. The next second, Xingxing blushed with shame and gave herself a slap on the paw, while Xiao Hao made faces, winking and trying to charm Jibaloosi. Song Shaogang opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed his words. He glanced down at the data on his wristband, stopping at the skill description. Skill. Coaxing causes the target to feel sympathy and pity, thereby weakening their fighting spirit. No wonder. Jiabaloosi had clearly used coaxing on Xingxing and Xiao Hao just now. Song Shaogang recalled the strange pang of pity he felt when first seeing the little beast was that caused by the skill too. At that moment, Jiabaloosi, now surrounded by Xingxing and Xiaohao's teasing, glanced up at Song Shaogang, then obediently curled around his wrist, softly rubbing against him. Bye-bye. Song Shaogang quietly compared this to his memories. Had once been slightly controlled by the psychic skill of a creature named Huanyanglamu, feeling like a puppet on strings. But this time, he didn't sense any loss of control. Either Jiabaloosi hadn't actually used the skill on him, or he had successfully resisted it. Either way, it was incredible that this newly hatched little guy already knew how to use his innate talent to protect himself, even gaining the goodwill of people and beasts around him. He said nothing more, carrying Jiabaloosi over to the trembling Shui Lawn otter, pointing at it and asking, tell me, where is Yurta? Or better yet, where have you seen Yurta? As soon as the name Yurta was spoken, the Shui Lawn otter trembled as if shocked, and then simply lowered its head, pretending to be dead. Song Shaogang tilted his head and gestured, use coaxing on it. Jiabaloosi lifted his tiny head, blinked, and that pink light flickered across his pupils again. Then he softly leaned on Song Shaogang's arm, looking a bit tired. Soon after, the Shui Lawn otter looked up guiltily, thinking about this poor little pet beast, who had gone through so much searching for his father, and how it had been obstructing rather than helping. It felt like such a terrible creature. How could I be so bad? It cried inwardly, finally stopping its hesitation and pointing its paw toward the depths of a fissure. Lon 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 lon. Yurta took the best spot there. He monopolizes all the resources and won't let other pet beasts come near. We haven't had enough to eat for a long time. Song Shaogang frowned slightly. So Yurta has this kind of personality? But Xingxing stared blankly at her own paw, unable to figure out why she had just slapped herself. Following the Shui Lawn otter's paw, Song Shaogang gently patted Xingxing's head. Silly Xingxing, let's go. Xingxing turned her head in confusion, looking at her beastmaster. Ban. Silly Xingxing? Are you calling me? Xiao Hao came to his senses too, wearing a deeply troubled expression as he wondered how he had just done something so embarrassing it was downright humiliating. Song Shao handed the leftover cheese sticks that hadn't been distributed to Shui Lan to, then started walking toward where Yurta was. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Gabalua's gaze fixed on the cheese stick in Shui Lantis' paws. Do newly hatched pets need milk too? Song Shao thought it over. He knew human babies definitely needed milk, but whether just hatched pets did was uncertain. He wanted to ask Xingxing and Xiao Hao, but those two were still too caught up in their own doubts to answer. So he simply pulled out Xiao Hao's energy liquid from his backpack, the kind suitable for awakened-level pets, and grabbed another cheese stick, holding both out in front of Gabilos. Which one do you want? Gabeluos snapped back to awareness, looking up at him with eyes almost transparent, like glass beads, empty inside. After a few seconds, his little tail lifted and pointed to himself. Bye-bye for me. Song Shao nodded. I'm not sure what a newly hatched one eats. These are the only two I have. Which do you want? Gabelua's pupils shifted gently, eyes flickering between the energy liquid and the cheese stick. His tail wagged hesitantly. You want both? Then you get both. Bye-bye really. The little creature looked up excitedly, his small body straightening a bit. Song Shao chuckled. It was clear he was still just a youngling. He opened the energy liquid first. Gabeluo's was now about as thick as chopsticks, making the bottle opening relatively big. Song Shao propped the bottle like a feeding bottle, letting Gabeluo's dip his head in to drink. The pale green liquid visibly decreased, but Gabeluo's slender body showed no notable change. At that moment, Xingxing stopped walking and pointed back at himself. Ban Ban. I'm hungry too. Song Shao retrieved Xingxing's special energy meal and liquid, but Xingxing didn't reach out to take it. Then Xiao Hao fluttered down from the sky to stand beside Xingxing, shouting, "Ban Ban, Kulu. We want to be fed too." Song Shao groaned and pinched his forehead. Was this some kind of contest? In the end, he had to forcibly pry open Xingxing's mouth and shove the energy meal and liquid in, doing the same for Xiao Hao. He couldn't help but think, those two are such silly kids. What Song Shao didn't notice was Gabeluos, quietly clinging to his wrist, watching Xingxing and Xiao Hao intently. The previous affection and vulnerability were gone. His eyes now held a mysterious, unreadable expression. As Shui Lantu had said, the closer they got to Yurta, the more splendid the scenery became, with an indescribable fragrance lingering in the air. Song Shao even spotted a high-level spirit plant by the road's idea rare treasure that only wood element beast king level pets could use, and if sold outside, it would fetch over 1,000,000 star coins. Having learned caution from the giant food dragon incident, he just glanced at it briefly from a distance and didn't dare touch. After only a few steps more, he spotted another high-level spirit plant suitable for earth element pets to advance, suddenly sprouting up. As before, Song Shao glanced past it without a second thought and walked on as if he hadn't seen it. As Song Shao silently counted his steps, after 100 paces he spotted a blue-purple flower. It was the legendary thunderflower, said to draw down lightning and grow stronger through storms. Its petals shimmered like silk with flashes of violet-blue electricity, gently swaying in the breeze. A cold gleam flashed in Song Shao's eyes as he reached out to stroke Xingxing's soft head, instantly issuing a mental command. Boom! A lightning bolt as thick as a bucket abruptly struck the flower. The electric light exploded, and the violet-blue petals shattered into powder in an instant. If this had been a genuine thunderflower, it should have thrived under the lightning's nurturing energy. Instead, it was crushed so easily, clearly a fake. As dust scattered, a deep, horn-like rumble came from beneath the ground. The surface cracked and split with a crack, and a massive head with a metallic sheen slowly emerged. Song Shao vaulted onto his horse and, with Xingxing, leapt up to perch on a high beech tree branch. The rocky Kalasusa, beast emperor-level earth-type creature. Its massive body rose like a small mountain, its long arms patchworked from boulders, resembling stone-built apes. Its triangular, blood-red eyes locked firmly onto Song Shao and Xingxing. With a grinding rumble, surrounding rubble gathered itself, forming giant stones larger than Xingxing, which hurtled forward like stone cannonballs. Electric sparks crackled beneath Xingxing's feet as it darted through the air in zigzags using swift lightning, simultaneously clawing out bursts of electric shock to smash the incoming boulders. Yet the stones only increased in number, raining down like a storm. Though the 1,000 thunder illusions distracted the onslaught, they couldn't fully shatter the barrage. After destroying the 10th giant stone, Song Shao saw through the rocky colossus game and shifted tactics immediately. Xingxing switched to explosive claws. Xingxing responded, gathering power in its claws and slammed down on the next advancing boulder crash. The stone exploded into fragments on impact. Try combining the electric shocks with explosive claws. Song Shao instructed calmly. Their only chance was to maximize damage while minimizing energy use. Xingxing attempted to channel electricity through its claws, but the two energy types' conflicted electric shock discharged with no effect, leaving only the explosive claws active. Frowning, Song Shao's gaze swept to the ground. The rocky colossus barely moved, standing like an immovable fortress, relentlessly hurling stones. To wear it down, they had to first disrupt its offense. Xiao Hao go? Distracted. Kuru. Xiao Hao dove down, his wing blades gleaming as he unleashed the sky-splitting slash repeatedly, shaving away the colossus' gathered rock chunks before swiftly soaring up to avoid its grasp. Repeating this cycle several times, the giant's arm movement slowed and its stone-throwing rhythm faltered. Xingxing finally caught a breather, stomping the tree trunk as lightning blades formed to launch a thunder strike against the rocky arm. Rocky Colossus. The beast bellowed, shaking the forest. Just as Xingxing was about to sever the stone arm, a sharp chi-chi rang out. The air subtly rippling, the rocky colossus vanished and reappeared behind Xingxing in an instant, snaring him in its massive palm. Xingxing. The star creature was trapped in the massive rock monster's grasp, its whole body crackling with pale blue lightning that rivaled the brightness of sunlight. Amid the dazzling electrical blaze, Song Shao instinctively lunged forward. His left eye instantly transformed into a brilliant gray, as the star's agony poured unfiltered into his body. Straining, the star turned its head toward its beast master. It saw Song Shao bent over, gripping his knees in pain. Fury and unwillingness ignited instantly within it, intensifying the lightning raging around like a stormy sea of thunder. Gabeluo slipped out through the gap at Song Shao's wrist. Looking up, the little creature saw his pale face soaked in sweat, veins bulging in the effort to share the star's suffering. Confused, it wondered why this human willingly endured such torment. Song Shao gasped violently, eyes fixed on small Gabeluos before him. The situation was more perilous than their battle against the giant bat. Then there was hope of rescue. Now, trapped deep inside the crevice. Only the star and Xiao Hao stood beside him. Slowly, he extended a slender, jade-like finger. Return to the backpack first. If things get worse, run immediately. Gabeluos stared at the slightly trembling finger, then lightly flicked its core against his fingertip but did not move. It nudged closer and touched the gray left eye. After a gentle strike, it seemed exhausted, sagging limp. Swift as ever, Song Shao caught it before it fell. In that instant, a gentle energy flowed into Song Shao like a warm breeze. The searing pain brought on by deep empathy shattered under the soothing surge, scattering and fading away. Ban ban. The star snarled fiercely. Its electric glow erupted violently, faint blue currents mixed with hints of green tracing its fangs. Eyes blazing with rage, it suddenly tore into the rocky fiend's arm. Bang! Terrifying electricity tore through the giant's stone arm, sending jagged shards flying. Off balance, the rock monster staggered back and roared thunderously. The star seemed to swell again. Each step it took shook with thunder, while black electric patterns called electric kisses spread rapidly across the enemy's body. The next moment, massive currents converged between the star's claws. The electric shock combined with a devastating slash created a new attack, fueled by pure fury. Like a charged cannonball, it crashed into the rock monster. Boom! Pale blue lightning exploded, flattening 100 meters of forest. The monster's chest was ripped open, leaving only one arm pounding the earth in rage. The shattered stone pieces hastily gathered, attempting to mend the broken giant body. Rock! Ban ban! Burning with anger, the star stood its ground fiercely in front of Song Shao. Blood trickled from its claw tips after the powerful strike, sending sharp pain through its nerves. Yet, knowing its beast master shared the same torment made it even more furious. The thought of their shared pain only fueled its wrath. Stars, disrupting its rapid body regeneration. Song Shao held Gabelos in the palm of his hand as he looked up into the sky and issued a cold command. Moments ago, it was this juvenile six-winged serpent that had used the angel's kiss on him. This was a double-edged ability when cast on enemies. It disrupted their minds and caused confusion. When applied to allies, it purified their mental energy temporarily, significantly boosting combat effectiveness. Erda, being a beast god-level entity, had once used a similar skill to briefly elevate stars and Xiao Hao's ranks. Gabelos, however, was only a hatchling and couldn't directly promote ranks, but it could ease the tearing pain inside Song Shao's body, while simultaneously enhancing stars and Xiao Hao's power. Right now, the chest and abdomen cracks of the Longyan giant beast's seat had signs of a critical injury. Song Shao needed stars to go all out during this brief amplification, to show the colossal creature that even though it was several ranks stronger, forcing them into a desperate situation would come at a bloody cost. Boom! Thunderous lightning pillars as thick as buckets struck down in rapid succession, scorching the earth and cracking the ground, filling the air with the acrid smell of burning. Stars unleashed thunder's might, each burst of electric energy shattering the newly formed rocky arm of the Longyan giant beast. The beast bellowed furiously, magma-like rock fragments sprayed from its mangled elbow. Suddenly, a tremendous wave of stones surged up from beneath Star's feet. Stars transformed into a silver-white streak of lightning, gliding through the air with such agility that even its shadow was hard to track, skillfully exploiting the enemy's missing arm. Song Shao diverted his attention to locate Xiao Hao. That sudden sharp chirp had disrupted Star's assault, and then a false thunder bloom appeared. He was almost certain another beast companion lurked nearby, a lower-ranked one conspiring with the Longyan giant beast and using illusions to trap passing creatures. Xiao Hao's sharp eyesight missed no subtle movement, discovering this unseen mastermind could hold the key to turning the tide. Kuru! With a clear cry, Xiao Hao rose from the beech grove behind them, sharp claws clutching a small yellow plump chicken. The chubby bird, barely 40 centimeters tall, was tightly gripped with its eyes rolling back and weakly beating its short wings, letting out a high-pitched plea. Seeing the little chicken, the Longyan giant beast abruptly halted, panic in its single remaining massive arm as it tried to snatch Xiao Hao and free the captive. But in the sky, Xiao Hao's speed rivaled lightning. With a slight dodge, he avoided the heavy blow and flapped his wings to stabilize the hostager, rather be staged safely into Song Shao's palm. Song Shao looked down. This was an awakened illusion spirit Qiu, whose sole ability was transformation, limited to replicating objects of similar or smaller size. That it could mimic a thunder bloom meant it must have come into contact with the real thing, exactly what Song Shao needed. Longyan! Longyan! The giant beast growled deeply, gesturing toward the illusion spirit as if to say, "As long as you don't harm this small creature, we can let you go." Song Shao gripped the illusion spirit's neck with one hand. Meeting the beast's stony gaze, he suddenly punched the spirit's forehead. Feathers scattered, and the illusion spirit let out a piercing, torn chew of pain. "Now you want to negotiate? Stars took hits for nothing?" Song Shao's gaze flicked over the bloodied claws of Stars, his phoenix-like eyes cold as a frozen pool. Just now, you bullied us with your strength. Now that I have your weakness, you want to settle peacefully? Such good deals don't exist in this world. He held the illusion spirit up before the beast, voice calm but unyielding. Thunderbloom. Hand it over. The Longyan giant beast's rocky armor creaked as it hesitated. But Song Shao's deduction was flawless. The illusion spirit's transformation ability was limited to items it had touched. Since it could become a thunder bloom, the real flower must be in the beast's possession or hidden underground. Seeing no sign of concession, Song Shao's lips curled into a cold smile. He drew the empty energy vial once drained by Gabelos and casually hurled it. The glass shattered sharply, shards spinning in his palm. Without hesitation, he picked up a sharp piece and stabbed it into the soft wing of the illusion spirit. Song Shao sneered coldly, smashing the empty energy vial of Gabelos and driving the sharp glass shard into the illusion spirit's wing. Chirp, chirp. The desperate cries of the illusion spirit bird echoed through the rift, the silver-white tips of its feathers dripping bright red blood. Song Shao lowered his gaze to that small bloodstain, his voice cold and sharp as a blade of alloy steel. When you and the Longyan beast colluded to harm people and creatures, did it ever occur to you that they would feel pain too? If it weren't for Gabelos forcibly healing the little one with his angel's kiss, combined with Song Shao's deep empathic connection sharing Star's pain, the little creature's bones would have long been crushed to fragments by the Longyan beast. Had this happened outside the rift, the Pet Beast Security Bureau would have sentenced these two thieves to at least 10 years in prison. The star system imposes strict controls on wild pet beasts. The more unique the ability, the greater the potential danger and the harsher the penalties. Song Shao's dagger still dripped blood, its cold gleam ready to pierce the second wing. At last, the Longyan beast broke down and muttered assent to his demand for the thunder flower. But Song Shao did not relent. His gaze was like frozen frost. You hesitated too long. Besides the thunder flower, I also want those 2 earth and wood spirit plants you showed me earlier. Longyan, Longyan. The beast roared furiously, the rocky layers of its chest rumbling. With a sharp gust, Song Shao unhesitatingly stabbed the illusion spirit bird's other wing. Blood spattered again as the bird trembled in pain, its wings shaking like a sieve. Think carefully. If you hesitate even a moment more, my demands will only increase. Song Shao's eyes bore no warmth. No matter how raging its fury, faced with these relentless blades, the Longyan beast dared not bargain. It could only choke down its rage and give up all 3 precious plants in exchange for the illusion spirit bird. To prevent any later betrayal, Song Shao signaled Shao how to hold the spirit bird suspended in midair. Only when the spirit plants were safely in his hands did he allow Shao Hao to return the battered illusion bird to the Longyan beast. Once on solid ground, the creature looked at the blood soaking its wings and cried out sharply again. The Longyan beast rushed to wrap its rough stone arms around it, soothing in a low voice. Longyan, Longyan, if they really went to that place, there's no coming back. At this, the spirit bird's cries quieted, eyes wide with terror as they stared toward the peaceful, almost otherworldly area not far off, its feathers instinctively curling inwards. The thunderflower's lightning energy was far too intense, a necessary ingredient for many electric-type pet beasts to advance. Song Shao did not dare rush Star's treatment. Yet at this moment, Star was severely injured and recovering, while Gabelos had fallen into a deep sleep after overusing his angel's kiss. Holding the fragile Gabelos in his palm like a wounded fledgling, Song Shao felt a pang of guilt, as if he were exploiting a child laborer. If not for this kid's desperate magic, Star would have already fallen beneath the Longyan beast's claws. He sealed Star inside his beast ring, where healing was faster. Then he opened a bottle of awakening-level energy liquid, cradled Gabelos' soft nape, and slowly poured it into his mouth. The pale golden liquid slid down the throat as Gabelos rested weakly in Song Shao's palm, rubbing his forehead gently against Song Shao's finger and softly calling, "Bye-bye." High above, Xiao Hao continued a vigilant patrol. Suddenly, its sapphire blue eyes fixed on the ground more precisely, on the shadow cast by Gabelos. That shadow did not shift with the boat's movements, but remained rigid, staring straight at Song Shao. Tired and seeing things just now? Xiao Hao shook its head, but an uneasy sense of doubt stirred deep inside. Something wasn't right. How old was this creature really? Are their eyes failing them? No, that can't be right. Xiao Hao once again focused intently on the shadow of Gabelos, only to find that now the shadow and Gabelos' physical form were completely merged. Under Song Shao's care, Gabelos had barely regained some strength. It wrapped softly around Song Shao's wrist, still and gentle like a living bracelet. Xiao Hao stared at Gabelos in puzzlement, then decided to report this unusual situation to their beast master. "Coo, bye-bye." Gabelos lifted its head, its glassy eyes perfectly clear, reflecting Song Shao's image. Song Shao bent down and asked, "Still hungry?" "Bye-bye." Gabelos nodded, opening its little mouth and pointing to itself with its tail. Song Shao carefully broke off small bits of cheese stick and fed them slowly to it. Xiao Hao hovered quietly in midair, no longer speaking with Song Shao. It flew to a beech tree and watched silently as Song Shao and Gabelos interacted. Halfway through the feeding, Song Shao's expression suddenly froze, feeling Xiaohao's consciousness stirring deep within his mind. As a beast master, he could always connect with the pet's emotions and thoughts when the stars allowed it, but this was the first time he truly sensed Xiaohao's mind. His gaze shifted from Gabelos to its shadow but detected nothing unusual, yet he trusted Xiaohao's sharp eyes would never be mistaken. His thoughts stirred as he recalled the second attribute listed in Gabelos' file, dark attribute. Could this be the hidden beast's true power? A newly hatched creature awakening to 3 simultaneous attributes? Noticing Song Shao's changing focus, Gabelos' eyes darted anxiously back to its shadow, a faint pink light flashing in its crystal-clear gaze. Song Shao's expression shifted slightly, then gently wiped away the cheese residue at the corner of Gabelos' mouth. Delving deeper, Song Shao observed the vibrant yet deathly scene around him, his unease growing stronger. He pulled out Erda's feather and summoned Stardog from the beast ring. The police dog's claw wounds had healed, leaving only faint scars. Stardog still faintly smelled of Erda. Despite being treated as a police dog, Stardog bore no resentment. In fact, it seemed quite proud. No wonder it was his loyal sidekick. Stardog sniffed the feather, then looked cautiously around. After some thought, it pointed a paw towards a direction, that of the cliff. Gabelos gazed at the feather in Song Shao's hand, its innocent expression suddenly turning serious, as if recalling something. It tightened its grip around Song Shao's wrist. Song Shao lifted Stardog and, accompanied by Xiaohao and Gabelos, headed toward the cliff. Just as he took a step, the wind around them abruptly grew restless, and a faint fragrance filled the air, growing stronger and more intense, like an invisible force preventing their approach. Stardog wrinkled its nose, avoiding the scent, while Xiaohao flew higher, trying to escape the foul air. When Song Shao reached the cliff's edge and looked down, the once rich, fragrant, paradise-like fissure suddenly shifted into a grotesque sight. Vicious claws emerged. Erda, shrouded in swirling black, deathly energy, emitted a slow, deep sigh. What is this? Song Shao was stunned, looking at the completely transformed Yurta. No, it's only been a few days. How did Yurta, once full of divine spirit, end up like this? Song Shao clearly saw that within the thick, almost tangible aura of death, Yurta's lower body had already turned into a grim skeleton. The deep pool of black mist churned violently as Yurta slowly straightened up, her fallen, deathly eyes locking onto Song Shao with a lifeless coldness. Yur! In an instant, Xingxing sensed danger and flashed like lightning, pulling Song Shao back several dozen meters. Then she unleashed the phantom thousand thunders, releasing over 10 bolts of lightning, like crimson cracks between them. Yet Yurta's icy, piercing gaze never wavered from Song Shao, completely disregarding the lightning shield. As a beast god-level being, she was already a demigod. Xingxing was like an insignificant ant in her eyes. Yurta, you've come back. Strangely, Yurta didn't attack immediately. Her hatred seemed to pierce right through Song Shao, fixating instead on others, on other pets. Song Shao became even more certain. This monster before him was no longer the original Yurta, but a completely fallen kin. A faint vibration came from his wrist. Gaberos woke. The little serpent slid up Song Shao's arm and rested on his shoulder, lifting its upper body. Its usually clear, watery eyes now gleamed with a bone-chilling coldness. Boom! From deep within the cliff, Yurta's massive form, over 100 meters tall, rose fully, blocking out the sky. Xiaohao distant shouts brought Song Shao back to his senses. Gaberos' once snow-white scales rapidly blackened under his gaze, turning jet black in the blink of an eye. Those big eyes, once sweet and playful, now held nothing but coldness and murderous intent. Name, Gaberos. Title, White Swamp King unobtained. Attribute, Dark. Type, Special. Level, Awakening. Basic skills, Fairy Light Trainee, Basic Angel's Kiss Trainee, Intermediate Cuddle Trainee, Basic Moonlight Wave Trainee, Intermediate Demon Rebirth Trainee, Advanced. Evolution Path, Bloodline Evolution. In Song Shao's left eye data stream, Gaberos' status panel shifted drastically, his first time seeing a pet's attributes change in real time like this. How can this be? Song Shao shuddered. Xingxing also had fighting as a secondary attribute, but had never changed form because of it. He had never heard of a multi-attribute pet transforming completely by switching attributes. Ever since crossing into this world, all his crampacked knowledge seemed utterly useless now. Gaberos faced off against Yurta. The gloom and cruelty of the dark attribute seemed almost tangible. Song Shao's instinct was to run. If this were the clingy little angel Gaberos had been, he wouldn't hesitate to escape with him. But now, Gaberos triggered a primal aversion in him. Sensing his master's unease, Gaberos' gaze left Yurta and landed coldly on Song Shao. Song Shao, there's no need to worry about me. I am truly insignificant, he whispered, voice cold as an ice blade in the night. Responding to him was Yurta's withered tail. Its bone joints were wrapped in rolling black mist, rising from the deep pool as the bony tip suddenly lashed towards Song Shao. Where the white bones appeared, black mist sliced through the air like razor-sharp blades, thick with malevolence that instantly spread all around. The white bones, like a scorpion's tail hidden within the darkness, stabbed straight towards Song Shao. Boom! Suddenly, Xingxing dived down, catching Song Shao and narrowly grazing the deadly white bone tail. As they lifted off the ground, the rocky terrain shattered into fragments, each piece engulfed in black mist that lunged at them like living creatures, revealing the ruthless killing intent of the dark attribute Yurta. Thrown into midair, Song Sha's mind spun wildly as he suddenly realized that the usually perched Gabalos was missing from his shoulder. Just as Yurta swung the pale bone tail to pursue again, a small, shadowy figure darted in front of the tail Gabalos. Those eyes, once clear, now glowed with a demonic blood-red hue. In the next moment, a towering phantom, about 50 meters high and identical to Gabalos, rose explosively from within him, casting a shadow that blanketed the sky. Gabalos opened his mouth, venom dripping from sharp fangs as he bit fiercely toward Yurta's tail tip. But no imagined breaking occurred. Yurta glanced down and met those equally red eyes with nothing but disdain. With a flick of her tail, she sent both the phantom and Gabalos' real body flying. Gabalos had expended all his energy executing the high-level skill demonic rebirth. As the phantom shattered, his body fell like a kite with its strings cut light, yet heavy, barely clinging to life. The thunderous sound of his landing had barely faded when he suddenly felt himself being lifted, hands that were always cool to the touch. Song Shas. The boy's eyes carried an innate coldness, yet hid a tenderness within. Gabalos sensed the intense possessiveness mixed in that closeness, but still growled silently in his heart. Humans are all selfish and calculating. I don't like you. Xingxing, run. Song Sha hissed through gritted teeth, afraid even to glance back at the approaching Yurta, desperately urging Xingxing to flee with him. But it was already too late. Kuru. The white bone tail sliced the air, aiming straight for Song Sha's back. In a flash, Xiao Hao intervened between them. His wings slammed together violently, activating solidification. The collision between his wings and the tail cracked sharply like broken porcelain, suddenly sharing a deep bond with Xiao Hao. All the searing pain flooded Song Sha's nerves without mercy. His chest heaved as he coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood. Bamban! Xingxing cried out mournfully, surrounding Song Sha with overlapping illusions for protection. Meanwhile, her true form transformed into a lightning bolt streaking across the sky, tearing through everything with rage aimed at Yurta. The thunder, thick as tree trunks, seemed insignificant before the vast black mist and was instantly swallowed. From within the dark fog emerged a deathly blade, ruthlessly dismembering Xingxing. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Song Sha fixated on the struggling Xingxing. Suddenly, his left eye throbbed faintly, as if something whispered to him, "Phantom Ram." The being that once promised answers in desperation now left a pristine white feather in his mind. Lowering his gaze, Song Sha pinched the feather stained with Yurta's blood between his fingers, voice low and steady. "Yurta, it's time for you to return." As his words fell, it was as if invisible hands froze the world. Xingxing remained sprawled on the ground in a battered state, black mist suspended in midair, and the very air stood still. Song Sha's drooping lashes trembled quietly in the silence, his pale, delicate face radiating a divine presence too intense to behold. Suddenly, a single snowflake drifted down, settling at the center of Song Sha's brow. A thick black mist spread through the air, deathly silence enveloped the scene, and the desolate ruins of this forbidden realm, as bleak as hell itself, were suddenly torn open by a rift to another world. From the depths of the crack emerged Irteo, pure and white as jade. A colossal sacred figure bathed in an ethereal glow, like a deity descended to the mortal plane. Opposite it, circling the darkened sky, was the black Irteo, shadowy as an abyss, swallowing the last slivers of light around it. White and black, holiness and corruption, these two god-beast titans confronted each other in the sky, the air instantly freezing with tension. Snowflakes fluttered down gently. Song Shao pressed his injured chest, coughing up thick blood. He paid no mind to what the two great gods were about to do. Staggering forward, he rushed to the blood-stained ground and tightly cradled Xingxing, his cherished beast. Xingxing was covered in wounds, frost clinging to its fur. A dull ache gnawed at Song Shao's heart over this time. Xingxing had suffered injury after injury by his side, and he knew he was far from a competent beastmaster. When the black Irteo caught sight of the white Irteo, it erupted as if afflicted by hypermasculinity syndrome, roaring thunderously. Dark storm clouds churned, sand and stones whipped violently. Song Shao hugged Xingxing, ducking behind a withered tree. The trunk splintered under the fierce wind, wood chips scattering. Both he and Xingxing shivered in fear. Across from them, the white Irteo lifted its head against the wind, its gaze heavy with guilt and helplessness. "IR, IR, IR." The two Irteo exchanged calls, their voices breaking through the clouds. Song Shao's chest tightened with pain as he finally understood why there were two Irteos. The original form of an Erteo is called Gaberos. As descendants of the god king, they possess bloodlines closest to divine beasts. Some Gaberos exhibit atavistic traits from birth, naturally bearing dark attributes like twin brothers sharing one body, with light and dark personalities coexisting inside a single Gaberos. When a Gaberos advances to the beast god tier, it faces two distinct evolutionary paths. 1. Splitting into two separate beasts, one light and one dark, both called Erteo. 2. Merging into one entity called Urso. Only by becoming Urso can it hope to reach the transcendent god tier. Clearly, the one before Song Shao had not unified but split into the twin Erteos as independent beings. Centuries ago, though the insectoid tribe was defeated, it left behind severe radiation and toxins in the Forbidden Realm. As the White Marsh King, Erteo bears the duty of guarding and purifying the land. The two Erteos made a pacto each guard for 100 years and take turns absorbing the pollution from the rift. But 200 years ago, the White Erteo, due to which the Black Erteo should have been relieved, suddenly vanished, forcing the Black Erteo to stand guard alone for another century. The doubled radiation corroded its scales, flesh, and mind, ultimately devouring it into its fallen form. As for the lost White Erteo, it had only wanted to go out and play but, being directionally challenged, wandered onto a battlefield, where it was trapped and fell into a centuries-long slumber. It only recently awoke, realizing the disaster it had caused yet unable to reopen the rift back to the Forbidden Realm. Then, sensing fate's connection with Song Shao, it secretly intervened helping Xingxing and Xiao Hao evolve temporarily and gifting Song Shao the key to open the rift. Now, the White Erteo lowered its head, curling its horns, voice trembling near tears as it repeatedly pleaded, "IR, IR." Its radiant wings fluttered softly, as if apologizing to its brother. The Black Erteo spread its wing curtains, blotting half the sky, and snorted coldly. "IR." The Black Erteo immediately turned away, refusing to respond. Song Shao looked at the two quarreling brothers, his mind flashing with the images of those beloved beasts that Erta had scared away. Most likely the Black Erta knew it had been corrupted, growing wild and uncontrollable, and that's why it frightened them all off. "IR." The White Erta growled sharply, voice leaving no room for refusal. "This problem must be solved. IR. I've already found a solution. IR. I want to see what nonsense you come up with." The Black Erta sneered coldly. "IR. I've brought the person here for you." Song Shao, quietly watching with his injured arm held close, never imagined the dispute would land squarely on his own head. He tilted back his head to face the two colossal creatures, one black, one white, each towering hundreds of meters tall. "Wait, are you saying the solution is me?" As he spoke, his bloody finger trembled as he pointed at himself. The White Erta nodded without hesitation. "Song Shao, I'm leaving." He scooped up Xingxing and Xiao Hao and turned to leave. But just as he lifted his foot, an invisible, transparent barrier snapped shut before him, forcefully holding him in place. What could he, an ordinary beast tamer, do about something even two divine-level beast gods couldn't handle? Song Shao paled but forced out his most sincere expression. "I think you might have misunderstood me. I'm really just a regular beast tamer. I can't help you." "IR." The Black Erta snorted coldly. "He's just a human beast tamer, what could he possibly do?" But the White Erta looked back at his brother with unwavering confidence, as if silently saying, "Trust him." The more Song Shao heard, the more absurd it seemed. White Erta had asked Black Erta to wait another 100 years, yet now with just a little coaxing, he wanted to move on? Couldn't they show some backbone? The White Erta pressed on. "IR, do you see the beasts around him? IR, they're the only ones outside the dragon lineage to have successfully undergone bloodline evolution. IR, his flying beasts can also evolve their bloodlines. IR." The Black Erta froze, its blood-red eyes suddenly locking on Song Shao. The towering, dark, corrupted giant stared so intensely that Song Shao felt his scalp tingle, as if his very underwear was being peeled off. The White Erta's unspoken implication was clear. The beasts bound to Song Shao could successfully undergo bloodline evolution. The Black Erta's expression shifted in an instant. The cold hatred faded, replaced by shock and intense curiosity. It slowly lowered its giant head, as if examining a rare treasure. "IR. So you gave him Jabaros?" "IR, Jabaros chose him." "IR, but this human beast tamer hasn't even bonded with Jabaros." With that, the Black Erta turned directly to Song Shao. "IR, are you unhappy with Jabaros?" "Song Shao, could I possibly be unhappy?" The Black Erta glanced at Jabaros, then at Song Shao, voice firm and commanding. "IR, then make the bond." Song Shao, "Isn't there anyone who wants to ask for his opinion?" Song Shao stared at Gabiaros, who was still in his dark attribute form, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "I think you should at least ask Gabiaros what he wants." Making decisions for kids is a common mistake among parents, but sometimes you have to respect the child's choice. Though now a third-level beast tamer, he always insisted on contracts based on mutual consent. Arranged marriages were unacceptable. Just minutes ago, Gabiaro's cold, disdainful gaze was still vivid in his mind. Forcing a contract now would only create trouble out of nowhere. Xingxing and Xiaohao became his partners because he was absolutely sure they agreed. A companion beast stays with a tamer for life. If you keep someone unwilling by your side, what's the difference from a resentful couple? But Black Yurta was clearly used to bullying others, completely ignoring Gabiaro's feelings and announcing that it would make a contract with Song Shao forcibly. Xingxing immediately jumped out, unafraid of these two beast god-level big shots who could wipe it out with a wave, shouting Ban Ban. You can't just say contract, and it's done. Before Xingxing finished, Song Shao quickly covered its mouth, forcibly manually muting it. Silly Xingxing. Xiaohao restrained itself, but stood beside Xingxing, its expression clearly asking the same question. You say contract. And it's just a contract? Only then did Black Yurta fall silent. It hadn't appeared for 200 years and seemed unfamiliar with current customs. 2 centuries ago, if a hidden beast willingly contracted with a human beast tamer, the human would be overjoyed, bowing repeatedly and rushing to seal the bond. What happened now that hidden beasts were being picky? It glanced at White Yurta, who avoided eye contact just as confused it had been asleep for 100 years. In the hearts of Xingxing and Xiaohao, whether hidden beasts or beast god-level powerhouses, to contract with their tamer first required genuine sincerity. They might be the stuff of legends, but to Xingxing and Xiaohao, Song Shao was always the first and only choice. Still holding Xingxing's mouth, Song Shao looked at Gabiaros, who was weakly curled on the ground, dark energy swirling menacingly around him, clearly warning others to stay back. I respect your wishes, Song Shao tried to soften his tone. Choose the beast tamer you want to bond with. Bye-bye. I'm willing. Gabiaros interrupted softly. Song Shao froze, almost doubting what had heard. But when he met those icy eyes looking up at him so clearly, the truth was undeniable. Gabiaros nodded. After a moment of silence, Song Shao confirmed again, you really want to make a contract with a human beast tamer, with me? Gabiaros showed no extra expression, only a tired nod. But the tail tucked under his belly betrayed his nervousness. Bye-bye. I'm willing. Kulu. No, this can't be. Xiaohao suddenly flew over, interrupting the conversation between Song Shao and Gabrielos. Flapping its wings excitedly, it pointed at Gabrielos and scolded him sharply, dragging along the black and white Yeltas as well. Kulu. Kulu. No, you can't. It's an unregistered pet. No official record. Seizing the moment, Star wriggled free from Song Shao's palm and swung back and forth in the air, keeping time with Xiaohao's words. Banny. Banny. No official record means it's an unregistered pet. You can't contract with one. Then, proudly facing Gabrielos, Star began a lecture. Banny. Banny. A hoku is like a pet's birth certificate. Do you have one? No. Wild pets without proper registration who are contracted by tamer can get into serious trouble. Sometimes they're outright considered blacklisted. Blacklisted, you know what that means. Even the competition system won't find any info on them. How can a tamer bring an unregistered pet to the Interstellar Challenge Cup? Song Shao felt a headache coming on and instinctively rubbed his forehead. Rationally, Star's worries were understandable, but what was Gabrielo's identity? A legendary hidden beast, destined to inherit the title of White Marsh King. Forget about getting a record. If it spoke up, even the stars above might be blasted down just to clear its path. The black Yelta glanced at the white Yelta, and the two communicated rapidly through mental signals. Black Yelta, Hoku? What's Hoku? White Yelta, it's a pet's ID. Black Yelta pressed on. Is contract strictly required? Does Gabrielos have one? White Yelta rolled her eyes mentally. Obviously not. It was born inside the rift. How could it have an external Hoku? Black Yelta scolded sharply. Watch your tone. White Yelta fell silent for a moment. Black Yelta grew anxious. Then what do we do? Find a way to get the kid a Hoku. White Yelta remained quiet a while longer, then looked up earnestly at Song Shao. Yelta, if it had a Hoku, would you be willing to contract with Gabrielos? Song Shao was taken aback. Wait, isn't this getting a bit ridiculous? White Yelta patiently explained. It's the only Gabrielos hatched in the rift so far. It will inherit the rift and become its new master. It's not some random pet without a background. Saying this, she plucked a pure white feather from her forehead. The one previously gifted to Song Shao vanished when summoned. It's the second gift now. Ealtathis is the key to opening the rift. If you contract with Gabrielos, you will become the rift's master too. Song Shao took the feather, a strange haze rising in his chest. Was this Yelta bribing him? It vaguely felt like a deal. Become the rift's master, and you must help Gabrielos get registered. He didn't answer immediately, instead turning his full attention back to Gabrielos. I need to talk with it. Gabrielos knew who it referred to at once. Its usually calm eyes softened slightly, its dark coloring slowly fading into snow white. Blinking its big adorable eyes, it softly cooed, bye-bye, then leapt into Song Shao's arms. Noticing a fleeting flash of pink in Gabrielo's eyes, Song Shao lifted it to eye level, cradling it gently. Are you willing to contract with me? Bye-bye. Gabrielos nodded, secretly fond of this tamer. The scent on him was pleasant, his aura gentle. Song Shao smiled faintly, looking at the well-behaved little creature. Then promise me you won't use baby talk on me anymore. Gabriello's cute pose froze midair, tail hanging stiffly, staring disbelievingly at Song Shao. Song Shao's expression was calm and kind, eyes unwavering. Baby talk doesn't work on me. Gaberos grew flustered, tears sparkling as they plopped into Song Shao's palm, cool to the touch. It wanted to explain that it only acted spoiled because it desperately craved Song Shao's attention, repeatedly trying to elicit his sympathy. It was a pitiful, even shameful tactic, but it was terrified of being abandoned. Even inside the egg, the pet beast could sense the outside world, but the caretaker, Yurta, was incompetent. After being stolen by the giant carnivore, it had been trapped in a damp, dark nest until Song Shao's sudden arrival brought it back to the light. Inside the shell, it hesitated for a long time. But time and again it felt Song Shao's unwavering choice, the burning resolve that pierced the thick shell and enveloped it. So it decided then and there to break free. Sensitive beings like it were prone to insecurity. Whenever Song Shao's emotions wavered even slightly, it instinctively resorted to its spoiled act. Song Shao sighed. I chose you because of who you are, not your skills. You need to have a little confidence in yourself. Gaberos lifted its head, tears still wet on its cheeks, and in its gaze reflected Song Shao's gentle, kind eyes. Those beautiful, phoenix-colored eyes held a faint smile, and it suddenly understood it was never chosen for its skills alone. Song Shao shook his head inwardly. This was a hidden beast, yet it had been tormented to the point of losing all confidence, like someone long subjected to psychological manipulation. He raised his hand and formed a seal. A milky white, ethereal ring materialized, swirling by his side and slowly expanding. A warm breeze stirred the stray hair on his forehead. Sunlight broke through the black fog above like a rent sky, casting golden beams over him and Gaberos. On either side stood Yurta in black and white, like a chasm and a deity, radiating distinct auras. Make a contract with me, Song Shao said, eyes open, voice deep and resolute. The spirit ring detached from Song Shao and moved toward Gaberos. The black marking on its brow flickered with faint light. Suddenly, two shadowy phantoms, one black and one white, merged into the ring. The milky ring began to change color, eventually blending black and white like a Taiji yin-yang symbol. Then, snowflakes drifted down through the light, refracting iridescent hues. Song Shao caught the chilly snowflakes and looked up at the two yurtas, feeling a faint, almost imperceptible connection form with the rift. The contract was complete. He summoned Gaberos once more. The little creature instinctively curled around his wrist, its tail gently wagging. Xingxing and Xiaohao approached, eyeing the troublesome little sister and recalling the embarrassment they'd suffered when caught in her spoiled act. The two beasts exchanged glances. Best not to mess with her. Slowly spoke. Once you nurture Gaberos into an Iser, bring it back to the rift. Only an Iser can fully cleanse the corruption here. The weight of responsibility pressed heavier on Song Shao's shoulders. He felt Gaberos' tail brush his hand, as if comforting and encouraging him. He responded solemnly, if I can raise Gaberos into an Iser, I will definitely bring it back. Then I will escort you out of the rift, nodded. Before leaving, Gaberos poked Song Shao's palm softly with its tail, whispering a reminder. Bye-bye, there's a lot of good stuff here, don't forget it. Song Shao looked up and smiled lightly at Yurta. Yeah, why not take it if it's free? Yurta and Bibathis too is good, let's take it with us. Bye-bye, and take this with you too. The Lei Ling crystals, wind seed pods, and a whole bunch of rare spiritual plants so rare that Song Shao couldn't even recall their names were all swept up by him, stuffing his backpack until it bulged. The black Yurta was puffing up angrily, its wings fully spread, but the white Yurta quickly stepped in front. Hold on, they're all our own little ones. Even if they bite the hand that feeds, we still have to spoil them. Song Shao hung the trophies all over Xingxing and Xiaohao before finally putting a stop to it, fully satisfied. The white Yurta plucked a single pure white feather, slicing open a narrow rift to the outside world, and pushed the bandit chief along with the fox and dragon through it. Before leaving, Song Shao reminded, Yurta, outside there's a giant megadragon. It digs tunnels that lead straight to this rift. If you can find it, you won't have to summon feathers every time. The white Yurta's eyes instantly lit up. The rift snapped shut behind them. Song Shao held Xingxing and looked around. The gray mist hung thickly. This was clearly not Zone B19. Had figured it out by now. The tremors in B19 were caused by Yurta waking up and scrambling everywhere, trying to find a way home. Bye-bye. Gabelos shook his head in disgust. Had hoped the air outside might be better, but radiation still hung heavy. Song Shao patted his wings. Good boy. First let's find the base and report in. Then I'll take you home. Xingxing, thinking of his big brother status, happily handed over the last treasured cheese stick. Gabelos accepted it with a calm expression. During the earlier battle, Song Shao's radiation suit and helmet had long since been shredded. Now, he was completely exposed. He couldn't stay too long in the gray mist. But wherever Yurta had dropped him off, it had to be close to base. Dragging his heavy backpack, he walked for about 10 minutes before soft rustling sounds drew closer ahead. Xingxing immediately enlarged his body and spread his wings, stepping protectively in front of Song Shao and fixating his gaze deep into the haze. Suddenly, a huge black shape shot out. Xingxing raised a paw and struck with an electric shock. Thunder cracked, the air scorched. Wait. Song Shao stopped Xingxing's follow-up attack and peered closely. It was a scarlet lizard. If a lizard was here, then Xiaoying. Before he could finish the thought, a voice dripping with simmering anger exploded behind him. Song Shao, you really are making me way too easy to find. Song Shao turned around to see Xiao Ying, filthy with dust and bits of broken stone stuck to him, obviously having rushed over. Xiao Captain's mood had been all over the place these past few days. When Song Shao went missing, he hadn't cared much, but Little Mao's words, the only person who should thank you is going to get jinxed by your bad mouth, kept echoing in his mind. Head cursed both good and bad people, never expecting gratitude in return, but Song Shao was just a big fool who never got sarcasm and kept thanking everyone nonstop. If this fool really ended up dead because of him, a strange unease settled in his heart. Xiaoying locked eyes with Song Shao, eyes red-rimmed, forcefully squeezing out every word. Why the hell aren't you thanking me anymore? Say it, damn it. Song Shao didn't quite understand what this suddenly unhinged Xiao Ying wanted him to thank him for. Xiao Ying's eyes were bloodshot, his expression fierce. Song Shao knew he still needed Xiao Ying to escort him back to the base, so he weighed the situation in his mind. The other guy wasn't asking for the stars or the moon, just a simple thank you. Reluctantly, he lowered his head and said, Team Leader Xiao, thank you. Xiao Ying froze, his savage expression stuck in place. He turned away silently, took a deep breath, and forced himself not to argue with the fool. He had clearly been threatening him before, waiting for Song Shao to talk back so he could fire off 10 more blows. But this kid didn't play by the rules at all. Suppressing his emotions, Xiao Ying casually threw out a question. Where have you been these past few days? But inside he was thinking, where else could Song Shao have gone? Probably out there risking his life, barely making it back. Song Shao simplified the story into one flat line and recounted it calmly. Dragged into the rift by a giant carnivorous dragon, then contracted a hidden beast. Xiao Ying took off his anti-pollution helmet, pulled out a cigarette, and as he took a strong first drag, the words nearly choked him into coughing fits. Cough, cough, ga. He whirled to stare at Song Shao, then burst out laughing after a brief 2 seconds. Have you been hit by some pet beast illusion? It's been days, and you're still dreaming? A hidden beast? Do you even know what that means? I've been alive for 30 or 40 years and only seen one once, and you just went ahead and contracted one. Why not just say the galactic president resigned and made you the replacement? Song Shao met his gaze, cleared his throat, and said, I don't know if the president resigned, but I definitely contracted a hidden beast. He lifted his wrist, wrapped around it. Gabelos lazily poked out half its body, curiously eyeing the noisy human in front of it. Finding him far less interesting than its master, it quickly lost interest and softly greeted, bye-bye hello, then curled back around his wrist. Xiao Ying stared at the tiny, snowy white creature and frantically searched his memory for information on hidden beasts. Was there really one this small? But it looked exactly like the legendary White Marsh King. Wait, the White Marsh King? The absurd thoughts of the galactic president stepping down and Song Shao contracting the White Marsh King clashed wildly in his mind, until only one clear conclusion remained: the president's status was unknown. But Song Shao really had contracted the White Marsh King. Xiao Ying's brain felt like it had been blasted by artillery rounds, a complete mess. He tilted his head to the darkened sky, glanced around, his hands and feet fidgeting awkwardly. In the end, he fixed his gaze on Song Shao more precisely, on the casually tail-flicking White Marsh King on Song Shao's wrist, and asked in a dazed voice. So you're saying you were taken by a giant carnivorous dragon, and then contracted the hidden beast White Marsh King in the rift? Song Shao nodded. On this point, both Xingxing and Xiao Hao could vouch for him. So the two beasts nodded back at Xiao Ying in perfect unison. Seeing this, Gabriolos wasn't about to be outdone. Under Xiao Ying's surprised gaze, it nodded vigorously, its fluffy head bobbing with serious determination. Xiao Ying scratched his chin, but his mind was gripped by a single obsession. Why wasn't he the one captured by the Gigantosaurus back then? Why not him? If he took the risk and went after that Gigantosaurus now, would it still be in time? After all, that was the secret beast by Zhao King. Throughout history, only a handful of beast tamers had ever managed to form contracts with secret beast. She was only the 14th. Was this really dumb luck? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to accept reality, and weakly waved at Song Shao. Let's go. He'll take you back to base. If we dawdle any longer, that crazy guy Jean will tear me apart for sure. Song Shao carried Xingxing and Gabriolos obediently behind Xiao Ying, casually saying, perfect timing to hand off the task. Xiao Ying's thoughts were all over the place as he responded absent-mindedly. What task? The one in District B19, Song Shao said calmly. I figured out the cause of the tremors and fixed it. The ground shook because Yurto woke up from its slumber and kept stirring up the earth searching for a path to the rift. Now it's gone back, So the tremors have stopped. He added, I also told Yurta about the Gigantosaurus. If it really finds that guy, maybe it can open the rift anytime. Xiao Ying looked up at the sky and, for the first time, laughed angrily, his laughter tinged with frustration. Song Shao, do you know how long it usually takes to complete a 5-star gravemarker mission? Song Shao didn't know. He thought for a moment. A week? The shortest record is 45 days. The longest has dragged on for 3 years and still isn't done. Want to guess how long you disappeared this time? Time flows differently in the rift. Song Shao had no concept. 3 days? Exactly 3 days and 7 hours. Xiaoing glanced at him. If you really finished the mission, congratulations, you've just set a new fastest completion record for gravemarker missions. Song Shao fell silent for a moment, then suddenly realized something. A new record? Is there a bonus? Poverty was a constant shadow over him. His family had a large group of beasts to care for, and now a secret beast took desperately needed money. Xiaoing took a deep breath, his head aching. This guy cared about money? Honor. As a super wealthy second-generation heir, he felt an unbridgeable gap between himself and Song Shao, who came from the slums. Speaking of money, Xingxing and Xiao Hao suddenly perked up. Since following Song Shao, they deeply understood the importance of cash and now looked expectantly at Xiaoing. Bye-bye. Gabriolo's blinked its clear pink eyes, asking innocently, is there a bonus? Hit hard by their cuteness, Xiao Ying's expression softened immediately. He patted his chest with affection and promised, there is. If necessary, he'll pay out of my own pocket. Returning to the base, Xiao Ying wore a sour expression. Although he had only been briefly coerced by Jia Bai Luoxi's playful demands for a few seconds, during that short time, he nearly stripped himself naked to give himself up. The usually proud Captain Xiao felt embarrassed for the first time, his face darkening. No sooner had his feet stepped into the base than Eugene Yuan spotted 2 people ahead. One was Song Shao, with his clothes nearly in tatters, leaving only a refined face visible. The other was Xiao Ying, his expression gloomy and fierce, as if ready to tear someone apart at any moment. Immediately, Eugene Yuan's mind painted a familiar scene. Sharp-tongued Captain Xiao was causing trouble for the fragile little cabbage, Song Shao. Fueled by anger, he stormed over, his voice nearly shattering eardrums. Xiaoing, you're the one who lost him. We tasked you with finding him and redeeming yourself. How dare you take it out on Song Shao? Song Shao hurried forward, trying to clarify that his battered state wasn't Xiao Ying's fault, but his words were cut off by Eugene Yuan's arm blocking him. Song Shao, you don't need to say anything. I never should have entrusted you to that devious guy. Song Shao opened his mouth to explain, no, this has nothing to do with. Eugene Yuan's anger flared further. Don't defend him. This isn't the first time he's done something like this. Just then, Jin Xingwan stepped out from the building wearing black combat gear. No helmet, her steps silent. Her cold gaze swept across Xiaoing. Was this your doing? Song Shao, at his wit's end, raised his hand. Can someone please listen to me for once? News of another standoff between Captain Xiao and Captain Jin exploded instantly across the comm channel. Within seconds, a crowd of fully armed soldiers had gathered, their operational efficiency textbook perfect. Captain Yu also arrived riding a beast, rushing to grab control of the 2 troublemakers. In the center of the training ground, the serious-faced Jin Qingwan faced off against the devil-may-care Xiao Ying, tension thick enough to ignite gunpowder. Song Shao, utterly helpless, stepped aside, found a loudspeaker, and cranked it up to maximum volume. My disappearance has nothing to do with Captain Xiao. I'm sorry for worrying everyone. The echo from the loudspeaker reached Jin Qingluan's ears. Across from him, Xiaoing raised an eyebrow, as if to say, I told you it wasn't my fault. Now, let's see how you handle this. Jin Qingluan glanced coldly at him, then turned back to Song Shao, asking, good to hear. So, what exactly happened these past few days? Song Shao repeated his story to Xiaoing once more, forgetting that the loudspeaker was still on. His calm tone carried the absurd details further and further. Dragged into a rift by a giant carnivorous dragon, then contracted a hidden beast. Then contracted a hidden beast. Contracted a hidden beast. Everyone watching, passing by, or spectating seemed frozen in time. Silence enveloped the area. After a long moment, someone looked confusedly at their companion, whispering for confirmation. What did he say? Contracted what? A hidden beast? Their companion wasn't sure. Sounds like he said he contracted a hidden beast? How is that possible? Maybe he just encountered one. Haha, probably misheard. Captain Yu, who had just arrived, also froze, quietly asking his lieutenant. Did he say he contracted a hidden beast? The lieutenant was equally baffled but reported truthfully. Yes, that's what he said. Captain Yu's facial muscles twitched violently. In the next second, he shot forward like a cannonball, instantly standing before Song Shao, his gaze burning hot enough to sear flesh, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement and almost a trace of awe. You really contracted a hidden beast? Just as Song Shao turned off the loudspeaker and looked up, he caught sight of the battalion commander's tough face melting into a look of sheer obsession. Instinctively, he took a step back. Yeah, It's goodbye, Luasi. The commander's Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled to keep the tremor out of his voice. Goodbye, Luasi, the White Swamp King. The room instantly erupted. Younger officers might have only seen the name in textbooks, but for the seasoned warriors here, it was a household legend. They all straightened up immediately. Hundreds of years ago, Goodbye Luasi once roamed the largest rift on Blue Star, a vast swamp teeming with thousands of them. But only the strongest could ascend to become the White Swamp King. Now Goodbye Luasi was nearly extinct. Spotting one was as rare as witnessing the emergence of the true era once-in-a-generation miracle. 10 minutes later, the base transmitted a classified file at lightning speed through encrypted channels to major research and command centers. Meanwhile, in the capital of District 4, Kayao was reporting in the Chief Justice's office alongside his mentor and several senior peers. All experimental data on the bloodline evolution from grade spot to flying fire spot. Upon hearing the report, the Chief Justice made an immediate decision. Will officially announce this to the public in 3 days. This is the first non-dragon bloodline evolution finally. District 4 can hold its head high on Blue Star. He shut down his terminal, his voice rough with emotion. Why should we always be the stepping stone for Districts 1 and 3? Before he could finish, his wrist communicator suddenly flashed. 3 seconds later, the Chief Justice jumped to his feet, the chair screeching against the floor. Professor Jiang Weilin, he said quietly but with barely contained excitement. The beast tamer bonded to the flying fire spot is named Song Shao. Jiang Weilin nodded, then smacked his forehead. Had been so focused on the data these past days that the report simply said flying fire spot tamer, forgetting to sign the name. The Chief Justice took a deep breath and delivered a bombshell announcement. Song Shao just contracted a third pet beast. Jiang Weilin's brow twitched. Song Shao had only recently broken into Tier 3, and his bond with Haikalu was still in early stages. Adding a new beast now risked destabilizing his team. What kind of beast? If it's too aggressive, I need to intervene immediately. Goodbye, Luasi. The Chief Justice's eyes blazed, his words dropping like thunder. Goodbye, Luasi. Wait, goodbye, Luasi? Jiang Weilin's speech faltered in disbelief. The Chief Justice turned to gaze out the window at the vast sky, his fingers trembling but voice steady. Professor Jiang, at the Interstellar Challenge Cup 7 years from now, we may witness a miracle capable of shedding Blue Star's label as a lower-tier planet. He faced back, tone low and resolute. After the National High School Beast Taming League ends, he'll team up with the old guard and write him a recommendation. 16 years old, a Tier 3 beast tamer with a bloodline evolved pet, and a stealth beast such a prodigy would even make Lanluosi bow down. For now, hold back on releasing any news about the evolution of the grade-spotted bloodline. Wait until Song Shao participates in the National High School Beast Tamer League before making it public. In the end, this directive was finalized by the Chief Justice. Meanwhile, Song Shao was briefing his superiors in the base conference room about the mission in Zone B19. When they learned that the tremor was caused by Gabiluos trying to tear open the rift, everyone collectively sighed in relief. Their greatest fear had been awakening the slumbering insectoid species. Had the insectoids truly reawakened, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Yet Captain Yu still sighed upon hearing that the inside of the rift had also been contaminated. According to Song Shao, the depths of the rift were shrouded in black mist, but fortunately Gabiluos was guarding it, leaving a glimmer of hope inside. Otherwise, the rift's beast companions would likely be even more dangerous than the contaminated creatures roaming the gray fog outside. After the report, Song Shao took Gabiluos to the containment area to check on the polluted beasts. Among the cages, some had regained their sanity while others remained trapped in chaos. The exceptional solo tiger Song Shao remembered best, over 8 meters long, like a moving iron wall, had just finished its 5th round of purification and was now lazily dozing with half-closed eyes. Seeing Song Shao holding the little thunder wolf star barely over 3 meters in size, the solo tiger let out a soft snort, as if mocking this still-weaned cub. Wild beast companions are always wary of their tamers. The hostile glare from the solo tiger made Star's ears perk up sharply, eyes narrowing coldly as it stared back, but it soon buried its head against Song Shao's chest again. Song Shao smiled softly, soothing Star's head. After all, it was less than 6 months old, truly still a baby. At that moment, Gabiluos poked its head out from Song Shao's wrist, glancing first at the spoiled Star, then turning coldly toward the solo tiger. Even though it was currently only at the awakening stage and had not yet fully earned the title of White Swamp King, its high-level bloodline still instinctively unsettled the nearby beasts. The solo tiger's ridicule froze mid-expression as it met those small, yet proud snake-like eyes, and suddenly felt a strange sense of being looked down upon. After a brief standoff, it turned away, pretending to nap nonchalantly. Gabiluos turned back, rubbing against Song Shao's wrist in satisfaction. Only when Song Shao shifted his gaze from Star to himself did Gabiluos contentedly shrink back in. Floating nearby, Xiao Haofei silently shook his head at the cluelessly pampered Star and the theatrics of Gabiluos. Song Shao pulled out some energy liquid and was about to ask Gabaluos if it was hungry when he looked down and saw that the creature wrapped around his wrist had transformed into a pure black color. Its dark attribute form had reappeared. After repeated observations, Song Shao had discerned the pattern. This cold, distant black form emerged mostly when Gabaluos was tired or sleeping. The black Gabaluos lifted its icy snake-like eyes to glance at him, then released its grip, seemingly disliking the clingy pose. It silently crawled from Song Shao's arm onto his shoulder. He straightened up, his expression sharp and intense like a keen blade, still somewhat youthful, yet its edge was undeniable. Hungry? Song Shao asked, holding out a bottle of energy drink. The black-colored Gabrielos nodded proudly, but his dark eyes gleamed with anticipation. A smirk tugged at the corner of Song Shao's mouth as he brought the bottle to Gabrielos' lips. Gabrielos tilted his head slightly, casting him a suspicious glance as if to ask, "What's so funny?" "Nothing," Song Shao said with a light cough, concealing his smile. This strange human, the little beast grumbled inwardly, but still leaned forward gracefully yet swiftly, draining the ordinary energy drink without a trace. This was just the most common formula, and barely enough to satisfy Gabrielos' appetite. Song Shao thought to himself that they had to leave the base quickly and find Professor Ku and Professor Jiang to develop a custom nutritional supplement just for him. A week later, the exit from the restricted zone was opened. Song Shao, along with Xingxing, Xiaohao, and Gabrielos, was ready to set off. Also accompanying them were Jin Qingwan and Xiao Ying, the chief inspector of the Enforcement Bureau, the latter notoriously unpredictable in action. Jin Qingwan summoned the fierce Rue dragon, intending to send Song Shao back to the research institute first. Professor Zhang Weilin, eager to meet Gabrielos, had showered 3 times already. If he was late again, he joked that he might scrub off a layer of skin. The fierce Rue dragon glided down lazily from the clouds, its relaxed demeanor clashing sharply with Jin Qingluan's decisive style. Song Shao couldn't help but ask, "Captain Jin, your fierce Rue dragon seems quite different from your personality." Uncharacteristically gentle, Jin Qingwan replied, "Actually, this was my father's bonded beast. Dragons live long. When he passed away, the fierce Rue dragon didn't leave, but chose me as its new master. It's not so much a pet as a senior. Its temperament is more like my father's. So a bonded beast could be inherited. No wonder this dragon's level and disposition differed so much from Jin's other beasts." Song Shao made a mental note. Upon arriving at the institute, as Song Shao jumped down from the dragon's back, several figures suddenly appeared. Professor K's senior disciples, their gazes as fiery and sharp as hunting dogs locking on prey. Cough cough, came a reprimanding cough from behind. Professor Zhang Weilin scolded his students with a stern face. "Don't be so reckless. What if you scare Gabrielos?" Yet even as he spoke, his gaze was glued to the little beast perched on Song Shao's shoulder. "Dark attribute," someone muttered quietly. Gabrielos blinked impatiently but remained calm, like an elegant ornament. Ku Yao approached and motioned to Song Shao. "Ignore them. Come with me. I want to run a full checkup on Gabrielos, Xingxing, and Xiaohao." Song Shao followed him, but from the corner of his eye, he noticed Captain Jin's pacing grew restless, one straightforward, one proud. When would this duo finally get together? And when would Captain Jin finally win his bowtie's heart? Black Gabarlos found this group of strange people truly baffling and was reluctant to come out. Suddenly, amid a chorus of gasps, Gabarlos' entire body turned a snowy white. "Bye-bye, hello, everyone." It raised its head and greeted softly with an adorable tone, masking the impatience in its eyes. The nearby trainees instantly erupted in excitement. "Senior sister, Gabarlos is talking to me. Am I dreaming? It really is Gabarlos. I can die peacefully now." Gabarlos' tail lightly curled around Song Shao's fingertip, a small gesture that nonetheless betrayed its frustration. Song Shao smiled quietly and reached out with his other hand to gently tap its soft head, soothing it with a couple of light strokes. "Bye-bye there, so noisy." Gabarlos whined telepathically in a spoiled manner. "Professor Ku, please start the tests." "Gabarlos needs a custom energy meal," Song Shao said, handing it over to Ku Yao nearby. Gabarlos chose Ku Yao without hesitation for only one reason. Among everyone present except its own beastmaster, Professor Ku Yao was the best looking. Watching this little creature so picky about appearances like Star, Song Shao sighed inwardly. Luckily, Xiaohao isn't like that. Before he could finish, his eyes met Xiaohao's. In those deep ocean sapphire blue eyes flashed with pleasure. Indeed, their family's beastmaster was the best looking after all. Song Shao chuckled and handed Star over to the assistant for testing, then carried Xiaohao out of the examination room. In the hallway, he called his older brother Song Qin. "Brother, I'm out of the restricted zone. Mission accomplished. They'll be home tomorrow." The holoscreen showed Song Qin busily bustling, the clatter of spatulas in the kitchen wall filling the air as tantalizing aromas seemed to waft through the screen, making Song Shao's stomach growl. "Kulu." Xiaohao leaned close to the screen and softly greeted Song Qin. "Hey, Xiaohao's here too." Song Qin smiled, his eyes crinkling. Xiao, you coming back tomorrow?" "All right, He'll fix up a feast just for you. Taking the chance, Song Shao asked about the family restaurant. Brother, how's the shop? Is the work with the koalas finished? Done a few days ago, Song Chin replied while flipping a pan. But the koalas wouldn't accept pay. I ended up renting them a place and introduced them to some friends for renovations. Business at the restaurant is booming. Oh, and the Phantom Dream Ram's working as the cashier. What? Phantom Dream Ram? Working as a cashier in your restaurant? Song Shao nearly dropped Xiao Hao in shock. That was the only hidden beast in the entire star system, and it was just standing behind the counter. The image was absurd. Suddenly, a soft and unreal voice came through the comms. Song Shao, you're back. Yeah, I'm back, Song Shao replied, coming back to his senses. Phantom Dream Ram, you've contracted your third pet, right? The tone was certain, without a trace of doubt. Clearly, all of this had been foreseen. Song Shao felt grateful, thinking that if not for Phantom Dream Ram's alert through the crack, he would have been torn apart by the Black Yurta long ago. Yes, thanks to you, I returned safely. Phantom Dream Ram, you're welcome. Phantom Dream Ram, I have to work now. The hidden beast ended the conversation seriously, like the cashier job was the most important thing in the world. Song Shao held the holoscreen, still feeling how surreal this all was. The next moment, Song Chin's booming voice pulled him from his daze. Xiao Xiao, you've contracted a third pet. I forgot to tell you. Song Shao scratched his head. Yeah, I contracted a third pet. Song Chin was already so shocked that he could barely speak, his mind replaying the flashes. My little brother became a third-tier beast tamer at 16, and even signed a contract with his third pet beast 16 years old. Third tier. Xiao Xiao, our family grave isn't just smoking, it's practically on fire. Bro, it's really not that exaggerated, Song Shao said with a smile, trying to calm him down. He and his older brother had agreed to bring Diabolus back home for the family to see the next day, then ended the call. At the other end of the line, in the lab, Ku Yao and Professor Zhang Weilin had just completed preliminary tests on Diabolus. Hidden beasts can't be measured by ordinary pet beast standards, but even in just a few days, Diabolus left the two researchers speechless. 1. Skill usage Act Cute and Angel's Kiss were already effortlessly performed, especially Act Cute, which was as natural as if born with it. 2. Normal pet beasts only learn skills at a full month old, yet Diabolus could flexibly use them just days after birth. 3. Skill attributes were currently only fairy and dark, while the dragon type remained completely dormant. Based on my and the professor's speculation, either it will awaken the dragon attribute when it earns the White Swamp King title, or after it advances further. Kiao recorded the data carefully. Song Shao noticed this detail when reviewing the data and silently agreed with Ku Yao's assumption. Meanwhile, Xingxing's energy levels had also risen remarkably. During the last week in the Forbidden Zone, he intensely trained both Xingxing and Xiao Hao so much so that Xiao Hao surged from the mid-awakening stage to the critical late phase. Knowing Diabolus energy meals were expensive, Song Shao didn't want to keep freeloading. When he left the Forbidden Zone, he had harvested a large batch of spirit plants from spatial rifts, offering to use them to pay for the energy meals. Ku Yao understood Song Shao's modest background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have volunteered to provide energy meals for Xingxing. Thanks to Ku Yao's introduction, Professor Zhang also knew Song Shao came from a poor neighborhood. Song, just the thought counts. Keep the spirit plants for yourself, huh? Before the professor could finish, Song Shao interrupted by slamming bundles of thunderbloom flowers on the table, mixed in with high-level fire, ice, and grass spirit plants, each lush in color and bursting with spiritual energy. The three fell silent. The only thing filling the air was the fresh scent of the spirit plants. Thinking it might still be insufficient, Song Shao muttered softly, becoming a beast tamer really burns money. That's enough. Professor Zhang suddenly grabbed Song Shao's hand, struggling to contain his astonishment. It's really enough. Xingxing quickly slapped the professor's hand away with a crisp sound. Say what you want, no grabbing hands. Diabolus nodded obediently in agreement. Early the next morning, Song Shao took Xingxing, Xiao Hao, and Diabolus on the first flight back home. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet, but the small grocery store at the Song family's place was packed with people. He stood at the entrance, but couldn't squeeze inside. Hey man, if you want to see the illusion dream ram, you've got to queue up too, right? A blogger in his 20s holding streaming equipment scowled and shouted at him. I am just home, Song Shao replied helplessly. The blogger glanced him up and down, clearly not believing him. Then why didn't you say you're Song Shao? I'm Song Shao himself. Do you believe me? The streamer held up his phone and eyeballed Song Shao from head to toe. His gaze lingered on Song Shao's smooth black hair for a few seconds. Then he shook his head with absolute certainty. You're definitely not Song Shao. Bro, don't you know? Song Shao's taste is unique. His hairstyle looks like dentures chewed it up. If you want to be like him, you've got to mess up your hair first. He gave a thumbs up towards Song Shao's face. Besides, you're this handsome and your hair looks good. There's no way you're Song Shao. Get in line and don't hold everyone up. After his running commentary, the streamer muttered self-deprecatingly. If I weren't trying to boost my looks, I'd just shave my head too. Song Shao twitched the corner of his mouth. His taste really was that famous? He honestly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shot a look at Xiao Hao on his shoulder, who immediately understood and fluttered into the shop. Noticing Song Shao's face was easy on the eyes, the streamer, hoping to gain viewers, pressed the camera closer, so Song Shao's slightly aloof brows and eyes appeared on the livestream. Curious Star peeked out from behind the screen. Since Fei Woban's identity was still a secret, Song Shao quickly covered Star's face and pulled him back. Ban ban. Star blinked confused. Why cover my face? Too handsome, Song Shao said without missing a beat. Too much damage. Star lifted his head with a huff and nodded proudly. Right, it's all because I'm too handsome. In the tug and pull, Song Shao's hand entered the frame, subtly revealing the Galaros wrapped around his wrist, flashing briefly at the screen's edge. The crowd ahead was packed like sardines. The streamer was growing impatient. How long is this line gonna take? I was planning to rake in views with Hypnoram. Just then, the door to Song's shop clicked open. Song Qin, still wearing his apron, hurried through the crowd to Song Shao's side. Already here? Why didn't you tell your big brother first? Song Shao awkwardly smiled, who expected scalpers to camp outside their shop now that it was popular. He hadn't given it much thought. A regular nearby recognized Song Qin and quickly tried to get friendly. Big brother Song. Is this your younger brother Song Shao? Song Qin transformed into an overenthusiastic, proud older sibling, patting Song Shao on the shoulder with a beaming smile. Yeah, my little brother just won the high school Beastmaster Championship, last time super impressive. No tricks, we're just regular people, all talent and drive. Plus, he's always been good looking. Everyone says he's a real catch. Song Shao felt his scalp tingle at the praise and quickly tugged his brother toward the shop. Come on, let's go. Meanwhile, the streamer was completely stunned. No way bro, are you really Song Shao? Missing the chance to meet the real Song Shao, he was kicking himself. If had known, he would have jumped in right away, maybe even gotten inside the shop first to see Hypnoram. He looked back at the comment stream, even more confused. The screen was absolutely flooded with Galaros spam, bursting everywhere. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. I must be seeing things. Was that really Diabolos? What do you mean you don't know Diabolos? The chat exploded instantly. That's a legendary hidden beast. Someone actually managed to contract a hidden beast. The streamer's eyes flitted back and forth between the screen and Song Shao's retreating figure, his hand trembling so much he almost dropped his phone. Then he let out a wrenching roar. Why can't I believe you're really Song Shao? Song Shao pushed open the door and stepped inside. The shop was small, with a wooden bar and wrought iron pendant lights giving off a warm, lived-in vibe. Yet the details showed clear care. Hooks neatly arranged, utensils polished to a shine, everything placed exactly for easy use. Behind the counter, Huanming Lam lay lazily, its snow-white form draped in an apron matching Song Qin's style. From any angle, it looked just like a casual little shop clerk ready to pack takeout unexpectedly down to earth. Huanming, Xingxing, and Xiao Hao greeted first. On Song Shao's wrist, the black Diabolos turned its head to inspect Huanming Lam, its first encounter with a kindred hidden beast outside. In an instant, the two beasts' gazes locked in the air. Dark attribute meeting dark attribute was like two identical poles of a magnet. Neither would look away. Diabolos' expression gradually shifted, voice low and hushed. Bye-bye. Huanming Lam replied with a light, drifting word, Huanming. Then they each returned to their tasks. Huanming Lam back atop the register waiting for customers. Diabolos climbing up onto Song Shao's shoulder. As opening time hit, the crowd rushed in. Song Shao tied on his apron and started serving. Xiao Hao darted around carrying plates. Xingxing, to avoid revealing his identity, hid in the kitchen as a mascot, ironically having the easiest job. Song Shao was so busy he barely had time to stand still, while the black Diabolos silently moved to the cash register and looked up at Huanming Lam. Bye-bye. Don't you find this boring? It asked quietly. From Diabolos' perspective, hidden beasts of beast god level possessed power enough to change the world, making them coveted targets of unscrupulous beast tamers. They had to stay alert and instinctively distrusted humans. For Huanming Lam to openly live among humans and play the unremarkable role of a cashier left Diabolos deeply puzzled. Huanming? Huanming Lam raised an eyebrow, then answered, Huanming. Bored? No, I get paid. Diabolos froze. Suddenly, Huanming Lam lowered its head, its snow-white face glowing faintly in the light. Hard to imagine it was a dark attribute beast. Huanming, Huanming, it murmured softly, but clearly enough for Diabolos to hear. Humans can be terrifying and deceitful. I've known that for a long time. But in this world, there are also Song Shao, Song Qin, Lai Weixiang, Bulozi. Huanming. They're all good. As it spoke, it gazed at Diabolos, who was still in its baby form. A crystalline snowflake drifted down silently, landing on Diabolos' tail tip like a tiny jewel set in place. Huanming. Don't worry about what hasn't come yet, and don't rush to judge the world. Hope and surprise always like to arrive a little late. Diabolos lowered its head and stared at the snowflake quietly for a long moment, as if absorbing those words. Hello, I'm ready to pay. At the register, a shy 17 or 18-year-old girl held out her phone, then timidly added, could I take a photo with you? Huang Lam nodded gently. The light in the girl's eyes shone even brighter with excitement. That kind of joyous light wasn't something Huang Lam had seen for 100 years either. After a busy morning, Master Song and his younger brother Song Shao looked around the kitchen, now completely out of ingredients, and hung up the closed sign. The kitchen's countertop was empty except for a few scattered bits of chopped scallions. The oil in the frying pan had long since cooled, and the sound of flipping the spatula was replaced by the afternoon cicadas chirping. Seizing this rare moment of quiet, Song Shao pulled his older brother, Song Qin, outside and solemnly introduced the third beast contracted under his name Jia Lisu. Big brother, this is the third beast I've contracted, Jia Lisu. The palm-sized Jia Lisu lay quietly in Song Shao's hand, its smooth scales glinting with a dark silver sheen in the sunlight. Song Qin was momentarily stunned in ordinary people's minds. The bigger the beast, the stronger it is. This tiny creature, barely enough meat to fill a tooth gap, didn't look like a powerful battle beast at all. He opened his mouth, but could only manage, it's okay. Whatever you want to eat, just tell big brother. He'll make sure to feed you well, get you strong and fat. Noticing his brother's misunderstanding, Song Shao quickly explained, big brother, even though Jia Lisu is small in size, it's a hidden beast. A hidden beast? Song Qin's expression froze as his gaze flicked between his brother and the little creature. If it weren't for knowing Song Shao would never joke about serious matters, he would have thought it a prank. He knew full well how rare hidden beasts were. They were the kind that could evolve into the White Swamp King. Just as he was getting used to the surreal reality of having a phantasm ram working as a cashier in their little shop, Song Qin was hit by an even more unbelievable truth. Shao, come on, let's go home and pay respects to Dad. At the same time, the internet blew up. Clips of Jia Lisu flashing briefly on Song Shao's livestream went viral. This legendary hidden beast in his hand, plus a willing phantasm ram cashier. The dual revelation instantly sparked trending topics. Song Shao's past competition videos were dug up, and new comments flooded in. Wait, guys, something's off. If Jia Lisu is also his pet, that means Song Shao contracted 3 beasts? He's only 16 or 17. A third-tier beastmaster. How can someone be so far ahead of everyone else? Who can confirm he really contracted Jia Lisu? Guys, do you even know Jia Lisu's temper? If it doesn't accept its master, it won't even look at them. That afternoon, reporters swarmed Song family's small shop, only to find Song Shao had already boarded a flight and left. With half a month still before his scheduled training session, he planned to take on a task first, officially register Jia Lisu, and upgrade his own status as a third-tier beastmaster. Logging onto the assignment platform, he checked the available tasks. His personal panel had yet to update, likely still being verified by the officials. The National High School Beast League was about to start, and this year's rules required 2 beasts per match, adding a cooperative combat segment. This meant contestants had to have 2 beasts working in tandem to win. The battle strength of Xingxing was beyond doubt, so Song Shao wasn't worried. As for Xiao Hao, he had already reached the mid-awakening stage and mastered a high-level skill called Flying Sky Rending Slash, so Song Shao was confident it could handle formidable opponents. However, although both beast companions were strong fighters, truly seamless teamwork between them was rare up until now. Xiao Hao had mostly played a supporting role, while Xingxing took the lead in battles. Determined to improve their coordination, Song Shao remembered he had already registered an account at a beast training facility. He immediately upgraded their sparring level, switched the mode to mixed combat, and limited opponents' beasts to evolving level. About half an hour later, Song Shao's phone chimed with a new order confirmation, scheduling the session 2 hours later. He quickly set out with Xingxing and Xiao Hao. On the way, glancing at the time, he realized he had some spare time. He also recalled his promise to Professor Ku to keep Xingxing's new flaming spotted Feihua band form a secret. For now, taking the refreshed Xingxing directly to the training ground would definitely attract attention. A bright sign at the street corner caught his eye: Beast Grooming Salon. In a world full of beast tamers, pets not only fought, but also had to maintain their image. Wealthier tamers liked to have their beasts styled and groomed, making grooming salons popular businesses. With a few million star coins in his bank account, Song Shao felt plenty confident. Pushing the door open, a subtle fragrance greeted him. A pretty staff member in a pink shirt approached with a polite smile and respectful tone. Hello, welcome. How can I help you today? Song Shao glanced around the walls plastered with posters of various beast styles before hugging Xingxing tightly and answering. I want to change my beast style, preferably a full color change. If the coat color was completely changed, no one could link Xingxing's new look to the flaming spotted form. Of course, the staff member smiled still. What color would you like? Starry blue has been trending lately. Song Shao's gaze drifted past Xiao Hao's pure white feathers to the equally snowy white Gabusu, then shook his head. White. I want to dye the ash gray for completely white. Xiao Hao was already nearly pure white Hycolus, and Gabalusu was snow white too, so why not have Xingxing join the white faction? With Xingxing's looks, white fur definitely wouldn't go wrong. Xingxing looked up confused, ears quietly perking. Turns out his tamer had a white fur obsession? He thought ash gray was pretty cool. No problem, please wait a moment. The staff took Xingxing to the back for treatment. Song Shao wandered over to the accessory cabinet, holding Xiao Hao and Gabalisu. Under crystal lights, the cabinet sparkled. Gabalisu immediately locked eyes on a pink, jewel-encrusted bow and lightly tapped his tail. Bye-bye, want it. Without hesitation, Song Shao handed over his bank card. Bye. Gabalusa's eyes lit up and then pointed at a pure black bow tie beside it. Bye-bye. Looking into those clear eyes, Song Shao was equally decisive. Bye. Xiao Hao facepalmed nearby, knowing the truth of if you can't beat them, join them. He spread his wings and pointed at a deep blue ankle ring. Kulu. Song Shao remained generous. Bye. After all, isn't all the hard work Dad put in for moments like this? After finishing the star-shaped styling, it was almost the appointed time, and Song Shao's wallet had already been emptied. Star's pristine white fur was neatly groomed from root to tip, and his gray eyes sparkled like scattered silver flowing through the Milky Way. Stepping out of the grooming salon with a steady pace, Star caught the attention of the clan's beast tamers in the hall who were busy attending to their own pet beasts, their heads all turning toward that strikingly handsome, somewhat flamboyant face that was hard to ignore. In front of the mirror, Star tilted his head to examine himself. His entire coat gleamed pure white, looking more like a pretty boy who relied on looks than the fierce and commanding beast he once was. He snorted in displeasure, but when he caught the unabashed admiration in Song Shao's eyes, he could only helplessly flick his fluffy tail. Since his master liked it, he'd reluctantly play the role of the pretty boy. Song Shao pulled out his card and decisively said, "Swipe it." Xiao Hao buzzed around Star, inspecting him carefully, then commented, "Less intimidating, but the overall vibe definitely improved. At least that subtle hint of clueless cuteness has faded a lot." Nearby, Jia Bailuo's fastened a pink, diamond-studded bow neatly around his neck, raised his head, and boasted to Song Shao, "So pretty, bye-bye." Song Shao gently flicked the bow and replied, "Pretty." The pretty lady in heels approached with a practiced smile and handed the bill to Song Shao. "Hello, sir. Your total comes to 837,000 star coins. Would you like to apply for a membership card? How much?" Song Shao's smile nearly cracked. Just a few pet accessories and one grooming session, yet it cost 837,000? For context, Star's original purchase price was only about 800,000 star coins. These days, anything related to beauty treatments was shockingly expensive. "No thanks." Maintaining a polite smile, he handed over his card. After settling the bill, Song Shao arrived just in time at the pet beast training base. After verifying his identity through the app, he entered the training hall with several pets and quietly waited for his appointment. 3 minutes later, the door swung open and in strode a hip-hop style guy. He had a small braid tied at the back of his head that swayed rhythmically as he walked. By his side was a pet beast resembling a spiky ball covered in a strong metallic sheen. Gang Luna, a steel-type beast at an advanced evolutionary stage. The guy's eyes lit up. "Wow bro, what's your pet called? I've never seen one like that before." Song Shao raised his hand toward Star and replied evenly, "Ban died for grooming." A brief flicker of confusion crossed the guy's eyes. She recalled Ban wasn't originally this color. But grooming was always like magic, so he didn't press further. Checking his phone data, Song Shao confirmed, "Are you kissing kitten?" The guy nodded, the braid swinging a few more times. "Yeah, that's me kitten." "Okay sir. You have booked an hour of coordinated pet battle training, focusing on attack, resilience, and defense." "Exactly." The young man Xiao Qingwen answered casually, but couldn't help sizing Song Shao up. Why did this guy look so familiar? He seemed like a high schooler, but could a mere high school student really be a skilled evolved level pet battle trainer? Maybe just looked young. Xiao Qingwen was a college sophomore about to enter his junior year. He had signed up for a team adventure competition. Because his pet specialized in defense, he took on the team's shield role. To avoid holding them back, he had come specifically to the pet battle training base to sharpen his skills. On the battlefield, Xiao Qingwen formed hand seals as a gray beast ring swirled around him. An Adara beast over 2 meters tall appeared. The Dara Biasta ground type. Early stage evolution looked like an armadillo clad in thick armor plates that could curl instantly into a tough iron ball when threatened. At the same time, Xiao Qingwen summoned Steel Luna, a massive metallic beast that stood in the center of the arena, its aura clearly at a late evolutionary stage. On the other side, Song Shao called out his two pets. Xingxing remained the main attacker, followed closely by Haikala Xiao Hao, which he had just recently contracted with. Xiao Qingwen's pupils contracted slightly. Not everyone could form a contract with Haikalu. This moment stirred a deep sense of familiarity within him. "Begin the attack." Xiao Hao Sky Slash. Xingxing, support Xiao Hao with Sky Shattering Claw. Song Shao gave clear orders. Steel Luna, Spiked Ball, Charge. Dara Beast, Earth's Blessing. Xiao Qingwen responded without hesitation. Within mere seconds, all 4 pets moved simultaneously. Steel Luna's silver spikes erupted from the ground as it spun rapidly, transforming into a rushing, spinning meteor-like spiked ball ready to smash through with immense force. Two mid-tier skills stacked, their power far exceeding simple addition. Across from it, Haikula's fins sliced through the air, the watery blue blade of sky, slash extending several meters as it clashed fiercely with the spiked meteor midair, sparks flying in a blinding display. Meanwhile, Dara Beast slammed its claws down, sending a heavy wave of earth rippling forward as Earth's blessings spread beneath it. Thick psychic energy condensed the battlefield into a semi-transparent wall of earth, and as soon as Xingxing stepped in, its feet sank like in a swamp, its movements sharply hindered. Seeing this, Xiao Qingwen relaxed ever so slightly. Although Xiao Hao had a skill like Sky Slash that could grow stronger, in terms of raw damage and energy reserves, it still couldn't compare to Steel Luna. The outcome would be decided in no more than 4 or 5 seconds. But suddenly, bang! A loud explosion tore through the air. Dust scattered as the Dara Beast, covered in mud and dirt, staggered out of a half-meter deep crater. It shook off the debris and looked at its trainer with disbelief and a hint of resentment. Is this really an opponent of equal rank? Are you trying to make my life harder? Rewinding 5 seconds. Feeling Earth's blessings restraint, Xingxing froze momentarily before curling its lip to the side. Its usual adversaries were powerful warriors who struck like thunder. It had been ages since it faced a slow, restrictive opponent like the Dara Beast. Suddenly, blue-white arcs of electricity wrapped around Xingxing's claw, sky-shattering claw, combined with an electric shock, a move Song Shao had been refining heavily in recent days. But instead of attacking the Dara Beast directly, Xingxing suddenly bent low and slammed its paw down onto the battlefield beneath it. Bang! The solid ground cracked fiercely as lightning crawled along the fissures like a wild serpent, racing instantly to the Dara Beast's feet. The next moment, a resounding electric blast exploded. And just like that, the over-12 turtle Dara Beast was blasted flying without a moment's buffer. Xiao Qingwen stared at Xingxing in disbelief. He had suspected that this black electric spotted beast was at the evolution stage, and that Dara Beast might not be a match for it. But as long as Dara Beast could stall for time and let Gang Luna finish off Haikulu, then with Gang Luna and Dara Beast working together 2 against 1, victory would be assured. Yet this black electric spotted beast was just too powerful. Dara Beast, also an evolution-level creature, hadn't even lasted 10 seconds in the entire battle. He quickly shifted his mindset and shouted fiercely at Gang Luna. Gang Luna! Gang Luna! Came the thunderous response as Gang Luna charged forward with fierce momentum. Xiao Hao finally couldn't hold on and was brutally slammed away. Just as Xiao Hao was about to crash to the ground and Gang Luna relentlessly pursued, a flash of pale blue lightning struck in an instant. Boom! Gang Luna's charge smashed into the earth, digging a huge crater with flying debris. 10 meters away, Xingxing safely landed with Xiao Hao on its back. Bamboo? Are you okay? Xingxing asked softly. Kulu. I'm fine. Xiao Hao shook his head. Standing on Xingxing's back, his sapphire blue eyes fixed sharply on Gang Luna, his fighting spirit fully ignited. From afar, Song Shao finally exhaled in relief. Xiao Hao was the second beast under his contract, but after bonding with Xiao Hao, he had quickly also bonded with Jabalros, always feeling he owed Xiao Hao something. The little guy had always been mature and strong, never showing his emotions openly, which made Song Shao unsure how to care for him. In contrast, Xingxing had always enjoyed his wholehearted attention and had a naturally outgoing, lively personality. Song Shao hoped that spending time with Xingxing would help Xiao Hao become more cheerful. After all, both of them were baby beasts. Sensing this, Xiao Hao glanced at him briefly. Song Shao gave a silent thumbs up and mouthed, "Well done." Xiao Hao quickly turned his head away, but a mix of shy pride and happiness flickered across his expression. In the arena, Gang Luna struck the ground with a fist and looked toward the rescued Xiao Hao, frustration evident. Steel spikes suddenly extended across its whole body, making it look like a spiked ball from a distance. The next moment, it suddenly inflated like a puffer fish, its body lightening as it spun like a top, and in a flash, it was behind Xiao Hao again. Kulu Xiao Hao spread his wings wide and darted right, with Gang Luna fiercely pursuing and ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, Xiao Qingwen's face fell dramatically as he yelled, "Behind you!" Gang Luna obeyed and looked back, but only managed to catch sight of Xiao Hao's sharp nasal shield. Smack! An air slash hit its cheek at point-blank range with a crisp snap. Even the evolution-level Gang Luna was knocked flat to the ground by the blow. Before it could recover, the direction it had been chasing shifted to Xingxing's figure. A mocking curve appeared at the corner of Xingxing's mouth as it transformed again into an electric streak, rushing toward Xiao Hao. In the next moment, Xingxing, carrying Xiao Hao, vanished once more, darting around Gang Luna. Song Shao watched Xingxing and Xiao Hao work together so smoothly that he smiled with satisfaction. Just moments ago, he had used his spiritual power to guide Xingxing and Xiao Hao. Xingxing disappeared with Xiao Hao riding the swift thunderbolt shadow, but midway, Xiao Hao secretly slipped away from Xingxing, creating a fake disappearance that concealed Xiao Hao's true movement path. This tactic meant Xiao Hao could launch surprise attacks from any direction at any moment. Song Shao had only jotted down a rough plan in his mind, but with just a brief spiritual connection, the two beast companions executed their coordination flawlessly on their very first try. At this moment, Xiao Hao moved like an elusive assassin, darting left and right so unpredictably that Gang Luna could not find a pattern. Meanwhile, Xingxing became a blur of afterimages, flashing dazzling electric light that completely confused Gang Luna's judgment. In just a few breaths, Xiao Hao had slapped Gang Luna's face 3 sharp times. Gang Luna's cheek crackled with electricity, his anger flaring as if it could burn through iron plating. Suddenly, he activated his iron wall, his armor thickening with a series of clanking sounds, and his bloodshot eyes glowing deep red. Comet Fist. Xiao Qingwen gritted his teeth, barely able to restrain his voice. No trainer could stay calm watching their beast get slapped repeatedly. Comet Fist was Gang Luna's secret high-level move, which he had held back out of fear of harming Song Shao's two beasts. But now, he threw caution to the wind. This fight must end now. Gang Luna's body blazed and gleamed as fire and metal intertwined, rapidly condensing into a spinning comet. The violent energy field seemed to wrinkle the surrounding air. Loose gravel on the arena floor floated upward, dazzling the audience who squinted against the glare. Song Shao lifted a hand and casually traced a finger in the air. Boom! A thick, incredible bolt of purple-white lightning appeared from nowhere, roaring like it shattered the sound barrier, descending straight onto the comet. The massive shockwave kicked up dust, arcs of electricity scattered, and the arena floor cracked as if struck by a giant hammer. Tiny electric snakes writhed along the cracks. At the lightning's core, Gang Luna lay charred and barely conscious, looking up at his master with pleading eyes. He could only emit a crackling wisp of black smoke. Gang Luna, Xiao Qingwen froze, his gaze darting helplessly between his grievously wounded beast and the torn-up arena. His mind went blank. What the hell? Is that really a skill unleashed by an evolved level beast? No way, are you kidding me? Meanwhile, two hidden spectators at the edge of the battlefield clamped their hands over their mouths and noses, struggling to suppress coughs from the choking dust. Their invisible companion beasts had their muzzles firmly held shut, stifling impending sneezes, their tails twitching in annoyance. Teacher, what do you think? The younger trainer whispered. Very strong. The elder's eyes were complex as he glanced between Xingxing and Song Shao. If I'm sensing correctly, he's communicating with Feihua Ban through spiritual energy, and even Hikaru can deeply resonate with him. The young trainer stared at the 16-year-old high schooler in disbelief. Teacher, we absolutely must recruit a student like this. The elder fell silent for a moment, his gaze growing even more profound. We can't keep him. Song Shao glanced apologetically at Xiao Qingwen as Gang Luna struggled to climb out of the pit where Star had knocked him down. Star, we're sparring partners, not opponents, and definitely not treating guests like enemies, he whispered, though inwardly he worried. In this match, there's no way well-made commission, might even end up paying damages. Kicked up dirt flew as Gang Luna's whole body was blackened and twitching pitifully. Xiao Qingwen's knees buckled and he dropped to the ground with a thud, clutching his head and crying out in anguish, My Lulu. Song Shao rubbed his nose, about to step forward and apologize, when Xiao Qingwen suddenly sprang up, dusting off his knees. His eyes blazed fiercely as he declared, I'm extending the time. They'll cover the full session today. Song Shao blinked in surprise. Is this guy some kind of masochist? But Xiao's passion was unmistakable. Amazing. Xiao gushed rapidly, practically dancing with excitement. To flatten a top-tier evolved beast like Gang Luna in one move, bro, this is a huge win for me. I have to extend. Training resumed immediately. For the next hour, arcs of electricity crisscrossed the arena as stars struck with thunderous claw swipes, sending Gang Luna tumbling repeatedly back into the deep pit. No sooner had he half climbed out than he was slammed back down again. Blackened and bloodshot, Gang Luna seethed in rage yet couldn't respond. In the brief moments between hits, Xiao Qingwen's eyes lit up as he noticed Gang Luna's metallic sheen thickening. His iron wall defense skill had jumped from novice to advanced. This move had stalled at novice level for ages, and Xiao had searched everywhere for solutions. Unexpectedly, getting pummeled was what finally cracked the shell. His eyes welled with tears as he grabbed Song Shao's hand excitedly. Bro, do you usually train here? Can I sponsor you? Song Shao choked on the word sponsor. Don't put it like that. I just come here part-time. Part-time? You still a student? Which school? Never heard of it. Shao said, studying the youthful face carefully. Yamming Beast Trainer High. Song Shao replied casually. Yamming, wait. You're a high schooler? Shao's eyes went wide like he'd been struck by lightning. Not just looking young, actually young. Nowadays high schoolers are this intense. He scrambled to rationalize. Probably the school's top prodigy. Song Shao, recalling his own grades, mumbled gloomily, am always in last place. Xiao's expression cracked like glass. If even the last place student is this strong, then what does that make him? Blown away mentally, he scrambled for his holocomputer and frantically looked up Yamming Beast Trainer High. The results showed the school's college entrance rate was notoriously the lowest in the city. His head spun here was a last-place student from a legendary bottom-tier high school, utterly dismantling him. It felt like a max-level boss had crashed into the newbie village. After just a few minutes of that reality check, Xiao Qingwen realized he no longer understood what last place even meant anymore. By the time Xiao Qingwen recovered from his shock, he heard Gangluna's agonized screams. In the center of the training ground, Gangluna had activated its skill-spiked ball, its body bristling with sharp spikes, yet it was still tossed back and forth in midair like a toy by Xingxing and Xiao Hao. Xingxing swung his thick tail, flinging Gangluna upward like a shooting star. Then Xiao Hao delivered a crisp air slash, a crescent-shaped energy blade that chopped Gangluna right back to the starting point. This back and forth repeated several times, with the spiked ball slashing a brutal arc through the air and agonized cries ringing out continuously. At the edge of the field, Dara's paws trembled weakly as he cowered in confusion, watching his older brother being treated like a punching bag, even breathing cautiously. The beast ring on Song Shao's wrist glimmered softly, and the miniature Gabiluos peeked out, eyes fixed eagerly on Xingxing and Xiao Hao, brimming with excitement. Bye-bye, I want to play too. Song Shao half smiled, shaking his head at the size difference. Kid, you're not even as big as one of their spikes. How do you expect to keep up with them? Not far away, two visiting teachers and a student witnessed the scene. The young, skinny beast tamer pointed nervously at Gabiluos, stammering, Teacher, it really is Gabiluos. The older teacher chuckled bitterly to himself. No wonder this boy repeatedly refused invitations from the Blue Star Beast-Taming University. He truly had the confidence for it. Yet the principal's strict order was clear: no matter what, Song Shao had to be persuaded to enroll. To ordinary people, Blue Star was an untouchable dream. For a talent like him, it was almost dispensable. Teacher, what about our mission this time? It's about Song Shao, the teacher replied quietly, eyes clouded with complexity. But clearly, this Blue Star Beast Taming University temple can no longer contain him. He recalled new instructions from superiors. In September, Lanluo's Interstellar Beast Taming University would join leading schools to hold a beast tamer selection program, requiring Song Shao's name to be added directly to the candidate list. The young tamer froze. But he's not even a student at our school yet. Is he qualified? Through the talent selection channel for beast tamers, the teacher spoke quickly. As long as Song Shao wins the National First-Year Beast Taming League Championship, he'll be officially included. The student fell silent, no longer arguing. But he could already imagine the storm the list's release would cause in District 4, the powerless boy from Lower District taking up a precious spot, sure to provoke the heirs of old families to unite in opposition. Crisis and opportunity would both crash down on Song Shao. At that moment, Song Shao was completely unaware that people stood right in front of him openly debating his belonging. He glanced at the timer. An hour was up. Xiao Qingyi wanted to renew the lease, but Gangluna lay flat on the ground pretending to be dead, refusing any further training no matter how much they coaxed. Dara also lay head-to-head beside him, too exhausted even to complain. Xingxing and Xiao Hao looked regretfully at the spiky ball that was Gangluna, who trembled all over like a leaf. This was too terrifying, truly too terrifying. After work, Song Shao didn't know that Gabiluo's accidental appearance during a live stream had sent him trending again. Though the hot search was quickly suppressed, the discussion still remained intense. At night, he squeezed onto the subway. Because Xingxing was too conspicuous, he had to store him in the beast ring and held the obedient Haikalu in his arms. The empty train carriage was eerily quiet. Song Shao thought the subway was unusually peaceful today when suddenly, a heartfelt shout sounded beside his ear. Song Shao, I really like you. Song Shao looked bewildered at the nearly 2-meter tall young man standing before him, whose expression was tinged with a shy sweetness. Song Shao, I'm your fan. He'll always support you. The burly man said this while cupping his cheeks and glancing back the whole way as he descended from the subway. Song Shao couldn't tell if this was genuine admiration or some kind of prank. Surrounded by the burning stares of other passengers, he awkwardly waited until the next stop before quickly getting off. In a few days, he would head to the training base, but he took a moment to return to school during the break. The principal had promised the school would cover the cost of his second pet beast. Now that Haikaru was in his possession, the funds were converted into a lump sum payout. Having won the championship at the Upper 4th District's Freshman Pet Beast League, Song Shao's victory had also boosted the reputation of Yaming Pet Beast High School. If he advanced further in the national competition, Yaming might finally challenge the long-dominant Yuanming Pet Beast High School. Betting 10 million star coins on him was truly worth every penny. Song Shao followed the head teacher down the hall to the finance office. The teacher looked back at this student he had originally brought along, just to fill ranks, and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Turns out he really had an eye for talent. Song Shao, I hope you can claim the championship again at the National High School Pet Beast Challenge. The teacher said, patting his shoulder with hearty encouragement. Teacher, you're too kind, Song Shao replied smoothly, stepping back slightly out of respect. He recalled a similar mentor from his past life, someone who had given him food and care during his toughest times, sparing him from deep insecurities at a sensitive age. Feeling solemn, the boy added, "I'll give it my all. I won't let you or the school down." The teacher paused in surprise, then showed genuine emotion. "All right, they'll be waiting for the day you win." After collecting the prize money, the teacher accompanied Song Shao to meet the principal, praising him non-stop along the way. I looked up Song Shao's previous records. I thought he had a strange personality, but this you really can't judge everything by grades. The principal glanced at him indifferently. It'd be abnormal if Song Shao didn't win. Do you know what his third pet beast is? The teacher was stunned. Third? Wait, he's already a third-rank pet beast master? He's only 16, not even a sophomore yet. It's been only 3 months since he contracted his first pet beast. The principal's expression was calm, but every word carried weight. Throughout history, how many 16-year-olds have become third-rank pet beast masters? And rising 3 ranks in just 3 months, have you ever heard of such a thing? The teacher nodded and shook his head at the same time, speechless. The third pet beast is the legendary hidden beast Gabeluos. The teacher's eyes widened, his face clearly saying, "Don't lie to me, I barely know this stuff." But under the principal's unhurried authority, he had to accept the truth. Could Yaming Pet Beast High really be making a comeback? If they didn't trample Yuanming Pet Beast High beneath their feet now, it would be a disservice to someone as extraordinary as Song Shao. They say the younger generation is to be feared, but this was something else entirely. A week later, Song Shao strode into the provincial training base, carrying his luggage. Above the base's main gate hung a massive propaganda screen. Every trainer there was a legend in the domestic pet battle scene. Survive 10 moves under one of their hands, and you were officially recognized as having the potential to break into the top 10 of the National High School Pet League. Xingxing, Xiaohao, we've gathered all the toughest opponents here. The real test begins now. Xingxing's black electric spot shook its electric mane instantly. Hikaru Xiaohao folded his wings and lifted his head, equally serious. Gabelos, unwilling to be left out, poked his head out from Song Shao's sleeve, his little tail wagging. "Bye-bye, what about me?" Song Shao rubbed his head and said solemnly, "You have to work hard too." "Bye-bye." Gabelos nodded vigorously, his tail stiff as a rod, even his faint blue body markings glowing brighter for a moment. But Song Shao knew well that the rules of this year's league made Gabelos' chances to appear very slim. The matches were best of 3 rounds. The first 2 were single pet battles, and only if those were tied would a double pet battle be held. What he most wanted to sharpen was Hikaru's brute combat ability, and the synergy between Hikaru and Xingxing. Gabelos getting time in the arena would be a bonus round, and even if he lost, it wouldn't matter. Xingxing and Xiaohao's doubles could easily make up the points. With that in mind, Song Shao secretly resolved to give Gabelos a formal chance to fight if time permitted. At the registration desk, he gave his name and began to sign up his pets. Xingxing's new form was still top secret. Professors Ku and Jiang Weilin specially issued a certificate stating, "Black electric spot, exterior coloration only." Although dyed pets were allowed in the arena, the staff couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. This black electric spot looked far more handsome than ordinary ones. When Song Shao announced his second pet, Hikaru, the staff's envy almost spilled from their eyes. In a rank top-tier flying type, crowned the king of 10,000 eagles, a dream for countless trainers who couldn't even qualify to contract one. The registrar thought it was over until Song Shao added, "Third pet, the hidden beast Gabelos." Hidden what? The mouse clicked noisily as the staff thought they'd misheard. The scanner quickly read Song Shao's wristband, a mechanical female voice announcing, "Confirmed, Gabelos, a hidden beast lost for a century in the Blue Star's dangerous forbidden zone, awakening stage 1. It was really Gabelos. The staff froze, mechanically finishing the registration. Only after Song Shao's figure disappeared did they slam the desk in frustration, kicking the floor. How could they have forgotten to take a photo? This was a hidden beast, after all. Within 3 seconds, their internal chat exploded. "Guys, I just witnessed a miracle. Some trainer named Song Shao has contracted the hidden beast Gabelos." "No way, no way, no way." The message instantly blew up the entire training base. Meanwhile, completely unaware, Song Shao found his dorm by the door plate. An hour later, with his luggage stored and bed made, he sat at his desk and logged onto the base's official website to check the training schedule. Just as the page finished loading, a line of blood-red words hit him square in the face. "Wanted, Song Shao. 10,000 star coins for any information. 30,000 star coins for the exact dorm number." The moment Song Shao saw the post, within a second, he opened the blogger's private chat. "I have Song Shao's exact address." 3 seconds later, the account named blogger replied, their tone cold and arrogant. "Send it. The address and your bank card number." Song Shao calmly sent both pieces of information, then asked one more question. "Do you have a grudge against Song Shao? If not, why post a wanted notice and offer such a big reward?" He thought carefully. His only old enemy in the circle was the Sijin brothers, Sijin Bei and Sijin Nan, also among the top 10, but those brothers were far less ostentatious than this. The reply came in just 5 words. "None of your business." The unspoken meaning was clear. "You talk too much." Song Shao lightly typed back, Just curious, because I am Song Shao. After sending it, he decisively closed the chat and even shut down the webpage, showing no reaction to his own last words. Meanwhile, on the other side, a cold and aloof young master holding his phone was stunned by that message, then began flooding his screen with messages. You're not joking? You're really Song Shao? I'm your fan. Shao Shao. Shao Shao. The young master jumped off the bed excitedly and rushed out the door. A middle-aged man in a black suit followed closely behind Zaria, his bodyguard and tutor. Zaria, take me there immediately. The young master handed over the address had just gotten, quickly forming hand signs with 2 fingers. Suddenly, a fully black dragon-type pet with shining eyes appeared. Atticus, we're going to find Song Shao. Zaria showed a helpless expression. Beside him, a pet covered in purple crystal that looked like it was made of gemstones nodded knowingly. Its mouth slowly opened, revealing a long, narrow black hole big enough for 2 people and a pet. Lian. The young master swung onto Atticus' back and plunged first into the black hole, vanishing instantly. Zaria followed right after. No one else remained in the room. At this moment, Song Shao had just put down his phone and taken out energy meals for Xingxing and Xiao Hao from his backpack. Before the meal box even reached Xingxing's mouth, a loud bang made the window glass shiver slightly. He turned his head and saw a blond boy riding a completely black dragon-type pet was shouting from outside the window. Open the window. Song Shao glanced at the open door and then at the strange pair outside the window. The door's open. You can come in the proper way. The boy's face flushed with embarrassment. That's right. He wasn't a thief, no need to climb through the window. Xingxing tilted her head and locked eyes with Atticus. The dragon pet excitedly sneezed loudly, wagging its tail from side to side. Ban. Who are you? The blond boy playfully patted Atticus' head. The pet immediately vanished from the window, and a knock came at the door the next second. The door opened, and the boy strode inside. Song Shao's gaze fell on the newly appeared dragon-type pet beside him. Oberon, a dual dragonfire attribute pet, late evolution stage. Oberon, and steer beast companion, had the potential to evolve through bloodline advancement. Even if that failed, his level cap was still at the divine beast tier. Hello, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ashley. Just as Song Shaogang was about to speak, the blond boy beat him to it, speaking quickly but clearly. Your name is Song Shao. You're 16 years old, born on February 14th, and you're the reigning champion of the District 4 High School Tier Pet League. Your first beast is Gray Eye Spot, now star level evolved into Flying Fire Spot. Your second beast is Hikaru, and your third is the legendary hidden beast Gaberos. His knowledge was so detailed it sent a chill down Song Shao's spine, yet Ashley's eyes shone with admiration. Song Shao frowned. Only a handful of people knew about the star-level bloodline evolution. Where had this boy come from? As if reading Song Shao's suspicion, Ashley wisely added, I got your information from my father. He's the regent official of Upper District 4. The Blue Star's political system was completely different from Song Shao's previous life. Blue Star was divided into 12 districts, grouped into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The ruling parties consisted of the Council, High Ceremony Institute, and Military Ceremony Institute, corresponding to prosecutors, regents, and chief justices, respectively. The 3 formed a balance of power. To be the son of a regent official in Upper District 4 meant Ashley stood near the very top of the social pyramid. Song Shao eyed the blond boy warily. Someone raised in that environment was unlikely to be a simple fan. Hello, do you need something? Song Shao's tone was polite but distant. Ashley's golden hair dimmed slightly at the coldness, but he quickly restored his smile, clenching a fist over his heart. I'm here to cheer you on. Song Shao, I'll always support you. Song Shao remained calm, though his smile softened slightly. Thank you. You too, good luck. Excitedly, the boy stepped forward but quicker than him. Star and Xiao Hao appeared, Flying Fire Spot and Hikaru almost simultaneously at their master's side. The latter was still chewing an unfinished energy meal. Ashley smiled awkwardly, nodding to the 2 beasts before turning back to Song Shao. I'm really looking forward to your upcoming matches. Shy Oberon poked his head out beside them, quietly adding, Oberon, and me too. Watching Ashley leave, Song Shao pulled out his phone to search for Ashley. Nothing came up. Then he searched Upper District 4 Regent Official, and 4 names appeared. Based on the boy's blonde hair, Song Shao tentatively focused on one, Regent Roland, who had recently pushed a new district construction law in March. Later at night, Song Shao lay in bed after washing up. Gaberos curled around his wrist, asleep with eyes closed. Star rested at the foot of the bed, while Xiao Hao stood guard by the headboard. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the silence. Star leapt instantly to the windowsill, staring in the direction of the alarm, then hurried back to Song Shao, whispering urgently, Ban. There are a lot of human beast tamers outside, aggressive ones. Dear contestants, sorry to disturb your sleep. I have an important announcement. The training base's brutal training mode is officially underway. The cold moonlight cast a pale glow on the concrete before the training ground. 9 instructors stood side by side, their uniforms immaculate and glinting with a bluish sheen under the lamps. Each wore the same inscrutable smile, like wolves eyeing prey, waiting for the just-awakened little lambs to walk straight into their trap. "Old Jiang, you actually got assigned to the freshmen again this time," whispered the instructor nearest him, teasing. "Take it easy on them. They're just a bunch of kids." The man called Old Jiang lifted his head slightly. A scar ran across his jawline to his neck, a stark mark in an era when beast companions could easily heal wounds, adding a fierce edge to his otherwise cold features. "My strikes are always measured," Old Jiang replied calmly. "Those who can't handle it are better off going home. I heard there's a real badass here today, contracted the legendary hidden beast Gabalos or something. Name Song?" Another asked. "Song Shao," someone answered. "News spread by afternoon. Hidden beasts are rare." "Old Jiang, that kid's under your watch," said a few instructors with a gleam in their eyes. "Don't forget to give us all the details on the hidden beast afterward." Old Jiang said nothing more, his gaze sharp and dark as it swept toward the dormitory. The building was coming alive under the lights, curtains thrown open, hurried footsteps echoing chaotic. Players from the second and third years surged out first. Veterans who had endured similar night raids before moved swiftly and calmly, while the freshmen looked downright pitiful, still in pajamas, hair messy, slippers flying, complaints and yawns filling the air. Among the crowd, Song Shao stood apart, his pajama replaced by neat training gear, hair and shoelaces immaculate. His eyes were calm, as if he already knew exactly what was coming. When roll call was announced, players lined into 2 rows. "Song Shao, here." He stepped forward. Old Jiang's gaze slid down from his hairline to his shoulders, waist, and then the rock-solid posture. Expression unreadable. He gestured for Song Shao to join the well-prepared line on the right. A glance told Song Shao all he needed to know. The left row was for those in pajamas, disheveled or dazed. The right was all neatly dressed with focused eyes. As he settled into place, a flash of striking blonde hair caught his eye, Ashley waving at him, enthusiasm practically bursting over. Song Shao nodded slightly and immediately turned away. At the back of the crowd, Si Jinbei observed Song Shao quietly. When Head learned that Song Shao had contracted the hidden beast Gabalos and ascended to a third-tier beast master that afternoon, he had stood frozen, mouth half open. 16 years old and already third-tier. At the latest Beast Companion League, he had narrowly lost to Song Shao and expected to reclaim the top spot this time, only to discover his rival had soared far beyond reach. How many 16-year-olds in Blue Star, or even across the stars, had reached third tier? The word prodigy hardly captured it. "We are all excellent beast masters. Many things are well known to everyone." The lead coach's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, cutting through murmurs and instantly commanding silence. Everyone recognized him as the coach who had just announced the start of the brutal training mode over the broadcast. The strength of a beast tamer is closely tied to their mental power, which can also indirectly affect their pet beast's abilities. Next up was Team 1's water submersion training. What's water submersion? The contestants on Team 1 were already irritated, and now their expressions grew even more impatient. Nearby, Team 2's participants, having caught wind of some insider info, looked on with a mix of sympathy and disbelief. As the instructor announced, Team 2 will split into 3 squads according to grade levels: first, second, and third year high school, and the simulation training begins. His voice seemed to fade into thin air. The surroundings blurred instantly. A strange scent-laden wind blew toward them. Song Shao raised a hand to shield his eyes. When the wind died down, the original Team 1 and all the instructors had vanished without a trace. Looking around, only 12 people remained in the area, including Song Shao. He recognized only Si Jinbei, Si Jinan, and Ashley. Si Jinbei quickly summoned a mechanical nightmare of the ghost attribute. Si Jinan followed his brother's lead, releasing a night shadow beast. The gray, misty, eerie environment actually suited ghost-type pets like the mechanical nightmare quite well. Song Shao signaled for Small Hao to fly up and scout. Moments later, Small Hao returned, flapping his wings and calling out, "Kurakuru." Above, all was foggy and gray with no landmarks in sight. Song Shao judged they were trapped inside an illusion created by a powerful pet skilled in casting mirages. To escape, they had to find a breakthrough. Ashley cautiously approached the edge of the gray mist with Oberon. At that moment, Star, his pet, suddenly perked up, all his fur standing on end. Pale blue arcs of electricity crackled around his fangs as he crouched low and growled, staring into the mist's depths. The next second, a long corrosive tongue suddenly shot out from the fog, aiming straight for Song Shao. Star unleashed a lightning strike evasion, shielding Song Shao to the side. Small Hao reappeared midair, spreading his wings wide. Over 10 sharp feather blades sliced out one after another, striking at the attacker. In the brief moments the blades tore through the fog, Song Shao caught a glimpse of the enemy lizard beasts. Over 2 meters long with terrifying explosive power, and there was more than one. Deeper in the mist, countless pairs of clear yellow slit pupils stared back at them. They were surrounded by a horde of lizard beasts. Flame burn. Ashley acted without hesitation. Oberon soared up and breathed blazing fire. The flames swept through the gray mist, pushing back much of the disorienting fog in just seconds and fully revealing the true threat. About 10 meters away, lizard beasts gathered in massive groups counting roughly over 100. Yet here in the arena were only 12 contestants, each with a single evolved-level pet beast. How could they possibly face over 100 mid-evolution lizard beasts? Their faces drained of color and horror. This was practically a death sentence. But there was no time for panic. Hundreds of lizard beasts launched their attacks simultaneously. Green venom rained down like a storm. Their long tongues shot forward, carrying corrosive power. Dark-type skill malicious wave was mixed in, their assault relentless and all-encompassing. Bonbon. Song Shao commanded sharply. Star's body swelled to over 3 meters tall. Song Shao flipped onto his back, eyes cold and calculating as he targeted the more than 10 lizard beasts trying to ambush him. 1,000 thunder phantoms. In an instant, in front of each of those lizard beasts appeared a shimmering phantom of Star. The vile lizard beast struck at the Star's phantom with its snake-like tongue, packed with fierce explosive power and destructive force. The moment its tongue wrapped around the illusion, a piercing pain exploded from its tip. Simultaneously, the Star shattered into chaotic arcs of electricity that climbed like lightning over every inch of the lizard beast's scales. The jolted creature hissed heavily, then scattered around Song Shao, forming a fan-shaped encirclement. Their cold, bestial eyes swept over the scene, as if calculating how to tear apart their target. The other 11 beast tamers were equally imperiled. Each had at least 3 to as many as 7 or 8 of these lizard beasts blocking their escape routes. The ice attribute beast tamer's companion, the ice ghost beast, was suffering under the dark attribute suppression. Its arm was corroded by venom, with black-purple wounds spreading quickly. The girl's eyes reddened with anxiety. When the lizard beasts lunged the third time, she suddenly charged forward, clutching tightly onto Ice Ghost Beast's shoulder. Ice Ghost! The beast roared in pain, struggling desperately in her arms. High above, Xiaohao circled, seeking an opening. Song Shao rode the Star's back and lifted his hand to whistle a sharp, brief sound that cut through the chaotic battlefield without harshness. At the whistle's first note, Xiaohao's deep-sea blue eyes sharpened dramatically. He flapped his wings powerfully to climb, then dived, his body condensing into a curved, snow-white blade shaped like a crescent moon. Bang! The blade sliced through the approaching lizard beast that threatened the girl, an ice ghost beast, cleaving it cleanly in two. This was a high-level skill, the soaring sky slash. The severed body didn't spatter blood, but instead collapsed rapidly into rolling black mist. The girl still had her eyes closed, trembling all over, but did not let go. Before the expected sharp pain came, she fluttered them open to see Xiaohao standing right in front of her. His pure white wings gleamed brilliantly amid the dispersing black mist, and his sapphire blue eyes, like a calm deep pool, scanned the lurking dangers around with a noble, aloof air. Staring in awe, the girl finally formed a clear image in her mind of the god of 10,000 eagles. Another whistle sounded. Xiaohao spread his wings and leapt up, landing steadily on Song Shao's shoulder. He bent down and affectionately nuzzled his hair. The girl's gaze shifted to Song Shao's face. This unervingly handsome young man first glanced approvingly at his beast, then met her eyes. His phoenix eyes were icy and piercing, looking down on all beings yet softening with a touch of tender pity. Song Shao watched the severed bodies of the lizard beasts dissolve into black mist and reached a conclusion. These enemies were all illusions formed by the mirage, superficially marked as mid-evolution level, but their real combat strength was at most early evolution level. If the 12 of them fought together, this situation could be turned around. Song Shao glanced at a few familiar faces. No need to mention Si Jinbei had witnessed everything just now, so when their eyes met, he immediately understood Song Shao's intention. Ashley swooped down from the air, riding on Oberon's broad back. Amidst swirling mist, his blonde hair still shone brightly. Landing confidently, he declared, "Atticus and I are joining the joint attack." Each Beastmaster's companion had different elemental attributes. Fire counters wood, water suppresses fire, and some combos like thunder with fire could amplify their power. If used skillfully, their combined force could turn the tide of battle. Among the remaining Beastmasters, some were injured like the girl Xiaohao had rescued Dusty and beaten, while others were strong young fighters who recognized that teamwork was the key to breaking the stalemate. Song Shao raised his hand slightly and said in a low voice, "These inferior lizard beasts are only illusions formed from black mist. Their real combat strength hasn't even reached mid-evolution. As long as we fight side by side, there's still a chance. Everyone, are you willing to try together?" The atmosphere grew tense for a moment, but Ashley never let things drag into dullness. He was the first to respond, "Of course. If this drags on, my Atticus might start crying." Oberon grunted unhappily at his rider publicly airing his emotions. Ober. Si Jinbei and his brother, Si Jinan, stepped forward in quick succession. "We agree." The girl saved by Xiaohao, accompanied by her ice ghost beast, also came forward. "We agree too." The remaining youths exchanged glances. At 16 or 17, passion and pride were abundant. One boy spat dust from his mouth and cursed loudly, "Imin too. Nobody's taken me down like this before." Others quickly joined in. After hearing the answers, Song Shao swept his gaze across them all, arranged companions by complementary elements in each group. Those with area effect skills should defend the perimeter, melee burst fighters go inside. Rotate and support each Otherno one fights to exhaustion alone. The group quickly formed a circular formation, with the beasts arranged in inner and outer layers. A bespectacled, seemingly fragile boy summoned a second companion, an awakened level healer named Yilu. Its glowing palms radiated light, naturally taking on the role of backline support. Ashley and Oberon flapped their wings and flew beside Song Shao. Atticus is fire element. Your Thunderclaw controls lightning. Our cooperation fits perfectly. Song Shao nodded slightly in the mist, signaling his agreement. Oberon suddenly unleashed a blast of blazing flames, burning off the tail of one inferior lizard beast. Thunderclaw Xingxing released the 1,000 Thunder Phantoms, sending dozens of lightning illusions to form a dense net that trapped the lizard beasts at the edges completely. In the inner battle ring, the Ice Ghost Beast's wounds were mostly healed by Yilu. Letting out a roar, it released a burst of cold energy. A nearby water element companion shot a flow of water, instantly freezing with the cold into sharp ice spikes. Using the water's momentum, the spikes pierced through a lizard beast, pinning it to the ground with a sharp shoo. "How's it going? How many have we taken out?" Outside the training ground, Coach Gower Duan's face was dark as he approached. "Those kids took out 3 right away. Worse than last year." The third-year coach shook his head too. "Don't mention it. Some of them did the special training last year and still failed. What's the difference from failing an open book exam?" "Lao Jiang, how about your side? The first years are all rookies. Don't tell me less than half made it." Old Jiang stared at the monitor. On screen, a pale-faced youth sat coldly astride a snow-white beast. Faint blue lightning flickered around him. His black eyes were deep, radiating an innate superiority. The white beast's fangs sank deep into a lizard beast's neck. Its claws charged with thick bolts of lightning slammed into another. In an instant, both lizard beasts dissolved into black mist and vanished. Old Jiang watched the surveillance footage calmly and replied, "None." The interrogator paused, confused by the vague answer, and pressed, "None of what?" Old Jiang didn't elaborate. Instead, he glanced sideways at his occasionally slow-thinking teammate and said, "No casualties." The brother's cognition caught up immediately, and his eyes locked onto the screen in shock. At first glance, he was struck by the combined skill release of thunder and fire elements. A massive electric energy orb enveloped by nearly boiling flames plunged into a pack of vicious lizard beasts, detonating instantly. Brilliant white lightning interwove with crimson fire, resembling a fireworks display against the night sky, recreating on the battlefield a glorious scene like thousands of pear blossoms blooming. Several instructors who rushed over were also amazed by the spectacle. After a brief moment of awe, they instinctively began counting survivors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 12. 12 people all accounted for. This stage was notoriously the toughest in the first-year segment, with the highest elimination rate historically. Leaving half the group alive was already considered a great achievement. But this bunch not only survived intact, they executed their teamwork flawlessly. The instructors were stunned, and an old, rare feeling stirred within them, that deep camaraderie only battlefield veterans know. "Old Jiang, your students really pulled it off," the coach for the second-year segment said with genuine admiration, slapping Old Jiang's shoulder firmly. Old Jiang didn't respond to the praise. His attention remained fixed on Song Shao's pale face on the monitor, his gaze deep and unreadable. Before arriving at the base, Head met with an old comrade. The once refined young man had become a rough-talking, blue-collar type, clapping Old Jiang on the shoulder and laughing loudly. "Old Jiang, you were a beast back then, taking down 5 Black Star-level dangerous missions in just 45 days. And the records? Broken by a high schooler. That kid cleared a graveyard mission in 3 days. Scary talent." Back then, Old Jiang nodded with little emotion. Now, looking back, the talent monster his brother mentioned left a real mark on him. The grave and steady Jiang trainer stared intently at the seamless cooperation on the screen, a rare smile tugging at his lips. Terrifying, for sure, but still just kids. At this moment, Song Shao experienced a deep empathic connection unlike any before. The star energy was down to 1/3, and Xiaoheo's strength was exhausted too. But the good news, fewer than 30 lizard beasts remained, compared to the earlier horde of hundreds. Victory was within reach. "Old Jiang, you're not planning to make it harder for them, are you?" "These are freshmen too harsh," a nearby instructor whispered, noticing his intense expression. Old Jiang showed no hesitation and issued commands to the illusion-creating pet beast. The nearly transparent creature patted his shoulder lightly in response. Meanwhile, just as Song Shao and the others let out a breath of relief at their looming success, the night shadow beast was suddenly struck by lizard beast venom, just a splash, but enough to paralyze it instantly, causing it to collapse hard onto the ground. The damage of shadow balls spit out by the lesser lizard beasts had clearly increased, and as soon as everyone realized this, their faces changed. Elialu was the only healer on the field, but her energy had run completely dry. Now, she couldn't even cast the simplest healing spell. Damn it, they can upgrade mid-fight. Someone cursed under their breath. These damn instructors won't stop until they kill us all. We're down to less than 30 and they're evolving already. If we kill another 10 next round, they'll go transcendent. What's the point in fighting then? Might as well just surrender. Song Shao glanced around. The companion beasts were all gasping for breath and covered in wounds. He frowned deeply. Was this level of intensity really suited for first year? The remaining lesser lizard beasts formed a semicircle, their crimson vertical pupils flickering in the darkness as if eyeing an easily caught meal. Even though everyone knew this was just a simulated illusion, the sheer filth and stench of these creatures stirred a deep disgust in them. Ober, cough cough. Out of energy, Oberon opened his mouth, but only sputtered a few sparks and black smoke. He looked helplessly at his companions, while Ashley's usually flamboyant golden hair hung limply over her shoulders, her eyes full of confusion. This shouldn't be happening based on previous experience. A sudden sharp pain stabbed Song Shao's temple. His deeply shared mental energy was near its breaking point. Star, sensing his master's condition, immediately looked up with eyes filled with worry. "I'm fine," Song Shao said softly, lowering his gaze and gently patting Star on the head. When he lifted his eyes again, his left eye had turned into a dazzling gray, his spiritual energy completely merged with Star's. Almost at the same moment, the remaining lesser lizard beasts all let out screams as countless shadow balls laced with viscous black poison shot out, instantly filling the sky. The swirling black mist pressed down like thick sludge, the air thick with a corrosive, metallic stench. Boom boom. Above the dark toxic fog, flashes of electricity flickered, turning the gloomy space harshly pale. Song Shao's face was drained of color. A faint blue lightning gleamed deep within his gray eye. In the next instant, thunder ripped through the black mist, violently striking the lesser lizard beasts that had just begun to evolve. Crack! Crack! Sharp explosions rang out in quick succession. Everyone was almost certain they were about to be wiped out, but then, like divine punishment, thunderbolts crashed down, blasting the beasts into black cloud fragments on the spot. The horrifying light and heat roiled through the air, leaving everyone stunned, even forgetting to breathe. What the hell? The instructors gathered around the monitor couldn't help but curse aloud. In a sky repeatedly illuminated by countless bolts of lightning, a massive figure gradually took shape. The pitch-black shadow stood over 10 meters tall, its icy eyes glaring down with a suffocating aura of oppression at the surviving, snarling lizard beasts preparing to pounce on Song Shao. Perched calmly on Song Shao's left shoulder was the black Gabalos, whose expression mirrored the cold, indifferent silhouette cast against the clouded sky. This was the high-level dark attribute skill, Demon Reincarnation. The user could manifest a form at least 2 tiers above their current level for 30 seconds, overwhelming lower-tier pets of the same attribute with absolute dominance, while maintaining powerful offensive capabilities. The cost was draining all internal energy, leaving the user utterly weakened once the skill ended. Song Shao lifted his slightly lowered eyelashes and turned his head to meet the steely, merciless vertical pupils of the black Gabalos. Beneath those dark irises swirled gloom and cruelty. Dark attribute pets were inherently synonymous with darkness itself, and few beast tamers willingly chose them after all. Forming a bond with a pet was a sacred and crucial decision, and no one wanted to be constantly accompanied by a cold-blooded companion lacking empathy. In the next instant, the Gabalos shadow tore and stretched in the air, transforming into a terrifying beast. Its fangs bared, it roared as it lunged at the lizard beasts below, the deafening bellow merging with the relentless thunderclaps, as if the entire sky were cheering on this colossal phantom. Just as the giant shadow dove downward, the corner of Song Shao's lips curved into a faint smile. He raised his hand, gently stroking Gabalos' fluffy little head with cool fingertips. Every time he saw this newborn creature a few days old pretending to look world-weary and mature, he couldn't help but smile. "What are you doing? You're ruining my cool factor." Gabalos' tail stiffened briefly as it feigned composure, glaring at its own shadow. Nearby, Xingxing stared in astonishment. She had always considered herself the strongest in the team, yet today her little sister had overwhelmingly outshone her. Resolving to train twice as hard, she glanced back at Xiao Hao with an encouraging look. "You're number 2. Don't let her catch up." Exhausted of energy, Xiao Hao just rolled his eyes lazily, unwilling to respond. At this moment, Song Shao had no idea how deeply the simple act of reaching out to soothe his pet had shocked both the students in the illusion and the instructors in the control room. Everyone's eyes widened, stunned for several seconds. "This is Gabalos." Si Jinin blinked incredulously, and after confirming it wasn't some trick of the illusion, he turned blankly toward his older brother. In the control room, the instructors quickly gathered before the screen, bursting out the first expletive, then collectively gasping. Is this demon reincarnation? Am I seeing things? Even if this is a high-level skill demon reappearance, Garabaros is only in the early awakening stage. At most, it should only be able to manifest a form at the evolved level. But this enormous beast before us has clearly stepped into the transcendental tier. It completely defies common sense. How could a pet less than a month old possibly unleash a high-level skill? It must be an illusion playing tricks on us. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, who would believe such an absurd thing? Hidden beasts are respected above ordinary pets mainly because of their exceptional talent and enormous potential. In all other aspects, there's no absolute difference. It's a conclusion the academic community has long accepted. Yet today, they suddenly feel that conclusion needs revising. Damn it, which ordinary pet can master a high-level skill before even hitting 1 month old? For a regular pet to learn even the simplest skill takes at least 1 or 2 months, usually a year or more. Let alone something as difficult as a high-level skill. Old Jiang, is that even a human? The instructor standing close by stared at the monitor, his voice trembling. Old Jiang's eyes were deep and silent, but the clenched fists white-knuckled in front of him betrayed the shock in his heart. Not human. A quiet voice echoed behind him, and everyone in the room nodded simultaneously. Something so monstrous can't be called human. If he is human, then what are they? The answer must be no. Absolutely not human. In the illusion, Si Jinbei was the first to regain his senses. He fixed his gaze on his mechanical nightmare and commanded calmly, Shadow Blade. This was the high-level skill he had painstakingly mastered after a month of training, following his defeat to Song Shao. When his mechanical nightmare first successfully unleashed it, Si Jinbei was overjoyed, thinking he finally had the edge to defeat Song Shao. Now he realizes how laughable that pride was. His devastating loss was only the starting point for Song Shao. Even so, he refused to give up. Si Jinbei stepped forward, positioning himself ahead of everyone else. Thunder crackled across the ugly metal shell of his mechanical nightmare, its cold light flashing fiercely. Shadows swirled at its feet, forming several blades wrapped in black mist that surged upward. Amid the flashing darkness, the head of a lesser lizard beast fell at his strike. That attack was like a wake-up call. The other students gritted their teeth. Song Shao was undeniably powerful, but hadn't they all been called prodigies on their own paths? Damn it, let's go all out. Song Shao, you can't hog all the spotlight. When we get out of here, we'll kick all those lousy instructors out of the training base. On their youthful faces, the old arrogance had faded away, replaced by a sharp ambition to rival the heavens. They finally understood the phrase, there are people beyond people, skies beyond skies, but so what? They had always been the heavens in the eyes of others. As the last lesser lizard beast turned to ash in midair, the sky dyed with faint blue. Electric arcs suddenly rippled and shimmered. Strands of sunlight pierced through as if heralding dawn in the final chapter. Song Shao, suppressing agonizing pain that tore through him, embraced Garabaros's energy-drained creature, now blackened head to toe, and lifted his head to face the surging tide of light. The circular ripples in the sky rapidly expanded, as if some life was struggling to break free of its shackles. With a soft pop like a drop falling into a lake, a transparent blue pet pushed its head out, 3 horns growing from its skull. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.